Chapter 1 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 1. Footfaring. It was a lovely morning in the first of summer. Donal Grant was descending a path on a hillside to the valley below, a sheep track of which he knew every winding as well as any boy his half-mile to and from school. But he had never before gone down the hill with the feeling that he was not about to go up again. He was on his way to pastures very new, and in the distance only negatively inviting. But his heart was too full to be troubled, nor was his a heart to harbour a care, the next thing to an evil spirit, though not quite so bad, for one care may drive out another, while one devil is sure to bring in another. A great billowy waste of mountains lay beyond him, amongst which played the shadow at their games of hide-and-seek, graciously merry in the eyes of the happy man, but sadly solemn in the eyes of him in whose heart the dreary thoughts of the past are at a like game. Behind Donal lay a world of dreams into which he dared not turn and look, yet from which he could scarce avert his eyes. He was nearing the foot of the hill when he stumbled and almost fell, but recovered himself with the agility of a mountaineer, and the unpleasant knowledge that the sole of one of his shoes was all but off. Never had he left home for college that his father had not made personal inspection of his shoes to see that they were fit for the journey, but on this departure they had been forgotten. He sat down and took off the failing equipment. It was too far gone to do anything temporary with it, and of discomforts a loose sole to one's shoe in walking is of the worst. The only thing was to take off the other shoe and both stockings and go barefoot. He tied all together with a piece of string, made them fast to his deerskin knapsack, and resumed his walk. The thing did not trouble him much. To have what we want is riches, but to be able to do without is power. To have shoes is a good thing. To be able to walk without them is a better. But it was long since Donal had walked barefoot, and he found his feet, like his shoe, weaker in the sole than was pleasant. "It's time," he said to himself when he found he was stepping gingerly. "I gave my feet a turn at the old accomplishment. It's a pity to grow no so fit for anything sooner nor you need. I would like to lie down at last with hard soles." In every stream he came to he bathed his feet, and often on the way rested them, when otherwise able enough to go on. He had no certain goal, though he knew his direction, and was in no haste. He had confidence in God and in his own powers as the gift of God, and knew that wherever he went he needed not be hungry long, even should the little money in his pocket be spent. It is better to trust in work than in money. God never buys anything, and is forever at work. But if anyone trusts in work, he has to learn that he must trust in nothing but strength, the self-existent original strength only. And Donal Grant had long begun to learn that. The man has begun to be strong who knows that, separated from life essential, he is weakness itself, that one with his origin, he will be of strength inexhaustible. Donal was now descending the heights of youth to walk along the king's highroad of manhood. Happy he who, as his sun is going down behind the western, is himself ascending the eastern hill, returning through old age to the second and better childhood, which shall not be taken from him. He who turns his back on the setting sun goes to meet the rising sun. He who loses his life shall find it. Donal had lost his past, but not so as to be ashamed. There are many ways of losing. His past had but crept, like the dead, back to God who gave it. In better shape it would be his by and by. Already he had begun to foreshadow this truth. God would keep it for him. He had set out before the sun was up, for he would not be met by friends or acquaintances. Avoiding the well-known farmhouses and occasional village, he took his way up the river, and about noon came to a hamlet where no one knew him, a cluster of straw-roofed cottages, low and white, with 2 little windows each. He walked straight through it, not meaning to stop, but spying in front of the last cottage a rough stone seat under a low, wide-spreading elder tree, was tempted to sit down and rest a little. The day was now hot, and the shadow of the tree inviting. He had but seated himself when a woman came to the door of the cottage, looked at him for a moment, and probably thinking him, from his bare feet, poorer than he was, said, Would you like a drink?" "Aye, would I," answered Donal. "A drink o' water, gin you please." "What for no milk?" asked the woman. "'Cause I'm able to pay for it," answered Donal. "I want nae payment," she rejoined, perceiving his drift as little as probably my reader. "And I want nae milk," returned Donal. "Weel, ye may pay for it gin ye like," she rejoined. "But I dinna like," replied Donal. "Weel, you're a some queer customer," she remarked. "I thank ye, but I'm no customer, 'cept for a drink o' water," he persisted, looking in her face with a smile. "An' water has aye been gratis, sin' the days of Adam, 'cept maybe in toons in the het parts o' the world." The woman turned into the cottage, and came out again presently with a delft basin, holding about a pint, full of milk, yellow and rich. "There," she said, "drink and be thankful." "I'll be thankful undrunken," said Donal. "I thank ye wi' all my heart, but I canna bide to take for naething what I can pay for, an' I dinna like to lay out my silver upon a luxury I can weel enough do wantin', for I hae no muckle. I wouldna be shabby, nor yet greedy." "Drink, for the love o' God," said the woman. Donal took the bowl from her hand, and drank till all was gone. "Will ye have a drap mair?" she asked. "Na, no a drap," answered Donal. "I'll gang in the strength o' that ye hae gi'en me, maybe no just 40 days, good wife, but mair nor 40 minutes, an' that's a good part o' a day. I thank ye heartily. Yon was a milk o' human kindness, gin ever was any." As he spoke he rose, and stood up refreshed for his journey. "I have a soldier laddie away in the het parts ye spake of," said the woman. "Gin ye hadna ta'en the milk, ye wad hae gi'en me a sair heart." Good wife, it would hae gi'en me one to think I had," returned Donal. "The Lord gie ye back your soldier laddie safe and soun'. Maybe I'll have to gang after him soldier mysel'. Na, that wouldna do. You're a scholar, that's easy to see, for all you're so plain spoken. It does a body's heart good to hear a man 'at understands things say them plain out in the tongue his mither taught him. Sic a one 'll gang straight till his maker, an' find a' thing there home-like. Lord, I wish ministers would speak like ither folk." "Ye would sair please my mother sayin' that," remarked Donal. "Ye maun be just sic another as her. Weel, come in, an' sit ye down out o' the sun, an' hae somethin' to ate." "Na, I'll take nae mair frae ye the day, an' I thank ye," replied Donal. "I canna weel bide." "What for no?" "It's no so muckle 'at I'm in a hurry, as that I maun be doin'." "What are ye bawn for, gien a body may speir?" "I'm gaun to seek, no my fortin, but my daily bread. Gien I spake as a richt man, I would say I was gaun to look for the work set me. I'm feart to say that straight out. I haena won so far as that yet. I winna do nothing though 'at he wouldna hae me do. I daur to say that, so be I understan'. My mother says the day'll come when I'll care for nothing but his will." "Your mother'll be Janet Grant, I'm thinking. There canna be two such in one countryside." "Ye're in the right," answered Donal. "Ken ye my mither?" "I hae seen her, an' to see her is to ken her." "Ay, gien wha sees her be sic like as hersel'." "I canna preten to that, but she's weel kent through all the country for a God-fearin' woman. An' whaur'll ye be for the noo?" "I'm just upon the tramp, looking for work." "An' what may ye be pleased to call work?" "Oh, just the communication o' what I hae the understandin' of." "Oh, weel, gien ye'll condescend to advice frae an auld wife, I'll gie ye a bit wi' ye. Tak na ilka lass ye see for a born angel. Misdoubt her a wee to begin wi'. Hang up your judgment o' her a wee. Look to the move an' the een o' her." "I thank ye," said Donal, with a smile, in which the woman spied the sadness. "I'm no like to need the advice." She looked at him pitifully, and paused. "Gien ye come this gait again," she said, "ye'll no gang by my door?" "I will no," replied Donal, and wishing her good-bye with a grateful heart, betook himself to his journey. He had not gone far when he found himself on a wide moor. He sat down on a big stone, and began to turn things over in his mind. This is how his thoughts went. "I can never be the man I was. The thought o' my heart's taken from me. I canna think about things as I used. There's nothing so bonny as afore. When the life slips from him, how can a man gang on living? Yet I'm not dead. That's what makes the difficulty of the situation. Gien I were dead, well, I kenna what then. I doubt there would be trouble still, though some things might be lighter. But that's neither here nor there. I maun live. I hae nae choice. I dinna make mysel', an' I'm not going to meddle wi' mysel'. I think mair o' mysel' nor daur that." But there's one question I maun settle afore I gang farther, and that's this. Am I to be less or mair nor I was afore? It's agreed I canna be the same. If I canna be the same, I maun either be less or greater than I was afore. Whilk o' them is it to be? I winna hae that question to speir mair nor once. I'll be mair nor I was. To sink to less would be to lose grip o' my past as weel as o' my future. And how would I ever look her in the face, gien I grew less because o' her? A child like me let a bonny lassie think herself to blame for what I grew till? And there's a greater nor the lass to be considered. 'Cause he sees na fit to gie me her I would have, is he not to have his will o' me? It's a grand thing to ken a lassie like yon, and a grander thing yet to be allowed to love her. To sit down and grate 'cause I'm not to marry her would be most ungrateful. What for should I threep that I ought to have her? What for should not I be disappointed as well as another? I have as good a right to any good it's to come o' that, I fancy. Gin it be a man's part to carry a sair heart, it canna be his part to sit down with it upon the roadside, and lay it upon his lap and grate o'er it, like a bairn with a cut-up finger. He maun hold on his road. Who am I to differ for the lave o' my folk? I should be like the lave, and gin I greet, I winna girn. The Lord himself had to be cront with pain. Eh, my bonny dove. But ye love a better man, and that's a sair comfort. Gin it had been otherwise, I did not think I could ha' borne the pain at my heart. But as it's good, and not ill it's come to ye, I hadna you and mysel' too to grate for, and that's a sair comfort. Lord, I'll climb to thee, and gather o' the healin' 'at grows for the nations in thy garden. I see the thing as plain as thing can be. The cure o' all ill's just mair life. That's it. Life abone and ayont the life it took the stroke. And gin through this heartbreak I come by mair life, it'll be just one o' the throes o' my heavenly birth. In the whilk the bairn has as many o' the pains as the mither. That's maybe a differ atween the two, the earthly and the heavenly. So now I had to begin fresh, and let the thing that's past and gone slip after ither dreams. Eh, but it's a bonny dream yet. It lies close ahind me, not to be forgotten, not to be looked at. Like one o' the dreams o' water and moonlight, it has no work in them. A body wouldna lie all night and all day too in a dream o' the soul's gloamin'. Na, Lord, make o' me a strong man, and syne gie me as muckle o' the bonny as may please thee. Who am I to lippen till, gin no to thee, my ain father and mother and grandfather and all body in one, for thou giedst me them all. Now I'm to begin again, a fresh life fra this minute. I'm to set out for this very point, like one of the youngest sons in the fairy tales, to seek my portion, and see what's comin' to meet me as I gang to meet it. The world afore me's my story-book. I canna see o'er the leaf till I come to the end of it. When I was a bairn, just able with sair endeavour to win at the heart o' print, I never would look on afore. The one time I did it, I thought I had done a shameful thing, like looking in at a keyhole, as I did just once too, when I thank God my mither gave me sic a blessed licking, and I kent it must be something dreadful I had done. So here's for what's comin'. I ken where it maun come frae, and I shall make it welcome. My mither says the main mischief in the world is, 'at folk winna let the Lord have his own way, and so he has just to take it, whilk makes it a sair thing for them. Therewith he rose to encounter that which was on its way to meet him. He is a fool who stands and lets life move past him like a panorama. He also is a fool who would lay hands on its motion and change its pictures. He can but distort and injure if he does not ruin them, and come upon awful shadows behind them. And lo, as he glanced around him, already something of the old mysterious loveliness, now for so long vanished from the face of the visible world, had returned to it. Not yet as it was before, but with dawning promise of a new creation, a fresh beauty, in welcoming which he was not turning from the old, but receiving the new that God sent him. He might yet be many a time sad, but to lament would be to act as if he were wronged, would be at best weak and foolish. He would look the new life in the face, and be what it should please God to make him. The scents the wind brought him from field and garden and moor seemed sweeter than ever wind-borne scents before. They were seeking to comfort him. He sighed, but turned from the sigh to God, and found fresh gladness and welcome. The wind hovered about him as if it would fain have something to do in the matter. The river rippled and shone as if it knew something worth knowing as yet unrevealed. The delight of creation is verily in secrets, but in secrets as truths on the way. All secrets are embryo revelations. On the far horizon, heaven and earth met as old friends, who, though never parted, were ever renewing their friendship. The world, like the angels, was rejoicing, if not over a sinner that had repented, yet over a man that had passed from a lower to a higher condition of life, out of its earth into its air. He was going to live above, and look down on the inferior world. Ere the shades of evening fell that day around Donal Grant, he was in the new childhood of a new world. I do not mean such thoughts had never been present to him before, but to think a thing is only to look at it in a glass. To know it as God would have us know it, and as we must know it to live, is to see it as we see love in a friend's eyes, to have it as the love the friend sees in ours. To make things real to us is the end and the battle cause of life. We often think we believe what we are only presenting to our imaginations. The least thing can overthrow that kind of faith. The imagination is an endless help towards faith, but it is no more faith than a dream of food will make us strong for the next day's work. To know God as the beginning and end, the root and cause, the giver, the enabler, the love and joy and perfect good, the present one existence in all things and degrees and conditions, is life. And faith, in its simplest, truest, mightiest form, is to do his will. Donal was making his way towards the eastern coast, in the certain hope of finding work of one kind or another. He could have been well content to pass his life as a shepherd like his father, but for two things. He knew what it would be well for others to know, and he had a hunger after the society of books. A man must be able to do without whatever is denied him, but when his heart is hungry for an honest thing, he may use honest endeavour to obtain it. Donal desired to be useful, and live for his generation, also to be with books. To be where was a good library would suit him better than buying books, for without a place in which to keep them, they are among the impedimenta of life. And Donal knew that in regard to books, he was in danger of loving after the fashion of this world. Books he had a strong inclination to accumulate and hoard. Therefore the use of a library was better than the means of buying them. Books as possessions are also of the things that pass and perish, as surely as any other form of earthly having. They are of the playthings God lets men have that they may learn to distinguish between apparent and real possession. If having will not teach them, loss may. But who would have thought, meeting the youth as he walked the road with shoeless feet, that he sought the harbour of a great library in some old house, so as day after day to feast on the thoughts of men who had gone before him? For his was no antiquarian soul. It was a soul hungry after life, not after the mummy cloths and wrapping the dead. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 2. A Spiritual Footpad. He was now walking southward, but would soon, when the mountains were well behind him, turn toward the east. He carried a small wallet, filled chiefly with oat-cake and hard skim-milk cheese. About 2 o'clock he sat down on a stone, and proceeded to make a meal. A brook from the hills ran near. For that he had chosen the spot, his fare being dry. He seldom took any other drink than water. He had learned that strong drink at best, but discounted to him his own at a high rate. He drew from his pocket a small thick volume he had brought as the companion of his journey, and read as he ate. His seat was on the last slope of a grassy hill, where many huge stones rose out of the grass. A few yards beneath was a country road, and on the other side of the road a small stream, in which the brook that ran swiftly past, almost within reach of his hand, eagerly lost itself. On the further bank of the stream, perfuming the air, grew many bushes of meadow-sweet, or queen of the meadow, as it is called in Scotland, and beyond lay a lovely stretch of nearly level pasture. Farther eastward all was a plain, full of farms. Behind him rose the hill, shutting out his past. Before him lay the plain, open to his eyes and feet. God had walled up his past, and was disclosing his future. When he had eaten his dinner, its dryness forgotten in the condiment his book supplied, he rose, and taking his cap from his head, filled it from the stream, and drank heartily, then emptied it, shook the last drops from it, and put it again upon his head. "Ho, ho, young man!" cried a voice. Donal looked, and saw a man in the garb of a clergyman regarding him from the road, and wiping his face with his sleeve. "You should mind," he continued, "how you scatter your favours." "I beg your pardon, sir," said Donal, taking off his cap again. "I had not a notion there was living creature near me." "It's a fine day," said the minister. "It is that, sir," answered Donal. "Which way are you going?" asked the minister, adding, as if in apology for his seeming curiosity, "You're a scholar, I see," with a glance towards the book he had left open on his stone. "Na so muckle as I would fain be, sir," answered Donal, then called to mind a resolve he had made to speak English for the future. "A modest youth, I see," returned the clergyman, but Donal hardly liked the tone in which he said it. "That depends on what you mean by a scholar," he said. "Oh," answered the minister, not thinking much about his reply, but in a bantering humour willing to draw the lad out. "The learned man modestly calls himself a scholar." Then there was no modesty in saying I was not so much of a scholar as I should like to be. Every scholar would say the same. "A very good answer," said the clergyman patronizingly. "You'll be a learned man some day." And he smiled as he said it. "When would you call a man learned?" asked Donal. "That is hard to determine, seeing those that claim to be contradict each other so." "What good then can there be in wanting to be learned?" "You get the mental discipline of study." "It seems to me," said Donal, "a pity to get a body's discipline on what may be worthless. It's just as good discipline to my teeth to dine on bread and cheese as it would be to exercise them on sheep's grass." "I've got hold of a humourist," said the clergyman to himself. Donal picked up his wallet and his book, and came down to the road. Then first the clergyman saw that he was barefooted. In his childhood he had himself often gone without shoes and stockings, yet the youth's lack of them prejudiced him against him. "It must be the fellow's own fault," he said to himself. "He shan't catch me with his chaff." Donal would rather have forded the river, and gone to inquire his way at the nearest farmhouse, but he thought it polite to walk a little way with the clergyman. "How far are you going?" asked the minister at length. "As far as I can," replied Donal. "Where do you mean to pass the night?" "In some barn, perhaps, or on some hillside." "I am sorry to hear you can do no better." "You don't think, sir, what a decent bed costs. And a barn is generally, a hillside always clean. In fact, the hillside's the best. Many's the time I have slept on one. It's a strange notion some people have, that it's more respectable to sleep under man's roof than God's." "To have no settled abode," said the clergyman, and paused. "Like Abraham?" suggested Donal with a smile. "An abiding city seems hardly necessary to pilgrims and strangers. I fell asleep once on the top of Glashgar. When I woke, the sun was looking over the edge of the horizon. I rose and gazed about me as if I were but that moment created. If God had called me, I should hardly have been astonished." "Or frightened?" asked the minister. "No, sir. Why should a man fear the presence of his Saviour?" "You said God," answered the minister. "God is my Saviour. Into his presence it is my desire to come." "Under shelter of the atonement," supplemented the minister. "Gin ye mean by that, sir," cried Donal, forgetting his English, "onything to come atween my God and me, I'll hae none of it. I'll hae nothing hide me frae him who made me. I wouldna hide a thought frae him. The where it is, the mair need he see it." "What book is that you are reading?" asked the minister sharply. "It's not your Bible, I'll be bound. You never got such notions from it." He was angry with the presumptuous youth, and no wonder, for the gospel the minister preached was a gospel but to the slavish and unfilial. "It's Shelley," answered Donal, recovering himself. The minister had never read a word of Shelley, but had a very decided opinion of him. He gave a loud, rude whistle. "So, that's where you go for your theology. I was puzzled to understand you, but now all is plain. Young man, you are on the brink of perdition. That book will poison your very vitals." "Indeed, sir, it will never go deep enough for that. But it came near touching them as I sat eating my bread and cheese." "He's an infidel," said the minister fiercely. "A kind of one," returned Donal, "but not of the worst sort. It's the people who call themselves believers that drive the like of poor Shelley to the mouth of the pit." "He hated the truth," said the minister. "He was always seeking after it," said Donal, "though to be sure he didn't get to the end of the search. Just listen to this, sir, and say whether it be very far from Christian." Donal opened his little volume and sought his passage. The minister, but for curiosity and the dread of seeming absurd, would have stopped his ears and refused to listen. He was a man of not merely dry or stale, but of deadly doctrines. He would have a man love Christ for protecting him from God, not for leading him to God, in whom alone is bliss, out of whom all is darkness and misery. He had not a glimmer of the truth that eternal life is to know God. He imagined justice and love dwelling in eternal opposition, in the bosom of eternal unity. He knew next to nothing about God, and misrepresented him hideously. If God were such as he showed him, it would be the worst possible misfortune to have been created. Donal had found the passage. It was in the Mask of Anarchy. He read the following stanzas. Let a vast assembly be, and with great solemnity declare with measured words that ye are as God has made ye free. Be your strong and simple words, keen to wound as sharpened swords, and wide as targes let them be, with their shade to cover ye. And if then the tyrants dare, let them ride among you there, slash and stab and maim and hew, what they like, that let them do. With folded arms and steady eyes, and little fear and less surprise, look upon them as they slay, till their rage has died away. And that slaughter to the nation shall steam up like inspiration, eloquent, oracular, a volcano heard afar. Ending, the reader turned to the listener. But the listener had understood little of the meaning, and less of the spirit. He hated opposition to the powers on the part of any below himself, yet scorned the idea of submitting to persecution. "What think you of that, sir?" asked Donal. "Sheer nonsense," answered the minister. "Where would Scotland be now but for resistance?" "There's more than one way of resisting, though," returned Donal. "Enduring evil was the Lord's way. I don't know about Scotland, but I fancy there would be more Christians, and of a better stamp in the world, if that had been the mode of resistance always adopted by those that called themselves such. Anyhow, it was his way." "Shelley's, you mean?" "I don't mean Shelley's, I mean Christ's. In spirit, Shelley was far nearer the truth than those who made him despise the very name of Christianity, without knowing what it really was. But God will give every man fair play." "Young man," said the minister, with an assumption of great solemnity, and no less authority, "I am bound to warn you that you are in a state of rebellion against God, and he will not be mocked. Good morning." Donal sat down on the roadside. He would let the minister have a good start of him. Took again his shabby little volume, held more talk with the book-embodied spirit of Shelley, and saw more and more clearly how he was misled in his every notion of Christianity, and how different those who gave him his notions must have been from the evangelists and apostles. He saw in the poet a boyish nature striving after liberty, with scarce a notion of what liberty really was. He knew nothing of the law of liberty, oneness with the will of our existence, which would have us free with its own freedom. When the clergyman was long out of sight, he rose and went on, and soon came to a bridge by which he crossed the river. Then on he went through the cultivated plain, his spirits never flagging. He was a pilgrim on his way to his divine fate. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 3. The Moor. The night began to descend, and he to be weary, and look about him for a place of repose. But there was a long twilight before him, and it was warm. For some time the road had been ascending, and by he found himself on a bare moor, among heather not yet in bloom, and a forest of bracken. Here was a great beautiful chamber for him. And what better bed than God's heather? What better canopy than God's high, star-studded night, with its airy curtains of dusky darkness? Was it not in this very chamber that Jacob had his vision of the mighty stair leading up to the gate of heaven? Was it not under such a roof Jesus spent his last nights on the earth? For comfort and protection he sought no human shelter, but went out into his Father's house, out under his Father's heaven. The small and narrow were not to him the safe, but the wide and open. Thick walls cover men from the enemies they fear. The Lord sought space. There the angels come and go more freely than where roofs gather distrust. If ever we hear a far-off rumour of angel visit, is it not from some solitary plain with lonely children? Donal walked along the high tableland till he was weary, and rest looked blissful. Then he turned aside from the rough track into the heather and bracken. When he came to a little dry hollow, with a yet thicker growth of heather, its tops almost close as those of his bed at his father's cottage, he sought no further. Taking his knife, he cut a quantity of heather and ferns, and heaped it on the top of the thickest bush. Then creeping in between the cut and the growing, he cleared the former from his face that he might see the worlds over him, and putting his knapsack under his head, fell fast asleep. When he woke, not even the shadow of a dream lingered to let him know what he had been dreaming. He woke with such a clear mind, such an immediate uplifting of the soul, that it seemed to him no less than to Jacob that he must have slept at the foot of the heavenly stair. The wind came round him like the stuff of thought unshaped, and every breath he drew seemed like God breathing afresh into his nostrils the breath of life. Who knows what the thing we call air is? We know about it, but it we do not know. The sun shone as if smiling at the self-importance of the sulky darkness he had driven away, and the world seemed content with a heavenly content. So fresh was Donal's sense that he felt as if his sleep within and the wind without had been washing him all the night. So peaceful, so blissful was his heart, that it longed to share its bliss. But there was no one within sight, and he set out again on his journey. He had not gone far when he came to a dip in the moorland. A round hollow, with a cottage of turf in the middle of it, from whose chimney came a little smoke. There, too, the day was begun. He was glad he had not seen it before, for then he might have missed the repose of the open night. At the door stood a little girl in a blue frock. She saw him and ran in. He went down and drew near to the door. It stood wide open, and he could not help seeing in. A man sat at the table in the middle of the floor, his forehead on his hand. Donal did not see his face. He seemed waiting, like his father, for the book, while his mother got it from the top of the wall. He stepped over the threshold, and in the simplicity of his heart, said, "You'll be going to have worship." "Na, returned the man, raising his head, and taking a brief, hard stare at his visitor. "We dinna set up for prayin' folk in his house. We lay that to them 'at kens what they had to be thankful for." "I made a mistake," said Donal. "I thought you might have been going to say good morning to your Maker, and would I like it to join with ye, for I ken not what I had not to be thankful for. Good day to ye." "Ye can bide and take your porridge, gin ye like." "Oh, na, I thank ye. Ye might think I came for the porridge, and not for the prayers. I like as ill to be counted a hypocrite as gin I were one." "Ye can bide a hae worship with us, gin ye take the book yoursel. I canna lead where is none to follow. Na, I'll do better on the moor alone." But the good wife was a religious woman after her fashion. Who can be after anyone else's? She came with a Bible in her hand, and silently laid it on the table. Donal had never yet prayed aloud, except in a murmur by himself on the hill, but thus invited could not refuse. He read a psalm of trouble, breaking into hope at the close, then spoke as follows. "Friends, I'm but young, as ye see, and never afore dared open my mouth in such fashion. But it comes to me to speak, and wi' your leave speak I will. I canna help thinking the good man's in some trouble, such like maybe as King David when he made the psalm I had been reading in your hearing. Ye observed how it began like a stormy morning, but ye heard how it changed or all was done. The sun comes out bonny in the end, and ye hear the birds beginning to sing, telling nature to give o'er her greeting. And what brings a good man to his senses, do ye think? What but just the thought o' him 'at made him 'at cares about him 'at maun come to ill himself afore he let anything he made come to ill. Sir, let's gang down upon our knees, and commit the keeping of our souls to him as till a faithful Creator, who winna miss his part atween him and his." They went down on their knees, and Donal said, "O Lord, our own Father and Saviour, the day ye has sent us has arrived bonny and grand, and we bless ye for sending it. But our Father, we need mair the light that shines in the darker place. We need the dawn of a spiritual day inside us, or the bonny day outside winna gang for muckle. Lord our might, speak a word of peaceful recall to any dog o' thine 'at may be worrying at the heart o' any sheep o' thine 'at's run away. But dinna call him back so as to leave the poor sheep ahind him. Fess back dog and lamb together, O Lord. Hold us all frae ill, and guide us all to good, and our morning prayers o'er. Amen. They rose from their knees, and sat silent for a moment. Then the goodwife put the pot on the fire with the water for the porridge. But Donal rose, and walked out of the cottage, half wondering at himself that he had dared as he had, yet feeling he had done but the most natural thing in the world. "How a body's the wind through the day, wanting the Lord of the day and the hour and the minute, is ayont me," he said to himself, and hastened away. Ere noon, the blue line of the far ocean rose on the horizon. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 4. The Town. Donal was queer, some of my readers will think, and I admit it. For the man who regards the affairs of life from any other point than his own greedy self must be queer indeed in the eyes of all who are slaves to their imagined necessities and undisputed desires. It was evening when he drew nigh the place whither he had directed his steps, a little country town, not far from a famous seat of learning. There he would make inquiry before going further. The minister of his parish knew the minister of Auchars, and had given him a letter of introduction. The country around had not a few dwellings of distinction, and at one or another of these might be children in want of a tutor. The sun was setting over the hills behind him as he entered the little town. At first it looked but a village, for on the outskirts, through which the king's highway led, were chiefly thatched cottages, with here and there a slated house of 1 story and an attic. But presently began to appear houses of larger size, few of them, however, of more than 2 stories. Most of them looked as if they had a long and not very happy history. All at once he found himself in a street, partly of quaint gables with corbel steps. They called them here Corby steps, in allusion perhaps to the raven sent out by Noah, for which lazy bird the children regarded these as places to rest. There were 2 or 3 curious gateways in it with some attempt at decoration, and one house with the pepper-pot turrets which Scottish architecture has borrowed from the French chateau. The heart of the town was a yet narrower, close-built street, with several short closes and wynds opening out of it, all of which had ancient-looking houses. There were shops, not a few, but their windows were those of dwellings, as the upper parts of their buildings mostly were. In those shops was as good a supply of the necessities of life as in a great town, and cheaper. You could not get a coat so well cut, nor a pair of shoes to fit you so tight without hurting, but you could get first-rate work. The streets were unevenly paved with round, water-worn stones. Donal was not sorry that he had not to walk far upon them. The setting sun sent his shadow before him as he entered the place. He kept the middle of the street, looking on this side and that for the hostelry whither he had dispatched his chest before leaving home. A gloomy building, apparently uninhabited, drew his attention, and sent a strange thrill through him as his eyes fell upon it. It was of 3 low stories, the windows defended by iron stanchions, the door studded with great knobs of iron. A little way beyond, he caught sight of the sign he was in search of. It swung in front of an old-fashioned, dingy building, with much of the old-world look that pervaded the town. The last red rays of the sun were upon it, lighting up a sorely faded coat of arms. The supporters, 2 red horses on their hind legs, were all of it he could make out. The crest above suggested a skate, but could hardly have been intended for one. A greedy-eyed man stood in the doorway, his hands in his trouser pockets. He looked with contemptuous scrutiny at the barefooted lad approaching him. He had black hair and black eyes. His nose looked as if a heavy finger had settled upon its point and pressed it downwards. Its nostrils swelled wide beyond their base. Underneath was a big mouth with a good set of teeth and a strong upturning chin, an ambitious and greedy face. But ambition is a form of greed. "A fine day, landlord," said Donal. "Aye," answered the man, without changing the posture of one taking his ease against his own door-post, or removing his hands from his pockets, but looking Donal up and down with conscious superiority, then resting his eyes on the bare feet and upturned trousers. "This'll be the Morven Arms, I'm thinking?" said Donal.
"It takes nae muckle thought to think that," returned the innkeeper, "when there they hing." "Ay," rejoined Donal, glancing up, "there is something there, and it's arms, I doubt not. But it's no a'body has the privilege of a knowledge of heraldry like yoursel, landlord. I'm bound to confess, for what I ken, they might be the arms of any one of 10 score Scots families." There was one weapon with which John Glum was assailable, and that was ridicule. With all his self-sufficiency he stood in terror of it, and the more covert the ridicule, so long as he suspected it, the more he resented as well as dreaded it. He stepped into the street, and taking a hand from a pocket, pointed up to the sign. "See till it," he said. "Dinna ye see the 2 red horse?" "Ay," answered Donal, "I see them weel enough, but I'm none the wiser nor gin they were 2 red whales. Man," he went on, turning sharp round upon the fellow, "you're no capable of conceiving the extent of my ignorance. It's as rampant as the red horse upon your sign. I'll yield to nobody in the amount of things I dinna ken." The man stared at him for a moment. "I s' warrant," he said, "ye ken mair nor ye care to let on." "An' what may that be o'er the head o' them? A crest, call ye it?" said Donal. "It's a base pearl beset," answered the landlord. He had not a notion of what a base meant, or pearl beset, yet prided himself on his knowledge of the words. "Eh," returned Donal, "I took it for a skate." "A skate?" repeated the landlord, with offended sneer, and turned towards the house. "I was thinking to put up wi' ye the night, gin ye could accommodate me at a reasonable rate," said Donal. "I dinna ken," replied Glum, hesitating, with his back to him, between unwillingness to lose a penny, and resentment at the supposed badinage, which was indeed nothing but humour. "What would ye call reasonable?" "I wouldna grudge a 6 pence for my bed. A shillin' I would," answered Donal. "Well, 9 pence then, for ye seem that o'ercome wi' siller." "Na," answered Donal, "I'm no that. Whatever my burden, yon's no hit. The loss o' what I hae would hardly make me lighter for my race." "Ye're a queer customer," said the man. "I'm not so queer but I have a kist, comin' by the carrier," rejoined Donal, "directed to the Morven Arms. It'll be here in time, doubtless." "We'll see when it comes," remarked the landlord, implying the chest was easier invented than believed in. "The worst o' it is," continued Donal, "I cannot weel show mysel' wantin' shoon. I have a pair in my kist, and anither upo' my back, but none for my feet." "There's suitors enough," said the innkeeper. "Weel, we'll see as we gang. I want a word with the minister. Wad ye direct me to the manse?" "He's frae home. But it's of small consequence. He doesna care about tramps, honest man. He winna war muckle upon the likes o' you." The landlord was recovering himself. Therefore his insolence. Donal gave a laugh. Those who are content with what they are, have the less concern about what they seem. The ambitious like to be taken for more than they are, and may well be annoyed when they are taken for less. "I'm thinking ye wouldna war muckle on a tramp either," he said. "I would not," answered Glum. "It's the part o' the honest to discountenance lawlessness." "Ye wouldna hang the poor craturs, would ye?" asked Donal. "I would hang a wheen mair o' them." "For no having a hoose over their heads? That's some hard. What gien you was one day to be in want o' one yoursel'?" "We'll bide till the day comes. But what are ye standing there for? Are ye comin' in, or are ye no?" "It's a some cold welcome," said Donal. "I s'll just take a look about afore I make up my mind. A tramp, ye ken, needsna stand upon ceremony." He turned away, and walked further along the street. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 5. The Cobbler. At the end of the street, he came to a low-arched gateway in the middle of a poor-looking house. Within it sat a little bowed man, cobbling diligently at a boot. The sun had left behind him in the west a heap of golden refuse, and cuttings of rose and purple, which shone right in at the archway and let him see to work. Here was the very man for Donal. A respectable shoemaker would have disdained to patch up the shoes he carried, especially as the owner was in so much need of them. "It's a bonny night," he said. "Ye may weel make the remark, sir.
replied the cobbler without looking up, for a critical stitch occupied him.
"It's a balmy night."
"That's raither a bonny word to put till it," returned Donal.
"There's a kind of an air about the place I would hardly ha' thought balmy. But truth, it's not the fault o' the night." "Ye're right there also," returned the cobbler, his use of the conjunction impressing Donal. "Still, the weather has to do with the smell, with the mair or less of it, that is. It comes frae a tannery nearby. It's not an ill smell to them 'at's used to it, and ye would hardly believe me, sir, but I smell the clover through it. Maybe I'm prejudiced, seeing but for the tan pits I couldna weel drive my trade, but sitting here frae morning to night, I get a kind o' a habit o' looking out for my blessings. To recognise an old blessing's most better nor to get a new one. A pair o' shoon weel cobbled whiles full better nor a new pair."
"They are that," said Donal, "but I dinna just see how your simile applies."
"Isn't it getting on a pair o' old well kent and well mended shoon, 'at winna nip your feet nor yet shuckle, like waking up till a blessing ye've been having for years, only ye dinna ken it for one?"
As he spoke, the cobbler lifted a little wizened face and a pair of twinkling eyes to those of the student, revealing a soul as original as his own. He was one of the inwardly inseparable, outwardly far divided company of Christian philosophers, among whom individuality as well as patience is free to work its perfect work. In that glance Donal saw a ripe soul looking out of its tent door, ready to rush into the sunshine of the new life. He stood for a moment lost in eternal regard of the man. He seemed to have known him for ages. The cobbler looked up again.
"You'll be wanting a hand frae me in my ain line, I'm thinking,"
he said, with a kindly nod towards Donal's shoeless feet. "Small doubt," returned Donal. "I had scarce started, but was o'er far to gang back, when the sole o' one shoe came off, and I had to trump it with both my ain." "And ye thank the Lord for the old blessing of being born and brought up with soles o' your ain." "To tell the truth," answered Donal, "I has so many things to be thankful for, it's but small wonder I forget many one of them. But no, and I thank ye for the exhortation. The Lord's name be praised, he gave me feet fit for ganging upon." He took his shoes from his back, and untying the string that bound them, presented the ailing one to the cobbler.
"That's what we may call death,"
remarked the cobbler, slowly turning the invalided shoe.
"Aye, death it is," answered Donal. "It's a sair divorce o' soul and body." "It's a some old foreign joke," said the cobbler, "but the fun intil a thing doesna wear out any mair nor the poetry or the truth intil it."
"Who will say there was no providence in the loss of my shoe sole?" remarked Donal to himself. "Here I am with a friend already." The cobbler was submitting the shoes, first the sickly one, now the sound one, to a thorough scrutiny. "Ye dinna think them worth mending, I doubt?" said Donal, with a touch of anxiety in his tone.
"I never thought that, where the leather would hold the stick," replied the cobbler. "But whiles, I confess, I'm just a wheen troubled to ken how to charge for my work. It's no barely to consider the time it'll take me to cloot a pair, but what the wearer's like to get out of them. I cannot take mair nor the job'll be worth to the wearer, and yet the waur the shoon, and the less to be made of them, the more time they take to make them worth anything at all."
"Surely ye ought to be paid in proportion to your labour."
"In that case, I would whiles hae to say till a poor body it hadna another pair in the world, 'at her one pair o' shoon wasna worth mending, and that would be a heartbreak, and sair feet forby, to sic as couldna, like yourself, sir, gang upon the Lord's ain shoon."
"But how make ye a living that way?" suggested Donal.
"Oh, it's the maister o' the trade sees to my wages."
"And who may he be?" asked Donal, well foreseeing the answer.
"He was never cobbler himself, but he was once carpenter, and noo he's lifted up to be head o' all the trades. And there's one thing he canna bide, and that's close paring."
He stopped, but Donal held his peace, waiting, and he went on.
"To them it makes little, for reasons good, by their neighbour, he gives the better wages when they gang home. To them it makes all that they can, he says, ye help it yourself, help away, ye hae your reward. Only come na near me, for I canna bide ye. But about the shoon o' yours, I dinna well ken. They're weel enough worth doing the best I can for them. But the morn's Sunday, and what hae ye to put on?" "Naething, till my kist comes, and that I doubt winna be afore Monday, or maybe the day after." "And ye winna be able to gang to the kirk?" "I'm no particular about going to the kirk, but gien I wanted to gang, or gien I thought I was bound to gang, think ye I would bide at hame, 'cause I hadna shoon to gang in? Would I fancy the Lord affront it with the bare feet he made himself?"
The cobbler caught up the worst shoe, and began upon it at once.
"You say how it, sir," he said. "Can I sit all night at it? The one'll do till Monday. You say how it afore kirk time, but you maun come into the house to get it, for the folk would be scunnert to see me working upon the Sabbath day. They dinna understand that the master works Sunday and Saturday, and his father is weel."
"You dinna think, then, there's anything wrong in mending a pair of shoon on the Sabbath day?"
"Wrong? In obeying my master, whose is the day as well as all the days? They would fain take it for the Son of Man, who is the Lord of it, but they canna."
He looked up over the old shoe with eyes that flashed.
"But then, excuse me," said Donal, "why shouldna ye hold your face till it, and work openly in the name of God? We're telt neither to do our good works afore men to be seen of them, nor yet to cast our pearls afore swine. I count cobbling your shoes, sir, a far better work nor going to the kirk, and I wouldna ha' it seen of men. Gin I were working for poverty, it would be another thing."
This last Donal did not understand, but learned afterwards what the cobbler meant. The day being for rest, the next duty to helping another was to rest himself. To work for fear of starving would be to distrust the Father, and act as if man lived by bread alone.
"When I think of it," he resumed after a pause, "being Sunday, I'll take them home to ye. Where will ye be?"
"That's what I would fain ha' ye tell me," answered Donal. "I had thought to put up at the Morven Arms, but there's something I dinna like about the landlord. Can ye any decent, clean place, where they would give me a room to mysel', and no seek mair nor I could pay them?"
"We hae a bit roomy ourselves," said the cobbler, "at the service of any decent wayfaring man that can stand the smell, and put up with our ways. For payment, ye can pay what ye think it's worth. We're never verra particular."
"I take your offer with thankfulness," answered Donal.
"Weel, gang ye in at that door just afore ye, and you'll see the goodwife. There's nane ither to see. I would gang wi' ye mysel', but I canna, with this shoe o' yours to turn into a Sunday one."
Donal went to the door indicated. It stood wide open, for while the cobbler sat outside at his work, his wife would never shut the door. He knocked, but there came no answer.
"She's some dull o' hearing," said the cobbler,
and called her by his own name for her. "Doory, Doory," he said.
"She canna be that deaf gin she hears ye," said Donal,
for he spoke hardly louder than usual.
"When God gives you a wife, may she be one to hear your lightest word," answered the cobbler.
Sure enough, he had scarcely finished the sentence when Doory appeared at the door.
"Did ye cry, goodman?" she said. "Na, Doory, I canna say I cried, but I spek, and ye, as is your custom, hearken till my word. Here's a believing lad. I'm thinking he maun be a gentleman, but I'm not sure. It's hard for a cobbler to ken a gentleman it comes till him wantin' shoon. But he may be a gentleman for all that, and there's no hurry to ken. He's welcome to me, gin he be welcome to you. Can ye gie him a night's lodging?"
"Weel that, and wi' all my heart," said Doory. "He's welcome to what we hae." Turning, she led the way into the house. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 6. Doory. She was a very small, spare woman, in a blue print with little white spots, straight, not bowed like her husband. Otherwise, she seemed at first exactly like him. But ere the evening was over, Donal saw there was no featural resemblance between the two faces, and was puzzled to understand how the two expressions came to be so like. As they sat, it seemed in the silence as if they were the same person, thinking in two shapes and two places. Following the old woman, Donal ascended a steep and narrow stair, which soon brought him to a landing where was light, coming mainly through green leaves, for the window in the little passage was filled with plants. His guide led him into what seemed to him an enchanting room. Homely enough it was, but luxurious compared to what he had been accustomed to. He saw white walls and a brown-hued but clean-swept wooden floor, on which shone a keen-eyed little fire from a low grate. 2 easy-chairs, covered with some party-coloured striped stuff, stood one on each side of the fire. A kettle was singing on the hob. The white deal table was set for tea, with a fat brown teapot and cups of a gorgeous pattern in bronze, that shone in the firelight like red gold. In one of the walls was a box bed.
"I'll let you see what accommodation we hae at your service, sir," said Doory, "and gin that'll suit ye, you should be welcome."
So saying, she opened what looked like the door of a cupboard at the side of the fireplace. It disclosed a neat little parlour with a sweet air in it. The floor was sanded, and so much the cleaner than if it had been carpeted. A small mahogany table, black with age, stood in the middle. On a side table, covered with a cloth of faded green, lay a large family Bible. Behind it were a few books and a tea-caddy. In the side of the wall opposite the window was again a box bed. To the eyes of the shepherd-born lad, it looked the most desirable shelter he had ever seen. He turned to his hostess and said, "I'm feart it's o'er good for me. What could you let me have it for by the week? I would fain bide with ye, but where and when I may get work I cannot tell, so I maunnot take it any gate for mair nor a week."
"Make yourself at ease till the morn be by," said the old woman. "You canna do nothing till that be o'er. Upon the Monday morning we shall hold a council together, you and me and my man. I can do nothing wanting my man. We aye pull together, or not at all."
Well content, and with hearty thanks, Donal committed his present fate into the hands of the humble pair, his heaven-sent helpers, and after much washing and brushing, all that was possible to him in the way of dressing, reappeared in the kitchen. Their tea was ready, and the cobbler seated in the window with a book in his hand, leaving for Donal his easy-chair.
"I canna take your ain chair frae ye," said Donal.
"Hoots," returned the cobbler, "what's anything ours for but to gie the neighbour 'at stands in need of it?"
"But ye had a sore day's work."
"And you a sair day's travel."
"But I'm young."
"And I'm old, and my labour the nearer o'er."
"But I'm strong."
"There's none the less need ye shall be holding so. Sit ye down, and waste not your backbone. My business is to look to the bodies o' men, and specially to their poor feet 'at has to bide the weight, and get sair pressed therein. Life's as hard upon the feet of a man as upon any part of him. When they gang wrong, there isna muckle to be done till they be set right again. I'm sair honoured, I say to mysel' whiles, to be set o'er the feet o' men. It's a fine ministration, full better than being a doorkeeper in the house of the Lord, for the feet 'at gang out and in at it is mair nor the door."
"The Lord be praised," said Donal to himself. "There's mair in the world like my father and mither." He took the seat appointed him.
"Come to the table, Andrew," said the old woman. "Gin so be you can part with that book o' yours, and let your soul give place to your body's rights. I doubt, sir, gin he would ate or drink, gin I wasna at his elbow."
"Doory," returned her husband, "ye canna deny I gie you a bit now and then, specially when I come upon anything by ordinary tasty."
"That ye do, Andrew, or I dinna ken what would come o' my soul any mair nor o' your body. So ye see, sir, we're like John Sprat and his wife. You'll ken the bairns say about them."
"Ay, fine that," replied Donal. "You couldna well be better fitted."
"God grant it," she said. "But we would fit better yet, gin I had but a ween mair brains."
"The Lord kenned what brains ye had when he brought ye thegither," said Donal. "Ye never uttered a truer word," replied the cobbler. "Gin the Lord be content with the brains he's gien ye, and I be content with the brains ye give me, what right hae ye to be discontented with the brains ye had, Doory? Answer me that. But I should come to the table. Would ye allow me to speir after your name, sir?"
"My name's Donal Grant," replied Donal.
"I thank ye, sir, and I'll hold it in respect," returned the cobbler. "Maister Grant, will you ask a blessing?"
"I would rather join in your asking," replied Donal. The cobbler said a little prayer, and then they began to eat. First of oatcakes, baked by the old woman, then of loaf-bread, as they called it.
"I'm sorry I had no jelly or jam to set afore ye, sir," said Doory. "We are but simple folk, ye see, content to hold our earthly tabernacles in a habitable condition till we had notice to quit."
"It's a fine thing to ken," said the cobbler with a queer look, "'at when you leave it, your house falls down, and you hae not to think o' any damages to pay. For by it, gin it lasted any time efter you was out of it, there might be a wheen devils taking up their abode intil it."
"Hoot, Andrew," interposed his wife, "there's nothing like that in Scripture."
"Hoot, Doory," returned Andrew, "what ken ye about what's not in Scripture? Ye ken a heap by a law about what's in Scripture, but ye ken little about what's not intil it."
"Well, isn't it best to ken what's intil it?"
"Ayont a doubt."
"Well,"
she returned in playful triumph.
Donal saw that he had got hold of a pair of originals. It was a joy to his heart. He was himself an original. One, namely, that lived close to the simplicities of existence. Andrew Comyn, before offering him house-room, would never have asked anyone what he was, but he would have thought it was an equal lapse in breeding not to show interest in the history as well as the person of a guest. After a little more talk, so far from commonplace that the common would have found it mirth-provoking, the cobbler said, "And what office may you hold yourself, sir, in the ministry of the temple?" "I think I understand ye," replied Donal. "My mother says curious things like you." "Curious things is whiles no that curious," remarked Andrew. A pause following, he resumed. "Can anything gie ye reason to prefer waitin' till ye ken Doory and me a bit better, sir?" he said. "Couldn't my ill-mannered question no spirit?" "There's nothing," answered Donal. "I'll tell ye anything or awthing about myself." "Tell what ye wull, sir, and keep what ye wull," said the cobbler. "I was brought up a herd laddie," proceeded Donal, "and whiles a shepherd one. For many a year I kent mair about the hillside nor the inglenook, but it's the same God and Father upon the hillside and in the king's palace." "And ye'll ken all about the wind and the clouds, and the ways o' God outside the house?" "I ken something how he holds things going inside the house, in a body's heart, I mean, in mine and Doory's there, but I ken little about the way he gars things work if he's not so far been in." "Ye dinna surely think God fills not all thing?" exclaimed Donal. Na, I ken better nor that," answered the cobbler. "But ye mun allow a tod's hole's not so deep as the throat of a burning mountain. God himsel canna win so far ben in a shallow place as in a deep place. He canna be so far ben in the winds, though he gars them do as he likes, as he is, or should be, in your heart and mine, sir." "I see," responded Donal. "Could that ha' been how the Lord had to rebuke the wind and the waves, as gin they had been gone at their own free will, instead of the will at him that made them and set them going?" "Maybe, but I would have to think about it before I answered," replied the cobbler. A silence intervened. Then said Andrew thoughtfully, "I thought when I saw you first you was maybe a lad for a shop in the muckle town, or a clerk, as they call him, 'at sits making up accounts." "Na, I'm no that, I thank God," said Donal. "What for thank ye God for that?" asked Andrew. "A place is his. I wouldna how you thank God you're not a cobbler like me. Ye might though, for it's little ye can ken o' the good o' the calling." "I'll tell you what for," answered Donal. "I ken weel town folk think it a heap better to hae to do with figures nor with sheep, but I'm not o' their mind, and for one thing the sheep's alive. I could weel fancy an angel a shepherd, and he would count my father good company. Truth, he would want wings and arms and feet and all to look after the lambs whiles. But gin sic a one was a clerk in a counting house, he would have to stow away the wings. I canna see what use he would have for them there. He might be an angel all the time, and that not a fallen one, but he bud to lay aside something to fit the place." "But you're not a shepherd the no," said the cobbler. "Na," replied Donal, "'cep it be I'm set to look after another grade o' lamb. A friend, ye may ha' heard his name, Sir Gilbert Galbraith, made the beginning of a scholar of me, and noo I hae my degree for the old University at Inverdour." "Dinna I think as muckle?" cried Mistress Comyn, triumphant. "I hadna time to say it to ye, Andrew, but I was sure he was frae the college, and that was how his feet were so muckle worse furnished nor his head." "I have a pair of shoon in my kist, though, when that comes," said Donal, laughing. "I only hope it winna be ower muckle to win up our stair." "I dinna think it, but we'll leave it in the street afore it should come atween us," said Donal. "Gin ye'll hae me, so long as I'm in the town I s' gang nae other gate." "And you'll doubtless read the Greek like your mither tongue," said the cobbler, with a longing admiration in his tone. "Na, not like that, but weel enough to get good of it." "Weel, that's just the one thing I grudge ye." "Na, no grudge, I'm glad ye have it, but the one thing I would fain be a scholar for mysel'. To think I cannot a cheep o' the word spoken by the Word himsel'." "But the letter of the Word he made little of compared with the spirit," said Donal. "Ay, that's true. And yet it's where a man may weel be greedy and want to have all thing. Who has the spirit would fain hae the letter too. But it isna matter. I shall set to learning it the first thing when I gang up the stair. That is, gin it be the Lord's will." "Hoots," said his wife, "what would ye do wi' Greek up there? I s' warrant the folk there, ay, and the maester himself, speaks plain Scotch. What for no? What would they do there with Greek, 'at a body would have to warstle with from morning to night, and not make out the third part of it?" Her husband laughed merrily, but Donal said, "'Deed, maybe you're no so far wrong, goodwife. I'm thinking there maun be a grand mither tongue there, 'at'll soup up all the lave, and be better to understand nor a body's own, for it'll be yet more his own." "Hear till him!" cried the cobbler, with hearty approbation. "Ye ken," Donal went on, "all the languages of the earth came, or look as gin they had come, frae one, though we're no just dog sure o' that."
There's my mother's ain Gaelic, for instance. It's as old, maybe older nor the Greek. Onygate it has mair Greek nor Latin words intil it, and ye ken the Greek's an older tongue nor the Latin. Well, gien we could work our way back to the oldest great-grandmother tongue o' all, I'm thinking it would come a kind o' so easy till us, with the improved faculties of our heavenly condition, we might be able in a few days to hold communication with one another in that same, unstammer or hummed and hawed. But there's been sic a heap o' things found out since then, in the mind o' man as well as in the world outside, said Andrew, that sic a language would be mair like a bairn's tongue nor a mither's, I'm thinking, when set against all it would be to speak about. You're very right there, I dinna doubt. But how easy would it be for ilk one to bring in the new word he wanted, having enough common afford to explain it with? Afore long the language would have intil it ilk a word it was worth having in any language that ever was spoken since the Tower of Babel. Eh, sirs, but it's dreadful to think of having to learn so muckle, said the old woman. I'm o'er old and dottled. Her husband laughed again. I did not see what you had to laugh at, she said, laughing too. You'll be dottled yourself gin you live long enough. I'm thinking, said Andrew, but I dinna ken, and it mun be a man's own way, gin age makes him dottled. Gin he's aye been holden by the truth, I dinna think he'll find the truth hasna holden by him. But what I was laughing at was the thought of anybody being old up there. We'll all be young there, lass. It shall be as the Lord wills, returned his wife. It shall. We want no more, and we want no less, responded her husband. So the evening wore away. The talk was very to the mind of Donal, who never loved wisdom so much as when she appeared in peasant garb. In that garb he had first known her, and in the form of his mother. I wonder, said Doory at length, at young Eppy's no putting in her appearance. I was sure of her the night. She hasna been near us all the week. The cobbler turned to Donal to explain. He would not talk of things their guest did not understand. That would be like shutting him out after taking him in. Young Eppy's a grandchild, sir. The only one we have. She's a well-behaved lass, though ta'en up with the things of this world mair nor her granny and me could wuss. She's in a place no far fra here, not an easy one maybe to give satisfaction in, but she's doing no that ill. Hoot, Anaroo, she's doing just as well as any lassie o' her years could in justice be expected, interposed the grandmother. It's seldom the Lord it sets old head upon young shoulders. The words were hardly spoken when a light foot was heard coming up the stair. But here she comes to answer for herself, she added cheerily. The door of the room opened, and a good-looking girl of about 18 came in. Weel, young Eppy, how's all with ye? Said the old man. The grandmother's name was Elspeth. The granddaughters had therefore always the prefix. Brawly, thank you, grandfather, she answered. How's all with yourself? Oh, weel cobbled, he replied. Sit ye down, said the grandmother, by the spark of the fire. The night's some airy like. Now, granny, I want na fire, said the girl. I had run all the road to get a glimpse of you afore the week was out. How's things going up at the castle? Oh, sick like as usual. Only the housekeeper's some doughy, and that puts more upon the lave of us. When she's well, she's not one to spare herself, or other folk either. I wouldna care gin she would but lip into the body, concluded young Eppy, with a toss of her head. We munna speak evil o' dignities, young Eppy, said the cobbler with a twinkle in his eye. Call ye Mistress Brooks a dignity, grandfather, said the girl, with a laugh that was nowise rude. I do, he answered. Isn't it she o'er ye? Hadna ye to do as she tells you? Atween her and you, that's enough. She's one of the dignities spoken of. I winna dispute it. But it's queer work yonder. Take ye care, young Eppy. We mun hold our tongues about things committed till our trust. One paid to serve in a house mun not treat the affairs of that house as gin they were her ain. It would be well gin abody about the house was as particular as ye would have me, grandfather. Who's my lord, lass? Oh, muckle the same. I up the stair and down the stair the forepart of the night, and most invisible all day. The girl cast a shy glance now and then at Donal, as if she claimed him on her side, though the older people must be humoured. Donal was not too simple to understand her. He gave her look no reception. Bethinking himself that they might have matters to talk about, he rose, and turning to his hostess, said, With your leave, good wife, I would gang to my bed. I had travelled to matter of 30 mile the day upon my bare feet. Sir, she answered, I ought to have considered that. Come, young Eppy, we mun get the gentleman's bed made up for him. With a toss of her pretty head, Eppy followed her grandmother to the next room, casting a glance behind her that seemed to ask what she meant by calling a lad without shoes or stockings a gentleman. Not the less readily or actively, however, did she assist her grandmother in preparing the tired wayfarer's couch.
In a few minutes they returned, and telling him the room was quite ready for him, Doory added a hope that he would sleep as sound as if his own mother had made the bed. He heard them talking for a while after the door was closed, but the girl soon took her leave. He was just falling asleep in the luxury of conscious repose, when the sound of the cobbler's hammer for a moment roused him, and he knew the old man was again at work on his behalf. A moment more, and he was too fast asleep for any Cyclops' hammer to wake him. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 7. A Sunday. Notwithstanding his weariness, Donal woke early, for he had slept thoroughly. He rose and dressed himself, drew aside the little curtain that shrouded the window, and looked out. It was a lovely morning. His prospect was the curious old main street of the town. The sun that had shone into it was now shining from the other side, but not a shadow of living creature fell upon the rough stones. Yes, there was a cat shooting across them like the culprit he probably was. If there was a garden to the house, he would go and read in the fresh morning air. He stole softly through the outer room and down the stair, found the back door and a water-butt, then a garden consisting of 2 or 3 plots of flowers well cared for, and ended his discoveries with a seat surrounded and almost canopied with honeysuckle, where doubtless the cobbler sometimes smoked his pipe. Why does he not work here rather than in the archway? Thought Donal. But dearly as he loved flowers and light and the free air of the garden, the old cobbler loved the faces of his kind better. His prayer for 40 years had been to be made like his master, and if that prayer was not answered, how was it that every year he lived he found himself loving the faces of his fellows more and more? Ever as they passed, instead of interfering with his contemplations, they gave him more and more to think. Were these faces, he asked, the symbols of a celestial language in which God talked to him? Donal sat down and took his Greek Testament from his pocket. But all at once, brilliant as was the sun, the light of his life went out, and the vision rose of the grey quarry, and the girl turning from him in the wan moonlight. Then swift as thought followed the vision of the women weeping about the forsaken tomb, and with his risen Lord he rose also, into a region far above the smoke and stir of this dim spot, a region where life is good even with its sorrow. The man who sees his disappointment beneath him is more blessed than he who rejoices in fruition. Then prayer awoke, and in the light of that morning of peace he drew nigh the living one, and knew him as the source of his being. Weary with blessedness, he leaned against the shadowing honeysuckle, gave a great sigh of content, smiled, wiped his eyes, and was ready for the day and what it should bring. But the bliss went not yet. He sat for a while in the joy of conscious loss in the higher life. With his meditations and feelings mingled now and then a few muffled blows of the cobbler's hammer. He was once more at work on his disabled shoe. Here is a true man, he thought, a godlike helper of his fellow. When the hammer ceased, the cobbler was stitching. When Donal ceased thinking, he went on feeling. Again and again came a little roll of the cobbler's drum, giving glory to God by doing his will. The sweetest and most acceptable music is that which rises from work a-doing. Its incense ascends as from the river in its flowing, from the wind in its blowing, from the grass in its growing. All at once he heard the voices of 2 women in the next garden close behind him, talking together. "Eh," said one, "there's that godless creature Andrew comin', at his work again upon the Sabbath morning." "Ay, lass," answered the other, "I hear him. Eh, but it'll be an ill day for him when he has to appear afore the judge of all. He winna have his commandments broken that gate." "Troth na," returned the former. "It'll be a sair settlin' day for him." Donal rose, and looking about him saw 2 decent, elderly women on the other side of the low stone wall. He was approaching them with a request on his lips to know which of the Lord's commandments they supposed the cobbler to be breaking, when, seeing that he must have overheard them, they turned their backs and walked away. And now his hostess, having discovered he was in the garden, came to call him to breakfast, the simplest of meals, porridge, with a cup of tea after, because it was Sunday, and there was danger of sleepiness at the kirk.
"Your shoon's waitin' you, sir," said the cobbler. "You'll find them a better job nor you expected."
"They're a better job any gait nor I expected." Donal made haste to put them on, and felt dressed for the Sunday. "Are ye going to the kirk the day, An'rew?" asked the old woman, adding, as she turned to their guest, "My man's raither peculiar about gaein' to the kirk. Some days he'll gang 3 times, and some days he winna gang once." "He kens himsel' what for," she added with a smile, whose sweetness confessed that, whatever was the reason, it was to her the best in the world.
"I am going the day. I want to gang with our new friend," he answered. "I'll take him, gin ye dinna care to gang," rejoined his wife.
"Oh, I'll gang," he persisted. "It'll give us something to talk about, and so ken one anither better, and maybe come a bit nearer one anither, and so a bit nearer the maester. That's what we're here for, comin' and goin'." "As ye please, An'rew. What's right to you is aye right to me. On my own self I would be doubtful o' sic a reason for goin' to the kirk, to get something to speak about." "It's a good reason, where ye havena a better," he answered. "It's often I get at the kirk naething but what angers me. Lies and lies again my Lord and my God. But when there's one to talk it o'er with, one 'at has some care for God as well as for himself, there's some good sure to come out of it. Some revelation of the real righteousness. No what folk that gangs by the ministers calls righteousness. Is your shoon comfortable to your feet, sir?" "Aye, that they are, and I thank ye. They're full better nor new." "Weel, we winna have worship this morning. When ye gang to the kirk, it's like atin' mair nor's good for ye." "Hoots, An'rew! Ye dinna think a body can hae ower muckle o' the word?" said his wife, anxious as to the impression he might make on Donal. "Oh, na, gin a body take it in and digest it. But it's not a bonny thing to hae the word sticking about your mouth, and bagging out your pouches, not to say lying cold upon your stomach, and it for the life o' men. The less ye take upon what ye put in practice, the better, and gin the thing said had nothing to do with practice, the less ye heed it, the better. Gin ye hae done your breakfast, sir, we'll gang. Not 'at it's freely kirk time yet, but the Sabbath's most the only day I get a bit of a walk. And gin ye have no objection till a turn about the Lord's muckle house afore we gang intil his little one, we call it his, but I doubt it, I'll be ready in a minute." Donal willingly agreed, and the cobbler, already clothed in part of his Sunday best, a pair of corduroy trousers of a mouse colour, having endued an ancient tail-coat of blue with gilt buttons, they set out together, and for their conversation it was just the same as it would have been any other day. Where every day is not the Lord's, the Sunday is his least of all. They left the town, and were soon walking in meadows through which ran a clear river, shining and speedy in the morning sun. Its banks were largely used for bleaching, and the long lines of white in the lovely green of the natural grass were pleasant both to eye and mind. All about, the rooks were feeding in peace, knowing their freedom that day from the persecution to which, like all other doers of good, they are in general exposed. Beyond the stream lay a level plain stretching towards the sea, divided into numberless fields and dotted with farmhouses and hamlets. On the side where the friends were walking, the ground was more broken, rising in places into small hills, many of them wooded. Half a mile away was one of a conical shape, on whose top towered a castle. Old and grey and sullen, it lifted itself from the foliage around it like a great rock from a summer sea, and stood out against the clear blue sky of the June morning. The hill was covered with wood, mostly rather young, but at the bottom were some ancient firs and beeches. At the top, round the base of the castle, the trees were chiefly delicate birches with moonlight skin, and feathery larches not thriving over well. "What call they yon castle?" questioned Donal. "It maun be a place of some importance."
"They mostly call it just the castle," answered the cobbler. "Its old name's Graham's Grip. It's Lord Morven's place, and they call it Castle Graham. The family name's Graham, ye ken. They call themselves Graham, just 2 ways of spelling the name puttin' together. The last lord, not upon the main branch, they tell me, spelled his name with a diphthong, and wasna willin' to give it up altogether, so took the 2 o' them. Yon's where young Eppy's at service. And that minds me, sir, ye haena telt me yet what kind o' a place ye would hae yoursel'. It's not 'at a poor body like me can help, but it's aye well to let folk ken what ye're after. A word gangs speerin' long after it's out o' sight, and the answer may come from far. The Lord whiles brings about things in the most unlikely fashion." "I'm ready for anything I'm fit to do," said Donal, "but I hae had what's called a good education, though I hae learned more from my own needs than fra all my books, so I would rather till the human than the earthly soil, taking more interest in the schoolmaster's crops than in the farmer's. Wad ye object to master one by himsel', or maybe two? Na, surely, gien I saw mysel' fit. Eppy mentioned last night 'at there was word about the castle of a tutor for the youngest. Have ye any way o' approachin' the place? Not till the minister comes home, answered Donal. I have a letter to him. He'll be back by the middle of the week, I hear them say. Can ye tell me anything about the people at the castle? Asked Donal. I could, answered Andrew. But some things is better found out nor kenned aforehand. Ilka place has its own shape, and most things has to have some parent to gar them fit. That's what I tell young Eppy, many's the time. Here came a pause, and when Andrew spoke again it seemed on a new line. Did it ever occur to you, sir, he said, it maybe death might be the first waking to some folk? It has occurred to me, answered Donal, but many things come into a body's head 'at he's not able to think out. They maun lie and bide their time. Let none of the lovers o' law and letter persuade ye the Lord wadna have ye think, though none but him 'at obeys can think with safety. We maun do first the thing that we ken, and sen we may think about the thing that we dinna ken. I fancy at whiles the Lord wadna say a thing, just not to stop folk thinking about it. He was aye at getting them to make use of the candle of the Lord. It's my belief the main obstacles to the growth of the kingdom are first, the unbelief of believers, and sen, the way that they lay down the law. Afore they hae learnt the rudiments of the truth themselves, they begin to lay the grievous burden of their dullness and ill-conceived notions of holy things upon the minds and consciences of their neighbours, fain ye would think to hold them from growing any mair nor themselves. Eh, man, but the Lord's wonderful. Ye may dare and not come in sight of him. The church stood a little way out of the town, in a churchyard overgrown with grass, which the wind blew like a field of corn. Many of the stones were out of sight in it. The church, a relic of old Catholic days, rose out of it like one that had taken to growing, and so got the better of his ills. They walked into the musty, dingy, brown-atmosphered house. The cobbler led the way to a humble place behind a pillar. There Doory was seated, waiting them. The service was not so dreary to Donal as usual. The sermon had some thought in it, and his heart was drawn to a man who would say he did not understand. "Yon was a fine discourse," remarked the cobbler as they went homeward. Donal saw nothing fine in it, but his experience was not so wide as the cobbler's. To him the discourse had hinted many things which had not occurred to Donal. Some people demand from the householder none but new things, others none but old, whereas we need in truth of all the sorts in his treasury. "I hae not a doubt it was all right, and as you say, An'rew," said his wife, "but for myself I could make neither head nor tail of it." "I said not, Doory, it was all right," returned her husband. "That would be to say a heap for anything human. But it was a good, honest sermon." "What was yon 'at he said about the miracles not being types?" asked his wife. "It was God's truth, that," he said. "Gie me a share of the same, I beg o' ye, An'rew Comin." "What the man said was this: at the sea 'at Peter got out upon wasna first and foremost to be looked upon as a type of the inward and spiritual troubles of the believer, still less of the troubles of the Church of Christ. The Lord deals with facts none the less that they cannot help being types. Here was terrible facts to Peter. Here was angry water and roaring wind. Here was danger and fear. The man had to trust or gang down. Gien the house be on fire, we maun trust. Gien the water gang o'er our heads, we maun trust. Gien the horse run away, we maun trust. Him 'at cannot trust in sick-like conditions, I would not give a plack for any other kind of faith he may have. God's not a mere thought in the world of thought, but a living power in all worlds alike. Him 'at gangs to God with a sair head will the sooner gang to him with a sair heart, and them 'at thinks not he cares for the pains of their bodies will ill believe he cares for the doubts and perplexities of their inquiring spirits. To my mind he spake the best of sense." "I didna hear him say anything like that," said Donal. "Did ye no? Well, I thought it came frae him to me." "Maybe I wasna gien the best heed," said Donal, "but what ye say is as true as the sun. It stands to reason." The day passed in pleasure and quiet. Donal had found another father and mother. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Donal Grant. This is the LibriVox recording.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 8. The Gate. The next day, after breakfast, Donal said to his host, "Now I maun pay ye for my shoon, for gin I dinna pay at once I cannot tell how muckle to call my ain, and what I had to gang by till I get more."
Na, returned the cobbler. "There's just one prejudice I hae left concerning the Sabbath day. I firmly believe it a prejudice, for siller's the Lord's due, but I cannot win o'er it. I cannot bring mysel to take siller for any work done upon it. So ye mun just be content to let that flay stick to the Lord's wall. You'll do as muckle for me some day."
"There's nothing left me but to thank ye," said Donal. "There's the lodging and the board, though. I maun ken about them afore we gang farther."
"They're none o' my business," replied Andrew. "I leave all that to the goodwife, and I counsel ye to do the same. She's a capital manager, and winna charge ye o'er muckle."
Donal could but yield, and presently went out for a stroll. He wandered along the bank of the river till he came to the foot of the hill on which stood the castle. Seeing a gate, he approached it, and finding it open, went in. A slow ascending drive went through the trees, round and round the hill. He followed it a little way. An aromatic air now blew and now paused as he went. The trees seemed climbing up to attack the fortress above, which he could not see. When he had gone a few yards out of sight of the gate, he threw himself down among them, and fell into a reverie. The ancient time arose before him, when, without a tree to cover the approach of an enemy, the castle rose defiant and bare in its strength, like an athlete stripped for the fight, and the little town huddled close under its protection. What wars had there blustered, what rumours blown, what fears whispered, what sorrows moaned! But were there not now just as many evils as then? Let the world improve as it may, the deeper ill only breaks out afresh in new forms. Time itself, the staring, vacant, unlovely time, is to many the one dread foe. Others have a house empty and garnished, in which neither love nor hope dwells, a self with no God to protect from it. A self unrulable, insatiable, makes of existence to some the hell called madness. Godless man is a horror of the unfinished, a hopeless necessity for the unattainable. The most discontented are those who have all the truthless heart desires. Thoughts like these were coming and going in Donal's brain, when he heard a slight sound somewhere near him, the lightest of sounds indeed, the turning of the leaf of a book. He raised his head and looked, but could see no one. At last, up through the tree boles on the slope of the hill, he caught the shine of something white. It was the hand that held an open book. He took it for the hand of a lady. The trunk of a large tree hid the reclining form. He would go back. There was the lovely cloth-striped meadow to lie in. He rose quietly, but not quietly enough to steal away. From behind the tree, a young man, rather tall and slender, rose and came towards him. Donal stood to receive him. "I presume you are unaware that these grounds are not open to the public," he said, not without a touch of haughtiness. "I beg your pardon, sir," said Donal. "I found the gate open, and the shade of the trees was enticing." "It is of no consequence," returned the youth, now with some condescension. "Only my father is apt to be annoyed if he sees anyone." He was interrupted by a cry from farther up the hill. "Oh, there you are, Percy!" "And there you are, Davy," returned the youth kindly. A boy of about 10 came towards them precipitately, jumping stumps and darting between stems. Take care, Davy," cried the other. "You may slip on a root and fall." "Oh, I know better than that." "But you are engaged." "Not in the least. Come along." Donal lingered. The youth had not finished his speech. "I went to Archy," said the boy, "but she couldn't help me. I can't make sense of this. I wouldn't care if it wasn't a story." He had an old folio under one arm, with a finger of the other hand in its leaves. "It is a curious taste for a child," said the youth, turning to Donal, in whom he had recognized the peasant scholar. "This little brother of mine reads all the dull old romances he can lay his hands on." "Perhaps," suggested Donal, "they are the only fictions within his reach. Could you not turn him loose upon Sir Walter Scott?" "A good suggestion," he answered, casting a keen glance at Donal. "Will you let me look at the passage?" said Donal to the boy, holding out his hand. The boy opened the book and gave it him. On the top of the page Donal read, "The Countess of Pembroke's Arcadia." He had read of the book, but had never seen it. "That's a grand book," he said. "Horribly dreary," remarked the elder brother. The younger reached up and laid his finger on the page next him. "There, sir," he said, "that is the place. Do tell me what it means." "I will try," answered Donal. "I may not be able." He began to read at the top of the page. "That's not the place, sir," said the boy. "It is there." "I must know something of what goes before it first," returned Donal. "Oh, yes, sir, I see," he answered, and stood silent. He was a fair-haired boy, with ruddy cheeks and a healthy look, sweet-tempered evidently. Donal presently saw both what the sentence meant and the cause of his difficulty. He explained the thing to him. Thank you! Now I shall get on," he cried, and ran up the hill. "You seem to understand boys," said the brother. "I have always had a sort of ambition to understand ignorance." "Understand ignorance?" "You know what queer shapes the shadows of the plainest things take. I never seem to understand anything till I understand its shadow." The youth glanced keenly at Donal. "I wish I had had a tutor like you," he said. "Why?" asked Donal. "I should have done better. Where do you live?" Donal told him he was lodging with Andrew Comyn, the cobbler. A silence followed. "Good morning," said the youth. "Good morning, sir," returned Donal, and went away. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 9. The Morven Arms. On Wednesday evening, Donal went to the Morven Arms to inquire for the third time if his box was come. The landlord said if a great heavy tool chest was the thing he expected, it had come. "Donal Grant would be the name upon it," said Donal. "'Deed I didna look," said the landlord. "It's in the backyard." As Donal went through the house to the yard, he passed the door of a room where some of the townsfolk sat, and heard the Earl mentioned. He had not asked Andrew anything about the young man he had spoken with, for he understood that his host held himself not at liberty to talk about the family in which his granddaughter was a servant. But what was said in public he surely might hear. He requested the landlord to let him have a bottle of ale, and went into the room and sat down. It was a decent parlour with a sanded floor. Those assembled were a mixed company from town and country, having a tumbler of whisky toddy together after the market. One of them was a stranger who had been receiving from the others various pieces of information concerning the town and its neighbourhood. "I mind the old man weel," a wrinkled, grey-haired man was saying as Donal entered. "A very different man frae this present. He would sit down as ready as no, that would he, wi' any poor body like mysel', and give him his cracks, and hear his news, and drink his glass, and make naething o' it. But this man, haith, who ever saw him change word wi' brither man?" "I never heard how he came to the title. They say he was but some far-away cousin," remarked a farmer-looking man, florid and stout. "Hoots, he was ain brother to the last yerl, wi' right to the title, though none to the property. That he's but taken care o' till his niece comes o' age. He was a heap about the place afore his brother died, and they were friends as well's brothers. They say at the Lady Arctura, heard ye ever sic a heathenish name for a lass, is bound to marry the young lord. There's a sight o' clapper-clash about the place, and their folk and their strange ways. They tell me none can be said to ken the yerl but his own man. For myself, I never came in their counsel, not even to the buyin' or sellin' o' a lamb." "Well," said a fair-haired, pale-faced man, "we ken frae Scriptur 'at the sins o' the fathers is visited upon the children to the third and fourth generation, and who can tell?" "Who can tell?" rejoined another, who had a judicial look about him, in spite of an unshaven beard, and a certain general disregard to appearances. "Who can tell but the sins o' our fathers may be lying upon some of ourselves at this very moment?" "In our case I cannot see the thing would be fair," said a fifth. "We dinna even ken what they did." "We're not to interfere with the will o' the Almighty," rejoined the former. "It gangs its own gait, and mortal cannot tell what that gait is. His justice winna be countered." Donal felt that to be silent now would be to decline witnessing. He feared argument, lest he should fail and wrong the right, but he must not therefore hang back. He drew his chair towards the table. "Wad ye let a stranger put in a word, friends?" he said. "Oh, aye, and welcome. We setna up for the men at Gotham." "Well, I would speir a question gin I may." "Speir away. Answer I winna insure," said the man unshaven. "Well, would you please tell me what you call the justice o' God?" "Onybody could tell you that. It consists in the punishment of sin. He gives ilka sinner what his sin deserves." "That seems to me a unco one-sided definition of justice." "Well, what would ye make of it?" "I would say justice means fair play, and the justice of God lies in this, 'at he gives ilka man, beast, and devil fair play." "I'm doubtful about that," said a drover-looking fellow. "We maun gang by the word, and the word says he visits the iniquities of the fathers upon the children to the 3rd and 4th generation. I never could see the fair play of that." "Dinna ye meddle with things, John, 'at ye dinna understand. Ye may wake in the wrong box," said the old man. "I want to understand," returned John. "I'm no sayin' he disna do right. I'm only sayin' I canna see the fair play of it." "It may well be right, and you no see it." "Aye, well that, but what for should I no say I dinna see it? Isna the blind man to say he's blind?" This was unanswerable, and Donal again spoke. "It seems to me," he said, "we need first to understand what's contained in the visiting of the sins of the fathers upon the children, afore we daur any judgment concerning it." "Aye, that's sense enough," confessed a responsive murmur. "I haena seen muckle o' this warld yet, compared wi' you, sirs," Donal went on, "but I hae been a heap my lone wi' nowt and sheep, when a heap o' things gaed through my heid, and I hae seen something as weel, though no that muckle. I hae seen a man, all his life afore a douce honest man, come till a heap o' siller, and gang to the dogs." A second murmur seemed to indicate corroboration. "He gaed all to the dogs, as I say," continued Donal, "and the bairns he left ahind him when he died o' drink came upon the Paris, or would ha' hungered but for some 'at kenned him when he was yet in honour and poverty. Now, would ye no say this was a visiting of the sins of the father upon the children?" "Aye, doubtless." "Well, when I heard last about them, they were all like enough to turn out honest lads and lasses." "Ow, I dare say." "And what might ye think the probability, gin they had come into a lot o' siller when their father died?" "Maybe they might hae gone the same gait he gaed." "Was there injustice then, or was there favour in that visiting of the sins of their father upon them?" There was no answer. The toddy went down their throats, and the smoke came out of their mouths, but no one dared acknowledge it might be a good thing to be born poor instead of rich. So entirely was the subject dropped, that Donal feared he had failed to make himself understood. He did not know the general objection to talking of things on eternal principles. We set up for judges of right, while our very selves are wrong. He saw that he had cast a wet blanket over the company, and judged it better to take his leave. Borrowing a wheelbarrow, he trundled his chest home, and unpacking it in the archway, carried his books and clothes to his room. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 10. The Parish Clergyman. The next day, Donal put on his best coat, and went to call on the minister. Shown into the study, he saw seated there the man he had met on his first day's journey, the same who had parted from him in such displeasure. He presented his letter. Mr. Carmichael gave him a keen glance, but uttered no word until he had read it. "Well, young man," he said, looking up at him with concentrated severity, "what would you have me do?" "Tell me of any situation you may happen to know or hear of, sir," said Donal. "That is all I could expect." "All," repeated the clergyman, with something very like a sneer. "But what if I think that all a very great deal? What if I imagine myself set in charge over young minds and hearts? What if I know you better than the good man whose friendship for your parents gives him a kind interest in you? You little thought how you were undermining your prospects last Friday. My old friend would scarcely have me welcome to my parish one he may be glad to see out of his own. You can go to the kitchen and have your dinner. I have no desire to render evil for evil, but I will not bid you Godspeed. and the sooner you take yourself out of this, young man, the better."
"Good morning, sir," said Donal, and left the room.
On the doorstep he met a youth he had known by sight at the university. It was the minister's son, the worst behaved of all the students. Was this a case of the sins of the father being visited on the child? Does God never visit the virtues of the father on the child? A little ruffled, and not a little disappointed, Donal walked away. Almost unconsciously he took the road to the castle, and coming to the gate, leaned on the top bar and stood thinking. Suddenly, down through the trees came Davy bounding, pushed his hand through between the bars, and shook hands with him. "I have been looking for you all day," he said. "Why?" asked Donal. "Forgue sent you a letter." "I have had no letter. Eppy took it this morning." "Ah, that explains. I have not been home since breakfast." "It was to say my father would like to see you." "I will go and get it. Then I shall know what to do." "Why do you live there? The cobbler is a dirty little man. Your clothes will smell of leather." "He is not dirty," said Donal. "His hands do get dirty, very dirty with his work, and his face too, and I dare say soap and water can't get them quite clean. But he will have a nice earth bath one day, and that will take all the dirt off. And if you could see his soul, that is as clean can be, so clean it is quite shining." "Have you seen it?" said the boy, looking up at Donal, unsure whether he was making game of him, or meaning something very serious. "I have had a glimpse or two of it. I never saw a cleaner. You know, my dear boy, there's a cleanness much deeper than the skin." "I know," said Davy, but stared as if he wondered he would speak of such things. Donal returned his gaze. Out of the fullness of his heart his eyes shone. Davy was reassured. "Can you ride?" he asked. "Yes, a little." "Who taught you?" "An old mare I was fond of." "Ah, you are making game of me. I do not like to be made game of," said Davy, and turned away. "No, indeed," replied Donal. "I never make game of anybody. But now I will go and find the letter." "I would go with you," said the boy, "but my father will not let me be on the grounds. I don't know why." Donal hastened home, and found himself eagerly expected, for the letter young Eppy had brought was from the Earl. It informed Donal that it would give his lordship pleasure to see him, if he would favour him with a call. In a few minutes he was again on the road to the castle. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 11. The Earl. He met no one on his way from the gate up through the wood. He ascended the hill with its dark ascending firs, to its crown of silvery birches, above which, as often as the slowly circling road brought him to the other side, he saw rise like a helmet the grey mass of the fortress. Turret and tower, pinnacle and battlement appeared and disappeared as he climbed. Not until at last he stood almost on the top, and from an open space beheld nearly the whole front, could he tell what it was like. It was a grand pile, but looked a gloomy one to live in. He stood on a broad grassy platform, from which rose a gravelled terrace, and from the terrace the castle. He ran his eye along the front, seeking a door, but saw none. Ascending the terrace by a broad flight of steps, he approached a deep recess in the front, where two portions of the house of differing date nearly met. Inside this recess he found a rather small door, flush with the wall, thickly studded and plated with iron, surmounted by the Morven horses carved in grey stone, and surrounded with several mouldings. Looking for some means of announcing his presence, he saw a handle at the end of a rod of iron, and pulled, but heard nothing. The sound of the bell was smothered in a wilderness of stone walls. By and by, however, appeared an old servant, bowed and slow, with plentiful hair white as wool, and a mingled look of childishness and caution in his wrinkled countenance. "The Earl wants to see me," said Donal. "What name?" said the man. "Donal Grant, but his lordship will be nothing the wiser, I suspect. I don't think he knows my name. Tell him the young man he sent for to Andrew Comyn's." The man left him, and Donal began to look about him. The place where he stood was a mere entry, a cell in huge walls, with a second, a low round-headed door, like the entrance to a prison, by which the butler had disappeared. There was nothing but bare stone around him, with again the Morven Arms cut deep into it on one side. The ceiling was neither vaulted nor groined nor flat, but seemed determined by the accidental concurrence of ends of stone stairs and corners of floors on different levels. It was full 10 minutes before the man returned, and requested him to follow him. Immediately Donal found himself in a larger and less irregular stone case, adorned with heads and horns and skins of animals. Crossing this, the man opened a door covered with red cloth, which looked strange in the midst of the cold, hard stone, and Donal entered an octagonal space, its doors of dark shining oak, with carved stone lintels and doorposts, and its walls adorned with arms and armour almost to the domed ceiling. Into it, as if it descended suddenly out of some far height, but dropping at last like a gently alighting bird, came the end of a turnpike stair, of slow sweep and enormous diameter, such a stair as in wildest Gothic tale he had never imagined. Like the revolving centre of a huge shell, it went up out of sight, with plain promise of endless convolutions beyond. It was of ancient stone, but not worn as would have been a narrow stair. A great rope of silk, a modern addition, ran up along the wall for a handrail, and with slow-moving withered hand upon it, up the glorious ascent climbed the serving-man, suggesting to Donal's eye the crawling of an insect, to his heart the redemption of the sons of God. With the stair yet ascending above them as if it would never stop, the man paused upon a step no broader than the rest, and opening a door in the round of the well, said, "Mr. Grant, my lord," and stood aside for Donal to enter. He found himself in the presence of a tall, bowed man, with a large-featured white face, thin and worn, and a deep sunken eye that gleamed with an unhealthy life. His hair was thin, but covered his head, and was only streaked with grey. His hands were long and thin and white. His feet in large shoes, looking the larger that they came out from narrow trousers, which were of shepherd tartan. His coat was of light blue, with a high collar of velvet, and much too wide for him. A black silk neckerchief tied carelessly about his throat, and a waistcoat of pineapple shawl stuff, completed his dress. On one long little finger shone a stone which Donal took for an emerald. He motioned his visitor to a seat, and went on writing, with a rudeness more like that of a successful contractor than a nobleman. But it gave Donal the advantage of becoming a little accustomed to his surroundings. The room was not large, was wainscoted, and had a good many things on the walls. Donal noted 2 or 3 riding whips, a fishing rod, several pairs of spurs, a sword with golden hilt, a strange-looking dagger like a flame of fire, 1 or 2 old engravings, and what seemed a plan of the estate. At the one window, small, with a stone mullion, the summer sun was streaming in. The Earl sat in its flood, and in the heart of it seemed cold and bloodless. He looked about 60 years of age, and as if he rarely or never smiled. Donal tried to imagine what a smile would do for his face, but failed. He was not in the least awed by the presence of the great man. What is rank to the man who honours everything human, has no desire to look what he is not, has nothing to conceal and nothing to compass, is fearful of no tomorrow, and does not respect riches? Towards such ends of being, the tide of Donal's life was at least setting. So he sat neither fidgeting nor staring, but quietly taking things in. The Earl raised himself, pushed his writing from him, turned towards him, and said with courtesy, "Excuse me, Mr. Grant. I wish to talk to you with the ease of duty done." More polite his address could not have been, but there was a something between him and Donal that was not to be passed, a nameless gulf of the negative. "My time is at your lordship's service," replied Donal, with the ease that comes of simplicity. "You have probably guessed why I sent for you?" "I have hoped, my lord." There was something of old-world breeding about the lad that commended him to the Earl. Such breeding is not rare among Celt-born peasants. "My sons told me that they had met a young man in the grounds, for which I beg your lordship's pardon," said Donal. "I did not know the place was forbidden." "I hope you will soon be familiar with it. I am glad of your mistake. From what they said, I supposed you might be a student in want of a situation, and I had been looking out for a young man to take charge of the boy. It seemed possible you might serve my purpose. I do not question you can show yourself fit for such an office. I presume it would suit you. Do you believe yourself one to be so trusted?" Donal had not a glimmer of false modesty. He answered immediately, "I do, my lord." "Tell me something of your history. Where were you born? What were your parents?" Donal told him all he thought it of any consequence he should know. His lordship did not once interrupt him with question or remark. When he had ended, "Well," he said, "I like all you tell me. You have testimonials?" "I have, from the professors, my lord, and one from the minister of the parish, who knew me before I went to college. I could get one from Mr. Sclater, too, whose church I attended while there." "Show me what you have," said his lordship. Donal took the papers from the pocket-book his mother had made him, and handed them to him. The Earl read them with some attention, returning each to him without remark as he finished it, only saying with the last, "Quite satisfactory." "But," said Donal, "there is one thing I should be more at ease if I told your lordship. Mr. Carmichael, the minister of this parish, would tell you I was an atheist, or something very like it, therefore an altogether unsafe person. But he knows nothing of me." "On what grounds, then, would he say so?" asked the Earl, showing not the least discomposure. "I thought you were a stranger to this place." Donal told him how they had met, what had passed between them, and how the minister had behaved in consequence. His lordship heard him gravely, was silent for a moment, and then said, "Should Mr. Carmichael address me on the subject, which I do not think likely, he will find me already too much prejudiced in your favour. But I can imagine his mistaking your freedom of speech. You are scarcely prudent enough. Why say all you think?" "I fear nothing, my lord." The Earl was silent. His grey face seemed to grow greyer, but it might be that just then the sun went under a cloud, and he was suddenly folded in shadow. After a moment he spoke again. "I am quite satisfied with you so far, Mr. Grant, and as I should not like to employ you in direct opposition to Mr. Carmichael, not that I belong to his church, we will arrange matters before he can hear of the affair. What salary do you want?" Donal replied he would prefer leaving the salary to his lordship's judgment upon trial. "I am not a wealthy man," returned his lordship, "and would prefer an understanding." "Try me then for 3 months, my lord. Give me my board and lodging, the use of your library, and at the end of the quarter a £10 note. By that time you will be able to tell whether I suit you." The Earl nodded agreement, and Donal rose at once. With a heart full of thankfulness and hope, he walked back to his friends. He had before him pleasant work, plenty of time and book help, an abode full of interest, and something for his labour.
"Surely the wrath of man shall praise thee," said the cobbler, rejoicing against the minister. "The remainder of wrath shalt thou restrain." In the afternoon, Donal went into the town to get some trifles he wanted before going to the castle. As he turned to the door of a draper's shop, he saw at the counter the minister talking to him. He would rather have gone elsewhere, but for unwillingness to turn his back on anything. He went in. Beside the minister stood a young lady, who, having completed her purchases, was listening to their conversation. The draper looked up as he entered. A glance passed between him and the minister. He came to Donal, and having heard what he wanted, left him, went back to the minister, and took no more notice of him. Donal found it awkward, and left the shop. "High and mighty,"
said the draper, annoyed at losing the customer to whose dispraise he had been listening. "Far beyond dissent, John," said the minister, pursuing a remark.
"Doubtless, sir, it is that," answered the draper.
"I'm thankful to say I never harboured a doubt myself, but I took what I was told, on argle-bargle. What ha' we such as yourself set o'er us for, gin it be not to hold us in the straight path o' what we're to believe and not to believe? It's a fine thing not to be accountable." The minister was an honest man so far as he knew himself and honesty, and did not relish this form of submission. But he did not ask himself where was the difference between accepting the word of man and accepting man's explanation of the word of God. He took a huge pinch from his black snuff-box, and held his peace. In the evening Donal would settle his account with Mistress Comyn. He found her demands so much less than he had expected, that he expostulated. She was firm, however, and assured him she had gained, not lost. As he was putting up his things,
"Leave a book or two, sir," she said. "When you look in, the place may look home-like. We should call the room yours. Come as often as you can. It does my Anaroo's heart good to have crack with one 'at kens something o' what the master would be at. Mony one will call him lord, but few will take the trouble to ken what he would have o' them. But there's my Anaroo. He'll sit yonner at his work, thinking by the hour thegither o'er something the master said 'at he cannot win at the rights of. "Depend upon it," he says whiles, "depend upon it, lass, what anything he says disna look right to us, it maun be 'at we hae not won at it."
As she ended, her husband came in, and took up what he fancied the thread of the dialogue. "And what are we to think of the man," he said, "'at's content not to understand what he was at the trouble to say? Would he say things that he didna mean folk to understand when he said them?"
"Weel, Anaroo," said his wife, "there's mony a thing he said 'at I cannot understand, neither am I muckle the better for your explaining of the same. I maun just let it sit."
Andrew laughed his quiet, pleased laugh.
"Weel, lass," he said, "the doing o' one thing's better nor the understanding o' 20. Nor will ye be long on understand muckle 'at's dark to ye now, for the maester likes none but the doer o' the word, and her he likes weel. Be blythe, lass, you s' hae your fill o' understanding yet."
"I'm fain to believe ye speak the truth, Anaroo."
"It's great truth," said Donal.
End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 12. The Castle. The next morning came a cart from the castle to fetch his box, and after breakfast he set out for his new abode. He took the path by the riverside. The morning was glorious. The sun and the river and the birds were jubilant, and the wind gave life to everything. It rippled the stream, and fluttered the long webs bleaching in the sun. They rose and fell like white waves on the bright green lake, and women, homely nereids of the grassy sea, were besprinkling them with spray. There were dull sounds of wooden machinery near, but they made no discord with the sweetness of the hour, speaking only of activity, not labour. From the long bleaching meadows by the riverside rose the wooded base of the castle. Donal's bosom swelled with delight. Then came a sting. Was he already forgetting his inextinguishable grief? But, he answered himself, God is more to me than any woman. When he puts joy in my heart, shall I not be glad? When he calls my name, shall I not answer? He stepped out joyfully, and was soon climbing the hill. He was again admitted by the old butler. "I will show you at once," he said, "how to go and come at your own will." He led him through doors and along passages to a postern opening on a little walled garden at the east end of the castle. "This door," he said, "is, you observe, at the foot of Baliol's tower, and in that tower is your room. I will show it you." He led the way up a spiral stair that might almost have gone inside the newel of the great staircase. Up and up they went, until Donal began to wonder, and still they went up. "You're young, sir," said the butler, "and sound of wind and limb, so you'll soon think nothing of it." "I never was up so high before, except on a hillside," returned Donal. "The college tower is nothing to this." "In a day or two you'll be shooting up and down it like a bird. I used to do so myself. I got into the way of keeping a shoulder foremost, and screwing up as if I was a blob of air. Old age does make fools of us." "You don't like it, then?" "No, I do not. Who does?" "It's only that you get spent as you go up. The fresh air at the top of the stair will soon revive you," said Donal. But his conductor did not understand him. "That's all very well, so long as you're young, but when it has got you, you'll pant and grumble like the rest of us." In the distance, Donal saw age coming slowly after him, to claw him in his clutch, as the old song says. Please God, he thought, by the time he comes up, I'll be ready to try a fall with him. O thou eternally young, the years have no hold on thee. Let them have none on thy child. I too shall have life eternal. Ere they reached the top of the stair, the man halted and opened a door. Donal, entering, saw a small room, nearly round, a portion of the circle taken off by the stair. On the opposite side was a window projecting from the wall, whence he could look in 3 different directions. The wide country lay at his feet. He saw the winding road by which he had ascended, the gate by which he had entered, the meadow with its white stripes through which he had come, and the river flowing down. He followed it with his eyes. Lo, there was the sea, shining in the sun like a diamond shield. It was but the little German Ocean, yet one with the great world ocean. He turned to his conductor.
Yes, said the old man, answering his look, it's a glorious sight. When first I looked out there, I thought I was in eternity.
The walls were bare even of plaster. He could have counted the stones in them, but they were dry as a bone.
You are wondering, said the old man, how you are to keep warm in the winter. Look here, you shut this door over the window. See how thick and strong it is. There is your fireplace, and for fuel there's plenty below. It is a labour to carry it up, I grant, but if I was you I would set to o' nights when nobody was about, and carry till I had a stock laid in.
But, said Donal, I should fill up my room. I like to be able to move about a little.
Ah, replied the old man, you don't know what a space you have up here all to yourself. Come this way.
2 turns more up the stair, and they came to another door. It opened into wide space. From it Donal stepped on a ledge or bartizan, without any parapet, that ran round the tower, passing above the window of his room. It was well he had a steady brain, for he found the height affect him more than that of a precipice on Glashgar. Doubtless he would get used to it, for the old man had stepped out without the smallest hesitation. Round the tower he followed him. On the other side, a few steps rose to a watch-tower, a sort of ornate sentry-box in stone, where one might sit and regard with wide vision the whole country. Avoiding this, another step or 2 led them to the roof of the castle, of great stone slabs. A broad passage ran between the rise of the roof and a battlemented parapet. By this time they came to a flat roof, on to which they descended by a few steps. Here stood 2 rough sheds, with nothing in them.
There's stowage, said the old man.
Yes, indeed, answered Donal, to whom the idea of his aerie was growing more and more agreeable. But would there be no objection to my using the place for such a purpose?
What objection? Returned his guide. I doubt if a single person but myself knows it.
And shall I be allowed to carry up as much as I please?
I allow you, said the butler with importance. Of course you will not waste. I am dead against waste. But as to what is needful, use your freedom. Dinner will be ready for you in the schoolroom at 7.
At the door of his room the old man left him, and after listening for a moment to his descending steps, Donal re-entered his chamber. Why they put him so apart, Donal never asked himself. That he should have such command of his leisure as this isolation promised him was a consequence very satisfactory. He proceeded at once to settle himself in his new quarters. Finding some shelves in a recess of the wall, he arranged his books upon them, and laid his few clothes in the chest of drawers beneath. He then got out his writing material, and sat down. Though his window was so high, the warm pure air came in full of the aromatic odours rising in the hot sunshine from the young pine trees far below, and from a lark far above descended news of Heaven-gate. The scent came up, and the song came down all the time he was writing to his mother, a long letter. When he had closed and addressed it, he fell into a reverie. Apparently he was to have his meals by himself. He was glad of it. He would be able to read all the time. But how was he to find the schoolroom? Someone would surely fetch him. They would remember he did not know his way about the place. It wanted yet an hour to dinner-time, when, finding himself drowsy, he threw himself on his bed, where presently he fell fast asleep. The night descended, and when he came to himself, its silences were deep around him. It was not dark. There was no moon, but the twilight was clear. He could read the face of his watch. It was 12 o'clock. No one had missed him. He was very hungry. But he had been hungrier before, and survived it. In his wallet were still some remnants of oatcake. He took it in his hand, and stepping out on the bartizan, crept with careful steps round to the watch-tower. There he seated himself in the stone chair, and ate his dry morsels in the starry presences. Sleep had refreshed him, and he was wide awake. Yet there was on him the sense of a strange existence. Never before had he so known himself. Often had he passed the night in the open air, but never before had his night consciousness been such. Never had he felt the same way alone. He was parted from the whole earth, like the ship-boy on the giddy mast. Nothing was below but a dimness. The earth and all that was in it was massed into a vague shadow. It was as if he had died, and gone where existence was independent of solidity and sense. Above him was domed the vast of the starry heavens. He could neither flee from it, nor ascend to it. For a moment he felt it the symbol of life, yet an unattainable, hopeless thing. He hung suspended between heaven and earth, an outcast of both, a denizen of neither. The true life seemed ever to retreat, never to await his grasp. Nothing but the beholding of the face of the Son of Man could set him at rest as to its reality. Nothing less than the assurance from his own mouth could satisfy him that all was true, all well. Life was a thing so essentially divine that he could not know it in itself till his own essence was pure. But alas, how dreamlike was the old story! Was God indeed to be reached by the prayers, affected by the needs of men? How was he to feel sure of it? Once more, as often heretofore, he found himself crying into the great world to know whether there was an ear to hear. What if there should come to him no answer? How frightful then would be his loneliness! But to seem not to be heard might be part of the discipline of his darkness. It might be for the perfecting of his faith that he must not yet know how near God was to him. "Lord," he cried, "eternal life is to know thee and thy Father. I do not know thee and thy Father. I have not eternal life. I have but life enough to hunger for more. Show me plainly of the Father whom thou alone knowest." And as he prayed, something like a touch of God seemed to begin and grow in him, till it was more than his heart could hold, and the universe about him was not large enough to hold in its hollow the heart that swelled with it. "God is enough," he said, and sat in peace. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 13. A Sound. All at once came to his ear through the night a strange something. Whence or what it was he could not even conjecture. Was it a moan of the river from below? Was it a lost music tone that had wandered from afar and grown faint? Was it one of those mysterious sounds he had read of as born in the air itself, and not yet explained of science? Was it the fluttered skirt of some angelic song of lamentation? For if the angels rejoice, they surely must lament. Or was it a stilled human moaning? Was any wrong being done far down in the white gleaming meadows below, by the banks of the river whose platinum glimmer he could descry through the molten amethystine darkness of the starry night? Presently came a long-drawn musical moan. It must be the sound of some muffled instrument. Verily, night was the time for strange things. Could sounds be begotten in the fir-trees by the rays of the hot sun, and born in the stillness of the following dark, as the light which the diamond receives in the day glows out in the gloom? There are parents and their progeny that never exist together. Again the sound, hardly to be called sound. It resembled a vibration of organ-pipe, too slow and deep to affect the hearing, only this seemed rather too high, as if only his soul heard it. He would steal softly down the dumb stone stair. Some creature might be in trouble and needing help. He crept back along the bartizan. The stair was dark as the very heart of the night. He groped his way down. The spiral stair is the safest of all. You cannot tumble far ere brought up by the enclosing cylinder. Arrived at the bottom, and feeling about, he could not find the door to the outer air which the butler had shown him. It was wall wherever his hands fell. He could not find again the stair he had left. He could not tell in what direction it lay. He had got into a long windowless passage connecting two wings of the house, and in this he was feeling his way, fearful of falling down some stair or trap. He came at last to a door, low-browed like almost all in the house. Opening it, was it a thinner darkness or the faintest gleam of light he saw? And was that again the sound he had followed, fainter and farther off than before, a downy wind-wafted plume from the skirt of some stray harmony? At such a time of the night, surely it was strange. It must come from one who could not sleep, and was solacing himself with sweet sounds, breathing a soul into the uncompanionable silence. If so it was, he had no right to search farther. But how was he to return? He dared hardly move, lest he should be found wandering over the house in the dead of night like a thief, or one searching after its secrets. He must sit down and wait for the morning. Its earliest light would perhaps enable him to find his way to his quarters. Feeling about him a little, his foot struck against the step of a stair. Examining it with his hands, he believed it the same he had ascended in the morning. Even in a great castle, could there be two such royal stairs? He sat down upon it, and leaning his head on his hands, composed himself to a patient waiting for the light. Waiting pure is perhaps the hardest thing for flesh and blood to do well. The relations of time to mind are very strange. Some of their phenomena seem to prove that time is only of the mind, belonging to the intellect as good and evil belong to the spirit. Anyhow, if it were not for the clocks of the universe, one man would live a year, a century, where another would live but a day. But the mere motion of time, not to say the consciousness of empty time, is fearful. It is this empty time that the fool is always trying to kill. His effort should be to fill it. Yet nothing but the living God can fill it, though it be but the shape our existence takes to us. Only where he is, emptiness is not. Eternity will be but an intense present to the child with whom is the Father. Such thoughts alighted, flitted, and passed for the first few moments through the mind of Donal, as he sat half-consciously waiting for the dawn. It was thousands of miles away, over the great round of the sunward-turning earth. His imagination woke, and began to picture the great hunt of the shadows, fleeing before the arrows of the sun, over the broad face of the mighty world, its mountains, seas, and plains in turn confessing the light, and submitting to him who slays for them the haunting demons of their dark. Then again the moments were the small cogs on the wheels of time, whereby the dark castle in which he sat was rushing ever towards the light. The cogs were caught, and the wheels turned swiftly, and the time and the darkness sped. He forgot the labour of waiting. If now and then he fancied a tone through the darkness, it was to his mind the music march of the morning to his rescue from the dungeon of the night. But that was no musical tone which made the darkness shudder around him. He sprang to his feet. It was a human groan, a groan as of one in dire pain, the pain of a soul's agony. It seemed to have descended the stair to him. The next instant Donal was feeling his way up, cautiously, as if on each succeeding step he might come against the man who had groaned. Tales of haunted houses rushed into his memory. What if he were but pursuing the groan of an actor in the past, a creature the slave of his own conscious memory, a mere haunter of the present, which he could not influence, one without physical relation to the embodied, save in the groans he could yet utter. But it was more in awe than in fear that he went. Up and up he felt his way, all about him as still as darkness and the night could make it. A ghostly cold crept through his skin. It was drawn together as by a gently freezing process, and there was a pulling at the muscles of his chest, as if his mouth were being dragged open by a martingale. As he felt his way along the wall, sweeping its great endless circle round and round in spiral ascent, all at once his hand seemed to go through it. He started and stopped. It was the door of the room, into which he had been shown to meet the Earl. It stood wide open. A faint glimmer came through the window from the star-filled sky. He stepped just within the doorway. Was not that another glimmer on the floor, from the back of the room, through a door he did not remember having seen yesterday? There again was the groan, and nigh at hand. Someone must be in sore need. He approached the door, and looked through. A lamp, nearly spent, hung from the ceiling of a small room which might be an office or study, or a place where papers were kept. It had the look of an antechamber, but that it could not be, for there was but the one door. In the dim light he descried a vague form leaning up against one of the walls, as if listening to something through it. As he gazed, it grew plainer to him, and he saw a face, its eyes staring wide, which yet seemed not to see him. It was the face of the Earl. Donal felt as if in the presence of the disembodied. He stood fascinated, nor made attempt to retire or conceal himself. The figure turned its face to the wall, put the palms of its hands against it, and moved them up and down, and this way and that, then looked at them, and began to rub them against each other. Donal came to himself. He concluded it was a case of sleepwalking. He had read that it was dangerous to wake the sleeper, but that he seldom came to mischief when left alone, and was about to slip away as he had come, when the faint sound of a far-off chord crept through the silence. The Earl again laid his ear to the wall, but there was only silence. He went through the same dumb show as before, then turned as if to leave the place. Donal turned also, and hurriedly felt his way to the stair. Then first he was in danger of terror, for in stealing through the darkness from one who could find his way without his eyes, he seemed pursued by a creature not of this world. On the stair he went down a step or two, then lingered, and heard the Earl come on it also. He crept close to the newel, leaving the great width of the stair free, but the steps of the Earl went upward. Donal descended, sat down again at the bottom of the stair, and began again to wait. No sound came to him through the rest of the night. The slow hours rolled away, and the slow light drew nearer. Now and then he was on the point of falling into a doze, but would suddenly start wide awake, listening through a silence that seemed to fill the whole universe and deepen around the castle. At length he was aware that the darkness had, unobserved of him, grown weaker, that the approach of the light was sickening it. The day-spring was about to take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of its lap. He sought the long passage by which he had come, and felt his way to the other end. It would be safer to wait there if he could get no farther. But somehow he came to the foot of his own stair, and sped up as if it were the ladder of heaven. He threw himself on his bed, fell fast asleep, and did not wake till the sun was high. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 14. The Schoolroom. Old Simmons, the butler, woke him. "I was afraid something was the matter, sir. They tell me you did not come down last night, and breakfast has been waiting you 2 hours." "I should not have known where to find it," said Donal. "The knowledge of an old castle is not intuitive." "How long will you take to dress?" asked Simmons. 10 minutes, if there is any hurry," answered Donal. "I will come again in 20. Or, if you are willing to save an old man's bones, I will be at the bottom of the stair at that time to take charge of you. I would have looked after you yesterday, but his lordship was poorly, and I had to be in attendance on him till after midnight." Donal thought it impossible he should of himself have found his way to the schoolroom. With all he could do to remember the turnings, he found the endeavour hopeless, and gave it up with a not unpleasing despair. Through strange passages, through doors in all directions, upstairs and down they went, and at last came to a long, low room, barely furnished, with a pleasant outlook, and immediate access to the open air. The windows were upon a small grassy court, with a sun-dial in the centre. A door opened on a paved court. At one end of the room a table was laid with 10 times as many things as he could desire to eat, though he came to it with a good appetite. The butler himself waited upon him. He was a good-natured old fellow, with a nose somewhat too red for the ordinary wear of one in his responsible position. "I hope the Earl is better this morning," said Donal. "Well, I can't say. He's but a delicate man is the Earl, and has been so long as I have known him. He was with the army in India, and the sun, they say, give him a stroke, and ever since he have headaches that bad. But in between he seems pretty well, and nothing displeases him more than ask after his health, or how he slept the night. But he's a good master, and I hope to end my days with him. I'm not one as likes new faces and new places. One good place is enough for me, says I, so long as it is a good one. Take some of this game pie, sir." Donal made haste with his breakfast, and to Simmons' astonishment had ended when he thought him just well begun. "How shall I find Master Davy?" he asked. "He is wild to see you, sir. When I've cleared away, just have the goodness to ring this bell out of that window, and he'll be with you as fast as he can lay his feet to the ground." Donal rang the hand-bell. A shout mingled with the clang of it. Then came the running of swift feet over the stones of the court, and Davy burst into the room. "Oh, sir," he cried, "I am glad. It is good of you to come." "Well, you see, Davy," returned Donal, "everybody has got to do something to carry the world on a bit. My work is to help make a man of you. Only I can't do much except you help me. And if I find I am not making a good job of you, I shan't stop many hours after the discovery. If you want to keep me, you must mind what I say, and so help me to make a man of you." "It will be long before I am a man," said Davy rather disconsolately. "It depends on yourself. The boy that is longest in becoming a man is the boy that thinks himself a man before he is a bit like one." "Come then, let us do something," said Davy. "Come away," rejoined Donal. "What shall we do first?" "I don't know. You must tell me, sir." "What would you like best to do? I mean, if you might do what you pleased." Davy thought a little, then said, "I should like to write a book." "What kind of a book?" "A beautiful story." "Isn't it just as well to read such a book? Why should you want to write one?" "Because then I should have it go just as I wanted it. I am almost always, disappointed with the thing that comes next. But if I wrote it myself, then I shouldn't get tired of it. It would be what pleased me, and not what pleased somebody else." "Well," said Donal, after thinking for a moment, "suppose you begin to write a book." "Oh, that will be fun! Much better than learning verbs and nouns." "But the verbs and nouns are just the things that go to make a story, with not a few adjectives and adverbs, and a host of conjunctions, and, if it be a very moving story, a good many interjections. These all you have got to put together with good choice, or the story will not be one you would care to read. Perhaps you had better not begin till I see whether you know enough about those verbs and nouns to do the thing decently. Show me your school books." "There they all are, on that shelf. I haven't opened one of them since Percy came home. He laughed at them all, and so Archie, that's Lady Arctura, told him he might teach me himself, and he wouldn't, and she wouldn't, with him to laugh at her, and I've had such a jolly time ever since, reading books out of the library. Have you seen the library, Mr. Grant?" "No, I've seen nothing yet. Suppose we begin with a holiday, and you begin by teaching me." "Teaching you, sir? I'm not able to teach you." "Why, didn't you as much as offer to teach me the library? Can't you teach me this great old castle? And aren't you going to teach yourself to me?" "That would be a funny lesson, sir." "The least funny, the most serious lesson you could teach me. You are a book God has begun, and he has sent me to help him go on with it. So I must learn what he has written already before I try to do anything." "But you know what a boy is, sir. Why should you want to learn me?" "You might as well say that because I have read one or two books, I must know every book. To understand one boy helps to understand another, but every boy is a new boy, different from every other boy, and every one has to be understood." "Yes, for sometimes Archie won't hear me out, and I feel so cross with her I should like to give her a good box on the ear. What king was it, sir, that made the law that no lady, however disagreeable, was to have her ears boxed? Do you think it a good law, sir?" "It is good for you and me, anyhow." "And when Percy says, 'Oh, go away, don't bother,' I feel as if I could hit him hard. Yet if I happen to hurt him, I am so sorry. And why then should I want to hurt him?" "There's something in this little fellow," said Donal to himself. "Ah, why indeed?" he answered. "You see, you don't understand yourself yet." "No, indeed." "Then how could you think I should understand you all at once? And a boy must be understood, else what's to become of him? Fancy a poor boy living all day, and sleeping all night, and nobody understanding him. That would be dreadful. But you will understand me?" "Only a little. I'm not wise enough to understand any boy." But isn't that what you said you came for? I thought—" "Yes," answered Donal, "that is what I came for. But if I fancied I quite understood any boy, that would be a sure sign I did not understand him. There is one who understands every boy, as well as if there were no other boy in the whole world." "Then why doesn't every boy go to him when he can't get fair play?" "Ah, why? That is just what I want you to do. He can do better than give you fair play even. He can make you give other people fair play, and delight in it." "Tell me where he is." "That is what I have to teach you. Mere telling is not much use. Telling is what makes people think they know when they do not, and makes them foolish." "What is his name?" "I will not tell you that just yet, for then you would think you knew him, when you knew next to nothing about him. Look here, look at this book," he went on, pulling a copy of Boethius from his pocket. "Look at the name on the back of it. It is the name of the man that wrote the book." Davy spelled it out. Now you know all about the book, don't you?" "No, sir, I don't know anything about it." "Well then, my father's name is Robert Grant. You know now what a good man he is." "No, I don't. I should like to see him, though." "You would love him if you did. But you see now that knowing the name of a person does not make you know the person." "But you said, sir, that if you told me the name of that person, I should fancy I knew all about him." "I don't fancy I know all about your father now you have told me his name." "You have me there," answered Donal. "I did not say quite what I ought to have said. I should have said that when we know a little about a person, and are used to hearing his name, then we are ready to think we know all about him. I heard a man the other day, a man who had never spoken to your father, talk as if he knew all about him." "I think I understand," said Davy. To confess ignorance is to lose respect with the ignorant who would appear to know. But there is a worse thing than to lose the respect even of the wise, to deserve to lose it. And that he does who would gain a respect that does not belong to him. But a confession of ignorance is a ground of respect with a well-bred child, and even with many ordinary boys will raise a man's influence. They recognize his loyalty to the truth. Act truth is infinitely more than fact truth. The love of the truth infinitely beyond the knowledge of it. They went out together, and when they had gone the round of the place outside, Davy would have taken him over the house, but Donal said they would leave something for another time, and made him lie down for 10 minutes. This the boy thought a great hardship, but Donal saw that he needed to be taught to rest. 10 times in those 10 minutes he was on the point of jumping up, but Donal found a word sufficient to restrain him. When the 10 minutes were over, he set him an addition sum. The boy protested he knew all the rules of arithmetic. "But," said Donal, "I must know that you know them. That is my business. Do this one, however easy it is." The boy obeyed, and brought him the sum, incorrect. "Now, Davy," said Donal, "you said you knew all about addition, but you have not done this sum correctly." "I have only made a blunder, sir." "But a rule is no rule if it is not carried out. Everything goes on the supposition of its being itself, and not something else. People that talk about good things without doing them are left out. You are not master of addition until your addition is to be depended upon." The boy found it hard to fix his attention. To fix it on something he did not yet understand would be too hard. He must learn to do so in the pursuit of accuracy where he already understood. Then he would not have to fight 2 difficulties at once, that of understanding and that of fixing his attention. But for a long time he never kept him more than a quarter of an hour at work on the same thing. When he had done the sum correctly, and a second without need of correction, he told him to lay his slate aside, and he would tell him a fairy story. Therein he succeeded tolerably, in the opinion of Davy wonderfully. What a tutor this was, who let fairies into the schoolroom! The tale was of no very original construction, the youngest brother gaining in the path of righteousness what the elder brothers lose through masterful selfishness. A man must do a thing because it is right, even if he die for it. But truth were poor indeed if it did not bring at last all things subject to it. As beauty and truth are one, so are truth and strength one. Must God be ever on the cross that we poor worshippers may pay him our highest honour? Is it not enough to know that if the devil were the greater, yet would not God do him homage, but would hang forever on his cross? Truth is joy and victory. The true hero is adjudged to bliss, nor can in the nature of things, that is, of God, escape it. He who holds by life and resists death must be victorious. His very life is a slaying of death. A man may die for his opinion, and may only be living to himself. A man who dies for the truth dies to himself and to all that is not true. "What a beautiful story!" cried Davy when it ceased. "Where did you get it, Mr. Grant?" "Where all stories come from." "Where is that?" "The Think Book." "What a funny name! I never heard it. Will it be in the library?" "No, it is in no library. It is the book God is always writing at one end and blotting out at the other. It is made of thoughts, not words. It is the Think Book." "Now I understand. You got the story out of your own head." "Yes, perhaps. But how did it get into my head?" "I can't tell that. Nobody can tell that." "Nobody can that never goes up above his own head. that never shuts the think-book and stands upon it. When one does, then the think-book swells to a great mountain, and lifts him up above all the world. Then he sees where the stories come from, and how they get into his head. Are you to have a ride today? I ride or not, just as I like. Well, we will now do just as we both like, I hope, and it will be 2 likes instead of 1. That is, if we are true friends. We shall be true friends, that we shall. How can that be, between a little boy like you and a grown man like me? By me being good. By both of us being good. No other way. If one of us only was good, we could never be true friends. I must be good as well as you, else we shall never understand each other. How kind you are, Mr. Grant. You treat me just like another one, said Davy. But we must not forget that I am the big one, and you the little one, and that we can't be the other one to each other, except the little one does what the big one tells him. That's the way to fit into each other. Oh, of course, answered Davy, as if there could not be 2 minds about that. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 15. Horse and Man. During the first day, and the next, Donal did not even come in sight of any other of the family. But on the 3rd day, after their short early school, for he seldom let Davy work till he was tired, and never after, going with him through the stable-yard, they came upon Lord Forgue as he mounted his horse, a nervous, fiery, thin-skinned thoroughbred. The moment his master was on him, he began to back and rear. Forgue gave him a cut with his whip. He went wild, plunging and dancing and kicking. The young lord was a horseman in the sense of having a good seat, but he knew little about horses. They were to him creatures to be compelled, not friends with whom to hold sweet concert. He had not learned that to rule ill is worse than to obey ill. Kings may be worse than it is in the power of any subject to be. As he was raising his arm for a second useless, cruel, and dangerous blow, Donal darted to the horse's head. "You mustn't do that, my lord," he said. "You'll drive him mad." But the worst part of Forgue's nature was uppermost. In his rage, all the vices of his family rushed to the top. He looked down on Donal with a fury checked only by contempt. "Keep off," he said, "or it will be the worse for you. What do you know about horses?" "Enough to know that you are not fair to him. I will not let you strike the poor animal. Just look at this water chain." "Hold your tongue, and stand away, or by—" "You will not fright me, sir," said Donal, whose English would, for years, upon any excitement, turn cowardly and run away, leaving his mother tongue to bear the brunt. "I'm no timorsome." Forgue brought down his whip with a great stinging blow upon Donal's shoulder and back. The fierce blood of the Highland Celt rushed to his brain, and had not the man in him held by God and trampled on the devil, there might then have been miserable work. But though he clenched his teeth, he fettered his hands, and ruled his tongue, and the master of men was master still. "My lord," he said, after one instant's thunderous silence, "there's that in me would think as little o' throttling ye, as ye do o' ill-using your poor beast. But I'm not going to drop his quarrel, and take up my own. That would be cowardly." Here he patted the creature's neck, and recovering his composure and his English, went on. "I tell you, my lord, the curb chain is too tight. The animal is suffering as you can have no conception of, or you would pity him." "Let him go," cried Forgue, "or I will make you." He raised his whip again, the more enraged that the groom stood looking on with his mouth open. "I tell your lordship," said Donal, "it is my turn to strike, and if you hit the animal again before that chain is slackened, I will pitch you out of the saddle." For answer, Forgue struck the horse over the head. The same moment he was on the ground. Donal had taken him by the leg and thrown him off. He was not horseman enough to keep hold of the reins, and Donal led the horse a little way off, and left him to get up in safety. The poor animal was pouring with sweat, shivering and trembling, yet throwing his head back every moment. Donal could scarcely undo the chain. It was twisted. His lordship had fastened it himself, and sharp edges pressed his jaw at the least touch of the rein. He had not yet rehooked it, when Forgue was upon him with a second blow of his whip. The horse was scared afresh at the sound, and it was all he could do to hold him, but he succeeded at length in calming him. When he looked about him, Forgue was gone. He led the horse into the stable, put him in his stall, and proceeded to unsaddle him. Then first he was re-aware of the presence of Davy. The boy was stamping, with fierce eyes and white face, choking with silent rage. "Davy, my child," said Donal, and Davy recovered his power of speech. "I'll go and tell my father," he said, and made for the stable door. "Which of us are you going to tell upon?" asked Donal with a smile. "Percy, of course!" he replied, almost with a scream. "You are a good man, Mr. Grant, and he is a bad fellow. My father will give it him well. He doesn't often, but oh, can't he just! To dare to strike you! I'll go to him at once, whether he's in bed or not." "No, you won't, my boy. Listen to me. Some people think it's a disgrace to be struck. I think it a disgrace to strike. I have a right over your brother by that blow, and I mean to keep it, for his good. You didn't think I was afraid of him? No, no, anybody could see you weren't a bit afraid of him. I would have struck him again if he had killed me for it." "I don't doubt you would, but when you understand, you will not be so ready to strike. I could have killed your brother more easily than held his horse. You don't know how strong I am, or what a blow of my fist would be to a delicate fellow like that. I hope his fall has not hurt him." "I hope it has. A little, I mean. Only a little," said the boy, looking in the face of his tutor. "But tell me why you did not strike him. It would be good for him to be well beaten." "It will, I hope, be better for him to be well forgiven. He will be ashamed of himself the sooner, I think. But why I did not strike him was, that I am not my own master." "But my father, I am sure, would not have been angry with you. He would have said you had a right to do it." "Perhaps, but the Earl is not the master I mean." "Who is then?" "Jesus Christ." Oh. He says I must not return evil for evil, a blow for a blow. I don't mind what people say about it. He would not have me disgrace myself. He never even threatened those that struck him." "But he wasn't a man, you know." "Not a man? What was he then?" "He was God, you know." "And isn't God a man, and ever so much more than a man?" The boy made no answer, and Donal went on. "Do you think God would have his child do anything disgraceful?" "Why, Davy, you don't know your own father. What God wants of us is to be downright honest, and do what he tells us without fear." Davy was silent. His conscience reproved him, as the conscience of a true-hearted boy will reprove him at the very mention of the name of God, until he sets himself consciously to do his will. Donal said no more, and they went for their walk. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 16. Colloquies. In the evening, Donal went to see Andrew Comyn. "Well, how are you getting on with the Earl?" asked the cobbler. "You set me a good example of saying nothing about him," answered Donal, "and I will follow it, at least till I know more. I have scarce seen him yet." "That's right," returned the cobbler with satisfaction. "I'm thinking ye'll be one of the few that can rule their own house. That is, hold their own tongues till the hour for speech be come. Stick ye to that, my dear sir, and more'll be weel nor in general as weel. I'm come to ye for a bit of help, though. I want light upon a question that's long troubled me. What think ye? How far does the command laid upon us, as to warfare tween man and man, reach? Are we never to raise the hand to human being, think ye?" "Well, I have thought a heap about it, and I dare not say that I'm just absolute clear upon the matter. But there may be part clear where all's not clear, and by what we understand we come the nearer to what we do not understand. There's one thing unco plain, 'at we're on no account to return evil for evil. Anybody 'at calls himself a Christian maun understand that muckle. We're to give no place to revenge, inside or out. Therefore we're no to give blow for blow. Gin a man hit ye, you're to take it in God's name. But whether things may not come to a point whereat you're bound, still in God's name, to defend the life God has given you, I canna say.
I hadna the light to justify me in denying it. There mun surely, I said to myself, be a time when a man may have to do what God does so often, make use of the strong hand. But it's clear he munna do it in rage. That's o'er near hate, and hate's the devil's own. A man may, gin he live very near the Lord, be whiles angry unsinned. But the wrath of man worketh not the righteousness of God, and the wrath that rises in the midst of encounter is no like to be of the nature of divine wrath. To win at it, gin it be possible, let's consider the Lord, how he did. There's no word of him ever lifting hand to protect himself. The only thing like it was for others. To gar them let his disciples alone, maybe till they were like enough to themselves not to run, he put out mair his hand upon them that came to take him. He struck them sair with the power itself that moves all arms. But not very sair, neither. He but knocked them down, just to let them ken they were to do as he bade them, and let his folk be. And maybe to let them ken it, gin he let them take him, it was not that he couldna hinder them gin he liked. I canna help thinking we may stand up for other folk, and I'm not saying that we arena to defend ourselves frae a set attack with design, but there's something of mair importance yet nor kenning the right of any question. What can that be? What can be of mair importance nor doing right in the sight of God? Said Donal. Being right with the very thought of God, so that we cannot mistake, but mun ken just what he would have done. That's the big right, the mother of all the love of the rights. That's to be as the Maester was. Onygate, whatever we do, it mun be such as to be done, and it mun be done in the name of God. When we do nothing, we mun do that nothing in the name of God. A body may weel say, O Lord, thou hast not letten me see what I ought to do, so I'll do nothing. Gin a man ought to defend himself, but disna do it, 'cause he thinks God wouldna have him do it, will God leave him undefent for that? Or gin a body stands up in the name of God, and fronts an army of enemies, div ye think God'll forsake him 'cause he's made a mistake? Whatever's done wanting faith mun be sin, it cannot help it. Whatever's done in faith cannot be sin, though it may be a mistake. Only let not a man take presumption for faith. That's a fearsome mistake, for it's just the opposite. I thank ye, said Donal. I'll consider with my best endeavour what ye have said. But of all things, resumed the cobbler, look at ye love fair play. Fair play's a wonderful word, a grand thing constantly lost sight of. Man, I have been trying to win at the doing of the right this many a year, but I dare not yet let myself act upon the spur of the moment where my own interest's concerned. My own side might yet blind me to the other man's side of the business. Anybody can understand his own right, but it takes trouble and thought to understand what another counts his right. Two rights cannot weel clash. It's a wrong and a right, or part wrong and a part right it clashes. Gin abody did that, I doubt there would be few fortunes made, said Donal. About that I canna say, no kennin. I dare not discover a law where I had not knowledge. But this same fair play lies, along with love, at the very root and foundation of the universe. The theologians had a glimmer of the fact when they made so muckle of justice, only their justice is such a miserable small bit plaster image of justice, and it must gars an honest body laugh. They seem to me like shepherds that rave down the doorposts, and syne block up the door with them. Donal told him of the quarrel he had had with Lord Forgue, and asked him whether he thought he had done right. Well, answered the cobbler, I'm as far frae blaming you as I am frae justifying the young lord. He seems to me a fine kind of a lad, said Donal, though some o'erbearing. The likes of him are mair to be excused for that nor other folk, for they hae great disadvantages in the position and the upbringing. It's no easy for him that's brought up a lord to believe he's just one with the lave. Donal went for a stroll through the town, and met the minister, but he took no notice of him. He was greatly annoyed at the march which he said the fellow had stolen upon him, and regarded him as one who had taken an unfair advantage of him. But he had little influence at the castle. The Earl never by any chance went to church. His niece, Lady Arctura, did, however, and held the minister for an authority at things spiritual, one of whom living water was to be had without money and without price. But what she counted spiritual things were very common earthly stuff, and for the water, it was but stagnant water from the ditches of a sham theology. Only what was a poor girl to do who did not know how to feed herself, but apply to one who pretended to be able to feed others? How was she to know that he could not even feed himself? Out of many a difficulty she thought he helped her, only the difficulty would presently clasp her again, and she must deal with it as she best could, until a new one made her forget it, and go to the minister, or rather to his daughter, again. She was one of those who feel the need of some help to live.
some upholding that is not of themselves, but who, through the stupidity of teachers unconsciously false, men so unfit that they do not know they are unfit, direct their efforts first towards having correct notions, then to work up the feelings that belong to those notions. She was an honest girl so far as she had been taught, perhaps not so far as she might have been without having been taught. How was she to think aright with scarce a glimmer of God's truth? How was she to please God, as she called it, who thought of him in a way repulsive to every loving soul? How was she to be accepted of God, who did not accept her own neighbour, but looked down, without knowing it, upon so many of her fellow creatures? How should such a one either enjoy or recommend her religion? It would have been the worse for her if she had enjoyed it, the worse for others if she had recommended it. Religion is simply the way home to the Father. There was little of the path in her religion except the difficulty of it. The true way is difficult enough because of our unchildlikeness. Uphill, steep, and difficult, but there is fresh life on every surmounted height, a purer air gained, ever more life for more climbing. But the path that is not the true one is not therefore easy. Uphill is hard walking, but through a bog is worse. Those who seek God with their faces not even turned towards him, who, instead of beholding the Father in the Son, take the stupidest opinions concerning him and his ways from other men, what should they do but go wandering on dark mountains, spending their strength in avoiding precipices and getting out of bogs, mourning and sighing over their sins, instead of leaving them behind and fleeing to the Father, whom to know is eternal life? Did they but set themselves to find out what Christ knew and meant and commanded, and then to do it, they would soon forget their false teachers. But alas, they go on bowing before long-faced, big-worded authority, the more fatally when it is embodied in a good man who, himself a victim to faith in men, sees the Son of God only through the theories of others, and not with the sight of his own spiritual eyes. Donal had not yet seen the lady. He neither ate, sat, nor held intercourse with the family. Away from Davy, he spent his time in his tower chamber, or out of doors. All the grounds were open to him, except a walled garden on the southeastern slope, looking towards the sea, which the Earl kept for himself, though he rarely walked in it. On the side of the hill away from the town was a large park reaching down to the river, and stretching a long way up its bank, with fine trees and glorious outlooks to the sea in one direction, and to the mountains in the other. Here Donal would often wander, now with a book, now with Davy. The boy's presence was rarely an interruption to his thoughts when he wanted to think. Sometimes he would throw himself on the grass and read aloud. Then Davy would throw himself beside him, and let the words he could not understand flow over him in a spiritual cataract. On the river was a boat, and though at first he was awkward enough in the use of the oars, he was soon able to enjoy thoroughly a row up or down the stream, especially in the twilight. He was alone with his book under a beech tree on a steep slope to the river, the day after his affair with Lord Forgue. Reading aloud, he did not hear the approach of his lordship. "Mr. Grant," he said, "if you will say you are sorry you threw me from my horse, I will say I am sorry I struck you." "I am very sorry," said Donal, rising, "that it was necessary to throw you from your horse, and perhaps your lordship may remember that you struck me before I did so." "That has nothing to do with it. I propose an accommodation, or compromise, or what you choose to call it. If you will do the one, I will do the other. What I think I ought to do, my lord, I do without bargaining. I am not sorry I threw you from your horse, and to say so would be to lie." "Of course everybody thinks himself in the right," said his lordship with a small sneer. "It does not follow that no one is ever in the right," returned Donal. "Does your lordship think you were in the right, either towards me or the poor animal who could not obey you because he was in torture?" "I don't say I do." "Then everybody does not think himself in the right." "I take your lordship's admission as an apology." "By no means. When I make an apology, I will do it. I will not sneak out of it." He was evidently at strife with himself. He knew he was wrong, but could not yet bring himself to say so. It is one of the poorest of human weaknesses that a man should be ashamed of saying he has done wrong, instead of so ashamed of having done wrong that he cannot rest till he has said so, for the shame cleaves fast until the confession removes it. Forgue walked away a step or two, and stood with his back to Donal, poking the point of his stick into the grass. All at once he turned and said, "I will apologize if you will tell me one thing." "I will tell you whether you apologize or not," said Donal. "I have never asked you to apologize." "Tell me then why you did not return either of my blows yesterday." "I should like to know why you ask. But I will answer you. Simply because to do so would have been to disobey my master. That's a sort of thing I don't understand. But I only wanted to know it was not cowardice. I could not make an apology to a coward." "If I were a coward, you would owe me an apology all the same, and he is a poor creature who will not pay his debts. But I hope it is not necessary I should either thrash or insult your lordship to convince you I fear you no more than that blackbird there." Forgue gave a little laugh. A moment's pause followed. Then he held out his hand, but in a half-hesitating, almost sheepish way. "Well, well, shake hands," he said. "No, my lord," returned Donal. "I bear your lordship not the slightest ill will, but I will shake hands with no one in a half-hearted way, and no other way is possible while you are uncertain whether I am a coward or not." So saying, he threw himself again upon the grass, and Lord Forgue walked away, offended afresh. The next morning he came into the schoolroom where Donal sat at lessons with Davy. He had a book in his hand. "Mr. Grant," he said, "will you help me with this passage in Xenophon?" "With all my heart," answered Donal, and in a few moments had him out of his difficulty. But instead of going, his lordship sat down a little way off, and went on with his reading. Sat until master and pupil went out, and left him sitting there. The next morning he came with a fresh request, and Donal found occasion to approve warmly of a translation he proposed. From that time he came almost every morning. He was no great scholar, but with the prospect of an English university before him, thought it better to read a little. The housekeeper at the castle was a good woman, and very kind to Donal, feeling perhaps that he fell to her care the more that he was by birth of her own class, for it was said in the castle, "The tutor makes no pretence to being a gentleman." Whether he was the more or the less of one on that account, I leave my reader to judge according to his capability. Sometimes when his dinner was served, Mistress Brookes would herself appear, to ensure proper attention to him, and would sit down and talk to him while he ate, ready to rise and serve him if necessary. Their early days had had something in common, though she came from the southern highlands of green hills and more sheep. She gave him some rather needful information about the family, and he soon perceived that there would have been less peace in the house but for her good temper and good sense. Lady Arctura was the daughter of the last Lord Morven, and left sole heir to the property. Forgue and his brother Davy were the sons of the present earl. The present lord was the brother of the last, and had lived with him for some years before he succeeded. He was a man of peculiar and studious habits. Nobody ever seemed to take to him, and since his wife's death his health had been precarious. Though a strange man, he was a just, if not generous, master. His brother had left him guardian to Lady Arctura, and he had lived in the castle as before. His wife was a very lovely but delicate woman, and latterly all but confined to her room. Since her death a great change had passed upon her husband. Certainly his behaviour was sometimes hard to understand. "He never gangs to the kirk, not once in a 12-month," said Mrs. Brookes. "Folks would be decent, and who ever heard o' decent folk 'at didna gang to the kirk once in the Sabbath? I dinna hold with going twice mysel'. Ye hae no time to read your own chapters gien ye do that. But the man's a weel-behaved man, so far as ye see, neither saying nor doing the thing he shouldna. What he may think, who's to say? The mair tender conscience counts itself the worse sinner, and I'm not going to think what I canna ken. There's some 'at says he led a gey loose kind of a life afore he came to bide with the old Earl. He was with the army of foreign parts, they say, but about that I ken naething. The old Earl was something of a saint himsel', rest the bones of him. We're not the judges of the living any more nor of the dead. But I'm on a way to look after things. A minute's an hour lost with the fool lasses. Ye're a friend of Andrew Coleman's, they tell me, sir. I dinna ken what to do with his lass, she's that upsettin'. You would think she was one of the family whiles, and other whiles she's that silly." "I'm sorry to hear it," said Donal. "Her grandfather and grandmother are the best of good people." "I daresay, but there's just what I ha' seen. Them 'at's brought up their own well enough, their sons bear and they'll just let gang. Either they're tired of the thing, or they think they're safe. They ha' lippet till young Eppy a heap o'er muckle. But I'm neither a prophet nor the son of a prophet, as the minister said last Sunday, and said well, honest man, for it's the plain truth. He's not one of the major nor yet the minor ones. But hold him out o' the pulpit, and he does not that ill.
His daughter's not an ill lass either, and a great friend o' my lady's. But I'm clean ashamed o' myself to gang on this gait. Ha' ye done with your dinner, Mr. Grant? Well, I'll just send it clear away, and let ye till your lessons.
End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 17. Lady Arctura. It was now almost 3 weeks since Donal had become an inmate of the castle, and he had scarcely set his eyes on the lady of the house. Once he had seen her back, and more than once had caught a glimpse of her profile, but he had never really seen her face, and they had never spoken to each other. One afternoon he was sauntering along under the overhanging boughs of an avenue of beeches, formerly the approach to a house in which the family had once lived, but which had now another entrance. He had in his hand a copy of the Apocrypha, which he had never seen till he found this in the library. In his usual fashion he had begun to read it through, and was now in the book called the Wisdom of Solomon, at the 17th chapter, narrating the discomfiture of certain magicians. Taken with the beauty of the passage, he sat down on an old stone roller, and read aloud. Parts of the passage were these. They will enrich my page. For they that promised to drive away terrors and troubles from a sick soul, were sick themselves of fear, worthy to be laughed at. For wickedness, condemned by her own witness, is very timorous, and being pressed with conscience, always forecasteth grievous things. But they sleeping the same sleep that night, which was indeed intolerable, and which came upon them out of the bottoms of inevitable hell, were partly vexed with monstrous apparitions, and partly fainted, their heart failing them, for a sudden fear, and not looked for, came upon them. So then whosoever there fell down was straitly kept, shut up in a prison without iron bars. For whether he were husbandman, or shepherd, or a labourer in the field, he was overtaken, and endured that necessity which could not be avoided, for they were all bound with one chain of darkness. Whether it were a whistling wind, or a melodious noise of birds among the spreading branches, or a pleasing fall of water running violently, or a terrible sound of stones cast down, or a running that could not be seen of skipping beasts, or a roaring voice of most savage wild beasts, or a rebounding echo from the hollow mountains, these things made them to swoon for fear. For the whole world shined with clear light, and none were hindered in their labour. Over them only was spread a heavy night, an image of that darkness which should afterward receive them. But yet were they unto themselves more grievous than the darkness. He had read so much and stopped to think a little, for through the incongruity of it, which he did not doubt arose from poverty of imagination in the translator, rendering him unable to see what the poet meant, ran yet an indubitable vein of awful truth. Whether fully intended by the writer or not, mattered little to such a reader as Donal. When, lifting his eyes, he saw Lady Arctura standing before him with a strange listening look. A spell seemed upon her. Her face was white, her lips white and a little parted. Attracted, as she was about to pass him, by the sound of what was none the less like the Bible from the solemn crooning way in which Donal read it to the congregation of his listening thoughts, yet was certainly not the Bible, she was presently fascinated by the vague terror of what she heard, and stood absorbed. Without much originative power, she had an imagination prompt and delicate and strong in response. Donal had but a glance of her. His eyes returned again at once to his book, and he sat silent and motionless, though not seeing a word. For one instant she stood still, then he heard the soft sound of her dress as, with noiseless foot, she stole back, and took another way. I must give my reader a shadow of her. She was rather tall, slender, and fair, but her hair was dark, and so crinkly that, when merely parted, it did all the rest itself. Her forehead was rather low, her eyes were softly dark, and her features very regular, her nose perhaps hardly large enough, or her chin. Her mouth was rather thin-lipped, but would have been sweet except for a seemingly habitual expression of pain. A pair of dark brows overhung her sweet eyes, and gave a look of doubtful temper, yet restored something of the strength lacking a little in nose and chin. It was an interesting, not a quite harmonious face, and in happiness might, Donal thought, be beautiful even. Her figure was eminently graceful, as Donal saw when he raised his eyes at the sound of her retreat. He thought she needed not have run away as from something dangerous. Why did she not pass him like any other servant of the house? But what seemed to him like contempt did not hurt him. He was too full of realities to be much affected by opinion, however shown. Besides, he had had his sorrow and had learned his lesson. He was a poet, but one of the few without any weak longing after listening ears. The poet whose poetry needs an audience can be but little of a poet. Neither can the poetry that is of no good to the man himself be of much good to anybody else. There are the song poets and the life poets, or rather, the God poems. Sympathy is lovely and dear, chiefly when it comes unsought. But the fame after which so many would-be, yea, so many real poets sigh, is poorest froth. Donal could sing his songs like the birds, content with the blue heaven or the sheep for an audience, or any passing angel that cared to listen. On the hillsides he would sing them aloud, but it was of the merest natural necessity. A look of estrangement on the face of a friend, a look of suffering on that of any animal, would at once and sorely affect him, but not a disparaging expression on the face of a comparative stranger, were she the loveliest woman he had ever seen. He was little troubled about the world, because little troubled about himself. Lady Arctura and Lord Forgue lived together like brother and sister, apparently without much in common, and still less of misunderstanding. There would have been more chance of their taking a fancy to each other if they had not been brought up together. They were now little together, and never alone together. Very few visitors came to the castle, and then only to call. Lord Morven seldom saw anyone, his excuse being his health. But Lady Arctura was on terms of intimacy with Sophia Carmichael, the minister's daughter, to whom her father had communicated his dissatisfaction with the character of Donal, and poured out his indignation at his conduct. He ought to have left the parish at once, whereas he had instead secured for himself the best, the only situation in it, without giving him a chance of warning his lordship. The more injustice her father spoke against him, the more Miss Carmichael condemned him, for she was a good daughter, and looked up to her father as the wisest and best man in the parish. Very naturally, therefore, she repeated his words to Lady Arctura. She, in her turn, conveyed them to her uncle. He would not, however, pay much attention to them. The thing was done, he said. He had himself seen and talked with Donal, and liked him. The young man had himself told him of the clergyman's disapprobation. He would request him to avoid all reference to religious subjects. Therewith he dismissed the matter, and forgot all about it. Anything requiring an effort of the will, an arrangement of ideas, or thought as to mode, his lordship would not encounter. Nor was anything to him of such moment that he must do it at once. Lady Arctura did not again refer to the matter. Her uncle was not one to take liberties with, least of all to press to action. But she continued painfully doubtful whether she was not neglecting her duty, trying to persuade herself that she was waiting only till she should have something definite to say of her own knowledge against him. And now what was she to conclude from his reading the Apocrypha? The fact was not to be interpreted to his advantage. Was he not reading what was not the Bible, as if it were the Bible, and when he might have been reading the Bible itself? Besides, the Apocrypha came so near the Bible when it was not the Bible. It must be at least rather wicked. At the same time, she could not drive from her mind the impressiveness both of the matter she had heard, and his manner of reading it. The strong sound of judgment and condemnation in it came home to her. She could not have told how or why, except generally because of her sins. She was one of those, not very few, I think, who from conjunction of a lovely conscience with an ill-instructed mind are doomed for a season to much suffering. She was largely different from her friend. The religious opinions of the latter, they were in reality rather metaphysical than religious, and bad either way, though she clung to them with all the tenacity of a creature with claws, occasioned her not an atom of mental discomposure. Perhaps that was in part why she clung to them. They were as she would have them. She did not trouble herself about what God required of her, beyond holding the doctrine, the holding of which guaranteed, as she thought, her future welfare. Conscience toward God had very little to do with her opinions, and her heart still less. Her head, on the contrary, perhaps rather her memory, was considerably occupied with the matter. Nothing she held had ever been by her regarded on its own merits, that is, on its individual claim to truth. If it had been handed down by her church, that was enough. To support it she would search out text after text, and press it into the service. Any meaning but that which the church of her fathers gave to a passage must be of the devil, and every man opposed to the truth who saw in that meaning anything but truth. It was indeed impossible Miss Carmichael should see any meaning but that, even if she had looked for it. She was nowise qualified for discovering truth, not being herself true. What she saw and loved in the doctrines of her church was not the truth, but the assertion. And whoever questioned, not to say the doctrine, but even the proving of it by any particular passage, was a dangerous person, and unsound. All the time her acceptance and defence of any doctrine made not the slightest difference to her life, as indeed how should it? Such was the only friend Lady Arctura had. But the conscience and heart of the younger woman were alive to a degree that boded ill either for the doctrine that stinted their growth, or the nature unable to cast it off. Miss Carmichael was a woman about 26, and had been a woman, like too many Scotch girls, long before she was out of her teens. A human flower, cut and dried. An unpleasant specimen, and by no means valuable from its scarcity. Self-sufficient, assured, with scarce shyness enough for modesty, handsome and hard, she was essentially a self-glorious Philistine. Nor would she be anything better till something was sent to humble her, though what spiritual engine might be equal to the task was not for man to imagine. She was clever, but her cleverness made nobody happier. She had great confidence, but her confidence gave courage to no one, and took it from many. She had little fancy, and less imagination than any other I ever knew. The divine wonder was, that she had not yet driven the delicate, truth-loving Arctura mad. From her childhood, she had had the ordering of all her opinions. Whatever Sophie Carmichael said, Lady Arctura never thought of questioning. A lie is indeed a thing in its nature unbelievable. But there is a false belief always ready to receive the false truth, and there is no end to the mischief the two can work. The awful punishment of untruth in the inward parts is that the man is given over to believe a lie. Lady Arctura was in herself a gentle creature, who shrank from either giving or receiving a rough touch. But she had an inherited pride, by herself unrecognized as such, which made her capable of hurting as well as being hurt. Next to the doctrines of the Scottish Church, she respected her own family. It had in truth no other claim to respect than that its little good and much evil had been done before the eyes of a large part of many generations. Whence she was born to think herself distinguished, and to imagine a claim for the acknowledgment of distinction upon all, except those of greatly higher rank than her own. This inborn arrogance was in some degree modified by respect for the writers of certain books, not one of whom was of any regard in the eyes of the thinkers of the age. Of any writers of power, beyond those of the Bible, either in this country or another, she knew nothing. Yet she had a real instinct for what was good in literature, and of the writers to whom I have referred, she not only liked the worthiest best, but liked best their best things. I need hardly say they were all religious writers, for the keen conscience and obedient heart of the girl had made her very early turn herself towards the quarter where the sun ought to rise, the quarter where all night long gleams the auroral hope. But unhappily she had not gone direct to the heavenly well in earthly ground, the words of the Master himself. How could she? From very childhood, her mind had been filled with traditionary utterances concerning the divine character and the divine plans, the merest inventions of men far more desirous of understanding what they were not required to understand than of doing what they were required to do. Whence their crude and false utterances concerning a God of their own fancy, in whom it was a good man's duty, in the name of any possible God, to disbelieve. And just because she was true, authority had immense power over her. The very sweetness of their nature forbids such to doubt the fitness of others. She had besides had a governess of the orthodox type, a large proportion of whose teaching was of the worst heresy, for it was lies against him who is light, and in whom is no darkness at all. Her doctrines were so many smoked glasses held up between the mind of her pupil and the glory of the living God. Nor had she once directed her gaze to the very likeness of God, the face of Jesus Christ. Had Arctura set herself to understand him, the knowledge of whom is eternal life, she would have believed none of these false reports of him. But she had not yet met with anyone to help her to cast aside the doctrines of men, and go face to face with the Son of Man, the visible God. First lie of all, she had been taught that she must believe so and so before God would let her come near him or listen to her. The old cobbler could have taught her differently, but she would have thought it improper to hold conversation with such a man, even if she had known him for the best man in Auchars. She was in sore and sad earnest to believe as she was told she must believe. Therefore, instead of beginning to do what Jesus Christ said, she tried hard to imagine herself one of the chosen, tried hard to believe herself the chief of sinners. There was no one to tell her that it is only the man who sees something of the glory of God, the height and depth and breadth and length of his love and unselfishness, not a child dabbling in stupid doctrines, that can feel like St. Paul. She tried to feel that she deserved to be burned in hell for ever and ever, and that it was boundlessly good of God, who made her so that she could not help being a sinner, to give her the least chance of escaping it. She tried to feel that, though she could not be saved without something which the God of perfect love could give her if he pleased, but might not please to give her, yet if she was not saved it would be all her own fault, and so ever the round of a great miserable treadmill of contradictions. For a moment she would be able to say this or that she thought she ought to say. The next the feeling would be gone, and she as miserable as before. Her friend made no attempt to imbue her with her own calm indifference, nor could she have succeeded had she attempted it. But though she had never been troubled herself, and that because she had never been in earnest, she did not find it the less easy to take upon her the role of a spiritual adviser, and gave no end of counsel for the attainment of assurance. She told her truly enough that all her trouble came of want of faith, but she showed her no one fit to believe in. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Donal Grant. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 18. A Clash. All this time, Donal had never again seen the Earl, neither had the latter shown any interest in Davy's progress. But Lady Arctura was full of serious anxiety concerning him. Heavily prejudiced against the tutor, she dreaded his influence on the mind of her little cousin. There was a small recess in the schoolroom. It had been a bay window, but from an architectural necessity arising from decay, it had, all except a narrow eastern light, been built up. And in this recess Donal was one day sitting with a book, while Davy was busy writing at the table in the middle of the room. It was past school hours, but the weather did not invite them out of doors, and Donal had given Davy a poem to copy. Lady Arctura came into the room. She had never entered it before since Donal came, and thinking he was alone, began to talk to the boy. She spoke in so gentle a tone that Donal, busy with his book, did not for some time distinguish a word she said. He never suspected she was unaware of his presence. By degrees her voice grew a little louder, and by these words reached him. "You know, Davy dear, every sin, whatever it is, deserves God's wrath and curse, both in this life and that which is to come. And if it had not been that Jesus Christ gave himself to turn away his anger and satisfy his justice by bearing the punishment for us, God would send us all to the place of misery for ever and ever. It is for his sake, not for ours, that he pardons us." She had not yet ceased when Donal rose in the wrath of love, and came out into the room. "Lady Arctura," he said, "I dare not sit still and hear such false things uttered against the blessed God." Lady Arctura started in dire dismay, but in virtue of her breed and her pride recovered herself immediately, drew herself up, and said, "Mr. Grant, you forget yourself." "I'm very willing to do that, my lady," answered Donal, "but I must not forget the honour of my God." If you were a heathen woman, I might think whether the hour was come for enlightening you further. But to hear one who has had the Bible in her hands from her childhood say such things about the God who made her and sent his Son to save her, without answering a word for him, would be cowardly." "What do you know about such things? What gives you a right to speak?" said Lady Arctura. Her pride strength was already beginning to desert her. "I had a Christian mother," answered Donal, "have her yet, thank God, who taught me to love nothing but the truth. I have studied the Bible from my childhood, often whole days together when I was out with the cattle or the sheep, and I have tried to do what the Lord tells me, from nearly the earliest time I can remember. Therefore I am able to set to my seal that God is true, that he is light, and there is no darkness of unfairness or selfishness in him. I love God with my whole heart and soul, my lady." Arctura tried to say she too loved him so, but her conscience interfered, and she could not. "I don't say you don't love him," Donal went on, "but how you can love him and believe such things of him I don't understand. Whoever taught them first was a terrible liar against God, who is lovelier than all the imaginations of all his creatures can think." Lady Arctura swept from the room, though she was trembling from head to foot. At the door she turned and called Davy. The boy looked up in his tutor's face, mutely asking if he should obey her. "Go," said Donal. In less than a minute he came back, his eyes full of tears. "Archie says she is going to tell papa. Is it true, Mr. Grant, that you are a dangerous man? I do not believe it, though you do carry such a big knife." Donal laughed. "It is my grandfather's skein dhu," he said. "I mend my pens with it, you know. But it is strange, Davy, that when a body knows something other people don't, they should be angry with him. They will even think he wants to make them bad, when he wants to help them to be good." "But Archie is good, Mr. Grant." "I am sure she is. But she does not know so much about God as I do, or she would never say such things of him. We must talk about him more after this." "No, no, please, Mr. Grant, we won't say a word about him, for Archie says except you promise never to speak of God, she will tell papa and he will send you away." "Davy," said Donal with solemnity, "I would not give such a promise for the castle and all it contains. No, not to save your life and the life of everybody in it. For Jesus says, 'Whosoever denieth me before men, him will I deny before my Father in heaven.' And rather than that I would jump from the top of the castle. Why, Davy, would a man deny his own father or mother?" "I don't know," answered Davy. "I don't remember my mother." "I'll tell you what," said Donal with sudden inspiration. "I will promise not to speak about God at any other time, if she will promise to sit by when I do speak of him. Say once a week. Perhaps we shall do what he tells us all the better that we don't talk so much about him." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Grant! I will tell her," cried Davy, jumping up relieved. "Oh, thank you, Mr. Grant," he repeated. "I could not bear you to go away. I should never stop crying if you did. And you won't say any wicked things, will you? For Archie reads her Bible every day." "So do I, Davy." "Do you?" returned Davy. "I'll tell her that too, and then she will see she must have been mistaken." He hurried to his cousin with Donal's suggestion. It threw her into no small perplexity. First from doubt as to the propriety of the thing proposed. Next because of the awkwardness of it. Then from a sudden fear lest his specious tongue should lead herself into the by-paths of doubt, and to the castle of giant despair, at which indeed it was a gracious wonder she had not arrived ere now. What if she should be persuaded of things which it was impossible to believe and be saved? She did not see that such belief as she desired to have was in itself essential damnation. For what can there be in heaven or earth for a soul that believes in an unjust God? To rejoice in such a belief would be to be a devil, and to believe what cannot be rejoiced in is misery. No doubt a man may not see the true nature of the things he thinks he believes, but that cannot save him from the loss of not knowing God, whom to know is alone eternal life. For who can know him that believes evil things of him? That many a good man does believe such things only argues his heart not yet won towards him. To make his belief possible he must dwell on the good things he has learned about God, and not think about the bad things. And what would Sophia say? Lady Arctura would have sped to her friend for counsel before giving any answer to the audacious proposal, but she was just then from home for a fortnight, and she must resolve without her. She reflected also that she had not yet anything sufficiently definite to say to her uncle about the young man's false doctrine, and for herself concluded that, as she was well grounded for argument, knowing thoroughly the Shorter Catechism, with the proofs from Scripture of every doctrine it contained, it was foolish to fear anything from one who went in the strength of his own ignorant and presumptuous will, regardless of the opinions of the fathers of the Church, and accepting only such things as were pleasing to his unregenerate nature. But she hesitated, and after waiting for a week without receiving any answer to his proposal, Donal said to Davy, "We shall have a lesson in the New Testament to-morrow. You had better mention it to your cousin." The next morning he asked him if he had mentioned it. The boy said he had. "What did she say, Davy?" "Nothing, only looked strange," answered Davy. When the hour of noon was past, and Lady Arctura did not appear, Donal said, "Davy, we'll have our New Testament lesson out of doors. That is the best place for it." "It is the best place," responded Davy, jumping up. "But you're not taking your book, Mr. Grant." "Never mind, I will give you a lesson or two without book first." Just as they were leaving the room, appeared Lady Arctura with Miss Carmichael. "I understood," said the former, with not a little haughtiness, "that you—" She hesitated, and Miss Carmichael took up the word. "We wish to form our own judgment," she said, "on the nature of the religious instruction you give your pupil." "I invited Lady Arctura to be present when I taught him about God," said Donal. "Then are you not now going to do so?" said Arctura. "As your ladyship made no answer to my proposal, and school hours were over, I concluded you were not coming." "And you would not give the lesson without her ladyship," said Miss Carmichael. "Very right." "Excuse me," returned Donal, "we were going to have it out of doors." "But you had agreed not to give him any so-called religious instruction but in the presence of Lady Arctura." "By no means. I only offered to give it in her presence if she chose. There was no question of the lessons being given." Miss Carmichael looked at Lady Arctura, as much as to say, "Is he speaking the truth?" And if she replied, it was in the same fashion. Donal looked at Miss Carmichael. He did not at all relish her interference. He had never said he would give his lesson before any who chose to be present. But he did not see how to meet the intrusion. Neither could he turn back into the schoolroom, sit down, and begin. He put his hand on Davy's shoulder, and walked slowly towards the lawn. The ladies followed in silence. He sought to forget their presence, and be conscious only of his pupils and his masters. On the lawn he stopped suddenly. "Davy," he said, "where do you fancy the first lesson in the New Testament ought to begin?" "At the beginning," replied Davy. "When a thing is perfect, Davy, it is difficult to say what is the beginning of it. Show me one of your marbles." The boy produced from his pocket a pure white one, a real marble. "That is a good one for the purpose," remarked Donal. "Very smooth and white, with just one red streak in it. Now, where is the beginning of this marble?" "Nowhere," answered Davy. "If I should say everywhere?" suggested Donal. "Ah, yes," said the boy. "But I agree with you that it begins nowhere." "It can't do both." "Oh, yes, it can. It begins nowhere for itself, but everywhere for us. Only all its beginnings are endings, and all its endings are beginnings. Look here, suppose we begin at this red streak. It is just there we should end again. That is because it is a perfect thing. Well, there was one who said, 'I am Alpha and Omega,' the first Greek letter and the last, you know. The beginning and the end, the first and the last. All the New Testament is about him. He is perfect, and I may begin about him where I best can. Listen, then, as if you had never heard anything about him before. Many years ago, about 50 or 60 grandfathers off, there appeared in the world a few men who said that a certain man had been their companion for some time and had just left them, that he was killed by cruel men and buried by his friends, but that, as he had told them he would, he lay in the grave only 3 days, and left it on the 3rd alive and well, and that after 40 days, during which they saw him several times, he went up into the sky and disappeared. It wasn't a very likely story, was it?" "No," replied Davy. The ladies exchanged looks of horror. Neither spoke, but each leaned eagerly forward, in fascinated expectation of worse to follow. "But, Davy," Donal went on, "however unlikely it must have seemed to those who heard it, I believe every word of it." A ripple of contempt passed over Miss Carmichael's face. "For," continued Donal, "the man said he was the Son of God, come down from his father to see his brothers, his father's children, and take home with him to his father those who would go." "Excuse me," interrupted Miss Carmichael, with a pungent smile. "What he said was, that if any man believed in him, he should be saved." "Run along, Davy," said Donal. "I will tell you more of what he said next lesson. Don't forget what I've told you now." "No, sir," answered Davy, and ran off. Donal lifted his hat, and would have gone towards the river. But Miss Carmichael, stepping forward, said, "Mr. Grant, I cannot let you go till you answer me one question. Do you believe in the atonement?" "I do," answered Donal. "Favour me, then, with your views upon it," she said. "Are you troubled in your mind on the subject?" asked Donal. "Not in the least," she replied, with a slight curl of her lip. "Then I see no occasion for giving you my views." "But I insist." Donal smiled. "Of what consequence can my opinions be to you, ma'am? Why should you compel a confession of my faith?" "As the friend of this family, and the daughter of the clergyman of this parish, I have a right to ask what your opinions are. You have a most important charge committed to you, a child for whose soul you have to account." "For that I am accountable, but, pardon me, not to you." "You are accountable to Lord Morven for what you teach his child." "I am not." "What! He will turn you away at a moment's notice if you say so to him." "I should be quite ready to go. If I were accountable to him for what I taught, I should of course teach only what he pleased. But do you suppose I would take any situation on such a condition?" "It is nothing to me, or his lordship either, I presume, what you would or would not do." "Then I see no reason why you should detain me. Lady Arctura, I did not offer to give my lesson in the presence of any other than yourself. I will not do so again. You will be welcome, for you have a right to know what I am teaching him. If you bring another, except it be my Lord Morven, I will take David to my own room." With these words he left them. Lady Arctura was sorely bewildered. She could not but feel that her friend had not shown to the better advantage, and that the behaviour of Donal had been dignified. But surely he was very wrong. What he said to Davy sounded so very different from what was said at church, and by her helper, Miss Carmichael. It was a pity they had heard so little. He would have gone on, if only Sophie had had patience and held her peace. Perhaps he might have spoken better things if she had not interfered. It would hardly be fair to condemn him upon so little. He had said that he believed every word of the New Testament, or something very like it. "I have heard enough," said Miss Carmichael. "I will speak to my father at once." The next day Donal received a note to the following effect: "Sir, in consequence of what I felt bound to report to my father of the conversation we had yesterday, he desires that you will call upon him at your earliest convenience. He is generally at home from 3 to 5. Yours truly, Sophia Agnes Carmichael." To this Donal immediately replied, "Madam, notwithstanding the introduction I brought him from another clergyman, your father declined my acquaintance, passing me afterwards as one unknown to him. From this fact, and from the nature of the report which your behaviour to me yesterday justifies me in supposing you must have carried to him, I can hardly mistake his object in wishing to see me. I will attend the call of no man to defend my opinions. Your father's I have heard almost every Sunday since I came to the castle, and have been from childhood familiar with them. Yours truly, Donal Grant." Not a word more came to him from either of them. When they happened to meet, Miss Carmichael took no more notice of him than her father. But she impressed it upon the mind of her friend that, if unable to procure his dismission, she ought at least to do what she could to protect her cousin from the awful consequences of such false teaching. If she was present, he would not say such things as he would in her absence, for it was plain he was under restraint with her. She might even have some influence with him if she would but take courage to show him where he was wrong. Or she might find things such that her uncle must see the necessity of turning him away. As the place belonged to her, he would never go dead against her. She did not see that that was just the thing to fetter the actions of a delicate-minded girl. Continually haunted, however, with the feeling that she ought to do something, Lady Arctura felt as if she dared not absent herself from the lesson, however disagreeable it might prove. That much she could do. Upon the next occasion, therefore, she appeared in the schoolroom at the hour appointed, and with a cold bow took the chair Donal placed for her. "Now, Davy," said Donal, "what have you done since our last lesson?" Davy stared. "You didn't tell me to do anything, Mr. Grant." "No. But what then did I give you the lesson for? Where is the good of such a lesson if it makes no difference to you? What was it I told you?" Davy, who had never thought about it since, the lesson having been broken off before Donal could bring it to its natural fruit, considered, and said, "That Jesus Christ rose from the dead." "Well, where is the good of knowing that?" Davy was silent. He knew no good of knowing it, neither could imagine any. The catechism, of which he had learned about half, suggested nothing. "Come, Davy, I will help you. Is Jesus dead, or is he alive?" Davy considered. "Alive," he answered. "What does he do?" Davy did not know. "What did he die for?" Here Davy had an answer, a cut and dried one. "To take away our sins," he said. "Then what does he live for?" Davy was once more silent. "Do you think that if a man died for a thing, he would be likely to forget it the minute he rose again?" "No, sir." "Do you not think he would just go on doing the same thing as before?" "I do, sir." "Then, as he died to take away our sins, he lives to take them away?" "Yes, sir." "What are sins, Davy?" "Bad things, sir." "Yes, the bad things we think, and the bad things we feel, and the bad things we do. Have you any sins, Davy?" "Yes, I am very wicked." "Oh, are you? How do you know it?" "Archie told me." "What is being wicked?" "Doing bad things." "What bad things do you do?" "I don't know, sir." "Then you don't know that you are wicked, you only know that Archie told you so." Lady Arctura drew herself up, but Donal was too intent to perceive the offence he had given. "I will tell you," Donal went on, "something you did wicked to-day." Davy grew rosy red. When we find out one wicked thing we do, it is a beginning to finding out all the wicked things we do. Some people would rather not find them out, but have them hidden from themselves and from God too. But let us find them out, every one of them, that we may ask Jesus to take them away, and help Jesus to take them away, by fighting them with all our strength. This morning you pulled the little pup's ears till he screamed. Davy hung his head. You stopped a while, and then did it again. So I knew it wasn't that you didn't know. Is that a thing Jesus would have done when he was a little boy?" "No, sir." "Why?" "Because it would have been wrong." "I suspect, rather, it is because he would have loved the little pup. He didn't have to think about its being wrong. He loves every kind of living thing. He wants to take away your sin because he loves you. He doesn't merely want to make you not cruel to the little pup, but to take away the wrong think that doesn't love him. He wants to make you love every living creature. Davy, Jesus came out of the grave to make us good." Tears were flowing down Davy's cheeks. "The lesson's done, Davy," said Donal, and rose and went, leaving him with Lady Arctura. But ere he reached the door, he turned with sudden impulse, and said, "Davy, I love Jesus Christ and his Father more than I can tell you, more than I can put in words, more than I can think. And if you love me, you will mind what Jesus tells you." "What a good man you must be, Mr. Grant! Mustn't he, Archie?" sobbed Davy. Donal laughed. "What, Davy!" he exclaimed. "You think me very good for loving the only good person in the whole world? That is very odd. Why, Davy, I should be the most contemptible creature, knowing him as I do, not to love him with all my heart. Yes, with all the big heart I shall have one day when he has done making me." "Is he making you still, Mr. Grant? I thought you were grown up." "Well, I don't think he will make me any taller," answered Donal, "but the live part of me, the thing I love you with, the thing I think about God with, the thing I love poetry with, the thing I read the Bible with, that thing God keeps on making bigger and bigger. I do not know where it will stop. I only know where it will not stop. That thing is me, and God will keep on making it bigger to all eternity, though he has not even got it into the right shape yet." "Why is he so long about it?" "I don't think he is long about it, but he could do it quicker if I were as good as by this time I ought to be, with the father and mother I have, and all my long hours on the hillsides with my New Testament and the sheep. I prayed to God on the hill and in the fields, and he heard me, Davy, and made me see the foolishness of many things, and the grandeur and beauty of other things. Davy, God wants to give you the whole world and everything in it. When you have begun to do the things Jesus tells you, then you will be my brother, and we shall both be his little brothers and the sons of his Father God, and so the heirs of all things." With that he turned again and went. The tears were rolling down Arctura's face without her being aware of it. "He is a well-meaning man," she said to herself, "but dreadfully mistaken. The Bible says believe, not do." The poor girl, though she read her Bible regularly, was so blinded by the dust and ashes of her teaching that she knew very little of what was actually in it. The most significant things slipped from her as if they were merest words without shadow of meaning or intent. They did not support the doctrines she had been taught, and therefore said nothing to her. The story of Christ and the appeals of those who had handled the word of life had another end in view than making people understand how God arranged matters to save them. God would have us live. If we live, we cannot but know. All the knowledge in the universe could not make us live. Obedience is the road to all things, the only way in which to grow able to trust him. Love and faith and obedience are sides of the same prism. Regularly after that, Lady Arctura came to the lesson, always intending to object as soon as it was over, but always before the end came, Donal had said something that went so to the heart of the honest girl that she could say nothing. As if she too had been a pupil, as indeed she was, far more than either knew, she would rise when Davy rose, and go away with him. But it was to go alone into the garden, or to her room, not seldom finding herself wishing things true which yet she counted terribly dangerous. Listening to them, might not she as well as Davy fail miserably of escape from the wrath to come? End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 19. The Factor. The old avenue of beeches, leading immediately nowhither any more, but closed at one end by a built-up gate, and at the other by a high wall, between which 2 points it stretched quite a mile, was a favourite resort of Donal's, partly for its beauty, partly for its solitude. The arms of the great trees crossing made of it a long aisle, its roof a broken vault of leaves, upheld by irregular pointed arches, which affected one's imagination like an ever-shifting dream of architectural suggestion. Having ceased to be a way, it was now all but entirely deserted, and there was eeriness in the vanishing vista that showed nothing beyond. When the wind of the twilight sighed in gusts through its mournful crowd of fluttered leaves, or when the wind of the winter was tormenting the ancient haggard boughs, and the trees looked as if they were weary of the world, and longing after the garden of God, yet more when the snow lay heavy upon their branches, sorely trying their aged strength to support its oppression, and giving the onlooker a vague sense of what the world would be if God were gone from it. Then the old avenue was a place from which one with more imagination than courage would be ready to haste away, and seek instead the abodes of men. But Donal, though he dearly loved his neighbour, and that in the fullest concrete sense, was capable of loving the loneliest spots, for in such he was never alone. It was altogether a neglected place. Long grass grew over its floor from end to end, cut now and then for hay, or to feed such animals as had grass in their stalls. Along one border, outside the trees, went a footpath, so little used that, though not quite conquered by the turf, the long grass often met over the top of it. Finding it so lonely, Donal grew more and more fond of it. It was his outdoor study, his prosuche, a little aisle of the great temple. Seldom indeed was his reading or meditation there interrupted by sight of human being. About a month after he had taken up his abode at the castle, he was lying one day in the grass with a book companion, under the shade of one of the largest of its beeches, when he felt through the ground, ere he heard through the air, the feet of an approaching horse. As they came near, he raised his head to see. His unexpected appearance startled the horse, his rider nearly lost his seat, and did lose his temper. Recovering the former, and holding the excited animal, which would have been off at full speed, he urged him towards Donal, whom he took for a tramp. He was rising, deliberately, that he might not do more mischief, and was yet hardly on his feet, when the horse, yielding to the spur, came straight at him, its rider with his whip lifted. Donal took off his bonnet, stepped a little aside, and stood. His bearing and countenance calmed the horseman's rage. There was something in them to which no gentleman could fail of response. The rider was plainly one who had more to do with affairs bucolic than with those of cities or courts, but withal a man of conscious dignity, socially afloat, and able to hold his own. "What the devil!" he cried, for nothing is so irritating to a horseman as to come near losing his seat, except perhaps to lose it altogether. An indignation against the cause of an untoward accident is generally a mortal's first consciousness thereupon. However foolishly, he feels himself injured. But there, having better taken in Donal's look, he checked himself. "I beg your pardon, sir," said Donal. "It was foolish of me to show myself so suddenly. I might have thought it would startle most horses. I was too absorbed to have my wits about me." The gentleman lifted his hat. "I beg your pardon in return," he said with a smile which cleared every cloud from his face. "I took you for someone who had no business here, but I imagine you are the tutor at the castle, with as good a right as I have myself." "You guess well, sir." "Pardon me that I forget your name." "My name is Donal Grant," returned Donal, with an accent on the my, intending a wish to know in return that of the speaker. "I am a Graham," answered the other, "one of the clan, and factor to the Earl. Come and see where I live. My sister will be glad to make your acquaintance. We lead rather a lonely life here, and don't see too many agreeable people." "You call this lonely, do you?" said Donal thoughtfully. "It is a grand place, anyhow." "You are right, as you see it now. But wait till winter, then perhaps you will change your impression a little." "Pardon me if I doubt whether you know what winter can be so well as I do. This east coast is by all accounts a bitter place, but I fancy it is only upon a great hillside you can know the heart and soul of a snow blast." "I yield that," returned Mr. Graham. "It is bitter enough here, though, and a mercy we can keep warm indoors." "Which is often more than we shepherd folk can do," said Donal. Mr. Graham used to say afterwards he was never so immediately taken with a man. It was one of the charms of Donal's habit of being, that he never spoke as if he belonged to any other than the class in which he had been born and brought up. This came partly of pride in his father and mother, partly of inborn dignity, and partly of religion. To him the story of our Lord was the reality it is, and he rejoiced to know himself so nearly on the same social level of birth as the master of his life and aspiration. It was Donal's one ambition, to give the high passion a low name, to be free with the freedom which was his natural inheritance, and which is to be gained only by obedience to the words of the Master. From the face of this aspiration fled every kind of pretence, as from the light flies the darkness. Hence he was entirely and thoroughly a gentleman. What if his clothes were not even of the next to the newest cut? What if he had not been used to what is called society? He was far above such things. If he might but attain to the manners of the high countries, manners which appear because they exist, because they are all through the man, he did not think what he might seem in the eyes of men. Courteous, helpful, considerate, always seeking first how far he could honestly agree with any speaker, opposing never, save sweetly and apologetically, except indeed some utterance flagrantly unjust were in his ears. There was no man of true breeding, in or out of society, who would not have granted that Donal was fit company for any man or woman. Mr. Graham's eye glanced down over the tall, square-shouldered form, a little stooping from lack of drill and much meditation, but instantly straightening itself upon any inward stir, and he said to himself, "This is no common man." They were moving slowly along the avenue, Donal by the rider's near knee, talking away like men not unlikely soon to know each other better. "You don't make much use of this avenue," said Donal. "No, its use is an old story. The castle was for a time deserted, and the family, then passing through a phase of comparative poverty, lived in the house we are in now, to my mind much the more comfortable." "What a fine old place it must be, if such trees are a fit approach to it." "They were never planted for that. They are older far. Either there was a wood here, and the rest were cut down and these left, or there was once a house much older than the present. The look of the garden, and some of the offices, favour the latter idea." "I have never seen the house," said Donal. "You have not, then, been much about yet?" said Mr. Graham. "I have been so occupied with my pupil, and so delighted with all that lay immediately around me, that I have gone nowhere, except indeed to see Andrew Comyn, the cobbler." "Ah, you know him. I have heard of him as a remarkable man. There was a clergyman here from Glasgow, I forget his name, so struck with him he actually seemed to take him for a prophet. He said he was a survival of the old mystics. For my part, I have no turn for extravagance." "But," said Donal, in the tone of one merely suggesting a possibility, "a thing that from the outside may seem an extravagance, may look quite different when you get inside it." "The more reason for keeping out of it. If acquaintance must make you in love with it, the more air between you and it, the better." "Would not such precaution as that keep you from gaining a true knowledge of many things? Nothing almost can be known from what people say." "True, but there are things so plainly nonsense." "Yes, but there are things that seem to be nonsense, because the man thinks he knows what they are when he does not. Who would know the shape of a chair, who took his idea of it from its shadow on the floor? What idea can a man have of religion who knows nothing of it except from what he hears at church?" Mr. Graham was not fond of going to church, yet went. He was the less displeased with the remark. But he made no reply, and the subject dropped. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 20. The Old Garden. The avenue seemed to Donal about to stop dead against a high wall, but ere they quite reached the end, they turned at right angles, skirted the wall for some distance, then turned again with it. It was a somewhat dreary wall, of grey stone, with mortar as grey, not like the rich-coloured walls of old red brick one meets in England. But its roof-like coping was crowned with tufts of wall plants, and a few lichens did something to relieve the greyness. It guided them to a farmyard. Mr. Graham left his horse at the stable, and led the way to the house. They entered it by a back door whose porch was covered with ivy, and going through several low passages, came to the other side of the house. There Mr. Graham showed Donal into a large, low-ceilinged, old-fashioned drawing-room, smelling of ancient rose-leaves, their odour of sad hearts rather than of withered flowers, and leaving him went to find his sister. Glancing about him, Donal saw a window open to the ground, and went to it. Beyond lay a more fairy-like garden than he had ever dreamed of. But he had read of, though never looked on such, and seemed to know it from times of old. It was laid out in straight lines, with soft walks of old turf, and in it grew all kinds of straight aspiring things. Their ambition seemed to get up, not to spread abroad. He stepped out of the window, drawn as by the enchantment of one of childhood's dreams, and went wandering down a broad walk, his foot sinking deep in the velvety grass, and the loveliness of the dream did not fade. Hollyhocks, gloriously impatient, whose flowers could not wait to reach the top ere they burst into the flame of life, making splendid blots of colour all along their ascending stalks, received him like stately dames of faery, and enticed him, gently eager for more, down the long walks between rows of them, deep red and creamy white, primrose and yellow, sure they were leading him to some wonderful spot, some nest of lovely dreams and more lovely visions. The walk did lead to a bower of roses, a bed surrounded with a trellis, on which they climbed and made a huge bonfire, altar of incense rather, glowing with red and white flame. It seemed more glorious than his brain could receive. Seeing was hardly believing, but believing was more than seeing. Though nothing is too good to be true, many things are too good to be grasped. Poor misbelieving birds of God, he said to himself, we hover about a whole wood of the trees of life, venturing only here and there a peck, as if their fruit might be poison, and the design of our creation was our ruin. We shake our wise owl-feathered heads, and declare they cannot be the trees of life, that were too good to be true. 10 times more consistent are they who deny there is a God at all, than they who believe in a middling kind of God, except indeed that they place in him a fitting faith. The thoughts rose gently in his full heart, as the flowers one after the other stole in at his eyes, looking up from the dark earth like the spirits of its hidden jewels, which themselves could not reach the sun, exhaled in longing. Over grass which fondled his feet like the lap of an old nurse, he walked slowly round the bed of the roses, turning again towards the house. But there, half-way between him and it, was the lady of the garden descending to meet him, not ancient like the garden, but young like its flowers, light-footed and full of life. Prepared by her brother to be friendly, she met him with a pleasant smile, and he saw that the light which shone in her dark eyes had in it rays of laughter. She had a dark yet clear complexion, a good forehead, a nose after no recognized generation of noses, yet an attractive one, a mouth larger than to human judgment might have seemed necessary, yet a right pleasing mouth with 2 rows of lovely teeth. All this Donal saw approach without dismay. He was no more shy with women than with men, while none the less his feeling towards them partook largely of the reverence of the ideal knight-errant. He would not indeed have been shy in the presence of an angel of God, for his only courage came of truth, and clothed in the dignity of his reverence, he could look in the face of the lovely without perturbation. He would not have sought to hide from him whose voice was in the garden, but would have made haste to cast himself at his feet. Bonnet in hand, he advanced to meet Kate Graham. She held out to him a well-shaped, good-sized hand, not ignorant of work, capable indeed of milking a cow to the cow's satisfaction. Then he saw that her chin was strong, and her dark hair not too tidy, that she was rather tall, and slenderly conceived, though plumply carried out. Her light approach pleased him. He liked the way her foot pressed the grass. If Donal loved anything in the green world, it was neither roses nor hollyhocks, nor even sweet peas, but the grass that is trodden under foot, that springs in all waste places, and has so often to be glad of the dews of heaven to heal the hot cut of the scythe. He had long abjured the notion of anything in the vegetable kingdom being without some sense of life, without pleasure and pain also, in mild form and degree. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 21. A First Meeting. He took her hand, and felt it an honest one. A safe, comfortable hand. "My brother told me he had brought you," she said. "I am glad to see you." "You are very kind," said Donal. "How did either of you know of my existence? A few minutes back I was not aware of yours." Was it a rude utterance? He was silent a moment with the silence that promises speech, then added, "Has it ever struck you how many born friends there are in the world who never meet? Persons to love each other at first sight, but who never in this world have that sight?" "No," returned Miss Graham, with a merrier laugh than quite responded to the remark. "I certainly never had such a thought. I take the people that come, and never think of those who do not. But of course it must be so." "To be in the world is to have a great many brothers and sisters you do not know," said Donal. "My mother told me," she rejoined, "of a man who had had so many wives and children, that his son, whom she had met, positively did not know all his brothers and sisters." "I suspect," said Donal, "we have to know our brothers and sisters." "I do not understand." "We have even got to feel a man is our brother the moment we see him," pursued Donal, enhancing his former remark. "That sounds alarming," said Miss Graham, with another laugh. "My little heart feels not large enough to receive so many." "The worst of it is," continued Donal, who once started was not ready to draw rein, "that those who chiefly advocate this extension of the family bonds begin by loving their own immediate relations less than anybody else. Extension with them means slackening, as if anyone could learn to love more by loving less, or go on to do better without doing well. He who loves his own little will not love others much." "But how can we love those who are nothing to us?" objected Miss Graham. "That would be impossible. The family relations are for the sake of developing a love rooted in a far deeper, though less recognized relation. But I beg your pardon, Miss Graeme. Little Davy alone is my pupil, and I forget myself." "I am very glad to listen to you," returned Miss Graeme. "I cannot say I am prepared to agree with you, but it is something, in this out-of-the-way corner, to hear talk from which it is even worth while to differ." "Ah, you can have that here if you will." "Indeed! I mean talk from which you would probably differ. There is an old man in the town who can talk better than ever I heard man before. But he is a poor man, with a despised handicraft, and none heed him. No community recognizes its great men till they are gone." "Where is the use, then, of being great?" said Miss Graeme. "To be great," answered Donal, "to which the desire to be known of men is altogether destructive. To be great is to seem little in the eyes of men." Miss Graeme did not answer. She was not accustomed to consider things seriously. A good girl, in a certain true sense, she had never yet seen that she had to be better, or indeed to be anything. But she was able to feel, though she was far from understanding him, that Donal was in earnest, and that was much. To recognize that a man means something is a great step towards understanding him. "What a lovely garden this is," remarked Donal after the sequent pause. "I have never seen anything like it." "It is very old-fashioned," she returned. "Do you not find it very stiff and formal?" "Stately and precise, I should rather say." "I do not mean I can help liking it, in a way." "Who could help liking it that took his feeling from the garden itself, not from what people said about it?" "You cannot say it is like nature." "Yes, it is very like human nature. Man ought to learn of nature, but not to imitate nature. His work is, through the forms that nature gives him, to express the idea or feeling that is in him. That is far more likely to produce things in harmony with nature than the attempt to imitate nature upon the small human scale." "You are too much of a philosopher for me," said Miss Graeme. "I dare say you are quite right, but I have never read anything about art, and I cannot follow you." "You have probably read as much as I have. I am only talking out of what necessity, the necessity for understanding things, has made me think. One must get things brought together in one's thoughts, if only to be able to go on thinking." This too was beyond Miss Graeme. The silence again fell, and Donal let it lie, waiting for her to break it this time. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 22. A Talk about Ghosts. But again he was the first. They had turned and gone a good way down the long garden, and had again turned towards the house. "This place makes me feel as I never felt before," he said. "There is such a wonderful sense of vanished life about it. The whole garden seems dreaming about things of long ago, when troops of ladies, now banished into pictures, wandered about the place, each full of her own thoughts and fancies of life, each looking at everything with ways of thinking as old-fashioned as her garments. I could not be here after nightfall without feeling as if every walk were answering to unseen feet, as if every tree might be hiding some lovely form, returned to dream over old memories. Where is the good of fancying what is not true? I can't care for what I know to be nonsense." She was glad to find a spot where she could put down the foot of contradiction, for she came of a family known for what the neighbours called common sense, and in the habit of casting contempt upon everything characterized as superstition. She had now something to say for herself. "How do you know it is nonsense?" asked Donal, looking round in her face with a bright smile. "Not nonsense to keep imagining what nobody can see?" "I can only imagine what I do not see." "Nobody ever saw such creatures as you suppose in any garden. Then why fancy the dead so uncomfortable, or so ill looked after that they come back to plague us?" "Plainly they have never plagued you much," rejoined Donal, laughing. "But how often have you gone up and down these walks at dead of night?" "Never once," answered Miss Graeme, not without a spark of indignation. "I never was so absurd." "Then there may be a whole night world that you know nothing about. You cannot tell that the place is not then thronged with ghosts, You have never given them a chance of appearing to you. I don't say it is so, for I know nothing, or at least little about such things. I have had no experience of the sort any more than you, and I have been out whole nights on the mountains when I was a shepherd. Why then should you trouble your fancy about them? Perhaps just for that reason. I do not understand you. I mean because I can come into no communication with such a world as may be about me. I therefore imagine it. If, as often as I walked abroad at night, I met and held converse with the disembodied, I should use my imagination little, but make many notes of facts. When what may be makes no show, what more natural than to imagine about it? What is the imagination here for? I do not know. The less one has to do with it, the better. Then the thing, whatever it be, should not be called a faculty, but a weakness. Yes. But the history of the world shows it could never have made progress without suggestions upon which to ground experiments. Whence may these suggestions come, if not from the weakness or impediment called the imagination? Again there was silence. Miss Graeme began to doubt whether it was possible to hold rational converse with a man who, the moment they began upon anything, went straight aloft into some high-flying region of which she knew and for which she cared nothing. But Donal's unconscious desire was in reality to meet her upon some common plane of thought. He always wanted to meet his fellow, and hence that abundance of speech, which, however poetic the things he said, not a few called prosiness. "I should think," resumed Miss Graeme, "if you want to work your imagination, you will find more scope for it at the castle than here. This is a poor modern place compared to that." "It is a poor imagination," returned Donal, "that requires age or any mere accessory to rouse it. The very absence of everything external, the bareness of the mere humanity involved, may in itself be an excitement greater than any accompaniment of the antique or the picturesque. But in this old-fashioned garden, in the midst of these old-fashioned flowers, with all the gentlenesses of old-fashioned life suggested by them, it is easier to imagine the people themselves than where all is so cold, hard, severe, so much on the defensive as in that huge sullen pile on the hill-top." "I am afraid you find it dull up there," said Miss Graeme. "Not at all," replied Donal. "I have there a most interesting pupil. But indeed one who has been used to spend day after day alone, clouds and heather and sheep and dogs his companions, does not depend much for pastime. Give me a chair and a table, fire enough to keep me from shivering, the few books I like best and writing materials, and I am absolutely content. But beyond these things I have at the castle a fine library, useless no doubt for most purposes of modern study, but full of precious old books. There I can at any moment be in the best of company. There is more of the marvellous in an old library than ever any magic could work." "I do not quite understand you," said the lady. But she would have spoken nearer the truth if she had said she had not a glimmer of what he meant. "Let me explain," said Donal. "What could necromancy, which is one of the branches of magic, do for one at the best?" "Well," exclaimed Miss Graeme, "but I suppose if you believe in ghosts you may as well believe in raising them." "I did not mean to start any question about belief. I only wanted to suppose necromancy for the moment a fact, and put it at its best. Suppose the magician could do for you all he professed, what would it amount to? Only this, to bring before your eyes a shadowy resemblance of the form of flesh and blood, itself but a passing shadow, in which the man moved on the earth, and was known to his fellow men? At best the necromancer might succeed in drawing from him some obscure utterance concerning your future, far more likely to destroy your courage than enable you to face what was before you, so that you would depart from your peep into the unknown, merely less able to encounter the duties of life." "Whoever has a desire for such information must be made very different from me," said Miss Graeme. "Are you sure of that? Did you never make yourself unhappy about what might be on its way to you, and wish you could know beforehand something to guide you how to meet it?" "I should have to think before answering that question. Now tell me, what can the art of writing, and its expansion, or perhaps its development rather, in printing, do in the same direction as necromancy? May not a man well long after personal communication with this or that one of the greatest who have lived before him? I grant that in respect of some it can do nothing, but in respect of others, instead of mocking you with an airy semblance of their bodily forms, and the murmur of a few doubtful words from their lips, it places in your hands a key to their inmost thoughts. Some would say this is not personal communication, but it is far more personal than the other. A man's personality does not consist in the clothes he wears, It only appears in them. No more does it consist in his body, but in him who wears it." As he spoke, Miss Graeme kept looking him gravely in the face, manifesting, however, more respect than interest. She had been accustomed to a very different tone in young men. She had found their main ambition to amuse. To talk sense about other matters than the immediate uses of this world was an out-of-the-way thing. I do not say Miss Graeme, even on the subject last in hand, appreciated the matter of Donal's talk. She perceived he was in earnest, and happily was able to know a deep pond from a shallow one, but her best thought concerning him was, what a strange new specimen of humanity was here. The appearance of her brother coming down the walk put a stop to the conversation. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 23. A Tradition of the Castle. "Well," he said, as he drew near, "I am glad to see you two getting on so well." "How do you know we are?" asked his sister, with something of the antagonistic tone which, both in jest and earnest, is too common between near relations. "Because you have been talking incessantly ever since you met. We have been only contradicting each other. I could tell that, too, by the sound of your voices, but I took it for a good sign." "I fear you heard mine almost only," said Donal. "I talk too much, and I fear I have gathered the fault in a way that makes it difficult to cure." "How was it?" asked Mr. Graeme. "By having nobody to talk to. I learned it on the hillside with the sheep, and in the meadows with the cattle. At college I thought I was nearly cured of it, but now, in my comparative solitude at the castle, it seems to have returned." "Come here," said Mr. Graeme, "when you find it getting too much for you. My sister is quite equal to the task of re-curing you." "She has not begun to use her power yet," remarked Donal, as Miss Graeme, in hoydenish yet not ungraceful fashion, made an attempt to box the ear of her slanderous brother, a proceeding he had anticipated, and so was able to frustrate. "When she knows you better," he said, "you will find my sister Kate more than your match." "If I were a talker," she answered, "Mr. Grant would be too much for me. He quite bewilders me. What do you think? He has been actually trying to persuade me—" "I beg your pardon, Miss Graeme. I have been trying to persuade you of nothing." "What, not to believe in ghosts and necromancy and witchcraft and the evil eye and ghouls and vampires and I don't know what all out of nursery stories and old annuals?" "I give you my word, Mr. Graeme," returned Donal, laughing, "I have not been persuading your sister of any of these things. I am certain she could be persuaded of nothing of which she did not first see the common sense. What I did dwell upon, without a doubt she would accept it, was the evident fact that writing and printing have done more to bring us into personal relations with the great dead than necromancy, granting the magician the power he claimed, could ever do. For do we not come into contact with the being of a man when we hear him pour forth his thoughts of the things he likes best to think about into the ear of the universe? In such a position does the book of a great man place us. That was what I meant to convey to your sister. And, said Mr. Graeme, she was not such a goose as to fail of understanding you, however she may have chosen to put on the garb of stupidity. I am sure, persisted Kate, Mr. Grant talked so as to make me think he believed in necromancy and all that sort of thing. That may be, said Donal, but I did not try to persuade you to believe. Oh, if you hold me to the letter, cried Miss Graeme, colouring a little. It would be impossible to get on with such a man, she thought, for he not only preached when you had no pulpit to protect you from him, but stuck so to his text that there was no amusement to be got out of the business. She did not know that if she could have met him, breaking the ocean tide of his thoughts with fitting opposition, his answers would have come short and sharp as the flashes of waves on rocks. If Mr. Grant believes in such things, said Mr. Graeme, he must find himself at home in the castle, every room of which may well be the haunt of some weary ghost. I do not believe, said Donal, that any work of man's hands, however awful with crime done in it, can have nearly such an influence for belief in the marvellous as the still presence of live nature. I never saw an old castle before, at least not to make any close acquaintance with it, but there is not an aspect of the grim old survival up there, interesting as every corner of it is, that moves me like the mere thought of a hillside with the veil of the twilight coming down over it, making of it the last step of a stair for the descending foot of the Lord." "Surely, Mr. Grant, you do not expect such a personal advent?" said Miss Graeme. "I should not like to say what I do or don't expect," answered Donal, and held his peace, for he saw he was but casting stumbling blocks. The silence grew awkward, and Mr. Graeme's good breeding called on him to say something. He supposed Donal felt himself snubbed by his sister. "If you are fond of the marvellous, though, Mr. Grant," he said, "there are some old stories about the castle would interest you. One of them was brought to my mind the other day in the town. It is strange how superstition seems to have its ebbs and flows. A story or legend will go to sleep, and after a time revive with fresh interest, no one knows why." "Probably," said Donal, "it is when the tale comes to ears fitted for its reception. They are now in many counties trying to get together and store the remnants of such tales. Possibly the wind of some such inquiry may have set old people recollecting, and young people inventing. That would account for a good deal, would it not?" "Yes, but not for all, I think. There has been no such inquiry made anywhere near us, so far as I am aware. I went to the Morven Arms last night to meet a tenant, and found the tradesmen were talking over their toddy of various events at the castle, and especially of one, the most frightful of all. It should have been forgotten by this time, for the ratio of forgetting increases." "I should like much to hear it," said Donal. "Do tell him, Hector," said Miss Graeme, "and I will watch his hair." "It is the hair of those who mock at such things you should watch," returned Donal. "Their imagination is so rarely excited, that when it is, it affects their nerves more than the belief of others affects theirs." "Now I have you!" cried Miss Graeme. "There you confess yourself a believer." "I fear you have come to too general a conclusion. Because I believe the Bible, do I believe everything that comes from the pulpit? Some tales I should reject with a contempt that would satisfy even Miss Graeme. Of others I should say, these seem as if they might be true. And of still others, these ought to be true, I think. But do tell me the story." "It is not," replied Mr. Graeme, "a very peculiar one. Certainly not peculiar to our castle, though unique in some of its details. A similar legend belongs to several houses in Scotland, and is to be found, I fancy, in other countries as well. There is one not far from here, around whose dark basements, or hoary battlements, who shall say which, floats a similar tale. It is of a hidden room, whose position or entrance nobody knows. Whether it belongs to our castle by right, I cannot tell." "A species of report," said Donal, "very likely to arise by a kind of cryptogamic generation. The common people, accustomed to the narrowest dwellings, gazing on the huge proportions of the place, and upon occasion admitted, and walking through a succession of rooms and passages, to them as intricate and confused as a rabbit warren, must be very ready, I should think, to imagine the existence within such a pile of places unknown even to the inhabitants of it themselves. But I beg your pardon, do tell us the story." "Mr. Grant," said Kate, "you perplex me. I begin to doubt if you have any principles. One moment you take one side, and the next the other. No, no, but I love my own side too well to let any traitors into its ranks. I would have nothing to do with lies." "They are all lies together." "Then I want to hear this one," said Donal. "I dare say you have heard it before," remarked Mr. Graeme, and began. "It was in the earldom of a certain recklessly wicked wretch, who not only robbed his poor neighbours, and even killed them when they opposed him, but went so far as to behave as wickedly on the Sabbath as on any other day of the week. Late one Saturday night, a company were seated in the castle playing cards and drinking, and all the time Sunday was drawing nearer, and nobody heeding. At length one of them, seeing the hands of the clock at 11:45, made the remark that it was time to stop. He did not mention the sacred day, but all knew what he meant. The Earl laughed, and said if he was afraid of the kirk session he might go, and another would take his hand. But the man sat still, and said no more till the clock gave the warning. Then he spoke again, and said the day was almost out, and they ought not to go on playing into the Sabbath. And as he uttered the word, his mouth was pulled all on one side. But the Earl struck his fist on the table and swore a great oath that if any man rose he would run him through. 'What care I for the Sabbath?' he said. 'I gave you your chance to go,' he added, turning to the man who had spoken, who was dressed in black like a minister, 'and you would not take it. Now you shall sit where you are.' He glared fiercely at him, and the man returned him an equally fiery stare. And now first they began to discover what, through the fumes of the whiskey and the smoke of the pine torches, they had not observed, namely, that none of them knew the man, or had ever seen him before. They looked at him, and could not turn their eyes from him, and a cold terror began to creep through their vitals. He kept his fierce, scornful look fixed on the Earl for a moment, and then spoke. "And I gave you your chance," he said, "and you would not take it. Now you shall sit still where you are, and no Sabbath shall you ever see." The clock began to strike, and the man's mouth came straight again. But when the hammer had struck 11 times, it struck no more, and the clock stopped. "This day 12-month," said the man, "you shall see me again, and so every year till your time is up. I hope you will enjoy your game." The Earl would have sprung to his feet, but could not stir, and the man was nowhere to be seen. He was gone, taking with him both door and windows of the room. Not as Samson carried off the gates of Gaza, however, for he left not the least sign of where they had been. From that day to this, no one has been able to find the room. There the wicked Earl and his companions still sit, playing with the same pack of cards and waiting their doom. It has been said that, on that same day of the year, only, unfortunately, testimony differs as to the day, shouts of drunken laughter may be heard issuing from somewhere in the castle, but as to the direction whence they come, none can ever agree. That is the story. "A very good one," said Donal. "I wonder what the ground of it is. It must have had its beginning." "Then you don't believe it?" said Miss Graham. "Not quite," he replied, "but I have myself had a strange experience up there." "What? Have you seen something?" cried Miss Graham, her eyes growing bigger. "No, I have seen nothing," answered Donal, "only heard something. One night, the first I was there indeed, I heard the sound of a far-off musical instrument, faint and sweet." The brother and sister exchanged looks. Donal went on. "I got up and felt my way down the winding stair. I sleep at the top of Balliol's tower, but at the bottom lost myself, and had to sit down and wait for the light. Then I heard it again, but seemed no nearer to it than before. I have never heard it since, and have never mentioned the thing. I presume, however, that speaking of it to you can do no harm. You at least will not raise any fresh rumours to injure the respectability of the castle. Do you think there is any instrument in it from which such a sound might have proceeded? Lady Arctura is a musician, I am told, but surely was not likely to be at her piano in the dead waste and middle of the night. It is impossible to say how far a sound may travel in the stillness of the night, when there are no other sound waves to cross and break it." "That is all very well, Hector," said his sister, "but you know Mr. Grant is neither the first nor the second that has heard that sound." "One thing is pretty clear," said her brother. "It can have nothing to do with the revellers at their cards. The sound reported is very different from any attributed to them." "Are you sure," suggested Donal, "that there was not a violin shut up with them? Even if none of them could play, there has been time enough to learn. The sound I heard might have been that of a ghostly violin, though, like that of a stringed instrument, it was different from anything I had ever heard before, except perhaps certain equally inexplicable sounds occasionally heard among the hills." They went on talking about the thing for a while, pacing up and down the garden, the sun hot above their heads, the grass cool under their feet. "It is enough," said Miss Graham, with a rather forced laugh, "to make one glad the castle does not go with the title." "Why so?" asked Donal. "Because," she answered, "were anything to happen to the boys up there, Hector would come in for the title." "I'm not of my sister's mind," said Mr. Graham, laughing more genuinely. "A title with nothing to keep it up is a simple misfortune. I certainly should not take out the patent. No wise man would lay claim to a title without the means to make it respected." "Have we come to that?" exclaimed Donal. "Must even the old titles of the country be buttressed into respectability with money? Away in quiet places, reading old history books, we peasants are accustomed to think differently. If some millionaire money-lender were to buy the old keep of Arundel Castle, you would respect him just as much as the present Earl." "I would not," said Mr. Graham. "I confess you have the better of me." "But is there not a fallacy in your argument?" he added, thinkingly. "I believe not. If the title is worth nothing without the money must be more than the title. If I were Lazarus," Donal went on, "and the inheritor of a title, I would use it, if only for a lesson to Dives upstairs. I scorn to think that honour should wait on the heels of wealth. You may think it is because I am and always shall be a poor man, but if I know myself, it is not therefore. At the same time, a title is but a trifle, and if you had given any other reason for not using it than homage to Mammon, I should have said nothing. For my part, said Miss Graham, I have no quarrel with riches, except that they do not come my way. I should know how to use and not abuse them. Donal made no other reply than to turn a look of divinely stupid surprise and pity upon the young woman. It was of no use to say anything. Were argument absolutely triumphant, Mammon would sit just where he was before. He had marked the great indifference of the Lord to the convincing of the understanding. When men knew the thing itself, then and not before would they understand its relations and reasons. If truth belongs to the human soul, then the soul is able to see it and know it. If it do the truth, it takes therein the first possible, and almost the last necessary step towards understanding it. Miss Graham caught his look, and must have perceived its expression, for her face flushed a more than rosy red, and the conversation grew crumbly. It was a half-holiday, and he stayed to tea, and after it went over the arm-buildings with Mr. Graham, revealing such a practical knowledge of all that was going on, that his entertainer soon saw his opinion must be worth something, whether his fancies were or not. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 24. Stephen Kennedy. The great comforts of Donal's life, next to those of the world in which his soul lived, the eternal world, whose doors are ever open to him who prays, were the society of his favourite books, the fashioning of his thoughts into sweetly ordered sounds in the lofty solitude of his chamber, and not infrequent communion with the cobbler and his wife. To these he had as yet said nothing of what went on at the castle. He had learned the lesson the cobbler himself gave him. But many a lesson of greater value did he learn from the philosopher of the lapstone. He who understands because he endeavours is a freed man of the realm of human effort. He who has no experience of his own, to him the experience of others is a sealed book. The convictions that in Donal rose vaporous were rapidly condensed and shaped when he found his new friend thought likewise. By degrees he made more and more of a companion of Davy, and such was the sweet relation between them that he would sometimes have him in his room even when he was writing. When it was time to lay in his winter fuel, he said to him, "Up here, Davy, we must have a good fire when the nights are long. The darkness will be like solid cold. Simmons tells me I may have as much coal and wood as I like. Will you help me to get them up?" Davy sprang to his feet. He was ready that very minute. "I shall never learn my lessons if I am cold," added Donal, who could not bear a low temperature so well as when he was always in the open air. "Do you learn lessons, Mr. Grant?" "Yes, indeed I do," replied Donal. "One great help to the understanding of things is to brood over them as a hen broods over her eggs. Words are thought eggs, and their chickens are truths. And in order to brood, I sometimes learn by heart. I have set myself to learn, before the winter is over if I can, the Gospel of John in the Greek." "What a big lesson!" exclaimed Davy. "Ah, but how rich it will make me," said Donal, and that set Davy pondering. They began to carry up the fuel, Donal taking the coals, and Davy the wood. But Donal got weary of the time it took, and set himself to find a quicker way. So next Saturday afternoon, the rudimentary remnant of the Jewish Sabbath, and the schoolboys' weekly carnival before Lent, he directed his walk to a certain fishing village, the nearest on the coast, about 3 miles off, and there succeeded in hiring a spare boat spar with a block and tackle. The spar he ran out, through a notch of the battlement near the sheds, and having stayed it well back, rove the rope through the block at the peak of it, and lowered it with a hook at the end. A moment of Davy's help below, and a bucket filled with coals was on its way up. This part of the roof was over a yard belonging to the household offices, and Davy filled the bucket from a heap they had there made. "Stand back, Davy!" Donal would cry, and up would go the bucket, to the ever-renewed delight of the boy. When it reached the block, Donal, by means of a guy, swung the spar on its butt end, and the bucket came to the roof through the next notch of the battlement. There he would empty it, and in a moment it would be down again to be refilled. When he thought he had enough of coal, he turned to the wood, and thus they spent an hour of a good many of the cool evenings of autumn. Davy enjoyed it immensely, and it was no small thing for a boy delicately nurtured to be helped out of the feeling that he must have everything done for him. When after a time he saw the heap on the roof, he was greatly impressed with the amount that could be done by little and little. In return, Donal told him that if he worked well through the week, he should every Saturday evening spend an hour with him by the fire he had thus helped to provide, and they would then do something together. After his first visit, Donal went again and again to the village. He had made acquaintance with some of the people, and liked them. There was one man, however, who, although attracted by his look despite its apparent sullenness, he had tried to draw him into conversation, seemed to avoid, almost to resent his advances. But one day, as he was walking home, Stephen Kennedy overtook him, and saying he was going in his direction, walked alongside of him, to the pleasure of Donal, who loved all humanity, and especially the portion of it acquainted with hard work. He was a middle-sized young fellow, with a slouching walk, but a well-shaped and well-set head, and a not uncomely countenance. He was brown as sun and salt sea winds could make him, and had very blue eyes and dark hair, telling of Norwegian ancestry. He lounged along with his hands in his pockets, as if he did not care to walk, yet got over the ground as fast as Donal, who, with yet some remnant of the peasant stride, covered the ground as if he meant walking. After their greeting, a great and enduring silence fell, which lasted till the journey was half-way over. Then all at once the fisherman spoke. "There's a lass at the castle, sir," he said. "They call Eppy comin." "There is," answered Donal. "Do ye ken the lass, sir? To speak till her, I mean." "Surely," replied Donal. "I know her grandfather and grandmother well." "Decent folk," said Stephen. "They are that," responded Donal. "As good people as I know." "Would you do them a good turn?" asked the fisherman. "Indeed I would." "Well, it's this, sir. I hae great doubts gin all be going very weel with the lass at the castle." As he said the words, he turned his head aside, and spoke so low and in such a muffled way that Donal could but just make out what he said. "You must be a little plainer if you would have me do anything," he returned. "I'll be right plain with ye, sir," answered Stephen, and then fell silent as if he would never speak again. Donal waited, nor uttered a sound. At last he spoke once more. "Ye maun ken, sir," he said, "I hae had a fancy to the lass this many a day, for ye'll allow she's both bonny and winsome." Donal did not reply, for although he was ready to grant her bonny, he had never felt her winsome. "Weel," he went on, "her an' me's been courtin' this 2 year, and good friends we aye was till this last spring, when all at once she turned highty-tighty like, nor do what I might could I get her to say what it was that changed her. So far as I kenned, I had done naething, nor would she say I had gi'en her ony cause of complaint. But though she couldna say I had ever given more nor a civil word to any lass but hersel, she appeared unco willin' to fix me with this one and that one, or any one. I couldna think what had come ower her. But at last, and a sair last it is, I had come to the understanding o' it. She would fain have a pretence for breaking with me. She would have it that I was doing as she was doing hersel, holding company with another." "Are you quite sure of what you say?" asked Donal. "Or sure, sir, though I'm no at liberty to tell ye how I came to be. Dinna think, sir, 'at I'm one to hold a lass till her word when her heart doesna back it. I would ha' said naething about it, but just borne the heartbreak with the becomin' silence, for greetin' nor ragin' mend no nets, nor take the life o' no dogfish. But it's God's truth, sir, I'm terrible feart for the lassie hersel. She's that ta'en up with him, they tell me, 'at she can think o' naething but him, and he's a young lord, not a poor lad like me, and that's what fears me." A great dread and a great compassion together laid hold of Donal, but he did not speak. "Gin it came to that," resumed Stephen, "I doubt the fisher lad would win her better bread nor my lord, for gin all tales be true, he would have to work for his own bread. The castle's not his, nor can be 'cept he marry the lady o' it, but it's not marryin' Eppy he'll be after, or any the likes o' him." "You don't surely hint," said Donal, "that there's anything between her and Lord Forgue? She must be an idle girl to take such a thing into her head." "I wis well she had ta'en it into her head, she'll get it the easier out of her heart. But 'deed, sir, I'm sair feart. I speak na o' it for my ain sake, for gin there be truth intil it, there can never be mair atween her and me. But eh, sir,
The pity o't wi' sic a bonny lass, for he canna mean fair by her. The gran folk does fearsome things. It's sma' wonder at whiles the poor folk rises with a roar, and tears down all, as they did in France." "All you say is quite true, but the charge is such a serious one." "It is that, sir. But though it be true, I'm not going to make it afore the world." "You are right there. It could do no good." "I fear it may do as little where I am going to make it. I'm upon my road to gar my lord gie an account of himsel'. Faith, gin it be not a good one, I'll thraw the neck o' him. It's better me to hang nor her to gang disgraced, poor thing. She can be nothing mair to me, as I say, but I would like whale the wringing of a lord's neck. It would be like killing a shark." "Why do you tell me this?" asked Donal. "'Cause I look to you to get me to word of the man." "That you may wring his neck? You should not have told me that. I should be art and part in his murder." "Would you ha' me let the lassie take her chance on doing anything?" said the fisherman with scorn. "By no means. I would do something myself, whoever the girl was, and she is the granddaughter of my best friends." "Sir, you winnot surely fail me." "I will help you somehow, but I will not do what you want me. I will turn the thing over in my mind. I promise you I will do something. What, I cannot say offhand. You had better go home again, and I will come to you tomorrow." "Na, na, that winna do," said the man, half doggedly, half fiercely. "The heart'll be out o' my body gin I dinna do something. This verra night it maun be done. I canna bide in hell any longer. The thought o' the rascal slaverin' his lays ower my Eppy is killin' me. My brain's like a fire. I see the very billows o' the ocean as red as blood." "If you come near the castle tonight, I will have you taken up. I am too much your friend to see you hanged. But if you go home and leave the matter to me, I will do my best, and let you know. She shall be saved if I can compass it. What, man, you would not have God against you?" "He'll be upon the side of the right, I'm thinking." "Doubtless. But he has said, 'Vengeance is mine.' He can't trust us with that. He won't have us interfering. It's more his concern than yours yet that the lassie have fair play. I will do my part." They walked on in gloomy silence for some time. Suddenly the fisherman put out his hand, seized Donal's with a convulsive grasp, was possibly reassured by the strength with which Donal's responded, turned, and without a word went back. Donal had to think. Here was a most untoward affair. What could he do? What ought he to attempt? From what he had seen of the young lord, he could not believe he intended wrong to the girl. But he might be selfishly amusing himself, and was hardly one to reflect that the least idle familiarity with her was a wrong. The thing, if there was the least truth in it, must be put a stop to at once. But it might be all a fancy of the justly jealous lover, to whom the girl had not of late been behaving as she ought. Or might there not be somebody else? At the same time, there was nothing absurd in the idea that a youth, fresh from college and suddenly discompanioned at home, without society, possessed by no love of literature, and with almost no amusements, should, if only for very ennui, be attracted by the pretty face and figure of Eppy, and then enthralled by her coquetries of instinctive response. There was danger to the girl, both in silence and in speech. If there was no ground for the apprehension, the very supposition was an injury, might even suggest the thing it was intended to frustrate. Still, something must be risked. He had just been reading in Sir Philip Sidney that whosoever in great things will think to prevent all objections must lie still and do nothing. But what was he to do? The readiest and simplest thing was to go to the youth, tell him what he had heard, and ask him if there was any ground for it. But they must find the girl another situation. In either case, distance must be put between them. He would tell her grandparents, but he feared if there was any truth in it, they would have no great influence with her. If, on the other hand, the thing was groundless, they might make it up between her and her fisherman, and have them married. She might only have been teasing him. He would certainly speak to the young lord. Yet again, what if he should actually put the mischief into his thoughts? If there should be ever so slight a leaning in the direction, might he not so give a sudden and fatal impulse? He would take the housekeeper into his counsel. She must understand the girl. Things would at once show themselves to her on the one side or the other, which might reveal the path he ought to take. But did he know Mistress Brooks well enough? Would she be prudent, or spoil everything by precipitation? She might ruin the girl if she acted without sympathy, caring only to get the appearance of evil out of the house. The way the legally righteous act the policemen in the moral world would be amusing were it not so sad. They are always making the evil move on, driving it to do its mischiefs to other people instead of them, dispersing nests of the degraded
to crowd them the more, and with worse results, in other parts. Why should such be shocked at the idea of sending out of the world those to whom they will not give a place in it to lay their heads? They treat them in this world as, according to the old theology, their God treats them in the next, keeping them alive for sin and suffering. Some with the bright lamp of their intellect, others with the smoky lamp of their life, cast a shadow of God on the wall of the universe, and then believe or disbelieve in the shadow. Donal was still in meditation when he reached home, and still undecided what he should do. Crossing a small court on his way to his eyrie, he saw the housekeeper making signs to him from the window of her room. He turned and went to her. It was of Eppy she wanted to speak to him. How often is the discovery of a planet, of a truth, of a scientific fact, made at once in different places far apart? She asked him to sit down, and got him a glass of milk, which was his favourite refreshment, little imagining the expression she attributed to fatigue arose from the very thing occupying her own thoughts. "It's a queer thing," she began, "for an old wife like me to come to a young gentleman like yourself, sir, with sic a tale. But as the saying is, needs maun when the deil drives. And here's like to be an unco stramish about the place, gin we come not together upon some gait out of it. Dinna look so scaret like, sir. We may be in time yet, ere the worst come to the worst, though it's some ill to say what may be the worst in sic an ill-coopered kind of affair. There's the two fools o' bairns, troth they're no better, and the tane's just as muckle to blame as the tither, only the lass is waur to blame nor the lad, being made sharper, and kennin' better nor him what comes o' sic. But she is a gowk." Here Mrs. Brooks paused, lost in contemplation of the gowkedness of Eppy. She was a florid, plump, good-looking woman, over 40, with thick auburn hair, brushed smooth. One of those women comely in soul as well as body, who are always to the discomfiture of wrong and the healing of strife. Left a young widow, she had refused many offers. Once was all that was required of her in the way of marriage. She had found her husband good enough not to be followed by another, and marriage hard enough to favour the same result. When she sat down, smoothing her apron on her lap, and looking him in the face with clear blue eyes, he must have been either a suspicious or an unfortunate man who would not trust her. She was a general softener of shocks, foiler of encounters, and soother of angers. She was not one of those housekeepers always in black silk and lace, but was mostly to be seen in a cotton gown, very clean, but by no means imposing. She would put her hands to anything, show a young servant how a thing ought to be done, or relieve cook or housemaid who was ill or had a holiday. Donal had taken to her, as like does to like. He did not hurry her, but waited. "I may as well gie you the whole story, sir," she recommenced. "Syne you'll be where I am mysel'. I was out in the yard to look after my hens. I never let anybody but mysel' meddle with them, for they're just as easy spoilt as other folks' bairns. And the two doors of the barn standing open, I took the straight road through the same to win the easier at my feathered folk, as my old Minnie used to call them. I'm but a soft kind of a bein', as my father used to tell me, and make but little den where I gang, so they couldna ha' heard my foot as I goed. But what should I hear? But I maun tell ye it was in the gloamin' last night, and I wouldn't tell ye the same this morning, sir, seeking your fair counsel, but ye was away afore I kenned, and I was resolved not to let another gloamin' come unta'en precautions. What should I hear, I say, as I was sayin', but a like somewhere, I couldna tell where, as gin some had mair to say nor would be spoken out. Well, ye see, being one accountable to others for them it's accountable to me, I stood still and hearkened. Gin all was right, none would be the waur for me, and gin all wasna right, all should be wrong gin I could make it so. Well, as I say, I hearkened, but sir, just get a keek out of that door, and see gin there beena somebody there hearkening. For that Eppy, I wouldna lip until her one hair. She's as sly as an edder. Nobody there? Well, stick ye the door, sir, and I was going on with the tale. I stood and hearkened, as I was sayin', and what should I hear but a twosome toot-moot, as my old auntie frae Aberdeen would ha' called it. One voice that of a man, and the other that of a woman, for it's strange the differ, even when both speaks their likest. I was aye gleg in the hearing, and had reason for the same to be thankful, but I couldna for a' my sharpness make out what they were saying. So when I saw it I wasna to hear, I just set about seeing, and as quietly as my soft foot, it's softer nor it's light, would carry me, I goed about the barn floor, looking where anybody could be hidden away. There was a great heap of straw in one corner,
no hard against the wall, and atween the wall and that heap of thrashen straw sat the two. Up got my lord with a spang, as gin he had been ta'en stealing. Eppy would ha' bidden, and creepit out like a mouse ahind my back, but I was ower sharp for her. Come out o' that, my lass, says I. Oh, Mistress Brooks, says my lord, unco civil. For my sake, don't be hard upon her. No, that angered me. For though I say the lass is mair to blame nor the lad, it's not for the lad, be he lord or labourer, to leave himself out when the blame comes. And says I, my lord, says I, ye ought to ken better. I shall say no more in the now, for I'm o'er angry. Gang your ways. But na, not together, my lord. I shall look weel to that. Gang up to Lyra in room, Eppy, I said, and gin I dinna see you there when I come in, it's away to your granny I gang this very night. Eppy she gaed, and my lord he stood there, with a face that glowed white through the gloamin'. I turned upon him like a wild beast, and says I winna speir what you're up till, my lord, but ye ken well enough what it looks like, and I would never have expected it o' ye. He began, and he stammered, and he begged me to believe there was nothing atween them, and he wouldna harm the lassie to save his life and all the lave of it, and I couldna in my heart but pity them both. Two sick bairns, doubtless drawn together with no thought of ill, ilk one by the bonny face o' the other, as is but natural, though it cannot be allowed. He beseekit me so sair that I foolishly promised not to tell his father, gin he on his side would promise not to have more to do with Eppy. And that he did. No, I never had reason to doubt my young lord's word, but in a case o' this kind it's aye better not to lippen. Onygate, the thing canna be left this wise, for gin ill came of it, where would we all be? I dinna promise not to tell anybody. I'm free to tell yoursel, Mr. Grant, and ye maun contrive what's to be done. I will speak to him, said Donal, and see what humour he is in. That will help to clear the thing up. We will try to do right, and trust to be kept from doing wrong. Donal left her to go to his room, but had not reached the top of the stair when he saw clearly that he must speak to Lord Forgue at once. He turned and went down to a room that was called his. When he reached it, only Davy was there, turning over the leaves of a folio worn by fingers that had been dust for centuries. He said Percy went out, and would not let him go with him. Knowing Mistress Brooks was looking after Eppy, Donal put off seeking farther for Forgue till the morrow. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 25. Evasion. The next day he could find him nowhere, and in the evening went to see the Comins. It was pretty dark, but the moon would be up by and by. When he reached the cobbler's house, he found him working as usual, only indoors now that the weather was colder, and the light sooner gone. He looked innocent, bright, and contented as usual. "If God be at peace," he would say to himself, "why should not I?" Once he said this aloud, almost unconsciously, and was overheard. It strengthened the regard with which worldly churchgoers regarded him. He was to them an irreverent, yea, blasphemous man. They did not know God enough to understand the cobbler's words, and all the interpretation they could give them was after their kind. Their long Sunday faces indicated their reward. The cobbler's cheery, expectant look indicated his. The two were just wondering a little, when he entered, that young Eppy had not made her appearance. But then, as her grandmother said, she had often, especially during the last few weeks, been later still. As she spoke, however, they heard her light, hurried foot on the stair. "Here she comes at last," said her grandmother, and she entered. She said she could not get away so easily now. Donal feared she had begun to lie. After sitting a quarter of an hour, she rose suddenly, and said she must go, for she was wanted at home. Donal rose also, and said, as the night was dark, and the moon not yet up, it would be better to go together. Her face flushed. She had to go into the town first, she said, to get something she wanted. Donal replied he was in no hurry, and would go with her. She cast an inquiring, almost suspicious look on her grandparents, but made no further objection, and they went out together. They walked to the High Street, and to the shop where Donal had encountered the parson. He waited in the street till she came out. Then they walked back the way they had come, little thinking, either of them, that their every step was dogged.
Kennedy, the fisherman, firm in his promise not to go near the castle, could not therefore remain quietly at home. He knew it was Eppy's day for visiting her folk, went to the town, and had been lingering about in the hope of seeing her. Not naturally suspicious, justifiable jealousy had rendered him such, and when he saw the two together he began to ask whether Donal's anxiety to keep him from encountering Lord Forgue might not be due to other grounds than those given or implied. So he followed, careful they should not see him. They came to a baker's shop, and stopping at the door, Eppy, in a voice that in vain sought to be steady, asked Donal if he would be so good as wait for her a moment, while she went in to speak to the baker's daughter. Donal made no difficulty, and she entered, leaving the door open as she found it. Lowry Leper's shop was lighted with only one dip, too dim almost to show the sugar biscuits and peppermint drops in the window that drew all day the hungry eyes of the children. A pleasant smell of bread came from it, and did what it could to entertain him in the all but deserted street. While he stood, no one entered or issued. "She's having a long talk," he said to himself, but for a long time was not impatient. He began at length, however, to fear she must have taken ill, or have found something wrong in the house. When more than half an hour was gone, he thought it time to make inquiry. He entered, therefore, shutting the door and opening it again to ring the spring bell, then mechanically closing it behind him. Straightway Mrs. Leper appeared from somewhere to answer the squall of the shrill-tongued summoner. Donal asked if Eppy was ready to go. The woman stared at him a moment in silence. "Eppy who, said ye?" she asked at length. "Eppy Comin," he answered. "I ken nothing about her." "Lucy?" A good-looking girl, with a stocking she was darning drawn over one hand and arm, followed her mother into the shop. "Whaur's Eppy Comin, gin ye please?" asked Donal. "I ken nothing about her. I hadna seen her sin this day week," answered the girl in a very straightforward manner. Donal saw he had been tricked, but judging it better to seek no elucidation, turned with apology to go. As he opened the door, there came through the house from behind a blast of cold wind. There was an open outer door in that direction. The girl must have slipped through the house and out by that door, leaving her squire to cool himself, vainly expectant, in the street. If she had found another admirer, as probably she imagined, his polite attentions were at the moment inconvenient. But she had tried the trick too often, for she had once served her fisherman in like fashion. Seeing her go into the baker's, Kennedy had conjectured her purpose, and hurrying toward the issue from the other exit, saw her come out of the court, and was again following her. Donal hastened homeward. The moon rose. It was a lovely night. Dull gleaming glimpses of the river came through the light fog that hovered over it in the rising moon, like a spirit river continually ascending from the earthly one and resting upon it, but flowing in heavenly places. The white webs shone very white in the moon, and the green grass looked grey. A few minutes more, and the whole country was covered with a low-lying fog, on whose upper surface the moon shone, making it appear to Donal's wondering eyes a wide-spread inundation, from which rose half-submerged houses and stacks and trees. One who had never seen the thing before, and who did not know the country, would not have doubted he looked on a veritable expanse of water. Absorbed in the beauty of the sight, he trudged on. Suddenly he stopped. Were those the sounds of a scuffle he heard on the road before him? He ran. At the next turn, in the loneliest part of the way, he saw something dark, like the form of a man, lying in the middle of the road. He hastened to it. The moon gleamed on a pool beside it. A death-like face looked heavenward. It was that of Lord Forgue, without breath or motion. There was a cut in his head. From that the pool had flowed. He examined it as well as he could with anxious eyes. It had almost stopped bleeding. What was he to do? What could be done? There was but one thing. He drew the helpless form to the side of the way, and leaning it up against the earth-dyke, sat down on the road before it, and so managed to get it upon his back, and rise with it. If he could but get him home unseen, much scandal might be forestalled. On the level road he did very well, but strong as he was, he did not find it an easy task to climb with such a burden the steep approach to the castle. He had little breath left when at last he reached the platform from which rose the towering bulk. He carried him straight to the housekeeper's room. It was not yet more than 10:30, and though the servants were mostly in bed, Mistress Brooks was still moving about. He laid his burden on her sofa, and hastened to find her. Like a sensible woman, she kept her horror and dismay to herself. She got some brandy, and between them they managed to make him swallow a little. He began to recover. They bathed his wound, and did for it what they could with scissors and plaster, then carried him to his own room, and got him to bed. Donal sat down by him and stayed. His patient was restless and wandering all the night, but towards morning fell into a sound sleep, and was still asleep when the housekeeper came to relieve him. As soon as Mrs. Brooks left Donal with Lord Forgue, she went to Eppy's room, and found her in bed, pretending to be asleep. She left her undisturbed, thinking to come easier at the truth if she took her unprepared to lie. It came out afterwards that she was not so heartless as she seemed. She found Lord Forgue waiting her upon the road, and almost immediately Kennedy came up to them. Forgue told her to run home at once. He would soon settle matters with the fellow. She went off like a hare, and till she was out of sight the men stood looking at each other. Kennedy was a powerful man, and Forgue but a stripling. The latter trusted, however, to his skill, and did not fear his adversary. He did not know what he was. He seemed now in no danger, and his attendants agreed to be silent till he recovered. It was given out that he was keeping his room for a few days, but that nothing very serious was the matter with him. In the afternoon, Donal went to find Kennedy, loitered a while about the village, and made several inquiries after him, but no one had seen him. Forgue recovered as rapidly as could have been expected. Davy was troubled that he might not go and see him, but he would have been full of question, remark, and speculation. For what he had himself to do in the matter, Donal was but waiting till he should be strong enough to be taken to task. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 26. Confrontment. At length one evening Donal knocked at the door of Forgue's room, and went in. He was seated in an easy-chair before a blazing fire, looking comfortable, and showing in his pale face no sign of a disturbed conscience. "My lord," said Donal, "you will hardly be surprised to find I have something to talk to you about." His lordship was so much surprised that he made him no answer, only looked in his face. Donal went on. "I want to speak to you about Eppy Coman," he said. Forgue's face flamed up. The devil of pride, and the devil of fear, and the devil of shame, all rushed to the outworks to defend the worthless self. But his temper did not at once break bounds. "Allow me to remind you, Mr. Grant," he said, "that although I have availed myself of your help, I am not your pupil, and you have no authority over me." "The reminder is unnecessary, my lord," answered Donal. "I am not your tutor, but I am the friend of the Comans, and therefore of Eppy." His lordship drew himself up yet more erect in his chair, and a sneer came over his handsome countenance. But Donal did not wait for him to speak. "Don't imagine me, my lord," he said, "presuming on the fact that I had the good fortune to carry you home. That I should have done for the stable-boy in similar plight. But as I interfered for you then, I have to interfere for Eppy now." "Damn your insolence! Do you think because you are going to be a parson you may make a congregation of me?" "I have not the slightest intention of being a parson," returned Donal quietly, "but I do hope to be an honest man, and your lordship is in great danger of ceasing to be one." "Get out of my room!" cried Forgue. Donal took a seat opposite him. "If you do not, I will," said the young lord, and rose. But ere he reached the door, Donal was standing with his back against it. He locked it, and took out the key. The youth glared at him, unable to speak for fury, then turned, caught up a chair, and rushed at him. One twist of Donal's ploughman hand wrenched it from him. He threw it over his head upon the bed, and stood motionless and silent, waiting till his rage should subside. In a few moments his eye began to quail, and he went back to his seat. "Now, my lord," said Donal, following his example and sitting down, "will you hear me?" "I'll be damned if I do," he answered, flaring up again at the first sound of Donal's voice. "I'm afraid you'll be damned if you don't," returned Donal. His lordship took the undignified expedient of thrusting his fingers in his ears. Donal sat quiet until he removed them. But the moment he began to speak, he thrust them in again. Donal rose, and seizing one of his hands by the wrist, said, "Be careful, my lord. If you drive me to extremity, I will speak so that the house shall hear me. If that will not do, I go straight to your father. You are a spy and a sneak. A man who behaves like you should have no terms held with him." The youth broke out in a fresh passion. Donal sat waiting till the futile outburst should be over. It was presently exhausted, the rage seeming to go out for want of fuel. Nor did he again stop his ears against the truth he saw he was doomed to hear. "I am come," said Donal, "to ask your lordship whether the course you are pursuing is not a dishonourable one." "I know what I am about." "So much the worse, but I doubt it. For your mother's sake, if for no other, you should scorn to behave to a woman as you are doing now." "What do you please to imagine I am doing now?" "There is no imagination in this. That you are behaving to Eppy as no man ought, except he meant to marry her." "How do you know I do not mean to marry her?" "Do you mean to marry her, my lord?" "What right have you to ask?" "At least I live under the same roof with you both." "What if she knows I do not intend to marry her?" "My duty is equally plain. I am the friend of her only relatives. If I did not do my best for the poor girl, I dared not look my master in the face. Where is your honour, my lord?" "I never told her I would marry her." "I never supposed you had." "Well, what then?" "I repeat, such attentions as yours must naturally be supposed by any innocent girl to mean marriage." "Bah! She is not such a fool." "I fear she is fool enough not to know to what they must then point." "They point to nothing." "Then you take advantage of her innocence to amuse yourself with her." "What if she be not quite so innocent as you would have her?" "My lord, you are a scoundrel." For one moment, Forgue seemed to wrestle with an all but uncontrollable fury. The next he laughed. But it was not a nice laugh. "Come now," he said, "I'm glad I've put you in a rage. I've got over mine. I'll tell you the whole truth. There is nothing between me and the girl. Nothing whatever, I give you my word, except an innocent flirtation. Ask herself." "My lord," said Donal, "I believe what you mean me to understand. I thought nothing worse of it myself." "Then why the devil kick up such an infernal shindy about it?" "For these reasons, my lord." "Oh, come, don't be long-winded." "You must hear me." "Go on." "I will suppose she does not imagine you mean to marry her." "She can't." "Why not?" "She's not a fool, and she can't imagine me such an idiot." "But may she not suppose you love her?" He tried to laugh. "You have never told her so? Never said or done anything to make her think so?" "Oh, well, she may think so, after a sort of fashion." "Would she speak to you again if she heard you talking so of the love you give her?" "You know as well as I do, the word has many meanings." "And which is she likely to take? That which is confessedly false and worth nothing?" "She may take which she pleases, and drop it when she pleases." "But now, does she not take your words of love for more than they are worth?" "She says I will soon forget her." "Will any saying keep her from being so in love with you as to reap misery? You don't know what the consequences may be. Her love wakened by yours may be infinitely stronger than yours." "Oh, women don't nowadays die for love," said his lordship, feeling a little flattered. "It would be well for some of them if they did. They never get over it. She mayn't die, true, but she may live to hate the man that led her to think he loved her, and taught her to believe in nobody. Her whole life may be darkened because you would amuse yourself." "She has her share of the amusement, and I have my share, by Jove, of the danger. She's a very pretty, clever, engaging girl, though she is but a housemaid," said Forgue, as if uttering a sentiment of quite communistic liberality. "What you say shows the more danger to her. If you admire her so much, you must have behaved to her so much the more like a genuine lover. But any suffering the affair may have caused you will hardly, I fear, persuade you to the only honourable escape." "By Jupiter!" cried Forgue, "would you have me marry the girl? That's coming it rather strong with your friendship for the cobbler." "No, my lord. If things are as you represent, I have no such desire. What I want is to put a stop to the whole affair. Every man has to be his brother's keeper, and if our Western notions concerning women be true, a man is yet more bound to be his sister's keeper. He who does not recognize this, be he earl or prince, is viler than the murderous prowler after a battle. For a man to say she can take care of herself is to speak out of essential hell. The beauty of love is that it does not take care of itself, but of the person loved. To approach a girl in any other fashion is a mean, scoundrelly thing. I am glad it has already brought on you some of the chastisement it deserves." His lordship started to his feet in a fresh access of rage. "You dare say that to my face?" "Assuredly, my lord. The fact stands just so." "I gave the fellow as good as he gave me." "That is nothing to the point, though from the state I found you in, it is hard to imagine. Pardon me, I do not believe you behaved like what you call a coward." Lord Forgue was almost crying with rage. "I have not done with him yet," he stammered. "If I only knew who the rascal is! If I don't pay him out, may—" Stop, my lord. All that is mere waste. I know who the man is, but I will not tell you. He gave you no more than you deserved, and I will do nothing to get him punished for it." "You are art in part with him." "I neither knew of his intent, saw him do it, nor have any proof against him." "You will not tell me his name?" "No." "I will find it out and kill him." "He threatens to kill you. I will do what I can to prevent either." "I will kill him," repeated Forgue through his clenched teeth. "And I will do my best to have you hanged for it," said Donal. "Leave the room, you insolent bumpkin." "When you have given me your word that you will never again speak to Eppy Coman." "I'll be damned first." "She will be sent away, where I shall see her the easier." His lordship said this more from perversity than intent, for he had begun to wish himself clear of the affair. Only how was he to give in to this unbearable clown? "I will give you till tomorrow to think of it," said Donal, and opened the door. His lordship made him no reply, but cast after him a look of uncertain anger. Donal, turning his head as he shut the door, saw it. "I trust," he said, "you will one day be glad I spoke to you plainly." "Oh, go along with your preaching!" cried Forgue, more testily than wrathfully, and Donal went. In the meantime, Eppy had been soundly taken to task by Mrs. Brooks, and told that if once again she spoke a word to Lord Forgue, she should that very day have her dismissal. The housekeeper thought she had at least succeeded in impressing upon her that she was in danger of losing her situation in a way that must seriously affect her character. She assured Donal that she would not let the foolish girl out of her sight, and thereupon Donal thought it better to give Lord Forgue a day to make up his mind. On the second morning he came to the schoolroom when lessons were over, and said frankly, "I've made a fool of myself, Mr. Grant. Make what excuse for me you can. I am sorry. Believe me, I meant no harm. I have made up my mind that all shall be over between us. Promise me you will not once speak to her again." "I don't like to do that. It might happen to be awkward. But I promise to do my best to avoid her." Donal was not quite satisfied, but thought it best to leave the thing so. The youth seemed entirely in earnest. For a time he remained in doubt whether he should mention the thing to Eppy's grandparents. He reflected that their influence with her did not seem very great, and if she were vexed by anything they said, it might destroy what little they had. Then it would make them unhappy, and he could not bear to think of it. He made up his mind that he would not mention it, but in the hope she would now change her way, leave the past to be forgotten. He had no sooner thus resolved, however, than he grew uncomfortable, and was unsatisfied with the decision. All would not be right between his friend and him. Andrew Coman would have something against him. He could no longer meet him as before, for he would be hiding something from him, and he would have a right to reproach him. Then his inward eyes grew clear. He said to himself, "What a man has a right to know, another has no right to conceal from him. If sorrow belonged to him, I have as little right to keep that from him as joy. His sorrows and his joys are part of a man's inheritance. My wisdom to take care of this man. His own is immeasurably before mine. The whole matter concerns him. I will let him know at once." The same night he went to see him. His wife was out, and Donal was glad of it. He told him all that had taken place. He listened in silence, his eyes fixed on him, his work on his lap, his hand with the awl hanging by his side. When he heard how Eppy had tricked Donal that night, leaving him to watch in vain, tears gathered in his old eyes. He wiped them away with the backs of his horny hands, and there came no more. Donal told him he had first thought he would say nothing to him about it all, he was so loath to trouble them, but neither his heart nor his conscience would let him be silent. "Ye did right to tell me," said Andrew after a pause. "It's true we hadna that muckle weight with her, for it seems a law of nature that the young's not to be holden down by the experience of the old, which can be experience only to themselves. But when we pray to God, it puts it mair in his power to make use of us for the carrying out of the thing we pray for. It's not aye by words he gives us to say. With some folk words gang for unco little. It may be whiles by a look, a whilk you ken naething, or it may be by a motion o' your hand, or a turn o' your head. Who kens but ye may hold a divine power o'er the heart ye hae most given up the hope o' ever winning at? Ye hae heard the convict brought to sorrow by seeing a bit o' the same matin he had been used to see in the aisle o' the kirk his mother took him till. That was a stroke o' God's magic. There's no kenning what God can do, nor yet what best o' reasons he has for no doing it sooner. When we think he's letting the time gang and doing nothing, he may be just doing all thing. Not that I ever think like that, no. Let him do as he likes. What he does I'm sure of. I'm o' his mind whether I ken his mind or no. Eh, my lassie, my lassie. I could better win her a hantle nor her gin you the slip that gate, sir. It was so double o' her. It's nothing wrong in itself that a young lass should be taken with the attentions of a bonny lad like Lord Forgue. That's not again the nature that God made. But to pretend and take in, to be cunning and sly, that's evil. And sign for the other lad, I doubt that's the worst o' all. Only I kenna how far she had committed herself with him, for she was never open-hearted. Sir, it's a fine thing to have no secrets but such as lie atween yourself and your Maker. I can but pray the Father o' all to hold his eye upon her, and his arms about her, and keep off the hardening o' the heart that despises counsel. I'm sair doubting we canna do muckle mair for her. She maun take her ain gait, for we canna put a collar round her neck, and lead her about wherever we gang. She maun win her own bread, and gin she didna that, she would be but the mair ta'en up with such nonsense as the likes Lord Forgue's aye ready to say till any bonny lass. And I verily believe she's safer there with you and the housekeeper, nor where he could win at her easier, and where they would be readier to take her character fae her upon less offence, and send her about her business. Folks unco jealous about their house that would trouble themselves little about a lass. So long as it's not upon their premises, she may do as she likes for them. Doory and me, we'll just lay our cares in the fine sight and afore the compassionate heart of the Maester, and see what he can do for us. Sic things even we can leave to him. I hope there'll be no more bloodshed. He's a fine lad, Steenie Kennedy, come of a fine stock. His father was a God-fearing man, some dour by nature, but with an uncle clearing up through grace. I would willingly ha' seen our Eppy his wife. He's an honest lad. I'm sorry he gave place to wrath, but he may repent it by the know, and truth, I cannot blame him muckle at his time o' life. It's not as gin you or me did it, ye ken, sir. The chosen agonize after the light, stretch out their hands to God, stir up themselves to lay hold upon God. These are they who gather grace, as the mountain tops the snow, to send down rivers of water to their fellows. The rest are the many called, of whom not a few have to be compelled. Alas for the one cast out. As he was going home in the dark of a clouded moonlight, just as he reached the place where he found Lord Forgue, Donal caught sight of the vague figure of a man apparently on the watch, and put himself a little on his guard as he went on. It was Kennedy. He came up to him in a hesitating way. "Stephen," said Donal, for he seemed to wait for him to speak first, "you may thank God you are not now in hiding." "I would never hide, sir. Gin I had killed the man, I would ha' holden my face till it. But it was a foolish thing to do, for it'll only gar the lass think the mair o' him. They aye side with the one they take to be ill-used." "I thought you said you would in any case have no more to do with her," said Donal. Kennedy was silent for a moment. "A body may tear at their heart," he muttered, "but gin it winna come, what's the good o' swearing out it maun?" "Well," returned Donal, "it may be some comfort to you to know that, for the present at least, and I hope for altogether, the thing is put a stop to. The housekeeper at the castle knows all about it, and she and I will do our best. Her grandparents know too. Eppy herself and Lord Forgue have both of them promised there shall be no more of it. And I do believe, Kennedy, there has been nothing more than great silliness on either side. I hope you will not forget yourself again. You gave me a promise and broke it." "Not in a letter, sir, only in the spirit," rejoined Kennedy. "I gaedna near the castle." "Only in the spirit, did you say, Stephen? What matters the word but for the spirit? The Bible itself lets the word go any time for the spirit. Would it have been a breach of your promise if you had gone to the castle on some service to the man you almost murdered? If ever you lay your hand on the lad again, I'll do my best to give you over to justice. But keep quiet, and I'll do all I can for you." Kennedy promised to govern himself, and they parted friends. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 27. The Soul of the Old Garden. The days went on, and still Donal saw nothing, or next to nothing, of the Earl. Thrice he met him on the way to the walled garden, in which he was wont to take his unfrequent exercise. On one of these occasions his lordship spoke to him courteously. The next scarcely noticed him. The third passed him without recognition. Donal, who with equal mind took everything as it came, troubled himself not at all about the matter. He was doing his work as well as he knew how, and that was enough. Now also he saw scarcely anything of Lord Forgue either. He no longer sought his superior scholarship. Lady Arctura he saw generally once a week at the religion lesson. Of Miss Carmichael, happily nothing at all. But as he grew more familiar with the countenance of Lady Arctura, it pained him more and more to see it so sad, so far from peaceful. What might be the cause of it? Most well-meaning young women are in general tolerably happy, partly perhaps because they have few or no aspirations, not troubling themselves about what alone is the end of thought, and partly perhaps because they despise the sadness ever ready to assail them as something unworthy. But if condemned to the round of a tormenting theological mill, and at the same time consumed with strenuous endeavour to order thoughts and feelings according to supposed requirements of the gospel, with little to employ them, and no companions to make them forget themselves, such would be at once more sad and more worthy. The narrow ways trodden of men are miserable. They have high walls on each side, and but an occasional glimpse of the sky above, and in such paths Lady Arctura was trying to walk. The true way, though narrow, is not unlovely. Most footpaths are lovelier than high roads. It may be full of toil, but it cannot be miserable. It has not walls, but fields and forests and gardens around it, and limitless sky overhead. It has its sorrows, but many of them lie only on its borders, and they that leave the path gather them. Lady Arctura was devouring her soul in silence, with such effectual help thereto as the self-sufficient friend, who had never encountered a real difficulty in her life, plenteously gave her. Miss Carmichael dealt with her honestly according to her wisdom, but that wisdom was foolishness. She said what she thought right, but was wrong in what she counted right. Nay, she did what she thought right, but no amount of doing wrong right can set the soul on the high table-land of freedom, or endow it with liberating help. The autumn passed, and the winter was at hand, a terrible time to the old and ailing, even in tracts nearer the sun; to the young and healthy, a merry time, even in the snows and bitter frosts of eastern Scotland. Davy looked chiefly to the skating, and in particular to the pleasure he was going to have in teaching Mr. Grant, who had never done any sliding except on the soles of his nailed shoes. When the time came, he acquired the art the more rapidly that he never minded what blunders he made in learning a thing. The dread of blundering is a great bar to success. He visited the Comyns often, and found continual comfort and help in their friendship. The letters he received from home, especially those of his friend Sir Gibbie, who not unfrequently wrote also for Donal's father and mother, were a great nourishment to him. As the cold and the nights grew, the water level rose in Donal's well, and the poetry began to flow. When we have no summer without, we must supply it from within. Those must have comfort in themselves who are sent to help others. Up in his eyrie, like an eagle above the low affairs of the earth, he led a keener life, breathed the breath of a more genuine existence than the rest of the house. No doubt the old cobbler, seated at his last over a mouldy shoe, breathed a yet higher air than Donal weaving his verse, or reading grand old Greek in his tower. But Donal was on the same path, the only path with an infinite end, the divine destiny. He had often thought of trying the old man with some of the best poetry he knew, desirous of knowing what receptivity he might have for it, but always when with him had hitherto forgot his proposed inquiry, and thought of it again only after he had left him. The original flow of the cobbler's life put the thought of testing it out of his mind. One afternoon, when the last of the leaves had fallen, and the country was bare as the heart of an old man who has lived to himself, Donal, seated before a great fire of coal and boat logs, fell a-thinking of the old garden, vanished with the summer, but living in the memory of its delight. All that was left of it at the foot of the hill was its corpse, but its soul was in the heaven of Donal's spirit, and there this night gathered to itself a new form. It grew and grew in him, till it filled with its thoughts the mind of the poet. He turned to his table, and began to write. With many emendations afterwards, the result was this. The Old Garden. 1. I stood in an ancient garden, with high red walls around, over them grey and green lichens, in shadowy arabesque wound. The topmost climbing blossoms on fields kine-haunted looked out, but within were shelter and shadow, and daintiest odours about. There were alleys and lurking arbours, deep glooms into which to dive. The lawns were as soft as fleeces. Of daisies I counted but 5. The sundial was so aged, it had gathered a thoughtful grace, and the roundabout of the shadow seemed to have furrowed its face. The flowers were all of the oldest that ever in garden sprung, red and blood-red and dark purple, the rose lamps flaming hung. Along the borders fringed, with broad thick edges of box, stood foxgloves and gorgeous poppies, and great-eyed hollyhocks. There were junipers trimmed into castles, and ash-trees bowed into tents, for the garden, though ancient and pensive, still wore quaint ornaments. It was all so stately fantastic, its old wind hardly would stir. Young spring, when she merrily entered, must feel it no place for her. 2. I stood in the summer morning, under a cavernous yew. The sun was gently climbing, and the scents rose after the dew. I saw the wise old mansion, like a cow in the noonday heat, stand in a pool of shadows that rippled about its feet. Its windows were oriel and latticed, lowly and wide and fair, and its chimneys like clustered pillars stood up in the thin blue air. White doves, like the thoughts of a lady, haunted it in and out. With a train of green and blue comets, the peacock went marching about. The birds in the trees were singing, a song as old as the world, of love and green leaves and sunshine, and winter folded and furled. They sang that never was sadness, but it melted and passed away. They sang that never was darkness, but in came the conquering day. And I knew that a maiden somewhere, in a sober sunlit gloom, in a nimbus of shining garments, an aureole of white-browed bloom, looked out on the garden dreamy, and knew not that it was old, looked past the grey and the sombre, and saw but the green and the gold. 3. I stood in the gathering twilight, in a gently blowing wind, and the house looked half uneasy, like one that was left behind. The roses had lost their redness, and cold the grass had grown. At roost were the pigeons and peacock, and the dial was dead grey stone. The world by the gathering twilight in a gauzy dusk was clad. It went in through my eyes to my spirit, and made me a little sad. Grew and gathered the twilight, and filled my heart and brain. The sadness grew more than sadness, and turned to a gentle pain. Browned and brooded the twilight, and sank down through the calm, till it seemed for some human sorrows there could not be any balm. 4. Then I knew that up a staircase, which untrod will yet creak and shake, deep in a distant chamber, a ghost was coming awake. In the growing darkness growing till her eyes appear, like spots of a deeper twilight, but more transparent clear. Thin as hot air up-trembling, thin as a sun-molten crape, the deepening shadow of something taketh a certain shape. A shape whose hands are uplifted, to throw back her blinding hair. A shape whose bosom is heaving, but draws not in the air. And I know by what time the moonlight on her nest of shadows will sit, out on the dim lawn gliding, that shadow of shadows will flit. 5. The moon is dreaming upward, from a sea of cloud and gleam. She looks as if she had seen us, never but in a dream. Down that stair I know she is coming, barefooted, lifting her train. It creaks not, she hears it creaking, for the sound is in her brain. Out at the side door she's coming, with a timid glance right and left. Her look is hopeless yet eager, the look of a heart bereft. Across the lawn she is flitting, her eddying robe in the wind. Are her fair feet bending the grasses? Her hair is half lifted behind. 6. Shall I stay to look on her nearer? Would she start and vanish away? No, no, she will never see me, if I stand as near as I may. It is not this wind she is feeling, not this cool grass below. 'Tis the wind and the grass of an evening 100 years ago. She sees no roses darkling, no stately hollyhocks dim. She is only thinking and dreaming of the garden, the night, and him. Of the unlit windows behind her, of the timeless dial-stone, of the trees and the moon and the shadows, 100 years agone. 'Tis a night for all ghostly lovers, to haunt the best-loved spot. Is he come in his dreams to this garden? I gaze, but I see him not. 7. I will not look on her nearer, my heart would be torn in twain. From mine eyes the garden would vanish in the falling of their rain. I will not look on a sorrow that darkens into despair, on the surge of a heart that cannot, yet cannot cease to bear. My soul to hers would be calling, she would hear no word it said. If I cried aloud in the stillness, she would never turn her head. She is dreaming the sky above her, she is dreaming the earth below. This night she lost her lover, 100 years ago. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 28. A Presence, Yet Not a Presence. The twilight had fallen while he wrote, and the wind had risen. It was now blowing a gale. When he could no longer see, he rose to light his lamp, and looked out of the window. All was dusk around him. Above and below was nothing to be distinguished from the mass. Nothing and something seemed in it to share an equal uncertainty. He heard the wind, but could not see the clouds that swept before it, for all was cloud overhead, and no change of light or feature showed the shifting of the measureless bulk. Grey stormy space was the whole idea of the creation. He was gazing into a void. Was it not rather a condition of things inappreciable by his senses? A strange feeling came over him, as of looking from a window in the wall of the visible, into the region unknown, to man shapeless quite, therefore terrible, wherein wander the things all that have not yet found or form or sensible embodiment, so as to manifest themselves to eyes or ears or hands of mortals. As he gazed, the huge, shapeless hulks of the ships of chaos, dimly awful suggestions of animals uncreate, yet vaguer motions of what was not, came heaving up to vanish even from the fancy, as they approached his window. Earth lay far below, invisible. Only through the night came the moaning of the sea as the wind drove it, in still enlarging waves upon the flat shore, a level of doubtful grass and sand, 3 miles away. It seemed to his heart as if the moaning were the voice of the darkness, lamenting like a repentant Satan or Judas that it was not the light, could not hold the light, might not become as the light, but must that moment cease when the light began to enter it. Darkness and moaning was all that the earth contained. Would the souls of the mariners shipwrecked this night go forth into the ceaseless turmoil? Or would they, leaving behind them the sense for storms, as for all things soft and sweet as well, enter only a vast silence, where was nothing to be aware of but each solitary self? Thoughts and theories many passed through Donal's mind, as he sought to land the conceivable from the wondering bosom of the limitless. And he was just arriving at the conclusion that, as all things seen must be after the fashion of the unseen whence they come, as the very genius of embodiment is likeness, Therefore the soul of man must of course have natural relations with matter. But on the other hand, as the spirit must be the home and origin of all this moulding, assimilating, modelling energy, and the spirit only that is in harmonious oneness with its origin can fully exercise the deputed creative power, it can be only in proportion to the eternal life in them that spirits are able to draw to themselves matter and clothe themselves in it, so entering into full relation with the world of storms and sunsets. He was, I say, just arriving at this hazarded conclusion, when he started out of his reverie, and was suddenly all ear to listen. Again, yes, it was the same sound that had sent him that first night wandering through the house in fruitless quest. It came in 2 or 3 fitful chords that melted into each other, like the colours in the lining of a shell, then ceased. He went to the door, opened it, and listened. A cold wind came rushing up the stair. He heard nothing. He stepped out on the stair, shut his door, and listened. It came again. A strange, unearthly, musical cry. If ever disembodied sound went wandering in the wind, just such a sound must it be. Knowing little of music, save in the forms of tone and vowel change and rhythm and rhyme, he felt as if he could have listened forever to the wild, wondering sweetness of its lamentation. Almost immediately it ceased. Then once more came again, apparently from far off, dying away on the distant tops of the billowy air, out of whose wondering bosom it had first issued. It was as the wailing of a summer wind caught and swept along in a tempest from the frozen north. The moment he ceased to expect it any more, he began to think whether it must not have come from the house. He stole down the stair. To do what, he did not know. He could not go following an airy nothing all over the castle. Of a great part of it he as yet knew nothing. His constructive mind had yearned after a complete idea of the building, for it was almost a passion with him to fit the outsides and insides of things together. But there were suites of rooms into which, except the Earl and Lady Arctura were to leave home, he could not hope to enter. It was little more than mechanically, therefore, that he went vaguely after the sound, and ere he was half-way down the stair, he recognized the hopelessness of the pursuit. He went on, however, to the schoolroom, where tea was waiting him. He had returned to his room, and was sitting again at work, now reading and meditating, when in one of the lulls of the storm he became aware of another sound, one most unusual to his ears, for he never required any attendance in his room, that of steps coming up the stair, heavy steps, not as of one on some ordinary errand. He waited listening. The steps came nearer and nearer, and stopped at his door. A hand fumbled about upon it, found the latch, lifted it, and entered. To Donal's wonder, and dismay as well, it was the Earl. His dismay arose from his appearance. He was deadly pale, and his eyes more like those of a corpse than a man among his living fellows. Donal started to his feet. The apparition turned its head towards him, but in its look was no atom of recognition, no acknowledgment or even perception of his presence. The sound of his rising had had merely a half-mechanical influence upon its brain. It turned away immediately, and went on to the window. There it stood, much as Donal had stood a little while before, looking out, but with the attitude of one listening rather than one trying to see. There was indeed nothing but the blackness to be seen, and nothing to be heard but the roaring of the wind, with the roaring of the great billows rolled along in it. As it stood, the time to Donal seemed long. It was but about 5 minutes. Was the man out of his mind, or only a sleep-walker? How could he be asleep so early in the night? As Donal stood doubting and wondering, once more came the musical cry out of the darkness, and immediately from the Earl a response, a soft, low murmur, by degrees becoming audible, in the tone of one meditating aloud, but in a restrained ecstasy. From his words he seemed still to be hearkening the sounds aerial, though to Donal at least they came no more. "Yet once again," he murmured, "once again ere I forsake the flesh are my ears blessed with that voice. It is the song of the eternal woman. For me she sings. Sing on, siren. My soul is a listening universe, and therein naught but thy voice." He paused, and began afresh. It is the wind in the tree of life. Its leaves rustle in words of love. Under its shadow I shall lie, with her I loved, and killed. Ere that day come, she will have forgiven and forgotten, and all will be well. Hark the notes, clear as a flute, full and stringent as a violin. They are colours, they are flowers, they are alive. I can see them as they grow, as they blow. Those are primroses, those are pimpernels. Those high, intense, burning tones, so soft yet so certain. What are they? Jasmine? No, that flower is not a note. It is a chord. And what a chord! I mean, what a flower! I never saw that flower before, never on this earth. It must be a flower of the paradise whence comes the music. It is. It is. Do I not remember the night when I sailed in the great ship over the ocean of the stars, and scented the airs of heaven, and saw the pearly gates gleaming across myriads of wavering miles? Saw, plain as I see them now, the flowers on the fields within. Ah me, the dragon that guards the golden apples. See his crest and his emerald eyes. He comes floating up through the murky lake. It is Geryon, come to bear me to the gyre below. He turned, and with a somewhat quickened step left the room, hastily shutting the door behind him, as if to keep back the creature of his vision. Strong-hearted and strong-brained, Donal had yet stood absorbed as if he too were out of the body, and knew nothing more of this earth. There is something more terrible in a presence that is not a presence, than in a vision of the bodiless. That is, a present ghost is not so terrible as an absent one, a present but deserted body. He stood a moment helpless, then pulled himself together and tried to think. What should he do? What could he do? What was required of him? Was anything required of him? Had he any right to do anything? Could anything be done that would not both be and cause a wrong? His first impulse was to follow. A man in such a condition was surely not to be left to go whither he would among the heights and depths of the castle, where he might break his neck any moment. Interference no doubt was dangerous, but he would follow him at least a little way. He heard the steps going down the stair, and made haste after them. But ere they could have reached the bottom, the sound of them ceased, and Donal knew the Earl must have left the stair, at a point from which he could not follow him. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 29. Eppy Again. He would gladly have told his friend the cobbler all about the strange occurrence, but he did not feel sure it would be right to carry a report of the house where he held a position of trust. And what made him doubtful was, that first he doubted whether the cobbler would consider it right. But he went to see him the next day, in the desire to be near the only man to whom it was possible he might tell what he had seen. The moment he entered the room, where the cobbler as usual sat at work by his wife, he saw that something was the matter. But they welcomed him with their usual cordiality, nor was it many minutes before Mistress Coleman made him acquainted with the cause of their anxiety. "We're just a wee tribbled, sir," she said, "about Eppy." "I am very sorry," said Donal, with a pang. He had thought things were going right with her. "What is the matter?" "It's not so easy to say," returned the grandmother. "It may well be only a fancy of the old folk, but it seems to both o' us she has a way with her that doesna come o' the right. She'll be that meek as gin she thought nothing at all herself, and the next moment be angered at a word. She canna bide a syllable said if not correct to the very hair. It's as gin she dreaded war ahind it, and would march straight to the defence. I'm not making my meaning that clear, I doubt, but ye'll ken it for all that." "I think I do," said Donal. "I see nothing of her." "I wouldna make a wonder o' that, sir. She may weel hold out o' your gate, feelin' rebukit for one that kens aught about her goings on wi' my lord." "I don't know how I should see her, though," returned Donal. "Didna she sweep out the schoolroom first when ye gaed, sir?" When I think of it, yes. Does she still that same? I do not know. Understanding at what hour in the morning the room will be ready for me, I do not go to it sooner. It's but the look, in the general carriage of the lassie, said the old woman. Gin we had anything to take a hold of, we would maybe think the less. True, she was aye what ye might call a bit changeable in her ways, but she was aye, when she had the chance, unco willing to gie her father there or mysel a spark of gladness like. It pleased her to be pleasing in the eyes of the old folk, though they were but her ain. But no, we munnot say a word till her. We ha no business to look till her for nothing. Not she's aye like that, but it comes so oft, at last we dar hardly open our mouths for the fear of how she'll take it. Only all the time it's mair as gin she was flinging something frae her, something she didna like, and would fain be rid of, than that she cared so very muckle about anything we said not till her mind. She takes a hold of the words, no doubt, but I canna help thinking it must, whatever we said, it would be the same. Something to complain o's never wantin' when you're ill-pleased already. It's not the doing of the right, you see, said the cobbler. I mean that's not itself the end, but the right humour of the soul towards all things thought or felt or done. That's righteousness, and out of that comes, of the very necessity of nature, a right deeds o' whatever kind. Where they come not forth, it's where the soul, the thought of the man's no right. Or poor lassie shows all manner of small infirmities, just 'cause the humour of her soul's not harmonious with the truth, not harmonious in itself, not at one with the true thing, with the true man, with the true God. It may even be said it's a small thing 'at a man should do wrong, so long as he's capable of doing wrong, and loves not the right with heart and soul. But it's not a small thing that he should be capable. Surely, Anaroo, interposed his wife, holding up her hands in mild deprecation, you would not let the lassie do wrong, gin you could hold her right. No, I would not, replied her husband, supposing the holding of her right to fall in with any degree of perception of the right on her part. But supposing it was only the holding of her frae ill by outward constraint, leaving her ready upon the first opportunity to turn aside, whereas, gin she had done wrong, she would repent of it, and see what a foul thing it was to gang again the holy will of him that made and died for her. I leave ye to judge for yoursel what any man that loved God and loved the lass and loved the right would choose. We maun hold both een open upon the truth, and not blink sideways upon the world and its righteousness with one of them. Who wouldna be Zacchaeus with the Lord in his house, and the righteousness of God himself growing in his heart, rather nor the proud Pharisee, who kent no ill he was doing, and thought it a shame to speak to such a man as Zacchaeus. The grandmother held her peace, thinking probably that so long as one kept respectable, there remained the more likelihood of a spiritual change. "Is there anything you think I could do?" asked Donal. "I confess I'm afraid of meddling." "I wouldna have you appear, sir," said Andrew, "in anything concerning her. Ye're a young man yoursel, and folks' hearts as well as folks' tongues are not to be lippen till. I ha' seen folk, 'cause they couldna believe a body doing a thing frae a small modicum of good will, set themselves to invent what they called a motive till account for it. Something, that is, that would have prevailed with themselves to gar them do it. Sick folk cannot understand a body doing anything just 'cause it was worth doing it in itself." "But maybe," said the old woman, returning to the practical, "as ye ha been pleased to say ye're on friendly terms with Mistress Brooks, ye might just see gin she's observed any tendency to resumption of the old affair." Donal promised, and as soon as he reached the castle sought an interview with the housekeeper. She told him she had been particularly pleased of late with Eppy's attention to her work, and readiness to make herself useful. If she did look sometimes a little out of heart, they must remember, she said, that they had been young themselves once, and that it was not so easy to forget as to give up. But she would keep her eyes open. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 30. Lord Morven. The winter came at last in good earnest. First black frost, then white snow, then sleet and wind and rain, then snow again, which fell steady and calm, and lay thick. After that came hard frost, and brought plenty of skating, and to Davy the delight of teaching his master. Donal had many falls, but was soon, partly in virtue of those same falls, a very decent skater. Davy claimed all the merit of his successful training, and when his master did anything particularly well, would remark with pride that he had taught him. But the good thing in it for Davy was, that he noted the immediate faith with which Donal did or tried to do what he told him. This reacted in opening his mind to the beauty and dignity of obedience, and went a long way towards revealing the low moral condition of the man who seeks freedom through refusal to act at the will of another. He who does so will come by degrees to have no will of his own, and act only from impulse, which may be the will of a devil. So Donal and Davy grew together into one heart of friendship. Donal never longed for his hours with Davy to pass, and Davy was never so happy as when with Donal. The one was gently leading the other into the paths of liberty. Nothing but the teaching of him who made the human soul can make that soul free, but it is in great measure through those who have already learned that he teaches. And Davy was an apt pupil, promising to need less of the discipline of failure and pain that he was strong to believe and ready to obey. But Donal was not all the day with Davy, and latterly had begun to feel a little anxious about the time the boy spent away from him, partly with his brother, partly with the people about the stable, and partly with his father, who evidently found the presence of his younger son less irksome to him than that of any other person, and saw more of him than of Forgue. The amount of loneliness the Earl could endure was amazing. But after what he had seen and heard, Donal was most anxious concerning his time with his father, only he felt it a delicate thing to ask him about it. At length, however, Davy himself opened up the matter. "Mr. Grant," he said one day, "I wish you could hear the grand fairy stories my papa tells." "I wish I might," answered Donal. "I will ask him to let you come and hear. I have told him you can make fairy tales too, only he has quite another way of doing it, and I must confess," added Davy a little pompously, "I do not follow him so easily as you. Besides," he added, "I never can find anything in what you call the cupboard behind the curtain of the story. I wonder sometimes if his stories have any cupboard. I will ask him to-day to let you come." "I think that would hardly do," said Donal. "Your father likes to tell his boy fairy tales, but he might not care to tell them to a man. You must remember, too, that though I have been in the house what you think a long time, your father has seen very little of me, and might feel me in the way. Invalids do not generally enjoy the company of strangers. You had better not ask him." "But I have often told him how good you are, Mr. Grant, and how you can't bear anything that is not right, and I am sure he must like you. I don't mean so well as I do, because you haven't to teach him anything, and nobody can love anybody so well as the one he teaches to be good." "Still, I think you had better leave it alone, lest he should not like your asking him. I should be sorry to have you disappointed." "I do not mind that so much as I used. If you do not tell me I am not to do it, I think I will venture." Donal said no more. He did not feel at liberty, from his own feeling merely, to check the boy. The thing was not wrong, and something might be intended to come out of it. He shrank from the least ruling of events, believing man's only call to action is duty. So he left Davy to do as he pleased. "Does your father often tell you a fairy tale?" he asked. "Not every day, sir." "What time does he tell them?" "Generally when I go to him after tea." "Do you go any time you like?" "Yes, but he does not always let me stay. Sometimes he talks about mamma, I think, but only coming into the fairy tale. He has told me one in the middle of the day. I think he would if I woke him up in the night, but that would not do, for he has terrible headaches. Perhaps that is what sometimes makes his stories so terrible I have to beg him to stop." "And does he stop?" "Well, no, I don't think he ever does. When a story is once begun, I suppose it ought to be finished." So the matter rested for the time. But about a week after, Donal received one morning through the butler an invitation to dine with the Earl, and concluded it was due to Davy, whom he therefore expected to find with his father. He put on his best clothes, and followed Simmons up the grand staircase. The great rooms of the castle were on the first floor, but he passed the entrance to them, following his guide up and up to the second floor, where the Earl had his own apartment. Here he was shown into a small room, richly furnished after a sombrely ornate fashion, the drapery and coverings much faded, worn even to shabbiness. It had been for a century or so the private sitting-room of the lady of the castle, but was now used by the Earl, perhaps in memory of his wife. Here he received his sons, and now Donal, but never any whom business or politeness compelled him to see. There was no one in the room when Donal entered, but after about 10 minutes, a door opened at the further end, and Lord Morven, appearing from his bedroom, shook hands with him with some faint show of kindness. Almost the same moment, the butler entered from a third door, and said dinner waited. The Earl walked on, and Donal followed. This room also was a small one. The meal was laid on a little round table. There were but 2 covers, and Simmons alone was in waiting. While they ate and drank, which his lordship did sparingly, not a word was spoken. Donal would have found it embarrassing had he not been prepared for the peculiar. His lordship took no notice of his guest, leaving him to the care of the butler. He looked very white and worn. Donal thought a good deal worse than when he saw him first. His cheeks were more sunken, his hair more grey, and his eyes more weary, with a consuming fire in them that had no longer much fuel, and was burning remnants. He stooped over his plate as if to hide the operation of eating, and drank his wine with a trembling hand. Every movement indicated indifference to both his food and his drink. At length the more solid part of the meal was removed, and they were left alone, fruit upon the table, and 2 wine decanters. From one of them the Earl helped himself, then passed it to Donal, saying, "You are very good to my little Davy, Mr. Grant. He is full of your kindness to him. There is nobody like you." "A little goes a long way with Davy, my lord," answered Donal. "Then much must go a longer way," said the Earl. There was nothing remarkable in the words, yet he spoke them with the difficulty a man accustomed to speak and to weigh his words might find in clothing a new thought to his satisfaction. The effort seemed to have tried him, and he took a sip of wine. This, however, he did after every briefest sentence he uttered. A sip only he took, nothing like a mouthful. Donal told him that Davy, of all the boys he had known, was far the quickest, and that just because he was morally the most teachable. "You greatly gratify me, Mr. Grant," said the Earl. "I have long wished just such a man as you for Davy. If only I had known you when Forgue was preparing for college." "I must have been at that time only at college myself, my lord." "True, true." "But for Davy, it is a privilege to teach him." "If only it might last a while," returned the Earl. "But of course you have the church in your eye." "My lord, I have not." "What!" cried his lordship almost eagerly. "You intend giving your life to teaching?" "My lord," returned Donal, "I never trouble myself about my life. Why should we burden the mule of the present with the camel-load of the future? I take what comes, what is sent me, that is." "You are right, Mr. Grant. If I were in your position I should think just as you do. But alas, I have never had any choice." "Perhaps your lordship has not chosen to choose," Donal was on the point of saying, but bethought himself in time not to hazard the remark. "If I were a rich man, Mr. Grant," the Earl continued, "I would secure your services for a time indefinite. But, as everyone knows, not an acre of the property belongs to me, or goes with the title. Davy, dear boy, will have nothing but 1,000 or 2. The marriage I have in view for Lord Forgue will arrange a future for him." "I hope there will be some love in the marriage," said Donal uneasily, with a vague thought of Eppy. "I had no intention," returned his lordship with cold politeness, "of troubling you concerning Lord Forgue." "I beg your pardon, my lord," said Donal. "Davy, poor boy, he is my anxiety," resumed the Earl, in his former condescendingly friendly, half-sleepy tone. "What to do with him I have not yet succeeded in determining. If the Church of Scotland were episcopal now, we might put him into that. He would be an honour to it. But as it has no dignities to confer, it is not the place for one of his birth and social position. A few shabby hundreds a year, and the associations he would necessarily be thrown into. However honourable the profession in itself," he added, with a bow to Donal, apparently unable to get it out of his head that he had an embryo clergyman before him. "Davy is not quite a man yet," said Donal, "and by the time he begins to think of a profession he will, I trust, be fit to make a choice. The boy has a great deal of common sense. If your lordship will pardon me, I cannot help thinking there is no need to trouble about him." "It is very well for one in your position to think in that way, Mr. Grant. Men like you are free to choose. You may make your bread as you please. But men in our position are greatly limited in their choice. The paths open to them are few. Tradition oppresses us. We are slaves to the dead and buried. I could well wish I had been born in your humbler, but, in truth, less contracted sphere. Certain roles are not open to you, to be sure, but your life in the open air, following your sheep, and dreaming all things beautiful and grand in the world beyond you, is entrancing. It is the life to make a poet." "Or a king," thought Donal, "but the Earl would have made a discontented shepherd." The man who is not content where he is would never have been content somewhere else, though he might have complained less. "Take another glass of wine, Mr. Grant," said his lordship, filling his own from the other decanter. "Try this. I believe you will like it better." "In truth, my lord," answered Donal, "I have drunk so little wine that I do not know one sort from another." "You know whiskey better, I dare say. Would you like some now? Touch the bell behind you." "No, thank you, my lord. I know as little about whiskey. My mother would never let us even taste it, and I have never tasted it." "A new taste is a gain to the being." "I suspect, however, a new appetite can only be a loss." As he said this, Donal half mechanically filled a glass from the decanter his host had pushed towards him. "I should like you, though," resumed his lordship, after a short pause, "to keep your eyes open to the fact that Davy must do something for himself. You would then be able to let me know by and by what you think him fit for." "I will, with pleasure, my lord. Tastes may not be infallible guides to what is fit for us, but they may lead us to the knowledge of what we are fit for." "Extremely well said," returned the Earl. I do not think he understood in the least what Donal meant. "Shall I try how he takes to trigonometry? He might care to learn land surveying. Gentlemen now, not unfrequently, take charge of the properties of their more favoured relatives. There is Mr. Graham, your own factor, my lord. A relative, I understand." "A distant one," answered his lordship with marked coldness. "The degree of relationship hardly to be counted." "In the Lowlands, my lord, you do not care to count kin as we do in the Highlands. My heart warms to the word kinsman." "You have not found kinship so awkward as I, possibly," said his lordship with a watery smile. "The man in humble position may allow the claim of kin to any extent. He has nothing, therefore nothing can be taken from him. But the man who has would be the poorest of the clan if he gave to every needy relation." "I never knew the man so poor," answered Donal, "that he had nothing to give. But the things of the poor are hardly to the purpose of the predatory relative." "Predatory relative! A good phrase," said his lordship with a sleepy laugh, though his eyes were wide open. His lips did not seem to care to move, yet he looked pleased. "To tell you the truth," he began again, "at one period of my history I gave and gave till I was tired of giving. Ingratitude was the sole return. At one period I had large possessions, larger than I like to think of now. If I had the 10th part of what I have given away, I should not be uneasy concerning Davy." "There is no fear of Davy, my lord, so long as he is brought up with the idea that he must work for his bread." His lordship made no answer, and his look reminded Donal of that he wore when he came to his chamber. A moment, and he rose and began to pace the room. An indescribable suggestion of an invisible yet luminous cloud hovered about his forehead and eyes, which latter, if not fixed on very vacancy, seemed to have got somewhere near it. At the 4th or 5th turn he opened the door by which he had entered, continuing a remark he had begun to Donal, of which, although he heard every word, and seemed on the point of understanding something, he had not caught the sense when his lordship disappeared, still talking. Donal thought it therefore his part to follow him, and found himself in his lordship's bedroom. But out of this his lordship had already gone, through an opposite door, and Donal, still following, entered an old picture gallery, of which he had heard Davy speak, but which the Earl kept private for his exercise indoors. It was a long, narrow place, hardly more than a wide corridor, and appeared nowhere to afford distance enough for seeing a picture. But Donal could ill judge, for the sole light in the place came from the fires and candles in the rooms whose doors they had left open behind them, with just a faint glimmer from the vapour-buried moon, sufficing to show the outline of window after window, and revealing something of the great length of the gallery. By the time Donal overtook the Earl, he was some distance down, holding straight on into the long dusk, and still talking. "This is my favourite promenade," he said, as if brought to himself by the sound of Donal's overtaking steps. "After dinner always, Mr. Grant, wet weather or dry, still or stormy, I walk here. What do I care for the weather? It will be time when I am old to consult the barometer." Donal wondered a little. There seemed no great hardihood in the worst of weather to go pacing a picture gallery, where the fiercest storm that ever blew could send in only little threads of air through the chinks of windows and doors. "Yes," his lordship went on, "I taught myself hardship in my boyhood, and I reap the fruits of it in my prime. Come up here. I will show you a prospect unequalled." He stopped in front of a large picture, and began to talk as if expatiating on the points of a landscape outspread before him. His remarks belonged to something magnificent, but whether they were applicable to the picture, Donal could not tell. There was light enough only to give a faint gleam to its gilded frame. "Reach beyond reach," said his lordship. "Endless, infinite. How would not poor Maldon, with his ever-fresh ambition after the unattainable, have gloated on such a scene? In nature alone you front success. She does what she means. She alone does what she means." "If," said Donal, more for the sake of confirming the Earl's impression that he had a listener, than from any idea that he would listen, "if you mean the object of nature is to present us with perfection, I cannot allow she does what she intends. You rarely see her produce anything she would herself call perfect. But if her object be to make us behold perfection with the inner eye, this object she certainly does gain, and that just by stopping short of—" He did not finish the sentence. A sudden change was upon him, absorbing him so that he did not even try to account for it. Something seemed to give way in his head, as if a bubble burst in his brain, and from that moment, whatever the Earl said, and whatever arose in his own mind, seemed to have outward existence as well. He heard and knew the voice of his host, but seemed also in some inexplicable way, which at the time occasioned him no surprise, to see the things which had their origin in the brain of the Earl. Whether he went in very deed out with him into the night, he did not know. He felt as if he had gone, and thought he had not. But when he woke the next morning in his bed at the top of the tower, which he had no recollection of climbing, he was as weary as if he had been walking the night through. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 31. Bewilderment. His first thought was of a long and delightful journey he had made on horseback with the Earl, through scenes of entrancing interest and variety, with the present result of a strange weariness, almost misery. What had befallen him? Was the thing a fact or a fancy? If a fancy, how was he so weary? If a fact, how could it have been? Had he in any way been the Earl's companion through such a long night as it seemed? Could they have visited all the places whose remembrance lingered in his brain? He was so confused, so bewildered, so haunted with a shadowy uneasiness, almost like remorse, that he even dreaded the discovery of the cause of it all. Might a man so lose hold of himself as to be no more certain he had ever possessed or could ever possess himself again? He bethought himself at last that he might perhaps have taken more wine than his head could stand. Yet he remembered leaving his glass unemptied to follow the Earl, and it was some time after that before the change came. Could it have been drunkenness? Had it been slowly coming without his knowing it? He could hardly believe it. But whatever it was, it had left him unhappy, almost ashamed. What would the Earl think of him? He must have concluded him unfit any longer to keep charge of his son. For his own part, he did not feel he was to blame, but rather that an accident had befallen him. Whence then this sense of something akin to shame? Why should he be ashamed of anything coming upon him from without? Of that shame he had to be ashamed, as of a lack of faith in God. Would God leave his creature who trusted in him at the mercy of a chance, of a glass of wine taken in ignorance? There was a thing to be ashamed of, and with good cause. He got up, found to his dismay that it was almost 10 o'clock, his hour for rising in winter being 6, dressed in haste, and went down, wondering that Davy had not come to see after him. In the schoolroom he found him waiting for him. The boy sprang up, and darted to meet him. "I hope you are better, Mr. Grant," he said. "I am so glad you were able to be down." "I am quite well," answered Donal. "I can't think what made me sleep so long. Why didn't you come and wake me, Davy, my boy?" "Because Simmons told me you were ill, and I must not disturb you if you were ever so late in coming down." "I hardly deserve any breakfast," said Donal, turning to the table. "But if you will stand by me, and read while I take my coffee, we shall save a little time so." "Yes, sir. But your coffee must be quite cold. I will ring. No, no, I must not waste any more time. A man who cannot drink cold coffee ought to come down while it is hot." "Forgue won't drink cold coffee," said Davy. "I don't see why you should." "Because I prefer to do with my coffee as I please. I will not have hot coffee for my master. I won't have it anything to me what humour the coffee may be in. I will be Donal Grant, whether the coffee be cold or hot. A bit of practical philosophy for you, Davy." "I think I understand you, sir. You would not have a man make a fuss about a trifle." "Not about a real trifle. The correlative of a trifle, Davy, is a smile. But I would take heed whether the thing that is called a trifle be really a trifle. Besides, there may be a point in a trifle that is the egg of an ought. It is a trifle whether this or that is nice. It is a point that I should not care. With us Highlanders it is a point of breeding not to mind what sort of dinner we have, but to eat as heartily of bread and cheese as of roast beef. At least so my father and mother used to teach me, though I fear that refinement of good manners is going out of fashion, even with Highlanders." "It is good manners," rejoined Davy with decision, "and more than good manners. I should count it grand not to care what kind of dinner I had. But I am afraid it is more than I shall ever come to." "You will never come to it by trying because you think it grand. Only mind, I did not say we were not to enjoy our roast beef more than our bread and cheese. That would be not to discriminate where there is a difference. If bread and cheese were just as good to us as roast beef, there would be no victory in our contentment." "I see," said Davy. "Wouldn't it be well," he asked, after a moment's pause, "to put oneself in training, Mr. Grant, to do without things, or at least to be able to do without them?" "It is much better to do the lessons set you by one who knows how to teach, than to pick lessons for yourself out of your books. Davy, I have not that confidence in myself to think I should be a good teacher of myself." "But you are a good teacher of me, sir." "I try, but then I'm set to teach you, and I am not set to teach myself. I am only set to make myself do what I am taught. When you are my teacher, Davy, I try, don't I, to do everything you tell me?" "Yes, indeed, sir." "But I am not set to obey myself." "No, nor anyone else, sir. You do not need to obey anyone, or have anyone teach you, sir." "Oh, don't I, Davy? On the contrary, I could not get on for one solitary moment without somebody to teach me. Look you here, Davy. I have so many lessons given me that I have no time or need to add to them any of my own. If you were to ask the cook to let you have a cold dinner, you would perhaps eat it with pride, and take credit for what your hunger yet made quite agreeable to you. But the boy who does not grumble when he is told not to go out because it is raining and he has a cold, will not perhaps grumble either, should he happen to find his dinner not at all nice." Davy hung his head. It had been a very small grumble, but there are no sins for which there is less reason or less excuse than small ones. In no sense are they worth committing. And we grown people commit many more such than little children, and have our reward in childishness instead of childlikeness. "It is so easy," continued Donal, "to do the thing we ordain ourselves, for in holding to it we make ourselves out fine fellows, and that is such a mean kind of thing. Then when another who has the right lays a thing upon us, we grumble, though it be the truest and kindest thing, and the most reasonable and needful for us, even for our dignity, for our being worth anything. Depend upon it, Davy, to do what we are told is a far grander thing than to lay the severest rules upon ourselves. Ay, and to stick to them too." "But might there not be something good for us to do that we were not told of?" "Whoever does the thing he is told to do, the thing, that is, that has a plain ought in it, will become satisfied that there is one who will not forget to tell him what must be done, as soon as he is fit to do it." The conversation lasted only while Donal ate his breakfast, with the little fellow standing beside him. It was soon over, but not soon to be forgotten. For the readiness of the boy to do what his master told him was beautiful, and a great help and comfort, sometimes a rousing rebuke to his master, whose thoughts would yet occasionally tumble into one of the pitfalls of sorrow. What, he would say to himself, am I so believed in by this child, that he goes at once to do my words, and shall I for a moment doubt the heart of the father, or his power or will to set right whatever may have seemed to go wrong with his child? Go on, Davy, you are a good boy. I will be a better man. But naturally, as soon as lessons were over, he fell again to thinking what could have befallen him the night before. At what point did the aberration begin? The Earl must have taken notice of it, for surely Simmons had not given Davy those injunctions of himself, except indeed he had exposed his condition even to him. If the Earl had spoken to Simmons, kindness seemed intended him, but it might have been merely care over the boy. Anyhow, what was to be done? He did not ponder the matter long. With that directness which was one of the most marked features of his nature, he resolved at once to request an interview with the Earl, and make his apologies. He sought Simmons, therefore, and found him in the pantry rubbing up the forks and spoons. "Ah, Mr. Grant," he said, before Donal could speak, "I was just coming to you with a message from his lordship. He wants to see you." "And I came to you," replied Donal, "to say I wanted to see his lordship." "That's well fitted then, sir," returned Simmons. "I will go and see when. His lordship is not up, nor likely to be for some hours yet. He is in one of his low fits this morning. He told me you were not quite yourself last night." As he spoke, his red nose seemed to examine Donal's face with a kindly, but not altogether sympathetic, scrutiny. "The fact is, Simmons," answered Donal, "not being used to wine, I fear I drank more of his lordship's than was good for me." "His lordship's wine," murmured Simmons, and there checked himself. "How much did you drink, sir, if I may make so bold?" "I had 1 glass during dinner, and more than 1, but not nearly 2, after." "Pooh, pooh, sir! That could never hurt a strong man like you. You ought to know better than that. Look at me." But he did not go on with his illustration. "Tut," he resumed, "that make you sleep till 10 o'clock? If you will kindly wait in the hall, or in the schoolroom, I will bring you his lordship's orders." So saying, while he washed his hands and took off his white apron, Simmons departed on his errand to his master. Donal went to the foot of the grand staircase, and there waited. As he stood, he heard a light step above him, and involuntarily glancing up, saw the light shape of Lady Arctura come round the curve of the spiral stair, descending rather slowly and very softly, as if her feet were thinking. She checked herself for an infinitesimal moment, then moved on again. Donal stood with bended head as she passed. If she acknowledged his obeisance, it was with the slightest return, but she lifted her eyes to his face with a look that seemed to have in it a strange wistful trouble, not very marked, yet notable. She passed on and vanished, leaving that look a lingering presence in Donal's thought. What was it? Was it anything? What could it mean? Had he really seen it? Was it there, or had he only imagined it? Simmons kept him waiting a good while. He had found his lordship getting up, and had had to stay to help him dress. At length he came, excusing himself that his lordship's temper at such times, that was, in his dumpy fits, was not one of the evenest, and required a gentle hand. But his lordship would see him, and could Mr. Grant find the way himself, for his old bones ached with running up and down those endless stone steps. Donal answered he knew the way, and sprang up the stair. But his mind was more occupied with the coming interview than with the way to it, which caused him to take a wrong turn after leaving the stair. He had a good gift in space relations, but instinct was here not so keen as on a hillside. The consequence was that he found himself in the picture gallery. A strange feeling of pain, as at the presence of a condition he did not wish to encourage, awoke in him at the discovery. He walked along, however, thus taking, he thought, the readiest way to his lordship's apartment. Either he would find him in his bedroom, or could go through that to his sitting-room. He glanced at the pictures he passed, and seemed, strange to say, though so far as he knew he had never been in the place except in the dark, to recognize some of them as belonging to the stuff of the dream in which he had been wandering through the night. Only that was a glowing and gorgeous dream, whereas the pictures were even commonplace. Here was something to be meditated upon, but for the present postponed. His lordship was expecting him. Arrived, as he thought, at the door of the Earl's bedroom, he knocked, and receiving no answer, opened it, and found himself in a narrow passage. Nearly opposite was another door, partly open, and hearing a movement within, he ventured to knock there. A voice he knew at once to be Lady Arctura's invited him to enter. It was an old, lovely, gloomy little room, in which the lady sat writing. It had but one low lattice window, to the west, but a fire blazed cheerfully in the old-fashioned grate. She looked up, nor showed more surprise than if he had been a servant she had rung for. "I beg your pardon, my lady," he said. "My lord wished to see me, but I have lost my way." "I will show it you," she answered, and rising, came to him. She led him along the winding, narrow passage, pointed out to him the door of his lordship's sitting-room, and turned away, again, Donal could not help thinking, with a look as of some anxiety about him. He knocked, and the voice of the Earl bade him enter. His lordship was in his dressing-gown, on a couch of faded satin of a gold colour, against which his pale yellow face looked cadaverous. "Good morning, Mr. Grant," he said. "I am glad to see you better." "I thank you, my lord," returned Donal. "I have to make an apology. I cannot understand how it was, except, perhaps, that being so little accustomed to strong drink—" "There is not the smallest occasion to say a word," interrupted his lordship. "You did not once forget yourself, or cease to behave like a gentleman." "Your lordship is very kind. Still I cannot help being sorry. I shall take good care in the future." "It might be as well," conceded the Earl, "to set yourself a limit, necessarily in your case a narrow one. Some constitutions are so immediately responsive," he added in a murmur. "The least exhibition of— But a man like you, Mr. Grant," he went on aloud, "will always know to take care of himself." "Sometimes, apparently, when it is too late," rejoined Donal. "But I must not annoy your lordship with any further expression of my regret." "Will you dine with me to-night?" said the Earl. "I am lonely now. Sometimes, for months together, I feel no need of a companion. My books and pictures content me. All at once a longing for society will seize me, and that longing my health will not permit me to indulge. I am not by nature unsociable, much the contrary. You may wonder I do not admit my own family more freely, but my wretched health makes me shrink from loud voices and abrupt motions." "But Lady Arctura," thought Donal. "Your lordship will find me a poor substitute, I fear," he said, "for the society you would like, but I am at your lordship's service." He could not help turning with a moment's longing and regret to his tower nest and the company of his books and thoughts, but he did not feel that he had a choice. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 32. The Second Dinner with the Earl. He went as before, conducted by the butler, and formally announced. To his surprise, with the Earl was Lady Arctura. His lordship made him give her his arm, and followed. This was to Donal a very different dinner from that of the evening before. Whether the presence of his niece made the Earl rouse himself to be agreeable, or he had grown better since the morning and his spirits had risen, certainly he was not like the same man. He talked in a rather forced playful way, but told 2 or 3 good stories, described with vivacity some of the adventures of his youth, spoke of several great men he had met, and in short was all that could be desired in a host. Donal took no wine during dinner, the Earl, as before, took very little, and Lady Arctura none. She listened respectfully to her uncle's talk, and was attentive when Donal spoke. He thought she looked even sympathetic 2 or 3 times, and once he caught the expression as of anxiety he had seen on her face that same day twice before. It was strange, too, he thought, that not seeing her sometimes for a week together, he should thus meet her 3 times in one day. When the last of the dinner was removed, and the wine placed on the table, Donal thought his lordship looked as if he expected his niece to go, but she kept her place. He asked her which wine she would have, but she declined any. He filled his glass, and pushed the decanter to Donal. He too filled his glass, and drank slowly. The talk revived. But Donal could not help fancying that the eyes of the lady now and then sought his with a sort of question in them, almost as if she feared something was going to happen to him. He attributed this to her having heard that he took too much wine the night before. The situation was unpleasant. He must, however, brave it out. When he refused a second glass, which the Earl by no means pressed, he thought he saw her look relieved, but more than once thereafter he saw, or fancied he saw, her glance at him with that expression of slight anxiety. In its course the talk fell upon sheep, and Donal was relating some of his experiences with them and their dogs, greatly interested in the subject, when all at once, just as before, something seemed to burst in his head, and immediately, although he knew he was sitting at table with the Earl and Lady Arctura, he was uncertain whether he was not at the same time upon the side of a lonely hill, closed in a magic night of high summer, his woolly and hairy friends lying all about him, and a light glimmering faintly on the heather a little way off, which he knew for the flame that marks for a moment the footstep of an angel, when he touches ever so lightly the solid earth. He seemed to be reading the thoughts of his sheep around him, yet all the time went on talking, and knew he was talking, with the Earl and the lady. After a while everything was changed. He was no longer either with his sheep or his company. He was alone, and walking swiftly through and beyond the park, in a fierce wind from the northeast, battling with it, and ruling it like a fiery horse. By and by came a hoarse, terrible music, which he knew for the thunderous beat of the waves on the low shore, yet imagined issuing from an indescribable instrument, gigantic and grotesque. He felt it first, through his feet, as one feels without hearing the tones of an organ for which the building is too small to allow scope to their vibration. The waves made the ground beat against the soles of his feet as he walked, but soon he heard it like the infinitely prolonged roaring of a sky-built organ. It was drawing him to the sea, whether in the body or out of the body he knew not. He was but conscious of forms of existence. Whether those forms had relation to things outside him, or whether they belonged only to the world within him, he was unaware. The roaring of the great water organ grew louder and louder. He knew every step of the way to the shore, across the fields and over fences and stiles. He turned this way and that, to avoid here a ditch, there a deep sandy patch. And still the music grew louder and louder, and at length came in his face the driving spray. It was the flying touch of the wings, on which the tones went hurrying past into the depths of awful distance. His feet were now wading through the bent tufted sand, with the hard, bare, wave-beaten sand in front of him. Through the dark he could see the white fierceness of the hurrying waves as they rushed to the shore, then leaning, toppling, curling, self-undermined, hurled forth all at once the sound that was in them in a falling roar of defeat. Every wave was a complex chord, with winnowed tones feathering it round. He paced up and down the sand. It seemed for ages. Why he paced there he did not know. Why always he turned and went back instead of going on. Suddenly he thought he saw something dark in the hollow of a wave that swept to its fall. The moon came out as it broke, and the something was rolled in the surf up the shore. Donal stood watching it. Why should he move? What was it to him? The next wave would reclaim it for the ocean. It looked like the body of a man, but what did it matter? Many such were tossed in the hollows of that music. But something came back to him out of the ancient years. In the ages gone by, men did what they could. There was a word they used then. They said men ought to do this or that. This body might not be dead. Or dead, someone might like to have it. He rushed into the water and caught it, ere the next wave broke, though hours of cogitation, ratiocination, recollection, seemed to have intervened. The breaking wave drenched him from head to foot. He clung to his prize and dragged it out. A moment's bewilderment, and he came to himself lying on the sand, his arms round a great lump of net, lost from some fishing boat. His illusions were gone. He was sitting in a cold wind, wet to the skin, on the border of a wild sea. A poor, shivering, altogether ordinary and uncomfortable mortal, he sat on the shore of the German Ocean, from which he had rescued a tangled mass of net and seaweed. He dragged it beyond the reach of the waves, and set out for home. By the time he reached the castle he was quite warm. His door at the foot of the tower was open. He crept up, and was soon fast asleep. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 33. The Housekeeper's Room. He was not so late the next morning. Ere he had finished his breakfast, he had made up his mind that he must beware of the Earl. He was satisfied that the experiences of the past night could not be the consequence of one glass of wine. If he asked him again, he would go to dinner with him, but would drink nothing but water. School was just over when Simmons came from his lordship to inquire after him, and invite him to dine with him that evening. Donal immediately consented. This time Lady Arctura was not with the Earl. After, as during dinner, Donal declined to drink. His lordship cast on him a keen, searching glance, but it was only a glance, and took no farther notice of his refusal. The conversation, however, which had not been brilliant from the first, now sank and sank till it was not. And after a cup of coffee, his lordship, remarking that he was not feeling himself, begged Donal to excuse him, and proceeded to retire. Donal rose, and with a hope that his lordship would have a good night and feel better in the morning, left the room. The passage outside was lighted only by a rather dim lamp, and in the distance Donal saw what he could but distinguish as the form of a woman, standing by the door which opened upon the great staircase. He supposed it at first to be one of the maids, but the servants were so few compared with the size of the castle, that one was seldom to be met on stair or in passage, and besides, the form stood as if waiting for someone. As he drew nearer, he saw it was Lady Arctura, and would have passed with an obeisance. But ere he could lay his hand on the lock, hers was there to prevent him. He then saw that she was agitated, and that she had stopped him thus because her voice had at the moment failed her. The next moment, however, she recovered it and her self-possession as well. "Mr. Grant," she said in a low voice, "I wish to speak to you, if you will allow me." "I am at your service, my lady," answered Donal. "But we cannot hear. My uncle—" "Shall we go into the picture gallery?" suggested Donal. "There is moonlight there." "No, that would be still nearer my uncle. His hearing is sometimes preternaturally keen, and besides, as you know, he often walks there after his evening meal. But, excuse me, Mr. Grant, you will understand me presently. Are you quite—" "You mean, my lady, am I quite myself this evening?" said Donal, wishing to help her with the embarrassing question. "I have drunk nothing but water to-night." With that she opened the door, and descended the stair, he following. But as soon as the curve of the staircase hid the door they had left, she stopped, and turning to him, said, "I would not have you mistake me, Mr. Grant. I should be ashamed to speak to you if—" "Indeed, I am very sorry," said Donal, "though hardly so much to blame as I fear you think me." "You mistake me at once. You suppose I imagine you took too much wine last night. It would be absurd. I saw what you took. But we must not talk here. Come." She turned again, and going down, led the way to the housekeeper's room. They found her at work with her needle. "Mistress Brooks," said Lady Arctura, "I want to have a little talk with Mr. Grant, and there is no fire in the library. May we sit here?" "By all means. Sit down, my lady. Why, bairn, you look as cold as if you had been on the roof. There, sit close to the fire. You're all trembling." Lady Arctura obeyed like the child Mistress Brooks called her, and sat down in the chair she gave up to her. "I've something to see after in the still room," said the housekeeper. "You sit here and hae your crack. Sit down, Mr. Grant. I'm glad to see you and my lady come to word of mouth at last. I began to think it would never be." Had Donal been in the way of looking to faces for the interpretation of words and thoughts, he would have seen a shadow sweep over Lady Arctura's, followed by a flush, which he would have attributed to displeasure at this utterance of the housekeeper. But with all his experience of the world within, and all his unusually developed power of entering into the feelings of others, he had never come to pry into those feelings, or to study their phenomena for the sake of possessing himself of them. Man was by no means an open book to him. No, nor woman neither. But he would have scorned to supplement by such investigation what a lady chose to tell him. He sat looking into the fire, with an occasional upward glance, waiting for what was to come, and saw neither shadow nor flush. Lady Arctura sat also gazing into the fire, and seemed in no haste to begin. "You are so good to Davy," she said at length, and stopped. "No better than I have to be," returned Donal. "Not to be good to Davy would be to be a wretch." "You know, Mr. Grant, I cannot agree with you." "There is no immediate necessity, my lady." "But I suppose one may be fair to another," she went on doubtingly, "and it is only fair to confess that he is much more manageable since you came. Only that is no good if it does not come from the right source." "Grapes do not come from thorns, my lady. We must not allow in evil a power of good." She did not reply. "He minds everything I say to him now," she resumed. "What is it makes him so good? I wish I had had such a tutor." She stopped again. She had spoken out of the simplicity of her thought, but the words, when said, looked to her as if they ought not to have been said. "Something is working in her," thought Donal. "She is so different. Her voice is different." "But that is not what I wanted to speak to you about, Mr. Grant," she recommenced, "though I did want you to know I was aware of the improvement in Davy. I wished to say something about my uncle." Here followed another pause. "You may have remarked," she said at length, "that, though we live together, and he is my guardian and the head of the house, there is not much communication between us." "I have gathered as much. I ask no questions, but I cannot tell Davy not to talk to me." "Of course not. Lord Morven is a strange man. I do not understand him, and I do not want to judge him, or make you judge him, but I must speak of a fact concerning yourself which I have no right to keep from you." Once more a pause followed. There was nothing now of the grand dame about Arctura. "Has nothing occurred to wake a doubt in you?" she said at last, abruptly. "Have you not suspected him of using you in any way?" "I have had an undefined ghost of a suspicion," answered Donal. "Please tell me what you know." "I should know nothing, although, my room being near his, I should have been the more perplexed about some things, had he not made an experiment upon myself a year ago." "Is it possible?" "I sometimes fancy I have not been so well since. It was a great shock to me when I came to myself. You see I am trusting you, Mr. Grant." "I thank you heartily, my lady," said Donal. "I believe," continued Lady Arctura, gathering courage, "that my uncle is in the habit of taking some horrible drug for the sake of its effect on his brain. There are people who do so. What it is I don't know, and I would rather not know. It is just as bad, surely, as taking too much wine. I have heard himself remark to Mr. Carmichael that opium was worse than wine, for it destroyed the moral sense more. Mind, I don't say it is opium he takes." "There are other things," said Donal, "even worse. But surely you do not mean he dared try anything of the sort on you?" "I am sure he gave me something. For once that I dined with him, but I cannot describe the effect it had upon me. I think he wanted to see its operation on one who did not even know she had taken anything. The influence of such things is a pleasant one, they say, at first, but I would not go through such agonies as I had for the world." She ceased, evidently troubled by the harassing remembrance. Donal hastened to speak. "It was because of such a suspicion, my lady, that this evening I would not even taste his wine. I am safe to-night, I trust, from the insanity, I can call it nothing else, that possessed me the last 2 nights." "Was it very dreadful?" asked Lady Arctura. "On the contrary, I had a sense of life and power such as I could never of myself have imagined." "Oh, Mr. Grant, do take care. Do not be tempted to take it again. I don't know where it might not have led me if I had found it as pleasant as it was horrible, for I am sorely tried with painful thoughts, and feel sometimes as if I would do almost anything to get rid of them." "There must be a good way of getting rid of them. Think of it of God's mercy," said Donal, "that you cannot get rid of them the other way." "I do. The shield of his presence was over you." "How glad I should be to think so! But we have no right to think he cares for us till we believe in Christ, and I don't know that I do believe in him." "Wherever you learn that, it is a terrible lie," said Donal. "Is not Christ the same always? And is he not of one mind with God? Was it not while we were yet sinners that he poured out his soul for us? It is a fearful thing to say of the perfect love that he is not doing all he can, with all the power of a maker over the creature he has made, to help and deliver him. I know he makes his sun to shine and his rain to fall upon the evil and the good, but those good things are only of this world. Are those the good things, then, that the Lord says the Father will give to those that ask him? How can you worship a God who gives you all the little things he does not care much about, but will not do his best for you? But are there not things he cannot do for us till we believe in Christ? Certainly there are, but what I want you to see is that he does all that can be done. He finds it very hard to teach us, but he is never tired of trying. Anyone who is willing to be taught of God will by him be taught, and thoroughly taught. I am afraid I am doing wrong in listening to you, Mr. Grant, and the more that I cannot help wishing what you say might be true. But are you not in danger, you will pardon me for saying it, of presumption? How can all the good people be wrong? Because the greater part of their teachers have set themselves to explain God, rather than to obey and enforce his will. The gospel is given to convince, not our understandings, but our hearts. That done, and never till then, our understandings will be free. Our Lord said he had many things to tell his disciples, but they were not able to hear them. If the things be true which I have heard from Sunday to Sunday since I came here, the Lord has brought us no salvation at all, but only a change of shape to our miseries. They have not redeemed you, Lady Arctura, and never will. Nothing but Christ himself, your Lord and friend and brother, not all the doctrines about him, even if every one of them were true, can save you. Poor orphan children, we cannot find our God, and they would have us take instead a shocking caricature of him. But how should sinners know what is or is not like the true God? If a man desires God, he cannot help knowing enough of him to be capable of learning more. Else how should he desire him? Made in the image of God, his idea of him cannot be all wrong. That does not make him fit to teach others, only fit to go on learning for himself. But in Jesus Christ, I see the very God I want. I want a father like him. He reproaches some of those about him for not knowing him, for if they had known God, they would have known him. They were to blame for not knowing God. No other than the God exactly like Christ can be the true God. It is a doctrine of devils that Jesus died to save us from our Father. There is no safety, no good, no gladness, no purity, but with the Father, his Father and our Father, his God and our God. But God hates sin and punishes it. It would be terrible if he did not. All hatred of sin is love to the sinner. Do you think Jesus came to deliver us from the punishment of our sins? He would not have moved a step for that. The horrible thing is being bad, and all punishment is help to deliver us from that. Nor will punishment cease till we have ceased to be bad. God will have us good, and Jesus works out the will of his Father. Where is the refuge of the child who fears his father? Is it in the farthest corner of the room? Is it down in the dungeon of the castle, my lady? No, no, cried Lady Arctura. In his father's arms. There, said Donal, and was silent. I hold by Jesus, he added after a pause, and rose as he said it, but stood where he rose. Lady Arctura sat motionless, divided between reverence for distorted and false forms of truth taught her from her earliest years, and desire after a God whose very being is the bliss of his creatures. Some time passed in silence, and then she too rose to depart. She held out her hand to Donal with a kind of irresolute motion, but withdrawing it, smiled almost beseechingly, and said, I wish I might ask you something. I know it is a rude question, but if you could see all, you would answer me and let the offence go. I will answer anything you choose to ask. That makes it the more difficult, but I will. I cannot bear to remain longer in doubt. Did you really write that poem you gave to Kate Graham? Compose it, I mean, your own self? I made no secret of that when I gave it her, said Donal, not perceiving her drift. Then you did really write it? Donal looked at her in perplexity. Her face grew very red, and tears began to come in her eyes. You must pardon me, she said. I am so ignorant, and we live in such an out-of-the-way place that it seems very unlikely a real poet. And then I have been told there are people who have a passion for appearing to do the thing they are not able to do, and I was anxious to be quite sure. My mind would keep brooding over it, and wondering, and longing to know for certain, so I resolved at last that I would be rid of the doubt, even at the risk of offending you. I know I have been rude. Unpardonably rude, but, supplemented Donal, with a most sympathetic smile, for he understood her as his own thought, you do not feel quite sure yet. What a priori reason do you see why I should not be able to write verses? There is no rule as to where poetry grows. One place is as good as another for that. I hope you will forgive me. I hope I have not offended you very much. Nobody in such a world as this ought to be offended at being asked for proof. If there are in it rogues that look like honest men, how is anyone without a special gift of insight to be always sure of the honest man? Even the man whom a woman loves best will sometimes tear her heart to pieces. I will give you all the proof you can desire, and lest the tempter should say I made up the proof itself between now and tomorrow morning, I will fetch it at once. Oh, Mr. Grant, spare me. Indeed, I am not so bad as that. Who can tell when or whence the doubt may wake again, or what may wake it? At least, let me explain a little before you go, she said. Certainly, he answered, reseating himself in compliance with her example. Miss Graham told me that you had never seen a garden like theirs before. I never did. There are none such, I fancy, in our part of the country. Nor in our neighbourhood either. Then what is surprising in it? Nothing in that. But is there not something in your being able to write a poem like that about a garden such as you had never seen? One would say you must have been familiar with it from childhood to be able so to enter into the spirit of the place. Perhaps if I had been familiar with it from childhood, that might have disabled me from feeling the spirit of it, for then might it not have looked to me as it looked to those in whose time such gardens were the fashion? 2 things are necessary. First, that there should be a spirit in a place, and next, that the place should be seen by one whose spirit is capable of giving house-room to its spirit. By the way, does the ghost lady feel the place all right? I am not sure that I know what you mean, but I felt the grass with her feet as I read, and the wind lifting my hair. I seemed to know exactly how she felt. Now tell me, were you ever a ghost? No, she answered, looking in his face like a child, without even a smile. Did you ever see a ghost? No, never. Then how should you know how a ghost would feel? I see. I cannot answer you. Donal rose. I am indeed ashamed, said Lady Arctura. Ashamed of giving me the chance of proving myself a true man. That at least is no longer necessary. But I want my revenge. As a punishment for doubting one whom you had so little ground for believing, you shall be compelled to see the proof. That is, if you will do me the favour to wait here till I come back. I shall not be long, though it is some distance to the top of Balliol's tower. Davy told me your room was there. Do you not find it cold? It must be very lonely. I wonder why Mistress Brooks put you there. Donal assured her he could not have had a place more to his mind, and before she could well think he had reached the foot of his stair, was back with a roll of papers, which he laid on the table. There, he said, opening it out. If you will take the trouble to go over these, you may read the growth of the poem. Here first you see it blocked out rather roughly, and much blotted with erasures and substitutions. Here next you see the result copied, clean to begin with, but afterwards scored and scored. You see the words I chose instead of the first, and afterwards in their turn rejected, until in the proofs I reach those which I have as yet let stand. I do not fancy Miss Graham has any doubt the verses are mine, for it was plain she thought them rubbish. From your pains to know who wrote them, I believe you do not think so badly of them. She thought he was satirical, and gave a slight sigh, as of pain. It went to his heart. I did not mean the smallest reflection, my lady, on your desire for satisfaction, he said. Rather, indeed, it flatters me. But is it not strange the heart should be less ready to believe what seems worth believing? Something must be true. Why not the worthy? Oftener at least than the unworthy. Why should it be easier to believe hard things of God, for instance, than lovely things? Or that one man copied from another, than that he should have made the thing himself? Some would yet say I contrived all this semblance of composition in order to lay the surer claim to that to which I had none, nor would take the trouble to follow the thing through its development. But it will be easy for you, my lady, and no bad exercise in logic and analysis, to determine whether the genuine growth of the poem be before you in these papers or not. I shall find it most interesting, said Lady Arctura. So much I can tell already. I never saw anything of the kind before, and had no idea how poetry was made. Does it always take so much labour? Some verses take much more, some none at all. The labour is in getting the husks of expression cleared off, so that the thought may show itself plainly. At this point, Mrs. Brooks, thinking probably the young people had had long enough conference, entered, and after a little talk with her, Lady Arctura kissed her and bade her good night. Donal retired to his aerial chamber, wondering whether the lady of the house had indeed changed as much as she seemed to have changed. From that time, whether it was that Lady Arctura had previously avoided meeting him and now did not, or from other causes, Donal and she met much oftener as they went about the place, nor did they ever pass without a mutual smile and greeting. The next day but one, she brought him his papers to the schoolroom. She had read every erasure and correction, she told him, and could no longer have had a doubt that the writer of the papers was the maker of the verses, even had she not previously learned thorough confidence in the man himself. They would possibly fail to convince a jury, though, he said, as he rose and went to throw them in the fire. Divining his intent, Arctura darted after him, and caught them just in time. "Let me keep them," she pleaded, "for my humiliation." "Do with them what you like, my lady," said Donal. "They are of no value to me, except that you care for them." End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 34. Cobbler and Castle. In the bosom of the family in which the elements seem most kindly mixed, there may yet lie some root of discord and disruption, upon which the foreign influence necessary to its appearance above ground has not yet come to operate. That things are quiet is no proof, only a hopeful sign of harmony. In a family of such poor accord as that at the castle, the peace might well at any moment be broken. Lord Forgue had been for some time on a visit to Edinburgh, had doubtless there been made much of, and had returned with a considerable development of haughtiness, and of that freedom which means subjugation to self, and freedom from the law of liberty. It is often when a man is least satisfied, not with himself, but with his immediate doings, that he is most ready to assert his superiority to the restraints he might formerly have grumbled against, but had not dared to dispute, and to claim from others such consideration as accords with a false idea of his personal standing. But for a while Donal and he barely saw each other. Donal had no occasion to regard him, and Lord Forgue kept so much to himself that Davy made lamentation. Percy was not half so jolly as he used to be. For a fortnight Eppy had not been to see her grandparents, and as the last week something had prevented Donal also from paying them his customary visit, the old people had naturally become uneasy. And one frosty twilight, when the last of the sunlight had turned to cold green in the west, Andrew Comyn appeared in the castle kitchen, asking to see Mistress Brooks. He was kindly received by the servants, among whom Eppy was not present, and Mrs. Brooks, who had a genuine respect for the cobbler, soon came to greet him. She told him she knew no reason why Eppy had not gone to inquire after them as usual. She would send for her, she said, and left the kitchen. Eppy was not at the moment to be found, but Donal, whom Mistress Brooks had gone herself to seek, went at once to the kitchen. "Will you come out a bit, Andrew?" he said, "if you're not tired. It's a fine night, and it's easy to talk in the gloamin'." Andrew consented with alacrity. On the side of the castle away from the town, the descent was at first by a succession of terraces with steps from the one to the other, the terraces themselves being little flower gardens. At the bottom of the last of these terraces, and parallel with them, was a double row of trees, forming a long narrow avenue between two doors in two walls at opposite ends of the castle. One of these led to some of the offices. The other admitted to a fruit garden, which turned the western shoulder of the hill, and found for the greater part a nearly southern exposure. At this time of the year it was a lonely enough place, and at this time of the day more than likely to be altogether deserted. Thither Donal would lead his friend. Going out, therefore, by the kitchen door, they went first into a stable yard, from which descended steps to the castle well, on the level of the second terrace. Thence they arrived, by more steps, at the mews where in old times the hawks were kept, now rather ruinous, though not quite neglected. Here the one wall door opened on the avenue which led to the other. It was one of the pleasantest walks in immediate proximity to the castle. The first of the steely stars were shining through the naked rafters of leafless boughs overhead, as Donal and the cobbler stepped, gently talking, into the aisle of trees. The old man looked up, gazed for a moment in silence, and said, "The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. I used when I was a lad to study astronomy a wee, in the hope of better hearing what the heavens declared about the glory of God. I would fain understand the speech one day cried across the night to the other. But I was sair disappointed. The things the astronomer telt simple folk were very wonderful, but I couldna find it in my heart that they made me think ony mair of God nor I did afore. I dinna mean to say they might not be competent to work that in another, but it wasna my experience of them. My heart was some sair at this, for ye see, I was set upon winning into the presence of him I couldna bide frae, and at that time I had not learnt to gang straight to him who is the express image of his person, but I sought him through the philosophy, it was bairdly philosophy, of the good books that dwell upon the nature of God and all that, and his hatred of sin and all that. Part and part true, no doubt, but I wanted God great and near, and they made him out small and unco far away. One night I was out by mysel' upon the shore, just as the stars were teeting out, and it wasna as gin they were feart of the sun, and pleased that he was gone, but as gin they were teeting out to see what had come of their father o' lights. All at once I came to mysel', like out o' some blind delusion. Up I cast my e'en abune, and there was the heaven as God made it, awful, big and deep, fathomless deep, and full o' the wonderin' yet steady lights that nothing can blow out but the breath o' his mouth. Away and up it goed, and deeper, and my ain good travelling away and away, till it seemed as though they could never win back to me. All at once they drappit frae the lift like a lavrock, and lighted upon the horizon, where the sea and the sky met like righteousness and peace kissing one another, as the psalm says. Now I cannot tell what it was, but just there, where the earth and the sky came together, was the meeting of my earthly soul with God's heavenly soul. There was bonny colours and bonny lights, and a bonny great star hinging o'er it all, but it was none of all those things. It was something deeper nor all, and higher nor all. Frae that moment I saw, not how the heavens declared the glory of God, but I saw them declaring it, and I wanted nae mair. Astronomy for me might sit and wait for a better world, where folk didna wear out their shoon, and ither folk had not to mend them. For what is the great glory of God but that, though no man can comprehend him, he comes down, and lays his cheek till his man's, and says to him, my creature. While the cobbler was thus talking, they had gone the length of the avenue, and were within less than 2 trees of the door of the fruit garden, when it opened, and was hurriedly shut again. Not, however, before Donal had caught sight, as he believed, of the form of Eppy. He called her by name, and ran to the door, followed by Andrew. The same suspicion had struck both of them at once. Donal lifted the latch, and would have opened the door, but some one held it against him, and he heard the noise of an attempt to push the rusty bolt into the staple. He set his strength to it, and forced the door open. Lord Forgue was on the other side of it, and a little way off stood Eppy trembling. Donal turned away from his lordship, and said to the girl, "Eppy, here's your grandfather come to see you." The cobbler, however, went up to Lord Forgue. "You are a young man, my lord," he said, "and may regard it as folly in an old man to interfere between you and your will, but I warn you, my lord, except you cease to carry yourself thus towards my granddaughter, his lordship your father shall be informed of the matter. Eppy, you come home with me." "I will not," said Eppy, her voice trembling with passion, though which passion it were hard to say. "I'm a free woman. I make my own living. I will not be treated like a child." "I will speak to Mistress Brooks," said the old man with sad dignity. "And make her turn me away," said Eppy. She seemed quite changed, bold and determined, was probably relieved that she could no more play a false part. His lordship stood and said nothing. "But don't you think, grandfather," continued Eppy, "that whatever Mistress Brooks says or does, I'll go home with you. I've saved money, and as I can't get another place here when you've taken away my character, I'll leave the country." His lordship advanced, and with strained composure said, "I confess, Mr. Comyn, things do look against us. It is awkward you should have found us together, but you know," and here he attempted a laugh, "we are told not to judge by appearances."
We may be forced to act by them, though, my lord, said Andrew. I should be sorry to judge either of you by them. Eppy must come home with me, or it will be more awkward yet for the both of you. Oh, if you threaten us, said Forgue contemptuously, then of course we are very frightened. But you had better beware. You will only make it the more difficult for me to do your granddaughter the justice I always intended. What your lordship's notion of justice may be, I will not trouble you to explain, said the old man. All I desire for the present is that she come home with me. Let us leave the matter to Mistress Brooks, said Forgue. I shall easily satisfy her that there is no occasion for any hurry. Believe me, you will only bring trouble on the innocent. Then it cannot be on you, my lord, for in this thing you have not behaved as a gentleman ought, said the cobbler. You dare tell me so, cried Forgue, striding up to the little old man, as if he would sweep him away with the very wind of his approach. Yes, for else how should I say it to another, and that may soon be necessary, answered the cobbler. Didn't your lordship promise an end to the whole miserable affair? I remember nothing of the sort. You did to me, said Donal. Do hold your tongue, Grant, and don't make things worse. To you I can easily explain it. Besides, you have nothing to do with it now this good fellow has taken it up. It is quite possible, besides, to break one's word to the ear and yet keep it to the sense. The only thing to justify that suggestion, said Donal, would be that you had married Eppy, or were about to marry her. Eppy would have spoken, but she only gave a little cry, for Forgue put his hand over her mouth. You hold your tongue, he said. You will only complicate matters. And there's another point, my lord, resumed Donal. You say I have nothing to do now with the affair. If not for my friend's sake, I have for my own. What do you mean? That I am in the house a paid servant, and must not allow anything mischievous to go on in it, without acquainting my master. You acknowledge, Mr. Grant, that you are neither more nor less than a paid servant, but you mistake your duty as such. I shall be happy to explain it to you. You have nothing whatever to do with what goes on in the house. You have but to mind your work. I told you before you are my brother's tutor, not mine. To interfere with what I do is nothing less than a piece of damned impertinence. That impertinence, however, I intend to be guilty of the moment I can get audience of your father. You will not, if I give you such explanation as satisfies you I have done the girl no harm, and mean honestly by her, Forgue said in a confident yet somewhat conciliatory tone. In any case, returned Donal, you having once promised, and then broken your promise, I shall without fail tell your father all I know. And ruin her, and perhaps me too, for life? The truth will ruin only those that ought to be ruined, said Donal. Forgue sprang upon him, and struck him a heavy blow between the eyes. He had been having lessons in boxing while in Edinburgh, and had confidence in himself. It was a well-planted blow, and Donal unprepared for it. He staggered against the wall, and for a moment could neither see nor think. All he knew was that there was something or other he had to attend to. His lordship, excusing himself perhaps on the ground of necessity, there being a girl in the case, would have struck him again, but Andrew threw himself between, and received the blow for him. As Donal came to himself, he heard a groan from the ground, and looking, saw Andrew at his feet, and understood. "Dear old man," he said, "he dared to strike you." "He didna mean it," returned Andrew feebly. "Are you winnin' o'er it, sir? He gave ye a terrible one. You might ha' heard it across the street." "I shall be all right in a minute," answered Donal, wiping the blood out of his eyes. "I've a good hard head, thank God. But what has become of them?" "Ye didna think you would be waiting to see us come to ourselves," said the cobbler. With Donal's help and great difficulty he rose, and they stood looking at each other through the starlight, bewildered and uncertain. The cobbler was the first to recover his wits. "It's o' no manner o' use," he said, "to rouse the castle with hue and cry. What hae we to say but 'at we found the two in the garden thegither? It would but raise a clash, the which, fable or fac, would do naething for nobody. His lordship maun be looked ken, as ye say, but will his lordship believe ye, sir? I'm some in the mind the young man's away till his father already, to prejudice him again anything ye may say." "That makes it the more necessary," said Donal, "that I should go at once to his lordship. He will fall out upon me for not having told him at once, but I must not mind that. If I were not to tell him now, he would have a good case against me." They were already walking towards the house, the old man giving a groan now and then. He could not go in, he said. He would walk gently on, and Donal would overtake him. It was an hour and a half before Andrew got home, and Donal had not overtaken him. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 35. The Earl's Bedchamber. Having washed the blood from his face, Donal sought Simmons. "His lordship can't see you now, I am sure, sir," answered the butler. "Lord Forgue is with him." Donal turned and went straight up to Lord Morven's apartment. As he passed the door of his bedroom opening on the corridor, he heard voices in debate. He entered the sitting-room. There was no one there. It was not a time for ceremony. He knocked at the door of the bedroom. The voices within were loud, and no answer came. He knocked again, and received an angry permission to enter. He entered, closed the door behind him, and stood in sight of his lordship, waiting what should follow. Lord Morven was sitting up in bed, his face so pale and distorted that Donal thought elsewhere he should hardly have recognized it. The bed was a large four-post bed. Its curtains were drawn close to the posts, admitting as much air as possible. At the foot of it stood Lord Forgue, his handsome, shallow face flushed with anger, his right arm straight down by his side, and the hand of it clenched hard. He turned when Donal entered. A fiercer flush overspread his face, but almost immediately the look of rage yielded to one of determined insult. Possibly even the appearance of Donal was a relief to being alone with his father. "Mr. Grant," stammered his lordship, speaking with pain, "you are well come, just in time to hear a father curse his son." "Even such a threat shall not make me play a dishonourable part," said Forgue, looking, however, anything but honourable, for the heart, not the brain, moulds the expression. "Mr. Grant," resumed the father, "I have found you a man of sense and refinement. If you had been tutor to this degenerate boy, the worst trouble of my life would not have overtaken me." Forgue's lip curled, but he did not speak, and his father went on. "Here is this fellow come to tell me to my face that he intends the ruin and disgrace of the family by a low marriage." "It will not be the first time it has been so disgraced," retorted the son, "if fresh peasant blood be indeed a disgrace to any family." Bah, the hussy is not even a wholesome peasant girl," cried the father. "Who do you think she is, Mr. Grant?" "I do not need to guess, my lord," replied Donal. "I came now to inform your lordship of what I had myself seen." "She must leave the house this instant." "Then I too leave it, my lord," said Forgue. "Where's your money?" returned the Earl contemptuously. Forgue shifted to an attack upon Donal. "Your lordship hardly places confidence in me," he said, "but it is not the less my duty to warn you against this man. Months ago he knew what was going on, and comes to tell you now because this evening I chastised him for his rude interference." In cooler blood, Lord Forgue would not have shown such meanness. But passion brings to the front the thing that lurks. "And it is no doubt the necessity for forestalling his disclosure that I owe the present ingenuous confession," said Lord Morven. "But explain, Mr. Grant." "My lord," said Donal calmly, "I became aware that there was something between Lord Forgue and the girl, and was alarmed for the girl. She is the child of friends to whom I am much beholden. But on the promise of both that the thing should end, I concluded it better not to trouble your lordship. I may have blundered in this, but I did what seemed best. This night, however, I discovered that things were going as before, and it became imperative on my position in your house that I should make your lordship acquainted with the fact. He assevered there was nothing dishonest between them, but having deceived me once, how was I to trust him again?" "How indeed, the young blackguard," said his lordship, casting a fierce glance at his son. "Allow me to remark," said Forgue with comparative coolness, "that I deceived no one. What I promised was that the affair should not go on. It did not. From that moment it assumed a different and serious aspect. I now intend to marry the girl." "I tell you, Forgue, if you do, I will disown you." Forgue smiled an impertinent smile, and held his peace. The threat had for him no terror. "I shall be the better able," continued his lordship, "to provide suitably for Davy. He is what a son ought to be. But hear me, Forgue, you must be aware that if I left you all I had, it would be beggary for one handicapped with a title. You may think my anger unreasonable, but it comes solely of anxiety on your account. Nothing but a suitable marriage,
The most suitable of all is within your arm's length, can save you from the life of a moneyless peer, the most pitiable object on the face of the earth. Were it possible to ignore your rank, you have no profession, no trade even, in these trade-loving times, to fall back upon. Except you marry as I please, you will have nothing from me but the contempt of a title without a farthing to keep it decent. You threaten to leave the house. Can you pay for a railway ticket?" Forgue was silent for a moment. "My lord," he said, "I have given my word to the girl. Would you have me disgrace your name by breaking it?" "Tut, tut, there are words and words. What obligation can there be in the rash promises of an unworthy love? Still less are they binding where the man is not his own master. You are under a bond to your family, under a bond to society, under a bond to your country. Marry this girl and you will be an outcast. Marry as I would have you, and no one will think the worse of you for a foolish vow in your boyhood. Bah! The merest rumour of it will never rise into the serene air of your position." "And let the girl go and break her heart," said Forgue, with look black as death. "You need fear no such catastrophe. You are no such marvel among men that a kitchen wench will break her heart for you. She will be sorry for herself, no doubt, but it will be nothing more than she expected, and will only confirm her opinion of you. She knows well enough the risk she runs." While he spoke, Donal, waiting his turn, stood as on hot iron. Such sayings were in his ears the foul talk of hell. The moment the Earl ceased, he turned to Forgue and said, "My lord, you have removed my harder thoughts of you. You have indeed broken your word, but in a way infinitely nobler than I believed you capable of." Lord Morven stared dumbfounded. "Your comments are out of place, Mr. Grant," said Forgue, with something like dignity. "The matter is between my father and myself. If you wanted to beg my pardon, you should have waited a fitting opportunity." Donal held his peace. He had felt bound to show sympathy with his enemy where he was right. The Earl was perplexed. His one poor ally had gone over to the enemy. He took a glass from the table beside him, and drank. Then, after a moment's silence, apparently of exhaustion and suffering, said, "Mr. Grant, I desire a word with you. Leave the room, Forgue." "My lord," returned Forgue, "you order me from the room to confer with one whose presence with you is an insult to me." "He seems to me," answered his father bitterly, "to be after your own mind in the affair. How indeed should it be otherwise? But so far I have found Mr. Grant a man of honour, and I desire to have some private conversation with him. I therefore request you will leave us alone together." This was said so politely, yet with such latent command, that the youth dared not refuse compliance. The moment he closed the door behind him, "I am glad he yielded," said the Earl, "for I should have had to ask you to put him out, and I hate rows. Would you have done it?" "I would have tried." "Thank you. Yet a moment ago you took his part against me." "On the girl's part, and for his honesty too, my lord." "Come now, Mr. Grant, I understand your prejudices. I cannot expect you to look on the affair as I do. I am glad to have a man of such sound general principles to form the character of my younger son. But it is plain as a mountain that what would be the duty of a young man in your rank of life toward a young woman in the same rank would be simple ruin to one in Lord Forgue's position. A capable man like you can make a living 100 different ways. To one born with the burden of a title, and without the means of supporting it, marriage with such a girl means poverty, gambling, hunger, squabbling, dirt, suicide." "My lord," answered Donal, "the moment a man speaks of love to a woman, be she as lowly and ignorant as Mother Eve, that moment rank and privilege vanish, and distinction is annihilated." The Earl gave a small sharp smile. "You would make a good pleader, Mr. Grant. But if you had seen the consequences of such marriage half as often as I, you would modify your ideas. Mark what I say. This marriage shall not take place, by God! What, should I for a moment talk of it with coolness were there the smallest actual danger of its occurrence? Did I not know that it never could, never shall take place? The boy is a fool, and he shall know it. I have him in my power, neck and heels in my power. He does not know it, and never could guess how, but it is true. One word from me, and the rascal is paralyzed. Oblige me by telling him what I have just said. The absurd marriage shall not take place, I repeat. Invalid as I am not yet reduced to the condition of an obedient father." He took up a small bottle, poured a little from it, added water, and drank, then resumed. "Now for the girl. Who knows about it?" "So far as I am aware, no one but her grandfather.
He had come to the castle to inquire after her, and was with me when we came upon them in the fruit garden." "Then let no further notice be taken of it. Tell no one, not even Mrs. Brooks. Let the young fools do as they please." "I cannot consent to that, my lord." "Why, what the devil have you to do with it?" "I am the friend of her people." "Pooh, pooh, don't talk rubbish. What is it to them? I'll see to them, it will all come right. The affair will settle itself. By Jove, I'm sorry you interfered. The thing would have been much better left alone." "My lord," said Donal, "I can listen to nothing in this strain." "All I ask is, promise not to interfere." "I will not." "Thank you." "My lord, you mistake. I will not promise. Nay, I will interfere. What to do I do not now know, but I will save the girl if I can." "And ruin an ancient family! You think nothing of that." "Its honour, my lord, will be best preserved in that of the girl." "Damn you! Will you preach to me?" Notwithstanding his fierce words, Donal could not help seeing or imagining an almost suppliant look in his eye. "You must do as I tell you in my house," he went on, "or you will soon see the outside of it. Come, marry the girl yourself, she is deuced pretty, and I will give you £500 for your wedding journey. Poor Davy." "Your lordship insults me." "Then damn you, be off to your lessons, and take your insolent face out of my sight." "If I remain in your house, my lord, it is for Davy's sake." "Go away," said the earl, and Donal went. He had hardly closed the door behind him, when he heard a bell ring violently, and ere he reached the bottom of the stair, he met the butler panting up as fast as his short legs and red nose would permit. He would have stopped to question Donal, who hastened past him, and in the refuge of his own room sat down to think. Had his conventional dignity been with him a matter of importance, he would have left the castle the moment he got his things together, but he thought much more of Davy, and much more of Eppy. He had hardly seated himself when he jumped up again. He must see Andrew Comyn. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 36. A Night Watch. When he reached the bottom of the hill, there at the gate was Forgue, walking up and down, apparently waiting for him. He would have passed him, but Forgue stepped in front of him. "Grant," he said, "it is well we should understand each other." "I think, my lord, if you do not yet understand me, it can scarcely be my fault." "What did my father say?" "I would deliver to your lordship a message he gave me for you, but for 2 reasons. One, that I believe he changed his mind, though he did not precisely say so, and the other, that I will not serve him or you in the matter." "Then you intend neither to meddle nor make?" "That is my affair, my lord. I will not take your lordship into my confidence." "Don't be unreasonable now. Do get off your high horse. Can't you understand a fellow? Everybody can't keep his temper as you do. I mean the girl no harm." "I will not talk with you about her. And whatever you insist on saying to me, I will use against you without scruple, should occasion offer." As he spoke, he caught a look on Forgue's face which revealed somehow that it was not for him he had been waiting, but for Eppy. He turned and went back towards the castle. He might meet her. Forgue called after him, but he paid no heed. As he hastened up the hill, not so much as the rustle of bird or mouse did he hear. He lingered about the top of the road for half an hour, then turned and went to the cobbler's. He found Doory in great distress, for she was not merely sore troubled about her son's child, but Andrew was in bed and suffering great pain. The moment Donal saw him, he went for the doctor. He said a rib was broken, bound him up, and gave him some medicine. All done that could be done, Donal sat down to watch beside him. He lay still, with closed eyes and white face. So patient was he, that his very pain found utterance in a sort of blind smile. Donal did not know much about pain. He could read in Andrew's look his devotion to the will of him whose being was his peace. But he did not know above what suffering his faith lifted him, and held him hovering yet safe. His faith made him one with life, the eternal life, and that is salvation. in closest contact with the divine, the original relation restored, the source once more holding its issue, the divine love pouring itself into the deepest vessel of the man's being, itself but a vessel for the holding of the diviner and divinest. Who can wonder if keenest pain should not be able to quench the smile of the prostrate? Few indeed have reached the point of health to laugh at disease, but are there none? Let not a man say because he cannot, that no one can. The old woman was very calm, only every now and then she would lift her hands and shake her head, and look as if the universe were going to pieces, because her husband lay there by the stroke of the ungodly. And if he had lain there forgotten, then indeed the universe would have been going to pieces. When he coughed, every pang seemed to go through her body to her heart. Love is as lovely in the old as in the young. Lovelier when in them, as often, it is more sympathetic and unselfish. That is, more true. Donal wrote to Mrs. Brooks that he would not be home that night, and having found a messenger at the inn, settled himself to watch by his friend. The hours glided quietly over. Andrew slept a good deal, and seemed to have pleasant visions. He was finding yet more saving. Now and then his lips would move as if he were holding talk with some friendly soul. Once Donal heard the murmured words, "Lord, I'm all your ain," and noted that his sleep grew deeper thereafter. He did not wake till the day began to dawn. Then he asked for some water. Seeing Donal, and divining that he had been by his bedside all the night, he thanked him with a smile and a little nod, which somehow brought to his memory certain words Andrew had spoken on another occasion. "There is one, and there is all, and the all is one, and the one is all." When Donal reached the castle, he found his breakfast and Mrs. Brooks waiting for him. She told him that Eppy, meeting her in the passage the night before, had burst into tears, but she could get nothing out of her, and had sent her to her room. This morning she had not come down at the proper time, and when she sent after her did not come. She went up herself, and found her determined to leave the castle that very day. She was now packing her things to go, nor did she see any good in trying to prevent her. Donal said if she would go home, there was plenty for her to do there. Old people's bones were not easy to mend, and it would be some time before her grandfather was well again. Mrs. Brooks said she would not keep her now if she begged to stay. She was afraid she would come to grief, and would rather she went home. She would take her home herself. "The lass is not an ill one," she added, "but she doesna ken what she would be at. She wants some of the Lord's own discipling, I'm thinking." "And that you may be sure she'll get, Mistress Brooks," said Donal. Eppy was quite ready to go home and help nurse her grandfather. She thought her conduct must by this time be the talk of the castle, and was in mortal terror of Lord Morven. All the domestics feared him. It would be hard to say precisely why. It came in part of seeing him so seldom, that he had almost come to represent the ghost some said lived in the invisible room and haunted the castle. It was the easier for Eppy to go home that her grandmother needed her, and that her grandfather would not be able to say much to her. She was an affectionate girl, and yet her grandfather's condition roused in her no indignation, for the love of being loved is such a blinding thing, that the greatest injustice from the dearest to the next dearest will by some natures be readily tolerated. God help us, we are a mean set, and meanest the man who is ablest to justify himself. Mrs. Brooks, having prepared a heavy basket of good things for Eppy to carry home to her grandmother, and made it the heavier for the sake of punishing her with the weight of it, set out with her, saying to herself, "The jade wants a ween harder work nor I hold till her hand, and doubtless it's preparing for her." She was kindly received, without a word of reproach, by her grandmother. The sufferer, forgetful of, or forgiving her words of rejection in the garden, smiled when she came near his bedside, and she turned away to conceal the tears she could not repress. She loved her grandparents, and she loved the young lord, and she could not get the two loves to dwell together peaceably in her mind, a common difficulty with our weak, easily divided, hardly united natures. Frangible, friable, readily distorted. It needs no less than God himself, not only to unite us to one another, but to make a whole of the ill-fitting, roughly disjointed portions of our individual beings. Tearfully, but diligently, she set about her duties, and not only the heart, but the limbs and joints of her grandmother were relieved by her presence. while doubtless she herself found some refuge from anxious thought in the service she rendered. What she saw as her probable future I cannot say. One hour her confidence in her lover's faithfulness would be complete. The next it would be dashed with huge blots of uncertainty. But her grandmother rejoiced over her, as out of harm's way. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 37. Lord Forgue and Lady Arctura. At the castle, things fell into their old routine. Nothing had been arranged between Lord Forgue and Eppy, and he seemed content that it should be so. Mrs. Brooks told him that she had gone home. He made neither remark nor inquiry, manifesting no interest. It would be well his father should not see it necessary to push things farther. He did not want to turn out of the castle. Without means, what was he to do? The marriage could not be to-day or to-morrow, and in the meantime he could see Eppy, perhaps more easily than at the castle. He would contrive. He was sorry he had hurt the old fellow, but he could not help it. He would get in the way. Things would have been much worse if he had not got first to his father. He would wait a bit, and see what would turn up. For the tutor fellow, he must not quarrel with him downright. No good would come of that. In the end he would have his way, and that in spite of them all. But what he really wanted he did not know. He only knew, or imagined, that he was over head and ears in love with the girl. What was to come of it all was in the clouds. He had said he meant to marry her, but to that statement he had been driven, more than he knew, by the desire to escape the contempt of the tutor he scorned, and he rejoiced that he had at least discomfited him. He knew that if he did marry Eppy, or anyone else of whom his father did not approve, he had nothing to look for but absolute poverty, for he knew no way to earn money. He was therefore unprepared to defy him immediately, whatever he might do by and by. He said to himself sometimes that he was as willing as any man to work for his wife if only he knew how. But when he said so, had he always a clear vision of Eppy as the wife in prospect? Alas, it would take years to make him able to earn even a woman's wages. It would be a fine thing for a lord to labour like a common man for the support of a child of the people for whom he had sacrificed everything. But where was the possibility? When thoughts like these grew too many for him, Forgue wished he had never seen the girl. His heart would immediately reproach him. Immediately he would comfort his conscience with the reflection that to wish he had never seen her was a very different thing from wishing to act as if he had. He loafed about in her neighbourhood as much as he dared, haunted the house itself in the twilight, and at night even ventured sometimes to creep up the stair. But for some time he never even saw her. For days Eppy never went out of doors except into the garden. Though she had not spoken of it, Arctura had had more than a suspicion that something was going on between her cousin and the pretty maid, for the little window of her sitting-room partially overlooked a certain retired spot favoured of the lovers. And after Eppy left the house, Davy, though he did not associate the facts, noted that she was more cheerful than before. But there was no enlargement of intercourse between her and Forgue. They knew it was the wish of the head of the house that they should marry, but the Earl had been wise enough to say nothing openly to either of them. He believed the thing would have a better chance on its own merits, and as yet they had shown no sign of drawing to each other. It might perhaps have been otherwise on his part had not the young lord been taken up with the pretty housemaid, though at first he had thought of nothing more than a little passing flirtation, reckoning his advantage with her by the height on which he stood in his own regard. But it was from no jealousy that Arctura was relieved by the departure of Eppy. She had never seen anything attractive in her cousin, and her religious impressions would have been enough to protect her from any drawing to him. Had they not poisoned in her even the virtue of common house friendliness toward a very different man? The sense of relief she had when Eppy went lay in being delivered from the presence of something clandestine, with which she could not interfere so far as to confess knowledge of it. It had rendered her uneasy. She had felt shy and uncomfortable. Once or twice she had been on the point of saying to Mrs. Brooks that she thought her cousin and Eppy very oddly familiar, but had failed of courage. It was no wonder, therefore, that she should be more cheerful. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 38. Arctura and Sophia. About this time, her friend Miss Carmichael returned from a rather lengthened visit. But after the atonement that had taken place between her and Donal, it was with some anxiety that Lady Arctura looked forward to seeing her. She shrank from telling her what had come about through the wonderful poem, as she thought it, which had so bewitched her. She shrank, too, from showing her the verses. They were not of a kind, she was sure, to meet with recognition from her. She knew she would make game of them, and that not good-humouredly like Kate, who yet confessed to some beauty in them. For herself, the poem, and the study of its growth, had ministered so much nourishment to certain healthy poetic seeds lying hard and dry in her bosom, that they had begun to sprout, indeed to shoot rapidly up. Donal's poem could not fail, therefore, to be to her thenceforward something sacred. A related result, also, was that it had made her aware of something very defective in her friend's constitution. She did not know whether in her constitution mental, moral, or spiritual. Probably it was in all three. Doubtless, thought Arctura, she knew most things better than she, and certainly had a great deal more common sense, but on the other hand, was she not satisfied with far less than she could be satisfied with? To believe as her friend believed would not save her from insanity. She must be made on a smaller scale of necessities than herself. How was she able to love the God she said she believed in? God should at least be as beautiful as his creature could imagine him. But Miss Carmichael would say her poor earthly imagination was not to occupy itself with such a high subject. Oh, why would not God tell her something about himself, something direct, straight from himself? Why should she only hear of him at second hand, always and always? Alas, poor girl! Second hand? 500th hand, rather. And she might have been all the time communing with the very God himself, manifest in his own shape, which is ours also. All the time learning that her imagination could never, not to say originate, but when presented, receive into it the unspeakable excess of his loveliness, of his absolute devotion and tenderness to the creatures, the children of his Father. In the absence of Miss Carmichael, she had thought with less oppression of many things that in her presence appeared ghastly hopeless. Now, in the prospect of her reappearance, she began to feel wicked in daring a thought of her own concerning the God that was nearer to her than her thoughts. Such an unhealthy mastery had she gained over her. What if they met Donal, and she saw her smile to him, as she always did now? One thing she was determined upon, and herein lay the pledge of her coming freedom, that she would not behave to him in the least otherwise than her wont. If she would be worthy, she must be straightforward. Donal and she had never had any further talk, much as she would have liked it, upon things poetic. As a matter of supposed duty, where she had got the idea I do not know, certainly not from Miss Carmichael, seeing she approved of little poetry but that of Young, Cowper, Pollock, and James Montgomery. She had been reading the Paradise Lost, and wished much to speak of it to Donal, but had not the courage. When Miss Carmichael came, she at once perceived a difference in her, and it set her thinking. She was not one to do or say anything without thinking over it first. She had such a thorough confidence in her judgment, and such a pleasure in exercising it, that she almost always rejected an impulse. Judgment was on the throne, feeling under the footstool. There was something in Arctura's carriage which reminded her of the only time when she had stood upon her rank with her. This was once she made a remark disparaging a favourite dog. For the animals, Arctura could brave even her spiritual nightmare. They were not under the wrath and curse like men and women, therefore might be defended. She had on that occasion shown so much offence, that Miss Carmichael saw, if she was to keep her influence over her, she must avoid rousing the phantom of rank in defence of prejudice. She was now, therefore, careful, said next to nothing, but watched her keenly, and not the less slyly that she looked her straight in the face. There is an effort to see into the soul of others that is essentially treacherous. Wherever, friendship being the ostensible bond, inquiry outruns regard, it is treachery, an endeavour to grasp more than the friend would knowingly give. They went for a little walk in the grounds. As they returned, they met Donal going out with Davy. Arctura and Donal passed with a bow and a friendly smile. Davy stopped and spoke to the ladies, then bounded after his friend. "Have you attended the scripture lesson regularly?" asked Miss Carmichael. "Yes, I have been absent only once, I think, since you left," replied Arctura. "Good, my dear. You have not been leaving your lamb to the wolf." "I begin to doubt if he be a wolf." "Ah! Does he wear his sheepskin so well? Are you sure he is not plotting to devour sheep and shepherd together?" said Miss Carmichael, with an open glance of search. "Don't you think," suggested Arctura, "when you are not able to say anything, it would be better not to be present? Your silence looks like agreement." "But you can always protest. You can assert he is all wrong. You can say you do not in the least agree with him." "But what if you are not sure that you do not agree with him?" "I thought as much," said Miss Carmichael to herself. "I might have foreseen this." Here she spoke. "If you are not sure you do agree, you can say, 'I can't say I agree with you.' It is always safer to admit little than much." "I do not quite follow you. But speaking of little and much, I am sure I want a great deal more than I know yet to save me. I have never yet heard what seems enough." "Is that to say God has not done his part?" "No, it is only to say that I hope he has done more than I have yet heard." "More than send his son to die for your sins?" "More than you say that means. You have but to believe Christ did so." "I don't know that he died for my sins." "He died for the sins of the whole world." "Then I must be saved." "Yes, if you believe that he made atonement for your sins." "Then I cannot be saved except I believe that I shall be saved, and I cannot believe I shall be saved until I know I shall be saved." "You are cavilling, Arctura. Ah, this is what you have been learning of Mr. Grant. I ought not to have gone away." "Nothing of the sort," said Arctura, drawing herself up a little. "I am sorry if I have said anything wrong, but really I can get hold of nothing. I feel sometimes as if I should go out of my mind." "Arctura, I have done my best for you. If you think you have found a better teacher, no warning, I fear, will any longer avail." "If I did think I had found a better teacher, no warning certainly would. I am only afraid I have not. But of one thing I am sure, that the things Mr. Grant teaches are much more to be desired than—" "By the unsanctified heart, no doubt," said Sophia. "The unsanctified heart," rejoined Arctura, astonished at her own boldness, and the sense of power and freedom growing in her as she spoke, "surely needs God as much as the sanctified. But can the heart be altogether unsanctified that desires to find God so beautiful and good that it can worship him with its whole power of love and adoration? Or is God less beautiful and good than that? We ought to worship God whatever he is. But could we love him with all our hearts, if he were not altogether lovable? He might not be the less to be worshipped, though he seemed so to us. We must worship his justice as much as his love, his power as much as his justice." Arctura returned no answer. The words had fallen on her heart like an iceberg. She was not, however, so utterly overwhelmed by them as she would have been some time before. She thought with herself, "I will ask Mr. Grant. I am sure he does not think like that. Worship power as much as love? I begin to think she does not understand what she is talking about. If I were to make a creature needing all my love to make life endurable to him, and then not be kind enough to him, should I not be cruel? Would I not be to blame? Can God be God, and do anything conceivably to blame? Anything that is not altogether beautiful? She tells me we cannot judge what it would be right for God to do by what it would be right for us to do. If what seems right to me is not right to God, I must wrong my conscience and be a sinner in order to serve him. Then my conscience is not the voice of God in me. How then am I made in his image? What does it mean? Ah, but that image has been defaced by the fall, so I cannot tell a bit what God is like? Then how am I to love him? I never can love him. I am very miserable. I am not God's child." Thus, long after Miss Carmichael had taken a coldly sorrowful farewell of her, Arctura went round and round the old mill-horse rack of her self-questioning. God was not to be trusted in until she had done something she could not do, upon which he would take her into his favour, and then she could trust him. What a God to give all her heart to long for, to dream of being at home with! Then she compared Miss Carmichael and Donal Grant, and thought whether Donal might not be as likely to be right as she. Oh, where was assurance? Where was certainty about anything? How was she ever to know? What if the thing she came to know for certain should be a God she could not love? The next day was Sunday. Davy and his tutor overtook her going home from church. It came as of itself to her lips, and she said, "Mr. Grant, how are we to know what God is like?" Philip saith unto him, Lord, show us the Father, and it sufficeth us. Jesus saith unto him, Have I been so long time with you, and yet hast thou not known me, Philip? He that hath seen me hath seen the Father. And how sayest thou then, Show us the Father? Thus answered Donal, without a word of his own, and though the three walked side by side, it was 10 minutes before another was spoken. Then at last said Arctura, If I could but see Christ. It is not necessary to see him to know what he is like. You can read what those who knew him said he was like. That is the first step to understanding him, which is the true seeing. The second is, doing what he tells you. When you understand him, there is your God. From that day Arctura's search took a new departure. It is strange how often one may hear a thing, yet never have really heard it. The heart can hear only what it is capable of hearing. Therefore the times of this ignorance God winked at. But alas for him who will not hear what he is capable of hearing. His failure to get word or even sight of Eppy, together with some uneasiness at the condition in which her grandfather continued, induced Lord Forgue to accept the invitation, which his father had taken pains to have sent him, to spend 3 weeks or a month with a relative in the north of England. He would gladly have sent a message to Eppy before he went, but had no one he could trust with it. Davy was too much under the influence of his tutor. So he departed without sign, and Eppy soon imagined he had deserted her. For a time her tears flowed yet more freely, but by and by she began to feel something of relief in having the matter settled, for she could not see how they were ever to be married. She would have been content to love him always, she said to herself, were there no prospect of marriage, or even were there no marriage in question. But would he continue to care for her love? She did not think she could expect that. So with many tears she gave him up, or thought she did. He had loved her, and that was a grand thing. There was much that was good, and something that was wise in the girl, notwithstanding her folly in allowing such a lover. The temptation was great. Even if his attentions were in their nature but transient, they were sweet while they passed. I doubt if her love was of the deepest she had to give, but who can tell? A woman will love where a man can see nothing lovely. So long as she is able still to love, she is never quite to be pitied. But when the reaction comes? So the dull days went by. But for Lady Arctura a great hope had begun to dawn. The hope, namely, that the world was in the hand, yea, in the heart of one whom she herself might one day see, in her inmost soul, and with clearest eyes to be love itself. Not a love she could not care for, but the very heart, generating centre, embracing circumference and crown of all loves. Donal prayed to God for Lady Arctura, and waited. Her hour was not yet come, but was coming. Every one that is ready the Father brings to Jesus. The disciple is not greater than his master, and must not think to hasten the hour, or lead one who is not yet taught of God. He must not be miserable about another, as if God had forgotten him. Strange helpers of God we shall be if, thinking to do his work, we act as if he were neglecting it. To wait for God, believing it his one design to redeem his creatures, ready to put the hand to the moment his hour strikes, is the faith fit for a fellow worker with him. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 39. The Castle Roof. One stormy Friday night in the month of March, when a bitter east wind was blowing, Donal, seated at the plain deal table he had got Mrs. Brooks to find him, that he might use it regardless of ink, was drawing upon it a diagram, in quest of a simplification for Davy, when a sudden sense of cold made him cast a glance at his fire. He had been aware that it was sinking, but as there was no fuel in the room, had forgotten it again. It was very low, and he must at once fetch both wood and coal. In certain directions and degrees of wind, this was rather a ticklish task. But he had taken the precaution of putting up here and there a bit of rope. Closing the door behind him, to keep in what warmth he might, and ascending the stairs a few feet higher, he stepped out on the bartizan, and so round the tower to the roof. There he stood for a moment to look about him. It was a moonlit night, so far as the clouds, blown in huge and almost continuous masses over the heavens, would permit the light of the moon to emerge. The roaring of the sea came like a low rolling mist across the flats. The air gloomed and darkened and lightened again around him, as the folds of the cloud blanket overhead were torn, or dropped trailing, or gathered again in the arms of the hurrying wind. As he stood, it seemed suddenly to change, and take a touch of south in its blowing. The same instant came to his ear a loud wail. It was the ghost music. There was in it the cry of a discord, mingling with a wild rolling change of harmonies. He stood like one forbid, and listened with all his power. It came again and again, and was more continuous than he had ever heard it before. Here was now a chance indeed of tracing it home. As a gaze-hound with his eyes, as a sleuth-hound with his nose, he stood ready to start hunting with his listening ear. The seeming approach and recession of the sounds might be occasioned by changes in their strength, not by any change of position. "It must come from somewhere on the roof," he said, and setting down the pail he had brought, he got on his hands and knees, first to escape the wind in his ears, and next to diminish its hold on his person. Over roof after roof he crept like a cat, stopping to listen every time a new gush of the sound came, then starting afresh in the search for its source. Upon a great gathering of roofs like these, erected at various times on various levels, and with all kinds of architectural accommodations of one part to another, sound would be variously deflected, and as difficult to trace as inside the house. Careless of cold or danger, he persisted, creeping up, creeping down, over flat leads, over sloping slates, over great roofing stones, along low parapets and round ticklish corners, following the sound ever, as a cat a flitting unconscious bird. When it ceased, he would keep slowly on in the direction last chosen. Sometimes, when the moon was more profoundly obscured, he would have to stop altogether, unable to get a peep of his way. On one such occasion, when it was nearly pitch dark, and the sound had for some time ceased, he was crouching upon a high-pitched roof of great slabs, his fingers clutched around the edges of one of them, and his mountaineering habit standing him in good stead, protected a little from the force of the blast by a huge stack of chimneys that rose to windward. While he clung thus waiting, louder than he had yet heard it, almost in his very ear, arose the musical ghost cry, this time like that of a soul in torture. The moon came out, as at the cry, to see, but Donal could spy nothing to suggest its origin. As if disappointed, the moon instantly withdrew, the darkness again fell, and the wind rushed upon him full of keen, slanting rain, as if with fierce intent of protecting the secret. There was little chance of success that night. He must break off the hunt till daylight. If there was any material factor in the sound, he would be better able to discover it then. By the great chimney stack, he could identify the spot where he had been nearest to it. There remained for the present but the task of finding his way back to his tower. A difficult task it was, more difficult than he anticipated. He had not an idea in what direction his tower lay, had not an idea of the track, if track it could be called, by which he had come. One thing only was clear, it was somewhere else than where he was. He set out, therefore, like any honest pilgrim who knows only he must go somewhere else, and began his wanderings. He found himself far more obstructed than in coming. Again and again he could go no farther in the direction he was trying. Again and again had to turn and try another. It was half an hour at least before he came to a spot he knew, and by that time, with the rain, the wind had fallen a little, Against a break in the clouds, he saw the outline of one of his store-sheds, and his way was thenceforward plain. He caught up his pail, filled it with coal and wood, and hastened to his nest as quickly as cramped joints would carry him, hopeless almost of finding his fire still alive. But when he reached the stair, and had gone down a few steps, he saw a strange sight. Below him, at his door, with a small wax taper in her hand, stood the form of a woman, in the posture of one who had just knocked, and was hearkening for an answer. So intent was she, and so loud was the wind among the roofs, that she had not heard his step, and he stood a moment afraid to speak, lest he should startle her. Presently she knocked again. He made an attempt at ventriloquy, saying in a voice to sound farther off than it was, "Come in." A hand rose to the latch, and opened the door. By the hand he knew it was Lady Arctura. "Welcome to the stormy sky, my lady," he said, as he entered the room after her, a pleasant object after his crawling excursion. She started a little at his voice behind her, and turning was more startled still. Donal was more like a chimney-sweep than a tutor in a lord's castle. He was begrimed and blackened from head to foot, and carried a pail full of coals and wood. Reading readily her look, he made haste to explain. "I have been on the roof for the last hour," he said. "What were you doing there?" she asked, with a strange mingling of expressions. "In such a night?" "I heard the music, my lady. The ghost music, you know, that haunts the castle, and I heard it too," she murmured, with a look almost of terror. "I have often heard it before, but never so loud as tonight. Have you any notion about it, Mr. Grant?" "None whatever, except that I am nearly sure it comes from somewhere about the roof." "If you could clear up the mystery—" "I have some hope of it. You are not frightened, my lady?" She had caught hold of the back of a chair. "Do sit down, I will get you some water." "No, no, I shall be right in a moment," she answered. "Your stare has taken my breath away. But my uncle is in such a strange condition that I could not help coming to you." "I have seen him myself more than once, very strange." "Will you come with me?" "Anywhere." "Come then." She left the room, and led the way by the light of her dim taper down the stair. About the middle of it, she stopped at a door, and turning, said, with a smile like that of a child, and the first untroubled look Donal had yet seen upon her face, "How delightful it is to be taken out of fear! I am not the least afraid now." "I am very glad," said Donal. "I should like to kill fear. It is the shadow that follows at the heels of wrong. Do you think the music has anything to do with your uncle's condition?" "I do not know." She turned again hastily, and passing through the door, entered a part of the house with which Donal had no acquaintance. With many bewildering turns, she led him to the great staircase, down which she continued her course. The house was very still. It must surely be later than he had thought. Only there were so few servants in it for its extent. His guide went very fast, with a light step as a bird's. At one moment he had all but lost sight of her in the great curve. At the room in which Donal first saw the Earl, she stopped. The door was open, but there was no light within. She led him across to the door of the little chamber behind. A murmur, but no light, came from it. In a moment it was gone, and the deepest silence filled the world. Arctura entered. One step within the door she stood still, and held high her taper. Donal looked in sideways. A small box was on the floor against the foot of the farthest wall, and on the box, in a long dressing gown of rich faded stuff, the silk and gold in which shone feebly in the dim light, stood the tall, meagre form of the Earl, with his back to the door, his face to the wall, close to it, and his arms and hands stretched out against it, like one upon a cross. He stood without moving a muscle or uttering a sound. What could it mean? Donal gazed in a blank dismay. Not a minute had passed, though it was to him a long and painful time, when the murmuring came again. He listened as to a voice from another world, a thing terrible to those whose fear dwells in another world. But to Donal it was terrible as a voice from no other world could have been. It came from an unseen world of sin and suffering, a world almost a negation of the eternal, a world of darkness and the shadow of death. But surely there was hope for that world yet. For whose were the words in which its indwelling despair grew audible? "And we indeed justly, for we receive the due reward of our deeds, but this man hath done nothing amiss." Again the silence fell, but the form did not move, and still they stood regarding him. From far away came the sound of the ghost music. The head against the wall began to move as if waking from sleep. The hands sank along the wall and fell by the sides. The Earl gave a deep sigh, but still stood leaning his forehead against the wall. Arctura turned, and they left the room. She went down the stair, and on to the library. Its dark oak cases and old bindings reflected hardly a ray of the poor taper she carried, but the fire was not yet quite out. She set down the light, and looked at Donal in silence. "What does it all mean?" he asked in a hoarse whisper. "God knows," she returned solemnly. "Are we safe?" he asked. "May he not come here?" "I do not think he will. I have seen him in many parts of the house, but never here." Even as she spoke, the door swung noiselessly open, and the Earl entered. His face was ghastly pale. His eyes were wide open. He came straight towards them. But he did not see them, or if he did, he saw them but as phantoms of the dream in which he was walking, phantoms which had not yet become active in the dream. He drew a chair to the embers, in his fancy doubtless a great fire, sat for a moment or two gazing into them, rose, went the whole length of the room, took down a book, returned with it to the fire, drew towards him Arctura's tiny taper, opened the book, and began to read in an audible murmur. Donal, trying afterwards to recall and set down what he had heard, wrote nothing better than this: "In the heart of the earth cave lay the king. Through chancel and choir and nave the bells ring. Said the worm at his side, Sweet fool, turn to thy bride. Is the night so cool? Wouldst thou lie like a stone till the aching morn out of the dark be born?" Heavily pressed the night enorm, but he heard the voice of the worm, like the sound of a muttered thunder low in the realms where no feet go. And he said, I will rise, I will myself glad, I will open my eyes, and no more sleep sad. For who is a god but the man who can spring up from the sod and be his own king? I will model my gladness, dig my despair, and let goodness or badness be folly's own care. I will be content, and the world shall spin round, till its force be outspent. It shall drop like a top spun by a boy, while I sit in my tent in a featureless joy, sit without sound, and toss up my world, till it burst and be drowned in the blackness upcurled from the deep hell ground. The dreams of a god are the worlds of his slaves. I will be my own god, and rule my own knaves. He went on in this way for some minutes. Then the rhymes grew less perfect, and the utterance sank into measured prose. The tone of the speaker showed that he took this stuff for glowing verse, and regarded it as embodying his own present consciousness. One might have thought the worm would have a word to say in rejoinder, but no, the worm had vanished, and the buried dreamer had made himself a god, his own god. Donal stole up softly behind him and peeped at the open book. It was the Novum Organum. They glided out of the room, and left the dreamer to his dreams. "Do you think," said Donal, "I ought to tell Simmons?" "It would be better. Do you know where to find him?" "I do not." "I will show you a bell that rings in his room. He will think his lordship has rung it." They went and rang the bell. In a minute or two, they heard the steps of the faithful servant seeking his master, and bade each other good night. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 40. A Religion Lesson. In the morning, Donal learned from Simmons that his master was very ill, could not raise his head. "The way he do moan and cry," said Simmons, "you would think sure he was either out of his mind, or had something heavy upon it. All the years I known him, He been like that every now and then, and back to his old self again, little the worse. Only the fits do come oftener. Towards the close of school, as Donal was beginning to give his lesson in religion, Lady Arctura entered, and sat down beside Davy. "What would you think of me, Davy," Donal was saying, "if I were angry with you because you did not know something I had never taught you?" Davy only laughed. It was to him a grotesque, an impossible supposition. "If," Donal resumed, "I were to show you a proposition of Euclid, which you had never seen before, and say to you, 'Now, Davy, this is one of the most beautiful of all Euclid's propositions, and you must immediately admire it, and admire Euclid for constructing it,' what would you say?" Davy thought, and looked puzzled. "But you wouldn't do it, sir," he said. "I know you wouldn't do it," he added, after a moment. "Why should I not?" "It isn't your way, sir." "But suppose I were to take that way?" "You would not then be like yourself, sir." "Tell me how I should be unlike myself. Think." "You would not be reasonable." "What would you say to me?" "I should say, 'Please, sir, let me learn the proposition first, and then I shall be able to admire it. I don't know it yet.'" "Very good. Now again, suppose when you tried to learn it, you were not able to do so, and therefore could see no beauty in it. Should I blame you?" "No, sir, I am sure you would not, because I should not be to blame, and it would not be fair, and you never do what is not fair." "I am glad you think so. I tried to be fair." "That looks as if you believed in me, Davy." "Of course I do, sir." "Why?" "Just because you are fair." "Suppose, Davy, I said to you, 'Here is a very beautiful thing I should like you to learn,' and you, after you had partly learned it, were to say, 'I don't see anything beautiful in this. I'm afraid I never shall.' Would that be to believe in me?" "No, surely, sir, for you know best what I am able for." "Suppose you said, 'I dare say it is all as good as you say, but I don't care to take so much trouble about it.' What would that be?" "Not to believe in you, sir. You would not want me to learn a thing that was not worth my trouble, or a thing I should not be glad of knowing when I did know it." "Suppose you said, 'Sir, I don't doubt what you say, but I am so tired I don't mean to do anything more you tell me.' Would you then be believing in me?" "No. That might be to believe your word, but it would not be to trust you. It would be to think my thinks better than your thinks, and that would be no faith at all." Davy had at times an oddly childish way of putting things. "Suppose you were to say nothing, but go away and do nothing of what I told you, what would that be?" "Worse and worse. It would be sneaking." "One question more. What is faith? The big faith, I mean, not the little faith between equals. The big faith we put in one above us." "It is to go at once and do the thing he tells us to do." "If we don't, then we haven't faith in him?" "No, certainly not." "But might not that be his fault?" "Yes, if he was not good, and so I could not trust him. If he said I was to do one kind of thing, and he did another kind of thing himself, then of course I could not have faith in him." "And yet you might feel you must do what he told you." "Yes." "Would that be faith in him?" "No." "Would you always do what he told you?" "Not if he told me to do what it would be wrong to do." "Now tell me, Davy, what is the biggest faith of all? The faith to put in the one only altogether good person." "You mean God, Mr. Grant?" "Whom else could I mean?" "You might mean Jesus." "They are one. They mean always the same thing, do always the same thing, always agree. There is only one thing they don't do the same in. They do not love the same person." "What do you mean, Mr. Grant?" interrupted Arctura. She had been listening intently. Was the cloven foot of Mr. Grant's heresy now at last about to appear plainly? "I mean this," answered Donal, with a smile that seemed to Arctura such a light as she had never seen on human face, "that God loves Jesus, not God, and Jesus loves God, not Jesus. We love one another, not ourselves. Don't we, Davy?" "You do, Mr. Grant," answered Davy modestly. "Now tell me, Davy, what is the great big faith of all? That which we have to put in the Father of us, who is as good not only as thought can think, but as good as heart can wish, infinitely better than anybody but Jesus Christ can think. What is the faith to put in him?" "Oh, it is everything," answered Davy. "But what first? asked Donal. First, it is to do what he tells us. Yes, Davy. It is to learn his problems by going and doing his will. Not trying to understand things first, but trying first to do things. We must spread out our arms to him as a child does to his mother when he wants her to take him. Then when he sets us down, saying, "Go and do this or that," we must make all the haste in us to go and do it. And when we get hungry to see him, we must look at his picture. Where is that, sir? Ah, Davy, Davy, don't you know that yet? Don't you know that, besides being himself, and just because he is himself, Jesus is the living picture of God? I know, sir. We have to go and read about him in the book. May I ask you a question, Mr. Grant? Said Arctura. With perfect freedom, answered Donal. I only hope I may be able to answer it. When we read about Jesus, we have to draw for ourselves his likeness from words. And you know what kind of a likeness the best artist would make that way, who had never seen with his own eyes the person whose portrait he had to paint. I understand you quite, returned Donal. Some go to other men to draw it for them, and some go to others to hear from them what they must draw, thus getting all their blunders in addition to those they must make for themselves. But the nearest likeness you can see of him is the one drawn by yourself while doing what he tells you. He has promised to come into those who keep his word. He will then be much nearer to them than in bodily presence, and such may well be able to draw for themselves the likeness of God. But first of all, and before everything else, mind, Davy, obedience. Yes, Mr. Grant, I know, said Davy. Then off with you. Only think sometimes it is God who gave you your game. I'm going to fly my kite, Mr. Grant. Do. God likes to see you fly your kite, and it is all in his March wind it flies. It could not go up a foot but for that. Davy went. You have heard that my uncle is very ill to-day, said Arctura. I have, poor man, replied Donal. He must be in a very peculiar condition. Of body and mind both, he greatly perplexes me. You would be quite as much perplexed if you had known him as long as I have. Never since my father's death, which seems a century ago, have I felt safe. Never in my uncle's presence at ease. I get no nearer to him. It seems to me, Mr. Grant, that the cause of discomfort and strife is never that we are too near others, but that we are not near enough. This was a remark after Donal's own heart. I understand you, he said, and entirely agree with you. I never feel that my uncle cares for me except as one of the family, and the holder of its chief property. He would have liked me better, perhaps, if I had been dependent on him. How long will he be your guardian? Asked Donal. He is no longer my guardian legally. The time set by my father's will ended last year. I am 23, and my own mistress, but of course it is much better to have the head of the house with me. I wish he were a little more like other people. But tell me about the ghost music. We had not time to talk of it last night. I got pretty near the place where it came from, but the wind blew so, and it was so dark, that I could do nothing more then. You will try again? I shall indeed. I am afraid, if you find a natural cause for it, I shall be a little sorry. How can there be any other than a natural cause, my lady? God and nature are one. God is the causing nature. Tell me, is not the music heard only in stormy nights, or at least nights with a good deal of wind? I have heard it in the daytime. On a still day? I think not. I think, too, I never heard it on a still summer night. Do you think it comes in all storms? I think not. Then perhaps it has something to do not merely with the wind, but with the direction of the wind. Perhaps. I cannot say. That might account for the uncertainty of its visits. The instrument may be accessible, yet its converse with the operating power so rare that it has not yet been discovered. It is a case in which experiment is not permitted us. We cannot make a wind blow, neither can we vary the direction of the wind blowing. Observation alone is left us, and that can be only at such times when the sound is heard. Then you can do nothing till the music comes again? I think I can do something now, for last night I seemed so near the place whence the sounds were coming, that the eye may now be able to supplement the ear, and find the music-bird silent on her nest. If the wind fall, as I think it will in the afternoon, I shall go again and see whether I can find anything. I noticed last night that simultaneously with the sound came a change in the wind. Towards the south, I think. What a night it was after I left you!" "I think," said Arctura, "the wind has something to do with my uncle's fits. Was there anything very strange about it last night? When the wind blows so angrily, I always think of that passage about the prince of the power of the air being the spirit that works in the children of disobedience. Tell me what it means." "I do not know what it means," answered Donal, "but I suppose the epithet involves a symbol of the difference between the wind of God that inspires the spiritual true self of man, and the wind of the world that works by thousands of impulses and influences in the lower, the selfish set of children that will not obey. I will look at the passage and see what I can make out of it. Only the spiritual and the natural blend, so that we may one day be astonished. Would you like to join the music hunt, my lady?" "Do you mean go on the roof? Should I be able?" "I would not have you go in the night, and the wind blowing," said Donal with a laugh, "but you can come and see, and judge for yourself. The bartizan is the only anxious place, but as I mean to take Davy with me, you may think I do not count it very dangerous." "Will it be safe for Davy?" "I can venture more with Davy than with another. He obeys in a moment." "I will obey too, if you will take me," said Arctura. "Then please come to the schoolroom at 4 o'clock. But we shall not go except the wind be fallen." When Davy heard what his tutor proposed, he was filled with the restlessness of anticipation. Often while helping Donal with his fuel, he had gazed up at him on the roof with longing eyes, but Donal had never let him go upon it. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 41. The Music Nest. The hour came, and with the very stroke of the clock, Lady Arctura and Davy were in the schoolroom. A moment more, and they set out to climb the spiral of Baliol's tower. But what a different lady was Arctura this afternoon! She was cheerful, even merry, with Davy almost jolly. Her soul had many alternating lights and glooms, but it was seldom or never now so clouded as when first Donal saw her. In the solitude of her chamber, where most the simple soul should be conscious of life as a blessedness, she was yet often haunted by ghastly shapes of fear, but there also other forms had begun to draw nigh to her. Sweetest rays of hope would ever and anon break through the clouds, and mock the darkness from her presence. Perhaps God might mean as thoroughly well by her as even her imagination could wish. Does a dull reader remark that hers was a diseased state of mind? I answer, the more she needed to be saved from it, with the only real deliverance from any ill. But her misery, however diseased, was infinitely more reasonable than the healthy joy of such as trouble themselves about nothing. Some sicknesses are better than any but the true health. "I never thought you were like this, Archie," said Davy. "You are just as if you had come to school to Mr. Grant. You would soon know how much happier it is to have somebody you must mind." "If having me, Davy," said Donal, "doesn't help you to be happy without me, there will not have been much good done. What I want most to teach you is, to leave the door always on the latch, for someone, you know whom I mean, to come in." "Race me up the stair, Archie," said Davy, when they came to the foot of the spiral. "Very well," assented his cousin. "Which side will you have, the broad or the narrow?" "The broad." "Well then, 1, 2, 3, and away we go!" Davy mounted like a clever goat, his hand and arm on the newel, and slipping lightly round it. Arctura's ascent was easier but slower. She found her garments in her way, therefore yielded the race, and waited for Donal. Davy, thinking he heard her footsteps behind him all the time, flew up shrieking with the sweet terror of love's pursuit. "What a darling the boy has grown," said Arctura, when Donal overtook her. "Yes," answered Donal. "One would think such a child might run straight into the kingdom of heaven. But I suppose he must have his temptations and trials first. Out of the storm alone comes the true peace." "Will peace come out of all storms?" "I trust so. Every pain and every fear, every doubt is a cry after God. What mother refuses to go to her child because he is only crying, not calling her by name? Oh, if I could but believe so about God! For if it be all right with God, I mean, if God be such a God as to be loved with the heart and soul of loving, then all is well. Is it not, Mr. Grant? Indeed it is. And you are not far from the kingdom of heaven, he was on the point of saying, but did not, because she was in it already, only unable yet to verify the things around her, like the man who had but halfway received his sight. When they reached the top, he took them past his door, and higher up the stair to the next, opening on the bartizan. Here he said Lady Arctura must come with him first, and Davy must wait till he came back for him. When he had them both safe on the roof, he told Davy to keep close to his cousin or himself all the time. He showed them first his stores of fuel, his ammunition, he said, for fighting the winter. Next he pointed out where he had stood when first he heard the music the night before, and set down his bucket to follow it, and where he found the bucket, blown thither by the wind, when he came back to feel for it in the dark. Then he began to lead them, as nearly as he could, the way he had then gone, but with some, for Arctura's sake, desirable detours. Over one steep sloping roof they had to cross, he found a little stair up the middle, and down the other side. They came to a part where he was not quite sure about the way. As he stopped to bethink himself, they turned and looked eastward. The sea was shining in the sun, and the flat wet country between was so bright that they could not tell where the land ended and the sea began. But as they gazed, a great cloud came over the sun, the sea turned cold and grey as death, a true March sea, and the land lay low and desolate between. The spring was gone, and the winter was there. A gust of wind, full of keen hail, drove sharp in their faces. "Ah, that settles the question," said Donal. "The music bird must wait. We will call upon her another day. It is funny, isn't it, Davy, to go a bird's nesting after music on the roof of a house?" "Hark," said Arctura. "I think I heard the music bird. She wants us to find her nest. I really don't think we ought to go back for a little blast of wind, and a few pellets of hail. What do you think, Davy?" "Oh, for me, I wouldn't turn for ever so big a storm," said Davy. "But you know, Arky, it's not you or me, Arky. Mr. Grant is the captain of this expedition, and we must do as he bids us." "Oh, surely, Davy. I never meant to dispute that. Only Mr. Grant is not a tyrant. He will let a lady say what she thinks." "Oh, yes, or a boy either. He likes me to say what I think. He says we can't get at each other without. And do you know, he obeys me sometimes." Arctura glanced a keen question at the boy. "It is quite true," said Davy, while Donal listened smiling. "Last winter, for days together, not all day, you know, I had to obey him most of the time, but at certain times I was as sure of Mr. Grant doing as I told him, as he is now of me doing as he tells me." "What times were those?" asked Arctura, thinking to hear of some odd pedagogic device. "When I was teaching him to skate," answered Davy, in a triumph of remembrance. "He said I knew better than he there, and so he would obey me. You wouldn't believe how splendidly he did it, Arky. Out and out," concluded Davy, in a tone almost of awe. "Oh, yes, I would believe it. Perfectly," said Arctura. Donal suddenly threw an arm round each of them, and pulled them down sitting. The same instant a fierce blast burst upon the roof. He had seen the squall whitening the sea, and looking nearer home, saw the tops of the trees between streaming level towards the castle. But seated, they were in no danger. "Hark!" said Arctura again. "There it is!" They all heard the wailing cry of the ghost music. But while the blast continued, they dared not pursue their hunt. It kept on in fits and gusts till the squall ceased, as suddenly almost as it had burst. The sky cleared, and the sun shone as a March sun can. But the blundering blasts and the swan-shot of the flying hail were all about still. "When the storm is upon us," remarked Donal, as they rose from their crouching position, "it seems as if there never could be sunshine more. But our hopelessness does not keep back the sun when his hour to shine is come." "I understand," said Arctura. "When one is miserable, misery seems the law of being, and in the midst of it dwells some thought which nothing can ever set right. All at once it is gone, broken up and gone like that hail cloud, It just looks its own foolishness and vanishes." "Do you know why things so often come right?" said Donal. "I would say always come right, but that is a matter of faith, not sight." Arctura did not answer at once. "I think I know what you are thinking," she said, "but I want to hear you answer your own question." "Why do things come right so often, do you think, Davy?" repeated Donal. "Is it," returned Davy, "because they were made right to begin with?" "There is much in that, Davy. But there is a better reason than that. It is because things are alive, and the life at the heart of them, that which keeps them going, is the great beautiful God. So the sun forever returns after the clouds. A doubting man, like him who wrote the book of Ecclesiastes, puts the evil last, and says the clouds return after the rain. But the Christian knows that one has mastery who makes the joy the last in every song." "You speak like one who has suffered," said Arctura, with a kind look in his face. "Who has not that lives?" "It is how you are able to help others." "Am I able to help others? I am very glad to hear it. My ambition would be to help, if I had any ambition. But if I am able, it is because I have been helped myself, not because I have suffered." "Will you tell me what you mean by saying you have no ambition?" "Where your work is laid out for you, there is no room for ambition. You have got your work to do. But give me your hand, my lady. Put your other hand on my shoulder. You stop there, Davy, and don't move till I come to you. Now, my lady, a little jump. That's it. Now you are safe. You were not afraid, were you?" "Not in the least. But did you come here in the dark?" "Yes. There is this advantage in the dark. You do not see how dangerous the way is. We take the darkness about us for the source of our difficulties. It is a great mistake. Christian would hardly have dared go through the valley of the shadow of death, had he not had the shield of the darkness all about him." "Can the darkness be a shield? Is it not the evil thing?" "Yes, the dark that is within us, the dark of distrust and unwillingness, but not the outside dark of mere human ignorance. Where we do not see, we are protected. Where we are most ignorant and most in danger is in those things that affect the life of God in us. There the Father is every moment watching his child. If he were not constantly pardoning and punishing our sins, what would become of us? We must learn to trust him about our faults as much as about everything else." In the earnestness of his talk he had stopped, but now turned and went on. "There is my land, or roof mark, rather," he said. "That chimney stack. Close by it I heard the music very near me indeed, when all at once the darkness and the wind came together so thick that I could do nothing more. We shall do better now in the daylight, and 3 of us instead of 1. "What a huge block of chimneys!" said Arctura. "Is it not?" returned Donal. "It indicates the hugeness of the building below us, of which we can see so little. Like the volcanoes of the world, it tells us how much fire is necessary to keep our dwelling warm." "I thought it was the sun that kept the earth warm," said Davy. "So it is, but not the sun alone. The earth is like a man. The great glowing fire is God in the heart of the earth, and the great sun is God in the sky, keeping it warm on the other side. Our gladness and pleasure, our trouble when we do wrong, our love for all about us, that is God inside us. And the beautiful things and lovable people, and all the lessons of life in history and poetry, in the Bible, and in whatever comes to us, is God outside of us. Every life is between 2 great fires of the love of God. So long as we do not give ourselves up heartily to him, we fear his fire will burn us. And burn us it does when we go against its flames and not with them, refusing to burn with the fire with which God is always burning. When we try to put it out, or oppose it, or get away from it, then indeed it burns." "I think I know," said Davy. Arctura held her peace. "But now," said Donal, "I must go round and have a peep at the other side of the chimney stack." He disappeared, and Arctura and Davy stood waiting his return. They looked each in the other's face with the delight of consciously sharing a great adventure. Beyond their feet lay the wide country and the great sea. Over them the sky with the sun in it going down towards the mountains. Under their feet the mighty old pile that was their home, and under that the earth with its molten heart of fire. But Davy's look soon changed to one of triumph in his tutor. "Is it not grand," it said, "to be all day with a man like that, talking to you and teaching you? That, at least, was how Arctura interpreted it, reading in it almost an assertion of superiority, inasmuch as this man was his tutor, and not hers. She replied to the look in words. "I am his pupil too, Davy," she said, "though Mr. Grant does not know it." "How can that be," answered Davy, "when you were afraid of him? I am not a bit afraid of him." "How do you know I am afraid of him?" she asked. "Oh, anybody could see that." She was afraid she had spoken foolishly, and Davy might repeat her words. She did not desire to hasten further intimacy with Donal. Things were going in that direction fast enough. Her eyes, avoiding Davy's, kept reconnoitring the stack of chimneys. "Aren't you glad to have such a castle all for your own, to do what you like with, Arky? You know you could pull it all to pieces if you liked." "Would it be less mine," said Arctura, "if I was not at liberty to pull it all to pieces? And would it be more mine when I had pulled it to pieces, Davy?" Donal was coming round the side of the stack, and heard what she said. It pleased him, for it was not a little in his own style. "What makes a thing your own, do you think, Davy?" she went on. "To be able to do with it what you like," replied Davy. "Whether that be good or bad?" "Yes, I think so," answered Davy, doubtfully. "Then I think you are quite wrong," she rejoined. "The moment you begin to use a thing wrong, that moment you make it less yours. I can't quite explain it, but that is how it looks to me." She ceased, and after a moment Donal took up the question. "Lady Arctura is quite right, Davy," he said. "The nature, that is, the good of a thing, is that only by which it can be possessed. Any other possession is like slave-owning. It is not a righteous having. The right and the power to use it to its true purpose, and the using it so, are the conditions that make a thing ours. To have the right and the power, and not use it so, would be to make the thing less ours than anybody's. Suppose you had a very beautiful picture, but from some defect in your sight you could never see that picture as it really was, while a servant in your house not only saw it as it was meant to be seen, but had such delight in gazing on it, that even in his dreams it came to him, and made him think of things he would not have thought of but for it. Which of you, you or the servant in your house, would have the more real possession of that picture? You could sell it away from yourself, and never know anything about it more, but you could not, by all the power of a tyrant, take it from your servant." "Ah, now I understand," said Davy, with a look at Lady Arctura which seemed to say, "You see how Mr. Grant can make me understand." "I wonder," said Lady Arctura, "what that curious opening in the side of the chimney stack means. It can't be for smoke to come out at." "No," said Donal. "There is not a mark of smoke about it. If it had been meant for that, it would hardly have been put halfway from the top. I can't make it out. A hole like that in any chimney must surely interfere with the draught. I must get a ladder." "Let me climb on your shoulders, Mr. Grant," said Davy. "Come then, up you go," said Donal. And up went Davy, and peeped into the horizontal slit. "It looks very like a chimney," he said, turning his head and thrusting it in sideways. "It goes right down to somewhere," he added, bringing his head out again, "but there is something across it a little way down, to prevent the jackdaws from tumbling in, I suppose." "What is it?" asked Donal. "Something like a grating," answered Davy. "No, not a grating exactly. It is what you might call a grating, but it seems made of wires. I don't think it would keep a strong bird out if he wanted to get in." "Aha," said Donal to himself. "What if those wires be tuned?" "Did you ever see an aeolian harp, my lady?" he asked. "I never did." "Yes," answered Lady Arctura, "once, when I was a little girl. And now you suggest it, I think the sounds we hear are not unlike those of an aeolian harp. The strings are all the same length, if I remember. But I do not understand the principle. They seem all to play together, and make the strangest, wildest harmonies when the wind blows across them in a particular way." "I fancy, then, we have found the nest of our music bird," said Donal. "The wires Davy speaks of may be the strings of an aeolian harp. I wonder if there could be a draught across them. I must get up and see. I must go and get a ladder." "But how could there be an aeolian harp up here?" said Arctura. "It will be time enough to answer that question," replied Donal, "when it changes to, how did an aeolian harp get up here? Something is here that wants accounting for. It may be an aeolian harp." But in a chimney! The soot would spoil the strings. Then perhaps it is not a chimney. Is there any sign of soot about, Davy? No, sir. There is nothing but clean stone and lime. You see, my lady, we do not even know that it is a chimney. What else can it be, standing with the rest? It may have been built for one, but if it had ever been used for one, the marks of smoke would remain, had it been disused ever so long. But tomorrow I will bring up a ladder. Could you not do it now? Said Arctura, almost coaxingly. I should so like to have the thing settled. As you please, my lady. I will go at once. There is one leaning against the garden wall, not far from the bottom of the tower. If you do not mind the trouble. I will come and help, said Davy. You mustn't leave Lady Arctura. I am not sure if I can get it up the stair. I am afraid it is too long. If I cannot, we will haul it up as we did the coal. He went, and the cousins sat down to wait his return. It was a cold evening, but Arctura was well wrapped up, and Davy was hearty. They sat at the foot of the chimney-stack, and began to talk. "It is such a long time since you told me anything, Archie," said the boy. "You do not need me now to tell you anything. You have Mr. Grant. You like him much better than ever you did me." "You see," said Davy, thoughtfully, and making no defence against her half-reproach, "he began by making me afraid of him. Not that he meant to do it, I think. He only meant that I should do what he told me. I was never afraid of you, Archie." "I was much crosser to you than Mr. Grant, I am sure." "Mr. Grant is never cross to me, and if ever you were, I've forgotten it, Archie. I only remember that I was not good to you. I am sorry for it now when I lie awake in bed, but I say to myself you forgive me, and go to sleep." "What makes you think I forgive you, Davy?" "Because I love you." This was not very logical, and set Arctura thinking. She did not forgive the boy because he loved her, but the boy's love to her might make him sure she forgave him. Love is its own justification, and sees itself in all its objects. Forgiveness is an essential belonging of love, and must be seen where love is seen. "Are you fond of my brother?" asked Davy, after a pause. "Why do you ask me?" "Because they say you and he are going to be married some day, yet you don't seem to care much to be together." "It is all nonsense," replied Arctura, reddening. "I wish people would not talk foolishness." "Well, I do think he's not so fond of you as of Eppy." "Hush! Hush! You must not speak of such thing." "I saw him once kiss Eppy, and I never saw him kiss you." "No, indeed." "Is it right of Forgue, if he's going to marry you, to kiss Eppy? That's what I want to know." "He is not going to marry me." "He would, if you told him you wished it. Papa wishes it." "How do you know that?" "For many things. Once I heard him say, 'Afterwards, when the house is our own,' and I asked him what he meant, and he said, 'When Forgue marries Arctura, then the castle will be Forgue's. That is how it ought to be, you know. Property and title ought never to be parted.'" The hot blood rose to Arctura's temples. Was she a mere wrappage to her property? The paper of the parcel? But she called to mind how strange her uncle was. But for that, could he have been so imprudent as to talk in such a way to a boy, whose simplicity rendered the confidence dangerous? "You would not like having to give away your castle, would you, Archie?" he went on. "Not to anyone I did not love." "If I were you, I would not marry, but keep my castle to myself." "I don't see why Forgue should have your castle." "You think I should make my castle my husband?" "He would be a good big husband anyhow, and a strong one to defend you from your enemies, and not talk to you when you wanted to be quiet." "That is all true, but one might get weary of a stupid husband, however big and strong he was." "There's another thing, though. He wouldn't be a cruel husband. I've heard papa often speak about some cruel husband. I fancied sometimes he meant himself, but that could not be, you know." Arctura made no reply. All but vanished memories of things she had heard, hints and signs here and there that all was not right between her uncle and aunt, vaguely returned. Could it be that he now repented of harshness to his wife? That the thought of it was preying upon him? That it drove him to drugs for forgetfulness? But in the presence of the boy she could not go on thinking in such a direction about his father. She felt relieved by the return of Donal. He had found it rather difficult to get the ladder round the sharp curves of the stair, but at last they saw him with it on his shoulder, coming over a distant roof. "Now we shall see," he said, as he leaned it up against the chimney, and stood panting. "You have tired yourself," said Lady Arctura. "Where's the harm, my lady? A man must get tired, a few times, before he lies down," rejoined Donal lightly. Said Davy, "Must a woman, Mr. Grant, marry a man she does not love?" "No, certainly, Davy." "Mr. Grant," said Arctura, in dread of what Davy might say next, "what do you take to be the duty of one inheriting a property? Ought a woman to get rid of it, or attend to it herself?" Donal thought a little. "We must first settle the main duty of property," he said, "and that I am hardly prepared to do." "Is there not a duty owing to your family?" "There are 1,000 duties owing to your family." "I don't mean those you are living with merely, but those also who transmitted the property to you. This property belongs to my family rather than to me, and if I had had a brother it would have gone to him. Should I not do better for the family by giving it up to the next heir? I am not disinterested in starting the question. Possession and power are of no great importance in my eyes. They are hindrances to me." "It seems to me," said Donal, "that the fact that you would not have succeeded had there been a son, points to the fact of a disposer of events. You were sent into the world to take the property. If so, God expects you to perform the duties of it. They are not to be got rid of by throwing the thing aside, or giving them to another to do for you. If your family and not God were the real giver of the property, the question you put might arise, but I should hardly take interest enough in it to be capable of discussing it. I understand my duty to my sheep or cattle, to my master, to my father or mother, to my brother or sister, to my pupil, Davy here. I owe my ancestors love and honour, and the keeping of their name unspotted, though that duty is forestalled by a hire. But as to the property they leave behind them, over which they have no more power, and which now, I trust, they never think about, I do not see what obligation I can be under to them with regard to it, other than is comprised in the duties of the property itself." "But a family is not merely those that are gone before. There are those that will come after." "The best thing for those to come after is to receive the property with its duties performed, with the light of righteousness radiating from it." "But what then do you call the duties of property?" "In what does the property consist?" "In land, to begin with." "If the land were of no value, would the possession of it involve duties?" "I suppose not." "In what does the value of the land consist?" Lady Arctura did not attempt an answer to the question, and Donal, after a little pause, resumed. "If you valued things as the world values them, I should not care to put the question, but I fear you may have some lingering notion that, though God's way is the true way, the world's way must not be disregarded. One thing, however, is certain, that nothing that is against God's way can be true. The value of property consists only in its being means, ground, or material to work his will withal. There is no success in the universe but in his will being done." Arctura was silent. She had inherited prejudices which, while she hated selfishness, were yet thoroughly selfish. Such are, of the evils in us, hardest to get rid of. They are even cherished for a lifetime by some of the otherwise loveliest of souls. Knowing that herein much thought would be necessary for her, and that she would think, Donal went no farther. A house must have its foundations settled before it is built upon. Argument, where the grounds of it are at all in dispute, is worse than useless. He turned to his ladder, set it right, mounted, and peered into the opening. At the length of his arm he could reach the wires Davy had described. They were taut, and free of rust, were therefore not iron or steel. He saw also that a little down the shaft a faint light came in from the opposite side. There was another opening somewhere. Next he saw that each following string, for strings he already counted them, was placed a little lower than that before it, so that their succession was inclined to the other side of the shaft, apparently in a plane between the two openings, that a draught might pass along their plane. This must surely be the instrument whence the music flowed. He descended. "Do you know, my lady," he asked Arctura, "how the aeolian harp is placed for the wind to wake it?" "The only one I have seen," she answered, "was made to fit into a window. The lower sash was open just wide enough to let it in, so that the wind entering must pass across the strings. Then Donal was all but certain. "Of course," he said, after describing what he had seen, "we cannot be absolutely sure without having been here with the music, and having experimented by covering and uncovering the opening. And for that we must wait a southeasterly wind." End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 42. Communism. But Donal did not feel that even then would he have exhausted the likelihood of discovery. That the source of the music that had so long haunted the house was an aeolian harp in a chimney that had never or scarcely been used, might be enough to satisfy some, but he wanted to know as well why, if this was a chimney, it neither had been nor was used, and to what room it was a chimney. For the question had come to him, might not the music hold some relation with the legend of the lost room? Inquiry after legendary lore had drawn nearer and nearer, and the talk about such as belonged to the castle had naturally increased. In this talk was not seldom mentioned a ghost, as yet seen at times about the place. This Donal attributed to glimpses of the Earl in his restless night walks, but by the domestics, both such as had seen something and such as had not, the apparition was naturally associated with the lost chamber, as the place whence the spectre issued, and whither he returned. Donal's spare hours were now much given to his friend Andrew Comyn. The good man had so far recovered as to think himself able to work again, but he soon found it was little he could do. His strength was gone, and the exertion necessary to the lightest labour caused him pain. It was sad to watch him on his stool, now putting in a stitch, now stopping because of the cough which so sorely haunted his thin, wind-blown tent. His face had grown white and thin, and he had nearly lost his merriment, though not his cheerfulness. He never looked other than content. He had made up his mind he was not going to get better, but to go home through a lingering illness. He was ready to go, and ready to linger, as God pleased. There was nothing wonderful in this, but to some good people even, it did appear wonderful that he showed no uneasiness as to how Doory would fare when he was gone. The house was indeed their own, but there was no money in it, not even enough to pay the taxes, and if she sold it, the price would not be enough to live upon. The neighbours were severe on Andrew's imagined indifference to his wife's future, and it was in their eyes a shame to be so cheerful on the brink of the grave. Not one of them had done more than peep into the world of faith in which Andrew lived. Not one of them could have understood that for Andrew to allow the least danger of evil to his Doory would have been to behold the universe rocking on the slippery shoulders of chance. A little moan escaping her as she looked one evening into her money teapot made Donal ask her a question or two. She confessed that she had but 6pence left. Now Donal had spent next to nothing since he came, and had therefore a few pounds in hand. His father and mother had sent back what he sent them, as being in need of nothing. Sir Gibbie was such a good son to them that they were living in what they counted luxury. Robert doubted whether he was not ministering to the flesh in allowing Janet to provide beef brose for him twice in the week. So Donal was free to spend for his next neighbours, just what his people, who were grand about money, would have had him do. Never in their cottage had a penny been wasted, never one refused where was need. "An'rew," he said, and found the mother tongue here fittest, "I'm thinking you mun be growing some short o' siller in this time o' worklessness." "'Deed I wouldna wonder," answered Andrew. "Doory says nothing about such trifles." "Weel," rejoined Donal, "I thank God I has some in the ill pickle o' not being wanted, and so in danger o' cankerin', and atween brithers there shouldna be 2 purses." "Ye hae your own folk to look after, sir," said Andrew. "They're weel looked after, better nor ever they were in their lives. They're as weel off as I am myself up in yon grand castle. They have a friend who but for them would ill live to be the great man he is the noo, and there's nothing o'er muckle for him to do for them. So my siller's my ain, and yours, An'rew, and Doory's." The old man put him through a catechism as to his ways and means and prospects, and finding that Donal believed as firmly as himself in the care of the master, and was convinced there was nothing that the master would rather see him do with his money than help those who needed it, especially those who trusted in him, he yielded. "It's not, ye see," said Donal, "that I hae ony doubt o' the Lord's providin', gien I had failed. But he holds the thing to my hand just as muckle as gien he said, 'There's for you, Donal.' The folk o' this world may not approve, but you an' me kens better, An'rew. We ken there's no good in siller but to do the will o' the Lord with it, an' help to one anither is his dear wool. It's not 'at he's short o' siller himsel', but he likes to give anither a turn." "I'll take it," said the old man. "There's what I have," returned Donal. "Na, na, none o' that," said Andrew. "Ye're treatin' me like a muckle reivin' sornin' bigger, offerin' me all that at once. Whaur sign would be the prolonged sweetness o' havin' it in portions frae your hand, as frae the neb of an angel corby, sent frae very home with your dinner." Here a glimmer of the old merriment shone through the worn look and pale eyes. "Na, na, sir," he went on, "jist talk the thing ower with Doory, an' let her hae what she wants an' nae mair. She wouldna like it. Who kens what may come in the meantime? Death himsel', maybe. Or see, gie Doory a 5 shillings, an' when that's done she can let ye ken." Donal was forced to leave it thus, but he did his utmost to impress upon Doory that all he had was at her disposal. "I had new clothes," he said, "before I came. I have all I want to eat and drink, and for books, there's a whole ancient library at my service. What possibly could I wish for more? It's a mere luxury to hand the money over to you, Doory. I'm thinking, Doory," for he had by this time got to address her by her husband's name for her, "there's nobody in this world, 'cept the unseen Lord himsel', loves your man so well as you and me, and weel ken I, you and him would share your last with me. So I'm only gin ye o' your ain good will, and I'll do that, gin ye take not so long as I have." Thus adjured, and satisfied that her husband was content, the old woman made no difficulty. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 43. Eppy and Kennedy. When Stephen Kennedy heard that Eppy had gone back to her grandparents, a faint hope revived in his bosom. He knew nothing of the late passage between the two parties. He but knew that she was looking sad. She might perhaps allow him to be of some service to her. Separation had fostered more and more gentle thoughts of her in his heart. He was ready to forgive her everything, and believe nothing serious against her, if only she would let him love her again. Modesty had hitherto kept him from throwing himself in her way, but he now haunted the house in the hope of catching a glimpse of her, and when she began to go again into the town, saw her repeatedly, following her to be near her, but taking care she should not see him. Partly from her self-absorption, he had succeeded in escaping her notice. At length, however, one night, he tried to summon up courage to accost her. It was a lovely moonlit night, half the street black with quaint shadows, the other half shining like sand in the yellow light. On the moony side, people standing at their doors could recognize each other 2 houses away, but on the other, friends might pass without greeting. Eppy had gone into the baker's. Kennedy had seen her go in, and stood in the shadow, waiting, all but determined to speak to her. She stayed a good while, but one accustomed to wait for fish learns patience. At length she appeared. By this time, however, though not his patience, Kennedy's courage had nearly evaporated, and when he saw her he stepped under an archway, let her pass, and followed afresh. All at once resolve, which yet was no resolve, awoke in him. It was as if someone took him and set him before her. She started when he stepped in front, and gave a little cry. "Dinna be feart, Eppy," he said. "I wouldna hurt a hair o' your head. I would rather be skinned mysel'." "Gang away," said Eppy. "Ye hae no right to stand in my gate." "None but the right o' lovin' ye better nor ever," said Kennedy. "Gin so be as ye let me ony gate shut." The words softened her. She had dreaded reproach, if not indignant remonstrance. She began to cry. "Gin anything in my power would make the grief lighter upon ye, Eppy," he said, "ye hae but to name it. I'm no going to ask ye to marry me,
for that I ken ye dinna care about. But gien I might be looked upon as a friend, if not to you, yet to yours, allowed any way to help in your trouble, I mean, I'm ready to lay me in the dirt afore ye. I have no care for mysel any more, and maun do something for somebody. And who, so soon as yoursel, Eppy?" For sole answer, Eppy went on crying. She was far from happy. She had nearly persuaded herself that all was over between her and Lord Forgue, and almost she could, but for shame, have allowed Kennedy to comfort her as an old friend. Everything in her mind was so confused, and everything around her so miserable, that she could but cry. She continued crying, and as they were in a walled lane, into which no windows looked, Kennedy, in the simplicity of his heart, and the desire to comfort her, who little from him deserved comfort, came up to her, and putting his arm round her, said again, "Dinna be feart o' me, Eppy. I'm a man o'er sair-hearted to do ye any hurt. It's not as thinking ye my ain, Eppy, I would presume to do anything for ye, but as an old friend, fain to take the dog off o' ye. Are ye in want of anything? Ye maun have a heap o' trouble, I will ken, wi' your grandfather's mischance, and it's easy to understand that things may well be turning scarce about ye. But be sure of this, that as long as my mither has anything, she'll be blithe to share the same with you and yours." He said his mother, but she had nothing, save what he provided her with. "I thank ye, Stephen," said Eppy, touched with his goodness, "but there's no necessity. We ha' plenty." She moved on, her apron still to her eyes. Kennedy followed her. "Gien the young lord ha' wronged ye any gait," he said from behind her, "and gien there be any amends ye would have o' him." She turned with a quickness that was fierce, and in the dim light Kennedy saw her eyes blazing. "I want nothing frae your hand, Stephen Kennedy," she said. "My lord's nothing to you, nor yet muckle to me," she added, with sudden reaction and an outburst of self-pity, and again fell a-weeping, and sobbing now. With the timidity of a strong man before the girl he loves, and therefore fears, Kennedy once more tried to comfort her, wiping her eyes with her apron. While he did so, a man, turning a corner quickly, came almost upon them. He started back, then came nearer, looked hard at them, and spoke. It was Lord Forgue. "Eppy!" he exclaimed, in a tone in which indignation blended with surprise. Eppy gave a cry, and ran to him. He pushed her away. "My lord," said Kennedy, "the lass will none o' me or mine. I sair doubt there's none but yoursel can please her. But I swear by God, my lord, gien ye do her any wrong, I'll no rest, night nor day, till I ha' made ye repent it." "Go to the devil," said Forgue. "There's an old crow, I suspect, yet to pluck between us. For me you may take her, though. I don't go halves." Eppy laid her hand timidly on his arm, but again he pushed her away. "Oh, my lord!" she sobbed, and could say no more for weeping. "How is it I find you here with this man?" he asked. "I don't want to be unfair to you, but it looks rather bad." "My lord," said Kennedy. "Hold your tongue. Let her speak for herself." "I had no tryst with him, my lord. I never said come nigh me," sobbed Eppy. "You see what you had done!" she cried, turning in anger on Kennedy, and her tears suddenly ceasing. "Never but ill hae you brought me. What business had you to come after me this gate, making mischief between my lord and me? Can a body not set foot ayond the door-sill, but they maun be followed o' them they would see far enough?" Kennedy turned and went, and Eppy with a fresh burst of tears turned to go also. But she had satisfied Forgue that there was nothing between them, and he was soon more successful than Kennedy in consoling her. While absent, he had been able enough to get on without her, but no sooner was he home than, in the weary lack of interest, the feelings which, half lamenting, half rejoicing, he had imagined extinct, began to revive, and he went to the town vaguely hoping to get a sight of Eppy. Coming upon her tete-a-tete with her old lover, first a sense of unpardonable injury possessed him, and next the conviction that he was as madly in love with her as ever. The tide of old tenderness came throbbing and streaming back over the ghastly sands of jealousy, and ere they parted he had made with her an appointment to meet the next night in a more suitable spot. Donal was seated by Andrew's bedside reading. He had now the opportunity of bringing many things before him such as the old man did not know to exist. Those last days of sickness and weakness were among the most blessed of his life. Much that could not be done for many a good man with 10 times his education, could be done for a man like Andrew Comyn.
Eppy had done her best to remove all traces of emotion ere she re-entered the house, but she could not help the shining of her eyes. The joy lamp relighted in her bosom shone through them, and Andrew, looking up when she entered, Donal seated with his back to her, at once knew her secret. Her grandfather read it from her face, and Donal read it from his. "She has seen Forgue," he said to himself. "I hope the old man will die soon." End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 44. High and Low. When Lord Morven heard of his son's return, he sent for Donal, received him in a friendly way, gave him to understand that, however he might fail to fall in with his views, he depended thoroughly on his honesty, and begged he would keep him informed of his son's proceedings. Donal replied that, while he fully acknowledged his lordship's right to know what his son was doing, he could not take the office of a spy. "But I will warn Lord Forgue," he concluded, "that I may see it right to let his father know what he is about. I fancy, however, he understands as much already." "Pooh! That would only be to teach him cunning," said the Earl. "I can do nothing underhand," replied Donal. "I will help no man to keep an unrighteous secret, but neither will I secretly disclose it." Meeting him a few days after, Forgue would have passed him without recognition, but Donal stopped him, and said, "I believe, my lord, you have seen Eppy since your return." "What the deuce is that to you?" "I wish your lordship to understand that whatever comes to my knowledge concerning your proceedings in regard to her, I will report to your father if I see fit." "The warning is unnecessary. Few informers, however, would have given me the advantage, and I thank you. So far I am indebted to you. None the less, the shame of the informer remains. Your lordship's judgment of me is no more to me than that of yon rook up there." "You doubt my honour?" said Forgue with a sneer. "I do. I doubt you. You do not know yourself. Time will show. For God's sake, my lord, look to yourself. You are in terrible danger." "I would rather do wrong for love than right for fear. I scorn such threats." "Threats, my lord?" echoed Donal. "Is it a threat to warn you that your very consciousness may become a curse to you? That to know yourself may be your hell? That you may come to make it your first care to forget what you are? Do you know what Shakespeare says of Tarquin? Besides, his soul's fair temple is defaced, to whose weak ruins muster troops of cares, to ask the spotted princess how she fares." "Oh, hang your preaching!" cried Forgue, and turned away. "My lord," said Donal, "if you will not hear me, there are preachers you must." "They will not be quite so long-winded, then," Forgue answered. "You are right," said Donal. "They will not." All Forgue's thoughts were now occupied with the question how with least danger Eppy and he were to meet. He did not contemplate treachery. At this time of his life he could not have respected himself, little as was required for that, had he been consciously treacherous. But no man who in love yet loves himself more is safe from becoming a traitor. Potentially he is one already. Treachery to him who is guilty of it seems only natural self-preservation. The man who can do a vile thing is incapable of seeing it as it is, and that ought to make us doubtful of our judgments of ourselves, especially defensive judgments. Forgue did not suspect himself, not although he knew that his passion had but just regained a lost energy, revived at the idea of another man having the girl. It did not shame him that he had begun to forget her, or that he had been so roused to fresh desire. If he had stayed away 6 months, he would practically have forgotten her altogether. Some may think that, if he had devotion enough to surmount the vulgarities of her position and manners and ways of thought, his love could hardly be such as to yield so soon. But Eppy was not in herself vulgar. Many of even humbler education than she are far less really vulgar than some in the forefront of society. No doubt the conventionalities of a man like Forgue must have been sometimes shocked in familiar intercourse with one like Eppy, but while he was merely flirting with her, the very things that shocked would also amuse him. For I need hardly say he was not genuinely refined, and by the growing passion obscured them. There is no doubt that, had she been confronted as his wife with the common people of society, he would have become aware of many things as vulgarities, which were only simplicities. But in the meantime, she was no more vulgar to him than a lamb or a baby is vulgar, however unfit either for a Belgravian drawing-room. Vulgar at the same time he would have thought and felt her, but for the love that made him do her justice. Love is the opener as well as closer of eyes. But men who, having seen, become blind again, think they have had their eyes finally opened. For some time there was no change in Eppy's behaviour, but that she was not tearful as before. She continued diligent, never grumbled at the hardest work, and seemed desirous of making up for remissness in the past, when in truth she was trying to make up for something else in the present. She would atone for what she would not tell, by doing immediate duty with the greater devotion. But by and by she began occasionally to show, both in manner and countenance, a little of the old pertness, mingled with uneasiness. The phenomenon, however, was so intermittent and unpronounced as to be manifest only to eyes familiar with her looks and ways. To Donal it was clear that the relation between her and Forgue was resumed. Yet she never went out in the evening, except sent by her grandmother, and then she always came home even with haste, anxious, it might have seemed, to avoid suspicion. It was the custom with Donal and Davy to go often into the fields and woods in the fine weather. They called this their observation class, to learn what they might of the multitudinous goings-on in this or that of nature's workshops. There each for himself and the other exercised his individual powers of seeing and noting and putting together. Donal knew little of woodland matters, having been chiefly accustomed to meadows and bare hillsides, yet in the woods he was the keener of the two to observe, and could the better teach that he was but a better learner. One day, as they were walking together under the thin shade of a fir thicket, Davy said, with a sudden change of subject, "I wonder if we shall meet Forgue to-day. He gets up early now and goes out. It is neither to fish nor shoot, for he doesn't take his rod or gun. He must be watching or looking for something. Shouldn't you say so, Mr. Grant?" This set Donal thinking. Eppy was never out at night, or only for a few minutes, and Forgue went out early in the morning. But if Eppy would meet him, how could he or anyone help it? End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 45. A Last Encounter. Now for a while Donal seldom saw Lady Arctura, and when he did, received from her no encouragement to address her. The troubled look had reappeared on her face. In her smile, as they passed in hall or corridor, glimmered an expression almost pathetic, something like an appeal, as if she stood in sore need of his help, but dared not ask for it. She was again much in the company of Miss Carmichael, and Donal had good cause to fear that the Phariseeism of her would-be directress was coming down upon her spirit, not like rain on the mown grass, but like frost on the spring flowers. The impossibility of piercing the Christian Pharisee holding the traditions of the elders in any vital part, so pachydermatous is he to any spiritual argument, is a sore trial to the old Adam still unslain in lovers of the truth. At the same time, nothing gives patience better opportunity for her perfect work. And it is well they cannot be reached by argument and so persuaded. They would but enter the circles of the faithful to work fresh schisms and breed fresh imposthumes. But Donal had begun to think that he had been too forbearing towards the hideous doctrines advocated by Miss Carmichael. It is one thing where evil doctrines are quietly held, and the truth associated with them assimilated by good people doing their best with what has been taught them, and quite another where they are forced upon some shrinking nature, weak to resist through the very reverence which is its excellence. The finer nature, from inability to think another of less pure intent than itself, is often at a great disadvantage in the hands of the coarser. He made up his mind that, risk as it was to enter into disputations with a worshipper of the letter, inasmuch as, for argument, the letter is immeasurably more available than the spirit. For while the spirit lies in the letter unperceived, it has no force, and the letter worshipper is incapable of seeing that God could not possibly mean what he makes of it. Notwithstanding the risk, he resolved to hold himself ready, and if anything was given him, to cry it out and not spare. Nor had he long resolved ere the opportunity came. It had come to be known that Donal frequented the old avenue, and it was with intent, in the pride of her acquaintance with Scripture, and her power to use it, that Miss Carmichael one afternoon led her unwilling, rather recusant, and very unhappy disciple thither. She sought an encounter with him. His insolence towards the old-established faith must be confounded, his obnoxious influence on Arctura frustrated. It was a bright autumnal day. The trees were sorely bereaved, but some foliage yet hung in thin yellow clouds upon their patient boughs. There was plenty of what Davy called scushling, that is, the noise of walking with scarce lifted feet among the thick-lying withered leaves. But less foliage means more sunlight. Donal was sauntering along, his book in his hand, now and then reading a little, now and then looking up to the half-bared branches, now and then, like Davy, sweeping a cloud of the fallen multitude before him. He was in this childish act, when, looking up, he saw the two ladies approaching. He did not see the peculiar glance Miss Carmichael threw her companion. "Behold your prophet," it said. He would have passed with lifted bonnet, but Miss Carmichael stopped, smiling. Her smile was bright, because it showed her good teeth, but was not pleasant, because it showed nothing else. "Glorying over the fallen, Mr. Grant?" she said. Donal in his turn smiled. "That is not Mr. Grant's way," said Arctura, "so far at least as I have known him." "How careless the trees are of their poor children," said Miss Carmichael, affecting sympathy for the leaves. "Pardon me," said Donal, "if I grudge them your pity. There is nothing more of children in those leaves than there is in the hair that falls on the barber's floor." "It is not very gracious to pull a lady up so sharply," returned Miss Carmichael, still smiling. "I spoke poetically." "There is no poetry in what is not true," rejoined Donal. "Those are not the children of the tree." "Of course," said Miss Carmichael, a little surprised to find their foils crossed already. "A tree has no children, but—" "A tree no children!" exclaimed Donal. "What then are all those beech-nuts under the leaves? Are they not the children of the tree?" "Yes, and lost, like the leaves," sighed Miss Carmichael. "Why do you say they are lost? They must fulfil the end for which they were made, and if so, they cannot be lost." "For what end were they made?" "I do not know. If they all grew up, they would be a good deal in the way." "Then you say there are more seeds than are required?" "How could I, when I do not know what they are required for? How can I tell that it is not necessary for the life of the tree that it should produce them all, and necessary too for the ground to receive so much life-rent from the tree?" "But you must admit that some things are lost." "Yes, surely," answered Donal. "Why else should he come and look till he find?" No such answer had the theologian expected. She was not immediate with her rejoinder. "But some of them are lost after all," she said. "Doubtless. There are sheep that will keep running away. But he goes after them again." "He will not do that for ever." "He will." "I do not believe it." "Then you do not believe that God is infinite?" "I do." "How can you? Is he not the Lord God, merciful and gracious?" "I am glad you know that." "But if his mercy and his graciousness are not infinite, then he is not infinite." "There are other attributes in which he is infinite." "But is he not infinite in all his attributes? He is partly infinite and partly finite, infinite in knowledge and power, but in love, in forgiveness, and all those things which are the most beautiful, the most divine, the most Christ-like, he is finite, measurable, bounded, small." "I care nothing for such finite reasoning. I take the word of inspiration, and go by that." "Let me hear, then," said Donal, with an uplifting of his heart in prayer, for it seemed no light thing for Arctura which of them should show the better reason. Now it had so fallen that the ladies were talking about the doctrine called adoption, when first they saw Donal. Whence this doctrine was the first to occur to the champion of orthodoxy, as a weapon wherewith to foil the enemy. "The most precious doctrine, if one may say so, in the whole Bible, is that of adoption," God, by the mouth of his apostle Paul, tells us that God adopts some for his children and leaves the rest. If because of this you say he is not infinite in mercy, when the Bible says he is, you are guilty of blasphemy." In a tone calm to solemnity, Donal answered, "God's mercy is infinite, and the doctrine of adoption is one of the falsest of false doctrines. In bitter lack of the spirit whereby we cry Abba, Father, the so-called Church invented it, and it remains, a hideous mask wherewith false and ignorant teachers scare God's children from their Father's arms." "I hate sentiment, most of all in religion," said Miss Carmichael with contempt. "You shall have none," returned Donal. "Tell me what is meant by adoption." "The taking of children," answered Miss Carmichael, already spying a rock ahead, "and treating them as your own." "Whose children?" asked Donal. "Anyone's." "Whose," insisted Donal, "are the children whom God adopts?" She was on the rock, and a little staggered. But she pulled up courage and said, "The children of Satan." "Then how are they to be blamed for doing the deeds of their father?" "You know very well what I mean. Satan did not make them. God made them, but they sinned and fell." "Then did God repudiate them?" "Yes." "And they became the children of another?" "Yes, of Satan." "Then God disowns his children, and when they are the children of another, adopts them? Miss Carmichael, it is too foolish. Would that be like a father? Because his children do not please him, he repudiates them altogether, and then he wants them again, not as his own, but as the children of a stranger whom he will adopt. The original relationship is no longer of any force, has no weight, even with their very own father. What ground could such a parent have to complain of his children?" "You dare not say the wicked are the children of God the same as the good." "That be far from me. Those who do the will of God are infinitely more his children than those who do not. They are born of the innermost heart of God. They are then of the nature of Jesus Christ, whose glory is obedience. But if they were not in the first place, and in the most profound fact, the children of God, they could never become his children in that highest sense, by any fiction of adoption. Do you think if the devil could create, his children could ever become the children of God? But you and I, and every Pharisee, publican, and sinner in the world, are equally the children of God to begin with. That is the root of all the misery and all the hope. Because we are his children, we must become his children in heart and soul, or be forever wretched. If we cease to be his, if the relation between us were destroyed, which is impossible, no redemption would be possible. There would be nothing left to redeem." "You may talk as you see fit, Mr. Grant, but while Paul teaches the doctrine, I will hold it. He may perhaps know a little better than you." "Paul teaches no such doctrine. He teaches just what I have been saying. The word translated adoption he uses for the raising of one who is a son to the true position of a son." "The presumption in you to say what the apostle did or did not mean!" "Why, Miss Carmichael, do you think the gospel comes to us as a set of fools? Is there any way of truly or worthily receiving a message without understanding it? A message is sent for the very sake of being in some measure at least understood. Without that it would be no message at all. I am bound by the will and express command of the Master to understand the things he says to me. He commands me to see their rectitude, because they being true, I ought to be able to see them true. In the hope of seeing as he would have me see, I read my Greek Testament every day. But it is not necessary to know Greek to see what Paul means by the so translated adoption. You have only to consider his words with intent to find out his meaning, and without intent to find in them the teaching of this or that doctor of divinity. In the epistle to the Galatians, whose child does he speak of as adopted? It is the Father's own child, his heir, who differs nothing from a slave until he enters upon his true relation to his father, the full status of a son. So also in another passage, by the same word he means the redemption of the body, its passing into the higher condition of outward things, into a condition in itself, and a home around it, fit for the sons and daughters of God, that we be no more like strangers, but like what we are, the children of the house. To use any word of Paul's to make human being feel as if he were not by birth, making, origin, or whatever word of closer import can be found, the child of God, or as if anything he had done or could do could annul that relationship, is of the devil, the father of evil, not either of Paul or of Christ. Why, my lady, continued Donal, turning to Arctura, all the evil lies in this, that he is our father, and we are not his children. To fulfill the poorest necessities of our being, we must be his children in brain and heart, in body and soul and spirit, in obedience and hope and gladness and love. His out and out, beyond all that tongue can say, mind think, or heart desire. Then only is our creation finished. Then only are we what we were made to be. This is that for the sake of which we are troubled on all sides. He ceased. Miss Carmichael was intellectually cowed, but her heart was nowise touched. She had never had that longing after closest relation with God which sends us feeling after the Father. But now, taking courage under the overshadowing wing of the divine, Arctura spoke. "I do hope what you say is true, Mr. Grant," she said with a longing sigh. "Oh yes, hope. We all hope. But it is the word we have to do with," said Miss Carmichael. "I have given you the truth of this word," said Donal. But as if she heard neither of them, Arctura went on. "If it were but true," she moaned, "it would set right everything on the face of the earth." "You mean far more than that, my lady," said Donal. "You mean everything in the human heart, which will to all eternity keep moaning and crying out for the Father of it, until it is one with its one relation." He lifted his bonnet, and would have passed on. "One word, Mr. Grant," said Miss Carmichael. "No man holding such doctrines could with honesty become a clergyman of the Church of Scotland." "Very likely," replied Donal. "Good afternoon." "Thank you, Mr. Grant," said Arctura. "I hope you are right." When he was gone, the ladies resumed their walk in silence. At length Miss Carmichael spoke. "Well, I must say, of all the conceited young men I have had the misfortune to meet, your Mr. Grant bears the palm. Such self-assurance! Such presumption! Such forwardness!" "Are you certain, Sophia," rejoined Arctura, "that it is self-assurance, and not conviction, that gives him his courage?" "He is a teacher of lies. He goes dead against all that good men say and believe. The thing is as clear as daylight. He is altogether wrong." "What if God be sending fresh light into the minds of his people?" "The old light is good enough for me." "But it may not be good enough for God. What if Mr. Grant should be his messenger to you and me?" "A likely thing! A raw student from the hills of Daurside." "I cherish a profound hope that he may be in the right. Much good, you know, did come out of Galilee. Every place and every person is despised by somebody." "Arctura! He has infected you with its frightful irreverence." "If he be a messenger of Jesus Christ," said Arctura quietly, "he has had from you the reception he would expect, for the disciple must be as his master." Miss Carmichael stood still abruptly. Her face was in a flame, but her words came cold and hard. "I am sorry," she said, "our friendship should come to so harsh a conclusion, Lady Arctura. But it is time it should end, when you speak so to one who has been doing her best for so long to enlighten you. If this be the first result of your new gospel, well, remember who said, 'If an angel from heaven preach any other gospel to you than I have preached, let him be accursed.'" She turned back. "Oh, Sophia, do not leave me so!" cried Arctura. But she was already yards away, her skirt making a small whirlwind that went after her through the withered leaves. Arctura burst into tears, and sat down at the foot of one of the great beeches. Miss Carmichael never looked behind her. She met Donal again, for he too had turned. He uncovered, but she took no heed. She had done with him. Her poor Arctura. Donal was walking gently on, thinking with closed book, when the wind bore to his ear a low sob from Arctura. He looked up and saw her. She sat weeping like one rejected. He could not pass or turn and leave her thus. She heard his steps in the withered leaves, glanced up, dropped her head for a moment, then rose with a feeble attempt at a smile. Donal understood the smile. She would not have him troubled because of what had taken place. "Mr. Grant," she said, coming towards him, "St. Paul laid a curse upon even an angel from heaven if he preached any other gospel than his. It is terrible." "It is terrible, and I say amen to it with all my heart," returned Donal. "But the gospel you have received is not the gospel of Paul. It is one substituted for it, and that by no angel from heaven, but by men with hide-bound souls, who in order to get them into their own intellectual pockets melted down the ingots of the kingdom, and recast them in moulds of wretched legalism, borrowed of the Romans who crucified their master. Grand, childlike, heavenly things they must explain, forsooth, after vulgar worldly notions of law and right. But they meant well, seeking to justify the ways of God to men, therefore the curse of the apostle does not fall, I think, upon them. They sought a way out of their difficulties, and thought they had found one, when in reality it was their faith in God himself that alone got them out of the prison of their theories. But gladly would I see discomfited such as, receiving those inventions at the 100th hand, and moved by none of the fervour with which they were first promulgated, lay, as the word and will of God, lumps of iron and heaps of dust upon live, beating, longing hearts that cry out after their God. "Oh, I do hope what you say is true," panted Arctura. "I think I shall die if I find it is not." "If you find what I tell you untrue, it will only be that it is not grand and free and bounteous enough. To think anything too good to be true is to deny God, to say the untrue may be better than the true, that there might be a greater God than he. Remember, Christ is in the world still, and within our call." "I will think of what you tell me," said Arctura, holding out her hand. "If anything in particular troubles you," said Donal, "I shall be most glad to help you if I can. But it is better there should not be much talking. The thing lies between you and your father." With these words he left her. Arctura followed slowly to the house, and went straight to her room, her mind filling as she went with slow reviving strength and a great hope. No doubt some of her relief came from the departure of her incubus friend, but that must soon have vanished in fresh sorrow, save for the hope and strength to which this departure yielded the room. She trusted that by the time she saw her again, she would be more firmly grounded concerning many things, and able to set them forth aright. She was not yet free of the notion that you must be able to defend your convictions. She scarce felt at liberty to say she believed a thing, so long as she knew an argument against it which she could not show to be false. Alas for our beliefs if they go no farther than the poor horizon of our experience or our logic, or any possible wording of the beliefs themselves. Alas for ourselves if our beliefs are not what we shape our lives, our actions, our aspirations, our hopes, our repentances by. Donal was glad indeed to hope that now at length an open door stood before the poor girl. He had been growing much interested in her, as one on whom life lay heavy, one who seemed ripe for the kingdom of heaven, yet in whose way stood one who would neither enter herself, nor allow her to enter that would. She was indeed fit for nothing but the kingdom of heaven, so much was she already the child of him whom, longing after him, she had not yet dared to call her father. His regard for her was that of the gentle strong towards the weak he would help, and now that she seemed fairly started on the path of life, the path, namely, to the knowledge of him who is the life, his care over her grew the more tender. It is the part of the strong to serve the weak, to minister that whereby they too may grow strong. But he rather than otherwise avoided meeting her, and for a good many days they did not so much as see each other. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 46. A Horrible Story. The health of the Earl remained fluctuating. Its condition depended much on the special indulgence. There was hardly any sort of narcotic with which he did not at least make experiment, if he did not indulge in it. He made no pretence, even to himself, of seeking therein the furtherance of knowledge. He wanted solely to find how this or that, thus or thus modified or combined, would contribute to his living a life such as he would have it, and other quite than that ordered for him by a power which least of all powers he chose to acknowledge. The power of certain drugs he was eager to understand. The living source of him and them and their correlations he scarcely recognized. This came of no hostility to religion other than the worst hostility of all, that of a life irresponsive to its claims. He believed neither like saint nor devil. He believed and did not obey. He believed and did not yet tremble. The one day he was better, the other worse, according, as I say, to the character and degree of his indulgence. At one time it much affected his temper, taking from him all mastery of himself. At another made him so dull and stupid that he resented nothing except any attempt to rouse him from his habitude. Of these differences he took unfailing note, but the worst influence of all was a constant one, and of it he made no account. However the drugs might vary in their operations upon him, to one thing they all tended, the destruction of his moral nature. Urged more or less all his life by a sort of innate rebellion against social law, he had done great wrongs. Whether also committed what are called crimes, I cannot tell. No repentance had followed the remorse their consequences had sometimes occasioned. And now the possibility of remorse even was gradually forsaking him. Such a man belongs rather to the kind demoniacal than the kind human. Yet so long as nothing occurs giving to his possible an occasion to embody itself in the actual, he may live honoured, and die respected. There is always, not the less, the danger of his real nature, or rather unnature, breaking out in this way or that diabolical. Although he went so little out of the house, and apparently never beyond the grounds, he yet learned a good deal at times of things going on in the neighbourhood. Davy brought him news, so did Simmons, and now and then he would have an interview with his half-acknowledged relative, the factor. One morning before he was up, he sent for Donal, and requested him to give Davy a half-holiday, and do something for him instead. "You know, or perhaps you don't know, that I have a house in the town," he said, "the only house, indeed, now belonging to the earldom, a not very attractive house, which you must have seen, on the main street, a little before you come to the Morven Arms." "I believe I know the house, my lord," answered Donal, "with strong iron stanchions to the lower windows, and—" "Yes, that is the house, and I dare say you have heard the story of it. I mean how it fell into its present disgrace. The thing happened more than 100 years ago, but I have spent some nights in it myself, notwithstanding." "I should like to hear it, my lord," said Donal. "You may as well have it from myself as from another. It does not touch any of us, for the family was not then represented by the same branch as now. I might else be thin-skinned about it. No mere legend, mind you, but a very dreadful fact, which resulted in the abandonment of the house. I think it time, for my part, that it should be forgotten and the house let. It was before the castle and the title parted company. That is a tale worth telling, too. There was little fair play in either. But I will not trouble you with it now. Into the generation then above ground, the Earl began, assuming a book tone the instant he began to narrate. By one of those freaks of nature, specially strange and more inexplicable than the rest, had been born an original savage. You know that the old type, after so many modifications have been wrought upon it, will sometimes reappear in its ancient crudity amidst the latest development of the race, animal and vegetable too, I suppose. Well, so it was now. I use no figure of speech when I say that the apparition, the phenomenon, was a savage. I do not mean that he was an exceptionally rough man for his position, but for any position in the Scotland of that age. No doubt he was regarded as a madman, and used as a madman, but my opinion is the more philosophical, that, by an arrest of development, into the middle of the ladies and gentlemen of the family came a veritable savage, and one out of no darkest age of history, but from beyond all record, out of the awful prehistoric times. His lordship visibly and involuntarily shuddered, as at the memory of something he had seen. Into that region he had probably wandered in his visions. He was a fierce and furious savage, worse than anything you can imagine. The only sign of any influence of civilization upon him was that he was cowed by the eye of his keeper. Never, except by rarest chance, was he left alone and awake. No one could tell what he might not do. He was of gigantic size, with coarse black hair, the brawniest fellow and the ugliest, they say, for you may suppose my description is but legendary, there is no portrait of him on our walls, with a huge, shapeless, cruel, greedy mouth. As his lordship said the words, Donal, with involuntary insight, saw both cruelty and greed in the mouth that spoke, though it was neither huge nor shapeless. Lips hideously red and large, with the whitest teeth inside them. I give you the description, said his lordship, who evidently lingered, not without pleasure, on the details of his recital, just as I used to hear it from my old nurse, who had been all her life in the family, and had it from her mother, who was in it at that time. His great passion, his keenest delight, was animal food. He ate enormously, more, it was said, than 3 hearty men. An hour after he had gorged himself, he was ready to gorge again. Roast meat was his main delight, but he was fond of broth also. He must have been more like Mrs. Shelley's creation in Frankenstein than any other. All the time I read that story, I had the vision of my far-off cousin constantly before me, as I saw him in my mind's eye when my nurse described him. And often I wondered whether Mrs. Shelley could have heard of him. In an earlier age and more practical, they would have got rid of him by readier and more thorough means, if only for shame of having brought such a being into the world. But they sent him with his keeper, a little man with a powerful eye, to that same house down in the town there. In an altogether solitary place they could persuade no man to live with him. At night he was always secured to his bed, otherwise his keeper would not have had courage to sleep, for he was as cunning as he was hideous. When he slept during the day, which he did frequently after a meal, his attendant contented himself with locking his door and keeping his ears awake. At such times only did he venture to look on the world. He would step just outside the street door, but would neither leave it nor shut it behind him, lest the savage should perhaps escape from his room, bar it, and set the house on fire. One beautiful Sunday morning, the brute, after a good breakfast, had fallen asleep on his bed, and the keeper had gone downstairs and was standing in the street with the door open behind him. All the people were at church, and the street was empty as a desert. He stood there for some time, enjoying the sweet air and the scent of the flowers, went in and got a light to his pipe, put coals on the fire, saw that the huge cauldron of broth which the cook had left in his charge when he went to church — it was to serve for dinner and supper both — was boiling beautifully, went back, and again took his station in front of the open door. Presently came a neighbour woman from her house, leading by the hand a little girl too young to go to church. She stood talking with him for some time. Suddenly she cried, "Good Lord, what's come of the bairn?" The same instant came one piercing shriek, from some distance it seemed. The mother darted down the neighbouring close, but the keeper saw that the door behind him was shut, and was filled with horrible dismay. He darted to an entrance in the close, of which he always kept the key about him, and went straight to the kitchen. There by the fire stood the savage, gazing with a fixed, fishy eye of rapture at the cauldron, which the steam, issuing in little sharp jets from under the lid, showed to be boiling furiously, with the grand prophecy of broth. Ghastly horror in his very bones, the keeper lifted the lid, and there, beside the beef, with the broth bubbling in waves over her, lay the child. The demon had torn off her frock, and thrust her into the boiling liquid. There rose such an outcry that they were compelled to put him in chains and carry him no one knew whither, but nurse said he lived to old age. Ever since, the house has been uninhabited, with, of course, the reputation of being haunted. If you happen to be in its neighbourhood when it begins to grow dark, you may see the children hurry past it in silence, now and then glancing back in dread, lest something should have opened the never-opened door and be stealing after them. They call that something the Red Etten. Only this ogre was black, I am sorry to say. Red was the proper colour for him. "It is a horrible story," said Donal. "I want you to go to the house for me. You do not mind going, do you?" "Not in the least," answered Donal. "I want you to search a certain bureau there for some papers. By the way, have you any news to give me about Forgue?" "No, my lord," answered Donal. "I do not even know whether or not they meet, but I am afraid." "Oh, I dare say," rejoined his lordship. "The whim is wearing off. One pellet drives out another. Behind the love in the pop-gun came the conviction that it would be simple ruin. But we Grahams are stiff-necked both to God and man, and I don't trust him much." "He gave you no promise, if you remember, my lord." "I remember very well. Why the deuce should I not remember? I am not in the way of forgetting things. No, by God, nor forgiving them either. Where there's anything to forgive, there's no fear of my forgetting." He followed the utterance with a laugh, as if he would have it pass for a joke, but there was no ring in the laugh. He then gave Donal detailed instructions as to where the bureau stood, how he was to open it with a curious key which he told him where to find in the room, how also to open the secret part of the bureau in which the papers lay. "Forget?" he echoed, turning and sweeping back on his trail. "I have not been in that house for 20 years. You can judge whether I forget. No," he added with an oath, "if I found myself forgetting, I should think it time to look out. But there is no sign of that yet, thank God. There, take the keys and be off. Simmons will give you the key of the house. You had better take that of the door in the close. It is easier to open." Donal went away, wondering at the pleasure his frightful tale afforded the Earl. He had seemed positively to gloat over the details of it. These were much worse than I have recorded. He showed special delight in narrating how the mother took the body of her child out of the pot. He sought Simmons and asked him for the key. The butler went to find it, but returned saying he could not lay his hands upon it. There was, however, the key of the front door. It might prove stiff. Donal took it, and having oiled it well, set out for Morven House. But on his way he turned aside to see the Comins. Andrew looked worse, and he thought he must be sinking. The moment he saw Donal, he requested they might be left alone for a few minutes. "My young friend," he said, "the Lord has favoured me greatly in granting my last days the light of your countenance. I hae learnt a heap frae you, and I kennot how I could come at wanting you." Anaroo," interrupted Donal, "I dinna weel ken how that can be, for it aye seemed to me ye had all the knowledge 'at was gone." "The man can ill teach who's not gone on learning, and maybe whiles he learns mair frae his scholar nor the scholar learns frae him. But it's all frae the Lord. The Lord is that spirit, and first o' all the spirit of obedience, wi'out which there's no learning. Still, my son, it may comfort ye a wee in the time to come, to think the old cobbler Anaroo Common got into the new world fitter company for the help ye gied him afore he gaed. May the Lord make a sight o' use o' ye. Folk say a heap about saving souls, but o'er often, I doubt, they help to take frae them the sense o' how sair they're in want o' saving. Surely a man should ken in himself mair and mair the need o' being saved, till he cries out and shouts, 'I am saved, for there's none in heaven but thee, and there's none upon the earth I desire besides thee. Man, woman, child, and live creature is but a portion o' thee, whereon to let the love o' thee run o'er.' When a man can say that, he's saved, and not till then, though for long years he may have been aye coming nearer to that goal of a hope, the heart of the Father o' me, and you, and Doory, and Eppy, and all the nations of the earth." He stopped weary, but his eyes, fixed on Donal, went on where his voice had ended, and for a time Donal seemed to hear what his soul was saying, and to hearken with content. But suddenly their light went out. The old man gave a sigh, and said, "It's o'er for this world, my friend. It's comin', the hour o' darkness. But the thing 'at's true when the light shines is as true in the dark. Ye cannot work, that's all. God'll give me grace to lie still. It's all one. I would lie just as I used to sit in the days when I mended folks' shoon, and Doory happened to take away the light for a moment. I would sit aye looking down through the murk at my work, though I couldn't see a stime of it, the Allison in my hand ready to put in the next stick the moment the light fell upon the spot where it was to gang. That's how I would lie when I'm dayin', just waiting for the light, not for the dark, and making an incense offering o' my patience when I had nothing ither to offer, neither thought nor gladness nor sorrow, nothing but patience, burning, and pain. He'll accept that. For my son, the master's just as easy to please as he's ill to satisfy. Ye seen a mither o'er her wee lassie's sampler? She'll praise it, and be right pleased with it. But how gin she was to be content with a thing in her hand? The lassie's man, when she came to have one, would have an ill time of it with his hoes and his sarks. But now I have a favour to beg o' ye, not for my sake, but for hers. Gin ye hae the warning, ye'll be with me when I gang? It may be a comfort to mysel', I dinna ken. None can tell it hasna died afore, nor even then, for deaths are so different. Doubtless Lazarus's 2 deaths were frae far alike. But it'll be a great comfort to Doory, I'm clear upon that. She winna find herself so lonesome like, losing sight o' her old man, gin the friend of his heart be aside her when he gangs." "Please God, I'll be at your command," said Donal. "No, cry upon Doory, for I wouldna see less o' her nor I may. It may be years afore I get sight o' her loving face again, but the same Lord's in her and in me, and we canna far be sunnert, however long the time afore we meet again." Donal called Doory, and took his leave. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 47. Morven House. Opposite Morven House was a building which had at one time been the stables to it, but was now part of a brewery. A high wall shut it off from the street. It was dinner-time with the humbler people of the town, and there was not a soul visible when Donal put the key in the lock of the front door, opened it, and went in. He had timed his entrance so, desiring to avoid idle curiosity, and bring no gathering feet about the door. Almost on tiptoe he entered the lofty hall, high above the first story. The dust lay thick on a large marble table. But what was that? A streak across it, brushed sharply through the middle of the dust. It was strange, but he would not wait to speculate on the agent. The room to which the Earl had directed him was on the first floor, and he ascended to it at once, by the great oak staircase which went up the sides of the hall. The house had not been dismantled, although things had at different times been taken from it, and when Donal opened a leaf of shutter, he saw tables and chairs and cabinets inlaid with silver and ivory. The room looked stately, but everything was deep in dust. Carpets and curtains were thick with the deserted sepulchres of moths, and the air somehow suggested a tomb. Donal thought of the tombs of the kings of Egypt before ravaging conquerors broke into them, when they were yet full of all such gorgeous furniture as great kings desired, against the time when the souls should return to reanimate the bodies, so carefully spiced and stored to welcome them, and the great kings would be themselves again, with the added wisdom of the dead and judged. Conscious of a curious timidity, feeling a kind of awesomeness about every form in the room, he stepped softly to the bureau, applied its key, and following carefully the directions the Earl had given him, for the lock was Italian, with more than one quip and crank and wanton wile about it, succeeded in opening it. He had no difficulty in finding its secret place, nor the packet concealed in it, but just as he laid his hands on it, he was aware of a swift passage along the floor without, past the door of the room, and apparently up the next stair. There was nothing he could distinguish as footsteps, or as the rustle of a dress. It seemed as if he had heard but a disembodied motion. He darted to the door, which he had by habit closed behind him, and opened it noiselessly. The stairs above as below were covered with thick carpet. Any light human foot might pass without a sound. Only haste would murmur the secret to the troubled air. He turned, replaced the packet, and closed the bureau. If there was anyone in the house, he must know it, and who could tell what might follow? It was the merest ghost of a sound he had heard, but he must go after it. Some intruder might be using the Earl's house for his own purposes. Going softly up, he paused at the top of the second stair and looked around him. An iron-clenched door stood nearly opposite the head of it, and at the farther end of a long passage, on whose sides were several closed doors, was one partly open. From that direction came the sound of a little movement, and then of low voices, one surely that of a woman. It flashed upon him that this must be the trysting-place of Eppy and Forgu. Fearing discovery before he should have gathered his wits, he stepped quietly across the passage to the door opposite, opened it, not without a little noise, and went in. It was a strange-looking chamber he had entered, that doubtless once occupied by the ogre, Dread Etten. Even in the bewilderment of the moment, the tale he had just heard was so present to him that he cast his eyes around, and noted several things to confirm the conclusion. But the next instant came from below what sounded like a thundering knock at the street door, a single knock, loud and fierce, possibly a mere runaway's knock. The start it gave Donal set his heart shaking in his bosom. Almost with it came a little cry and the sound of a door pulled open. Then he heard a hurried yet carefully soft step, which went down the stair. "Now is my time," said Donal to himself. "She is alone." He came out and went along the passage. The door at the end of it was open, and Eppy stood in it. She saw him coming, and gazed with widespread eyes of terror as if it were the Red Etten himself, waked and coming to devour her. As he came, her blue eyes opened wider, and seemed to fix in their orbits. Just as her name was on his lips, she dropped with a sharp moan. He caught her up, and hurried with her down the stair. As he reached the first floor, he heard the sound of swift ascending steps, and the next moment was face to face with Forgue. The youth started back, and for a moment stood staring. His enemy had found him. But rage restored to him his self-possession. "Put her down, you scoundrel," he said. "She can't stand," Donal answered. "You've killed her, you damned spy." "Then I have been more kind than you. What are you going to do with her?" "Take her home to her dying grandfather." "You've hurt her, you devil. I know you have." "She is only frightened. She is coming to herself. I feel her waking." "You shall feel me presently," cried Forgue. "Put her down, I say." Neither of them spoke loud, for dread of neighbours. Eppy began to writhe in Donal's arms. Forgue laid hold of her, and Donal was compelled to put her down. She threw herself into the arms of her lover, and was on the point of fainting again. "Get out of the house," said Forgue to Donal. "I am here on your father's business," returned Donal. "A spy and informer." "He sent me to fetch him some papers." "It is a lie," said Forgue. "I see it in your face." "So long as I speak the truth," rejoined Donal, "it matters little that you should think me a liar. But, my lord, you must allow me to take Eppy home." "A likely thing," answered Forgue, drawing Eppy closer and looking at him with contempt. "Give up the girl," said Donal sternly, "or I will raise the town, and have a crowd about the house in 3 minutes." "You are the devil!" cried Forgue. "There! Take her, with the consequences! If you had let us alone, I would have done my part. Leave us now, and I'll promise to marry her. If you don't, you will have the blame of what may happen, not I." "But you will, dearest?" said Eppy, in a tone terrified and beseeching. Gladly she would have had Donal hear him say he would. Forgue pushed her from him. She burst into tears. He took her in his arms again, and soothed her like a child, assuring her he meant nothing by what he had said. "You are my own," he went on. "You know you are, whatever our enemies may drive us to. Nothing can part us. Go with him, my darling, for the present. The time will come when we shall laugh at them all. If it were not for your sake, and the scandal of the thing, I would send the rascal to the bottom of the stair. But it is better to be patient." Sobbing bitterly, Eppy went with Donal. Forgue stood shaking with impotent rage. When they reached the street, Donal turned to lock the door. Eppy darted from him and ran down the close, thinking to go in again by the side door. But it was locked, and Donal was with her in a moment. "You go home alone, Eppy," he said. "It will be just as well I should not go with you. I must see Lord Forgue out of the house."
You winnot hurt him,"
pleaded Eppy. "Not if I can help it. I don't want to hurt him. You go home. It will be better for him as well as you." She went slowly away, weeping, but trying to keep what show of calm she could. Donal waited a minute or two, went back to the front door, entered, and hastening to the side door took the key from the lock. Then returning to the hall, he cried from the bottom of the stair, "My lord, I have both the keys. The side door is locked. I am about to lock the front door, and I do not want to shut you in. Pray come down." Forgue came leaping down the stair, and threw himself upon Donal in a fierce attempt after the key in his hand. The sudden assault staggered him, and he fell on the floor with Forgue above him, who sought to wrest the key from him. But Donal was much the stronger. He threw his assailant off him, and for a moment was tempted to give him a good thrashing. From this the thought of Eppy helped to restrain him, and he contented himself with holding him down till he yielded. When at last he lay quiet, "Will you promise to walk out if I let you up?" said Donal. "If you will not, I will drag you into the street by the legs." "I will," said Forgue, and getting up, he walked out and away without a word. Donal locked the door, forgetting all about the papers, and went back to Andrew's. There was Eppy, safe for the moment. She was busy in the outer room, and kept her back to him. With a word or two to the grandmother he left them, and went home, revolving all the way what he ought to do. Should he tell the Earl, or should he not? Had he been a man of rectitude, he would not have hesitated a moment. But knowing he did not care what became of Eppy, so long as his son did not marry her, he felt under no obligation to carry him the evil report. The father might have a right to know, but had he a right to know from him? A noble nature finds it almost impossible to deal with questions on other than the highest grounds. Where those grounds are unrecognized, The relations of responsibility may be difficult indeed to determine. All Donal was able to conclude on his way home, and he did not hurry, was that, if he were asked any questions, he would speak out what he knew, be absolutely open. If that should put a weapon in the hand of the enemy, a weapon was not the victory. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 48. Paternal Revenge. No sooner had he entered the castle, where his return had been watched for, than Simmons came to him with the message that his lordship wanted to see him. Then first Donal remembered that he had not brought the papers. Had he not been sent for, he would have gone back at once to fetch them. As it was, he must see the Earl first. He found him in a worse condition than usual. His last drug, or combination of drugs, had not agreed with him, or he had taken too much, with correspondent reaction. He was in a vile temper. Donal told him he had been to the house, and had found the papers, but had not brought them, had in fact forgotten them. "A pretty fellow you are!" cried the Earl. "What, you left those papers lying about where any rascal may find them and play the deuce with them?" Donal assured him they were perfectly safe, under the same locks and keys as before. "You are always going about the bush!" cried the Earl. "You never come to the point. How the devil was it you locked them up again? To go prying all over the house, I suppose." Donal told him as much of the story as he would hear. Almost immediately he saw whither it tended, he began to abuse him for meddling with things he had nothing to do with. What right had he to interfere with Lord Forgue's pleasures? Things of the sort were to be regarded as non-existent. The linen had to be washed, but it was not done in the great court. Lord Forgue was a youth of position. Why should he be balked of his fancy? It might be at the expense of society. Donal took advantage of the first pause to ask whether he should not go back and bring the papers. He would run all the way, he said. "No, damn you," answered the Earl. "Give me the keys. All the keys, house keys and all. I should be a fool myself to trust such a fool again." As Donal was laying the last key on the table by his lordship's bedside, Simmons appeared, saying Lord Forgue desired to know if his father would see him. "Oh, yes, send him up!" cried the Earl in a fury. "All the devils in hell at once!" His lordship's rages came up from abysses of misery no man knew but himself. "You go into the next room, Grant," he said, "and wait there till I call you." Donal obeyed, took a book from the table, and tried to read. He heard the door to the passage open and close again, and then the sounds of voices. By degrees they grew louder, and at length the Earl roared out, so that Donal could not help hearing, "I'll be damned soul and body in hell, but I'll put a stop to this. Why, you son of a snake, I have but to speak the word, and you are— Well, what? Yes, I will hold my tongue, but not if he crosses me. By God, I have held it too long already. Letting you grow up the damnablest ungrateful dog that ever snuffed carrion, and your poor father perilling his soul for you, by God, you rascal." "Thank heaven you cannot take the title from me, my lord," said Forgue coolly. "The rest you are welcome to give to Davy. It won't be too much, by all accounts." "Damn you and your title! A pretty title! Ha, ha, ha! Why, you infernal fool, you have no more right to the title than the beggarly kitchen maid you would marry. If you but knew yourself, you would crow in another fashion. Ha, ha, ha!" At this Donal opened the door. "I must warn your lordship," he said, "that if you speak so loud I shall hear every word." "Hear and be damned to you! That fellow there, you see him standing there, the mushroom that he is. Good God, how I loved his mother! And this is the way he serves me! But there was a providence in the whole affair. Never will I disbelieve in a providence again. It all comes out right, perfectly right. Small occasion had I to be breaking heart and conscience over it ever since she left me. Hang the pinchbeck rascal! He's no more Forgue than you are, Grant, and never will be Morven if he live 100 years. He's not a short straw better than any bastard in the street. His mother was the loveliest woman ever breathed, and loved me. Ah, God, it is something after all to have been loved so, and by such a woman. A woman, by God, ready and willing and happy to give up everything for me. Everything, do you hear, you damned rascal? I never married her. Do you hear, Grant? I take you to witness. Mark my words. We, that fellow's mother and I, were never married. By no law, Scotch or French or Dutch or what you will.
He's a damned bastard, and may go about his business when he pleases. Oh yes, pray do, marry your scullion when you please. You are your own master, entirely your own master, free as the wind that blows to go where you will and do what you please. I wash my hands of you. You'll do as you please, will you? Then do, and please me. I desire no better revenge. I only tell you once for all, the moment I know for certain you've married the wench, that moment I publish to the world, that is, I acquaint certain gossips with the fact, that the next Lord Morven will have to be hunted for like a truffle. Ha ha ha! He burst into a fiendish fit of laughter, and fell back on his pillow, dark with rage and the unutterable fury that made of his being a volcano. The two men had been standing dumb before him, Donal pained for the man on whom this phial of devilish wrath had been emptied, he white and trembling with dismay, an abject creature, crushed by a cruel parent. When his father ceased, he still stood, still said nothing. Power was gone from him. He grew ghastly, uttered a groan, and wavered. Donal supported him to a chair. He dropped into it, and leaned back with streaming face. It was miserable to think that one capable of such emotion concerning the world's regard should be so indifferent to what alone can affect a man, the nature of his actions, so indifferent to the agony of another as to please himself at all risk to her, although he believed he loved her, and perhaps did love her better than anyone else in the world. For Donal did not at all trust him regarding Eppy, less now than ever. But these thoughts went on in him almost without his thinking them. His attention was engrossed with the passionate creatures before him. The father, too, seemed to have lost the power of motion, and lay with eyes closed, breathing heavily. But by and by he made what Donal took for a sign to ring the bell. He did so, and Simmons came. The moment he entered, and saw the state his master was in, he hastened to a cupboard, took thence a bottle, poured from it something colourless, and gave it to him in water. It brought him to himself. He sat up again, and in a voice hoarse and terrible said, "Think of what I have told you, Forgue. Do as I would have you, and the truth is safe. Take your way without me, and I will take mine without you. Go." Donal went. Forgue did not move. What was Donal to do or think now? Perplexities gathered upon him. Happily there was time for thought, and for prayer, which is the highest thinking. Here was a secret affecting the youth his enemy, and the boy his friend, affecting society itself, that society which, largely capable and largely guilty of like sins, yet visits with such unmercy the sins of the fathers upon the children, the sins of the offender upon the offended. But there is another who visits them, and in another fashion. What was he to do? Was he to hold his tongue and leave the thing as not his, or to speak out as he would have done had the case been his own? Ought the chance to be allowed the nameless youth of marrying his cousin? Ought the next heir to the lordship to go without his title? Had they not both a claim upon Donal for the truth? Donal thought little of such things himself, but did that affect his duty in the matter? He might think little of money, but would he therefore look on while a pocket was picked? On reflection he saw, however, that there was no certainty the Earl was speaking the truth. For anything he knew of him, he might be inventing the statement in order to have his way with his son. For in either case he was a double-dyed villain, and if he spoke the truth, was none the less capable of lying. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 49. Filial Response. One thing then was clear to Donal, that for the present he had nothing to do with the affair. Supposing the Earl's assertion true, there was at present no question as to the succession. Before such question could arise, Forgue might be dead. Before that, his father might himself have disclosed the secret, while, the longer Donal thought about it, the greater was his doubt whether he had spoken the truth. The man who could so make such a statement to his son concerning his mother must indeed have been capable of the wickedness assumed. But also the man who could make such a statement was surely vile enough to lie. The thing remained uncertain,
and he was assuredly not called upon to act. But how would Forgue carry himself? His behaviour now would decide, or at least determine, his character. If he were indeed as honourable as he wished to be thought, he would tell Eppy what had occurred, and set himself at once to find some way of earning his and her bread, or at least to become capable of earning it. He did not seem to cherish any doubt of the truth of what had fallen in rage from his father's lips, for, to judge by his appearance to the few and brief glances Donal had of him during the next week or so, the iron had sunk into his soul. He looked more wretched than Donal could have believed it possible for man to be. Abject quite. It manifested very plainly what a miserable thing, how weak and weakening, is the pride of this world. One who could be so cast down was hardly one, alas, of whom to expect any greatness of action. He was not likely to have honesty or courage enough to decline a succession that was not his, even though it would leave his way clear to marry Eppy. Whether any of Forgue's misery arose from the fact that Donal had been present at the exposure of his position, Donal could not tell, but he could hardly fail to regard him as a dangerous holder of his secret, one who would be more than ready to take hostile action in the matter. At the same time, such had seemed the paralyzing influence of the shock upon him, that Donal doubted if he had been at any time during the interview so much aware of his presence as not to have forgotten it entirely before he came to himself. Had he remembered the fact, would he not have come to him to attempt securing his complicity? If he meant to do right, why did he hesitate? There was but one way, and that plain before him. But presently Donal began to see many things an equivocating demon might urge. The claims of his mother. The fact that there was no near heir. He did not even know who would come in his place. That he would do as well with the property as another. That he had been already grievously wronged. That his mother's memory would be yet more grievously wronged. That the marriage had been a marriage in the sight of God, and as such he surely of all men was in heaven's right to regard it. And his mother had been the truest of wives to his father. These things and more Donal saw he might plead with himself, and if he was the man he had given him no small ground to think, he would in all probability listen to them. He would recall or assume the existence of many precedents in the history of noble families. He would say that, knowing the general character of their heads, no one would believe a single noble family without at least one unrecorded, undiscovered, or well-concealed irregularity in its descent. And he would judge it the cruelest thing to have let him know the blighting fact, seeing that in ignorance he might have succeeded with a good conscience. But what kind of a father was this, thought Donal, who would thus defile his son's conscience? He had not done it in mere revenge, but to gain his son's submission as well. Whether the poor fellow leaned to the noble or ignoble, it was no marvel he should wander about looking scarce worthy the name of man. If he would but come to him that he might help him! He could at least encourage him to refuse the evil and choose the good. But even if he would receive such help, the foregone passages between them rendered it sorely improbable it would ever fall to him to afford it. That his visits to Eppy were intermitted, Donal judged from her countenance and bearing. And if he hesitated to sacrifice his own pride to the truth, it could not be without contemplating as possible the sacrifice of her happiness to a lie. In such delay he could hardly be praying, "Lead me not into temptation." If not actively tempting himself, he was submitting to be tempted. He was lingering on the evil shore. Andrew Comyn stayed yet a week, slowly, gently fading out into life, darkening into eternal day, forgetting into knowledge itself. Donal was by his side when he went, but little was done or said. He crept into the open air in his sleep, to wake from the dreams of life, and the dreams of death, and the dreams of sleep all at once, and see them mingling together behind him like a broken wave, blending into one vanishing dream of a troubled, yet oh how precious night, past and gone. Once, about an hour before he went, Donal heard him murmur, "When I wake, I am still with thee." Doory was perfectly calm. When he gave his last sigh, she sighed too, said, "I winna be long, Anaroo," and said no more. Eppy wept bitterly. Donal went every day to see them, till the funeral was over. It was surprising how many of the townsfolk attended it. Most of them had regarded the cobbler as a poor talkative enthusiast, with far more tongue than brains. Because they were so far behind and beneath him, they saw him very small. One cannot help reflecting what an indifferent trifle the funeral, whether plain to bareness, as in Scotland, or lovely with meaning, as often in England, is to the spirit who has but dropped his hurting shoes on the weary road, dropped all the dust and heat, dropped the road itself, yea, the world of his pilgrimage, which never was, never could be, never was meant to be his country, only the place of his sojourning, in which the stateliest house of marble can be but a tent, cannot be a house, yet less a home. Man could never be made at home here, save by a mutilation, a depression, a lessening of his being. Those who fancy it their home will come by growth one day to feel that it is no more their home than its mother's egg is the home of the lark. For some time Donal's savings continued to support the old woman and her granddaughter. But ere long, Doory got so much to do in the way of knitting stockings and other things, and was set to so many light jobs by kindly people who respected her more than her husband, because they saw her less extraordinary, that she seldom troubled him. Miss Carmichael offered to do what she could to get Eppy a place, if she answered certain questions to her satisfaction. How she liked her catechizing I do not know, but she so far satisfied her interrogator that she did find her a place in Edinburgh. She wept sore at leaving Auchars, but there was no help. Rumour had been more cruel than untrue, and besides there was no peace for her near the castle. Not once had Lord Forgue sought her since he gave her up to Donal, and she thought he had then given her up altogether. Notwithstanding his kindness to her house, she all but hated Donal, perhaps the more nearly that her conscience told he had done nothing but what was right. Things returned into the old grooves at the castle, but the happy thought of his friend the cobbler, hammering and stitching in the town below, was gone from Donal. True, the craftsman was a nobleman now, but such he had always been. Forgue mooned about, doing nothing, and recognizing no possible help save in what was utter defeat. If he had had any faith in Donal, he might have had help fit to make a man of him, which he would have found something more than an earl. Donal would have taught him to look things in the face, and call them by their own names. It would have been the redemption of his being. To let things be as they truly are, and act with truth in respect of them, is to be a man. But Forgue showed little sign of manhood, present or to come. He was much on horseback, now riding furiously over everything, as if driven by the very fiend, now dawdling along with the reins on the neck of his weary animal. Donal once met him thus in a narrow lane. The moment Forgue saw him, he pulled up his horse's head, spurred him hard, and came on as if he did not see him. Donal shoved himself into the hedge, and escaped with a little mud. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 50. A Southeasterly Wind. One morning, Donal in the schoolroom with Davy, a knock came to the door, and Lady Arctura entered. "The wind is blowing from the southeast," she said. "Listen then, my lady, whether you can hear anything," said Donal. "I fancy it is a very precise wind that is wanted." "I will listen," she answered, and went. The day passed, and he heard nothing more. He was at work in his room in the warm evening twilight, when Davy came running to his door, and said Archie was coming up after him. He rose and stood at the top of the stair to receive her. She had heard the music, she said, very soft. Would he go on the roof? "Where were you, my lady," asked Donal, "when you heard it? I have heard nothing up here." "In my own little parlour," she replied. "It was very faint, but I could not mistake it." They went upon the roof. The wind was soft and low, an excellent thing in winds. They knew the paths of the roof better now, and had plenty of light, although the moon, rising large and round, gave them little of hers yet, and were soon at the foot of the great chimney-stack, which grew like a tree out of the house. There they sat down to wait and hearken. "I am almost sorry to have made this discovery," said Donal. "Why?" asked Lady Arctura. "Should not the truth be found, whatever it may be? You at least think so." "Most certainly," answered Donal. "And if this be the truth, as I fully expect it will prove, then it is well it should be found to be. But I should have liked it better it had been something we could not explain." "I doubt if I understand you." "Things that cannot be explained so widen the horizon around us, open to us fresh regions for question and answer, for possibility and delight. They are so many kernels of knowledge closed in the hard nuts of seeming contradiction. You know, my lady, there are stories of certain houses being haunted by a mysterious music presaging evil to the family." "I have heard of such music, but what can be the use of it?" "I do not know. I see not the smallest use in it. If it were of use, it would surely be more common. If it were of use, why should those who have it be of the class less favoured, so to speak, of the Lord of the universe, and the families of his poor never have it?" "Perhaps for the same reason that they have their other good things in this life," said Arctura. "I am answered," confessed Donal, "and have no more to say. These tales, if they require of us a belief in any special care over such houses, as if they were more precious in the eyes of God than the poorest cottage in the land, I cast them from me." "But," said Arctura, in a deprecating tone, "are not those houses which have more influence more important than the others?" "Surely, those which have more good influence. But such are rarely the great houses of a country. Our Lord was not an Asmonean prince, but the son of a humble maiden, his reputed father a working man." "I do not see. I should like to understand how that has to do with it." "You may be sure the Lord took the position in life in which it was most possible to do the highest good, and without driving the argument, for every work has its own specialty, it seems probable that the true ends of his coming will still be better furthered from the standpoint of humble circumstances than from that of rank and position." "You always speak," said Arctura, "as if there were only the things Jesus Christ came for to be cared about. Is there nothing but salvation worthy a human being's regard?" "If you give a true and large enough meaning to the word salvation, I answer you at once, nothing. Only in proportion as a man is saved will he do the work of the world aright, the whole design of which is to rear a beautiful, blessed family. The world is God's nursery for his upper rooms. Oneness with God is the end of the order of things. When that is attained, we shall do greater things than the Lord himself did on the earth. But was that not Aeolus? Listen." There came a low, prolonged wail. The ladder was in readiness. Donal set it up in haste, climbed to the cleft, and with a sheet of brown paper in his hands, waited the next cry of the prisoned chords. He was beginning to get tired of his position, when suddenly came a stronger puff, and he heard the music distinctly in the shaft beside him. It swelled and grew. He spread the sheet of paper over the opening, the wind blew it flat against the chimney, and the sound instantly ceased. He removed it, and again came the sound. The wind continued and grew stronger, so that they were able to make this simple experiment until no shadow of a doubt was left. They had discovered the source of the music. By certain dispositions of the paper, they were even able to modify it. Donal descended, and said to Davy, "I wish you not to say a word about this to anyone, Davy, before Lady Arctura or I give you leave. You have a secret with us now. The castle belongs to Lady Arctura, and she has a right to ask you not to speak of it to anyone without her permission. I have a reason, my lady," he went on, turning to Arctura. "Will you please desire Davy to attend to what I say? I will immediately explain to you, but I do not want Davy to know my reason until you do. You can on the instant withdraw your prohibition, should you not think my reason a good one." "Davy," said Arctura, "I too have faith in Mr. Grant. I beg you will keep this all a secret for the present." "Oh, surely, cousin Archie," said Davy. "But, Mr. Grant, why should you make Archie speak to me too?" "Because the thing is her business, not mine. Run down and wait for me in my room. Go steadily over the bartizan, mind." Donal turned again to Arctura. "You know they say there is a hidden room in the castle, my lady?" "Do you believe it?" she returned. "I think there may be such a place." "Surely if there had been, it would have been found long ago." "They might have said that on the first report of the discovery of America." "That was far off, and across a great ocean." "And here are thick walls, and hearts careless and timid. Has anyone ever said in earnest about finding it?" "Not that I know of." Then your objection falls to the ground. If you could have told me that one had tried to find the place, but without success, I would have admitted some force in it, though it would not have satisfied me without knowing the plans he had taken, and how they were carried out. On the other hand, it may have been known to many who held their peace about it. Would you not like to know the truth concerning that too? I should indeed. But would you not be sorry to lose another mystery? On the contrary, there is only the rumour of a mystery now, and we do not quite believe it. We are not at liberty, in the name of good sense, to believe it yet, but if we find the room, or the space even where it may be, we shall probably find also a mystery, something never in this world to be accounted for, but suggesting 100 unsatisfactory explanations. But pardon me, I do not in the least presume to press it." Lady Arctura smiled. "You may do what you please," she said. "If I seemed for a moment to hesitate, it was only that I wondered what my uncle would say to it. I should not like to vex him." "Certainly not. But would he not be pleased?" "I will speak to him, and find out. He hates what he calls superstition, and I fancy has curiosity enough not to object to a search. I do not think he would consent to pulling down, but short of that I don't think he will mind. I should not wonder if he even joined in the search." Donal thought with himself it was strange then he had never undertaken one. Something told him the Earl would not like the proposal. "But tell me, Mr. Grant, how would you set about it?" said Arctura, as they went towards the tower. "If the question were merely whether or not there was such a room, and not the finding of it—" "Excuse me, but how could you tell whether or not there was such a room except by searching for it?" "By determining whether there was or was not some space in the castle unaccounted for." "I do not see." "Would you mind coming to my room? It will be a lesson for Davy, too." She assented, and Donal gave them a lesson in cubic measure and content. He showed them how to reckon the space that must lie within given boundaries. If then within those boundaries they could not find so much, part of it must be hidden. If they measured the walls of the castle, allowing of course for their thickness and every irregularity, and from that calculated the space they must hold, then measured all the rooms and open places within the walls, allowing for all partitions, and having again calculated found the space fall short of what they had from the outside measurements to expect, they must conclude either that they had measured or calculated wrong, or that there was space in the castle to which they had no access. "But," continued Donal, when they had in a degree mastered the idea, "if the thing was to discover the room itself, I should set about it in a different way. I should not care about the measuring. I would begin and go all over the castle, first getting the outside shape right in my head, and then fitting everything inside it into that shape of it in my brain. If I came to a part I could not so fit at once, I would examine that according to the rules I have given you, take exact measurements of the angles and sides of the different rooms and passages, and find whether these enclosed more space than I could at once discover inside them. But I need not follow the process farther. Pulling down might be the next thing, and we must not talk of that." "But the thing is worth doing, is it not, even if we do not go so far as to pull down?" "I think so." "And I think my uncle will not object. Say nothing about it, though, Davy, till we give you leave." That "we" was pleasant in Donal's ears. Lady Arctura rose, and they all went down together. When they reached the hall, Davy ran to get his kite. "But you have not told me why you would not have him speak of the music," said Arctura, stopping at the foot of the great stair. "Partly because, if we were to go on to make search for the room, it ought to be kept as quiet as possible, and the talk about the one would draw notice to the other, and partly because I have a hope that the one may even guide us to the other." "You will tell me about that afterwards," said Arctura, and went up the stair. That night the Earl had another of his wandering fits. Also all night the wind blew from the south-east. In the morning Arctura went to him with her proposal. The instant he understood what she wished, his countenance grew black as thunder. "What!" he cried. "You would go pulling the grand old bulk to pieces for the sake of a foolish tale about the devil and a set of card-players? By my soul, I'll be damned if you do. Not while I'm above ground, at least. That's what comes of putting such a place in the power of a woman. It's sacrilege. By heaven, I'll throw my brother's will into chancery, rather." His rage was such as to compel her to think there must be more in it than appeared. The wilderness of the temper she had roused made her tremble, but it also woke the spirit of her race, and she repented of the courtesy she had shown him. She had the right to make what investigations she pleased. Her father would not have left her the property without good reasons for doing so, and of those reasons some might well have lain in the character of the man before her. Through all this rage the Earl read something of what had sent the blood of the Grahams to her cheek and brow. "I beg your pardon, my love," he said, "but if he was your father, he was my brother." "He is my father," said Arctura coldly. "Dead and gone, and all but forgotten." "No, my lord, not for one day forgotten, not for one moment unloved." "Ah, well, as you please. But because you love his memory, must I regard him as a Solon? 'Tis surely no great treason to reflect upon the wisdom of a dead man." "I wish you good day, my lord," said Arctura, very angry, and left him. But when presently she found that she could not lift up her heart to her Father in heaven, gladly would she have sent her anger from her. Was it not plainly other than good, when it came thus between her and the living God? All day at intervals she had to struggle and pray against it. A great part of the night she lay awake because of it. But at length she pitied her uncle too much to be very angry with him any more, and so fell asleep. In the morning she found that all sense of his having authority over her had vanished, and with it her anger. She saw also that it was quite time she took upon herself the duties of a landowner. What could Mr. Grant think of her, doing nothing for her people? But she could do little while her uncle received the rents and gave orders to Mr. Graham. She would take the thing into her own hands. In the meantime, Mr. Grant should, if he pleased, go on quietly with his examination of the house. But she could not get her interview with her uncle out of her head, and was haunted with vague suspicions of some dreadful secret about the house belonging to the present as well as the past. Her uncle seemed to have receded to a distance incalculable, and to have grown awful as he receded. She was of a nature almost too delicately impressionable. She not only felt things keenly, but retained the sting of them after the things were nearly forgotten. But then the swift and rare response of her faculties arose in no small measure from this impressionableness. At the same time, but for instincts and impulses derived from her race, her sensitiveness might have degenerated into weakness. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 51. A Dream. One evening, as Donal was walking in the little avenue below the terraces, Davy, who was now advanced to doing a little work without his master's immediate supervision, came running to him to say that Archie was in the schoolroom and wanted to see him. He hastened to her. "A word with you, please, Mr. Grant," she said. Donal sent the boy away. "I have debated with myself all day whether I should tell you," she began, and her voice trembled not a little. "But I think I shall not be so much afraid to go to bed if I do tell you what I dreamt last night." Her face was very pale, and there was a quiver about her mouth. She seemed ready to burst into tears. "Do tell me," said Donal sympathetically. "Do you think it very silly to mind one's dreams?" she asked. "Silly or not," answered Donal, "as regards the general run of dreams, it is plain you have had one that must be minded. What we must mind, it cannot be silly to mind." "I am in no mood, I fear, for philosophy," she rejoined, trying to smile. "It has taken such a hold of me that I cannot get rid of it, and there is no one I could tell it to but you. Anyone else would laugh at me, but you never laugh at anybody." I went to bed as well as usual, only a little troubled about my uncle's strangeness, and soon fell asleep to find myself presently in a most miserable place. It was like a brick-field, but a deserted brick-field. Heaps of broken and half-burnt bricks were all about. For miles and miles they stretched around me. I walked fast to get out of it. Nobody was near or in sight. There was not a sign of human habitation from horizon to horizon. All at once I saw before me a dreary church. It was old, tumble-down, and dirty, not in the least venerable, very ugly, a huge building without shape, like most of our churches. I shrank from the look of it. It was more horrible to me than I could account for. I feared it. But I must go in. Why, I did not know, but I must. The dream itself compelled me. I went in. It looked as if nobody had crossed its threshold for 100 years. The pews were mouldering away. The canopy over the pulpit had half fallen, and rested its edge on the book-board. The great galleries had in parts tumbled into the body of the church. In other parts they hung sloping from the walls. The centre of the floor had fallen in, and there was a great descending slope of earth, soft-looking, mixed with bits of broken and decayed wood, from the pews above and the coffins below. I stood gazing down in horror unutterable. How far the gulf went I could not see. I was fascinated by its slow depth, and the thought of its possible contents, when suddenly I knew, rather than perceived, that something was moving in its darkness. It was something dead, something yellow-white. It came nearer. It was slowly climbing. Like one dead and stiff, it was labouring up the slope. I could neither cry out nor move. It was about 3 yards below me when it raised its head. It was my uncle, dead and dressed for the grave. He beckoned me, and I knew I must go. I had to go, nor once thought of resisting. My heart became like lead, but immediately I began the descent. My feet sank in the mould of the ancient dead, soft as if thousands of graveyard moles were forever burrowing in it, as down and down I went, settling and sliding with the black plain. Then I began to see the sides and ends of coffins in the walls of the gulf, and the walls came closer and closer as I descended, until they scarcely left me room to get through. I comforted myself with the thought that those in these coffins had long been dead, and must by this time be at rest, nor was there any danger of seeing mouldy hands come out to seize me. At last I saw that my uncle had stopped, and I stood still, a few yards above him, more composed than I can understand. The wonder is we are so believing, yet not more terrified in our dreams, said Donal. He began to heave and pull at a coffin that seemed to stop the way. Just as he got it dragged on one side, I saw on the bright silver handle of it the Morven crest. The same instant the lid rose, and my father came out of the coffin, looking alive and bright. My uncle stood beside him like a corpse beside a soul. "What do you want with my child?" he said, and my uncle cowered before him. He took my hand and said, "Come with me, my child," and I went with him. Oh, so gladly! My fear was gone, and so was my uncle. He led me up the way we had come down, but when we came out of the hole, instead of finding myself in the horrible church, I was in my own room. I looked round. No one was near. I was sorry my father was gone, but glad to be in my own room. Then I woke, and here was the terrible thing, not in my bed, but standing in the middle of the floor, just where my dream had left me. I cannot get rid of the thought that I really went somewhere. I have been haunted with it the whole day. It is a terror to me. For if I did, where is my help against going again?" "In God our Saviour," said Donal. "But had your uncle given you anything?" "I wish I could think so, but I do not see how he could." "You must change your room, and get Mistress Brooks to sleep near you." "I will." Gladly would Donal have offered to sleep, like one of his collies, outside her door, but Mrs. Brooks was the only one to help her. He began at once to make observations towards determining the existence or non-existence of a hidden room, but in the quietest way, so as to attract no attention, and had soon satisfied himself concerning some parts that it could not be there. Without free scope, and some one to help him, the thing was difficult. To gauge a building which had grown through centuries, to fit the varying tastes and changing needs of the generations, was in itself not easy, and he judged it all but impossible without drawing observation and rousing speculation. Great was the chaotic element in the congeries of erections and additions, brought together by various contrivances and with daringly enforced communication. Open spaces within the walls, different heights in the stories of contiguous buildings, breaks in the continuity of floors, and various other irregularities he found confusingly obstructive. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 52. Investigation. The autumn brought terrible storms. Many fishing boats came to grief. Of some the crews lost everything. Of others, the loss of their lives delivered their crews from smaller losses. There were many bereaved in the village, and Donal went about among them, doing what he could, and getting help for them where his own ability would not reach their necessity. Lady Arctura wanted no persuasion to go with him in some of his visits, and the intercourse she thus gained with humanity in its simpler forms, of which she had not had enough for the health of her own nature, was of high service to her. Perhaps nothing helps so much to believe in the Father as the active, practical love of the brother. If he who loveth not his own brother whom he hath seen can ill love God whom he hath not seen, then he who loves his brother must surely find it the easier to love God. Arctura found that to visit the widow and the fatherless in their afflictions, to look on and know them as her kind, to enter into their sorrows and share the elevating influence of grief, genuine and simple, the same in every human soul, was to draw near to God. She met him in his children. For to honor, love, and be just to our neighbor is religion, and he who does these things will soon find that he cannot live without the higher part of religion, the love of God. If that do not follow, the other will sooner or later die away, leaving the man the worse for having had it. She found her way to God easier through the crowd of her fellows, while their troubles took her off her own, set them at a little distance from her, and so put it in her power to understand them better. One day after the fishing boats had gone out, rose a terrible storm. Some of them made for the harbour again, such as it was. Others kept out to sea. Stephen Kennedy's boat came ashore, bottom upward. His body was cast on the sands, close to the spot where Donal dragged the net from the waves. There was sorrow afresh through the village. Kennedy was a favourite, and his mother was left childless. No son would any more come sauntering in with his long slouch in the gloamin', and whether she would ever see him again, to know him, who could tell? For the common belief does not go much farther than paganism in yielding comfort to those whose living loves have disappeared, the fault not of Christianity, but of Christians. The effect of the news upon Forgue I have some ground for conjecturing. I believe it made him care a little less about marrying the girl, now that he knew no rival ready to take her, and feel also that he had one enemy the less, one danger the less in the path he would like to take. Within a week after, he left the castle, and if his father knew where he went, he was the only one who did. He had been pressing him to show some appearance of interest in his cousin. Forgue had professed himself unequal to the task at present. If he might go away for a while, he said, he would doubtless find it easier when he returned. The storms were over, the edges and hidden roots had begun to dream of spring, and Arctura had returned to her own room to sleep, when one afternoon she came to the schoolroom, and told Donal she had had the terrible dream again. "This time," she said, "I came out in my dream on the great stair, and went up to my room and into bed before I waked. But I dare not ask Mistress Brooks whether she saw me." "You do not imagine you were out of the room?" said Donal. "I cannot tell. I hope not. If I were to find I had been, it would drive me out of my senses. I was thinking all day about the lost room. I fancy it had something to do with that." "We must find the room and have done with it," said Donal. "Are you so sure we can?" she asked, her face brightening. "If there be one, and you will help me, I think we can," he answered. "I will help you." "Then first we will try the shaft of the music chimney. That it has never smoked, at least since those wires were put there, makes it something to question, though the draught across it might doubtless have prevented it from being used. It may be the chimney to the very room. But we will first try to find out whether it belongs to any room we know. I will get a weight and a cord. The wires will be a plague, but I think we can pass them. Then we shall see how far the weight goes down, and shall know on what floor it is arrested. That will be something gained. The plane of inquiry will be determined. Only there may be a turn in the chimney, preventing the weight from going to the bottom." "When shall we set about it?" said Arctura, almost eagerly. "At once," replied Donal. She went to get a shawl. Donal went to the gardener's tool-house and found a suitable cord. There was a 7-pound weight, but that would not pass the wires. He remembered an old 8-day clock on a back stair, which was never going. He got out its heavier weight, and carried it with the cord and the ladder to his own stair, at the foot of which was Lady Arctura, waiting for him. There was that in being thus associated with the lovely lady, in knowing that peace had begun to visit her through him, that she trusted him implicitly, looking to him for help and even protection, in knowing that nothing but wrong to her could be looked for from uncle or cousin, and that he held what might be a means of protecting her, should undue influence be brought to bear upon her. There was that in all this, I say, that stirred to its depth the devotion of Donal's nature. With the help of God he would foil her enemies, and leave her a free woman, a thing well worth a man's life. Many an angel has been sent on a smaller errand. Such were his thoughts as he followed Arctura up the stair, she carrying the weight and the cord, he the ladder, which it was not easy to get round the screw of the stair. Arctura trembled with excitement as she ascended, grew frightened as often as she found she had outstripped him, waited till the end of the ladder came poking round, and started again before the bearer appeared. Her dreams had disquieted her more than she had yet confessed. Had she been taking a way of her own, and choosing a guide instead of receiving instruction in the way of understanding? Were these things sent to her for warning, to show her into what an abyss of death her conduct was leading her? But the moment she found herself in the open air of Donal's company, her doubts and fears vanished for the time. Such a one as he must surely know better than those others the way of the spirit. Was he not more childlike, more straightforward, more simple, and, she could not but think, more obedient than those? Mr. Carmichael was older, and might be more experienced, but did his light shine clearer than Donal's? He might be a priest in the temple, but was there not a Samuel in the temple as well as an Eli? It was the young, strong, ruddy shepherd, the defender of his flock, who was sent by God to kill the giant. He was too little to wear Saul's armour, but he could kill a man too big to wear it. Thus meditated Arctura as she climbed the stair, and her hope and courage grew. A delicate conscience, sensitive feelings, and keen faculties, subjected to the rough rasping of coarse, self-satisfied, unspiritual natures, had almost lost their equilibrium. As to natural condition, no one was sounder than she, yet even now, when she had more than begun to see its falsehood, a headache would suffice to bring her afresh under the influence of the hideous system she had been taught, and wake in her all kinds of deranging doubts and consciousnesses. Subjugated so long to the untrue, she required to be for a time, until her spiritual being should be somewhat individualized, under the genial influences of one who was not afraid to believe, one who knew the Master. Nor was there danger to either, so long as he sought no end of his own, so long as he desired only his will, so long as he could say, "Whom is there in heaven but thee? And there is none upon earth that I desire besides thee." By the time she reached the top, she was radiantly joyous in the prospect of a quiet hour with him whose presence and words always gave her strength, who made the world look less mournful, and the will of God altogether beautiful, who taught her that the glory of the Father's love lay in the inexorability of its demands, that it is of his deep mercy that no one can get out until he has paid the uttermost farthing. They stepped upon the roof, and into the gorgeous afterglow of an autumn sunset. The whole country, like another sea, was flowing from that well of colour, in tidal waves of an ever-advancing creation. Its more ethereal part, rushing on above, broke on the old roofs and chimneys, and splashed its many-tinted foam all over them, while through it, enfolded in it, came a cold, thin wind that told of coming death. Arctura breathed a deep breath, and her joy grew. It is wonderful how small a physical elevation, lifting us into a slightly thinner air, serves to raise the human spirits. We are like barometers, only work the other way. The higher we go, the higher goes our mercury. They stood for a moment in deep enjoyment, then simultaneously turned to each other. "My lady," said Donal, "with such a sky as that out there, it hardly seems as if there could be such a thing as our search to-night. Hollow places, hidden away for evil cause, do not go with it at all. There is the story of gracious invention and glorious gift. Here the story of greedy gathering and self-seeking, which all concealment involves." "But there may be nothing, you know, Mr. Grant," said Arctura, troubled for the house. "There may be nothing, But if there is such a room, you may be sure it has some relation with terrible wrong. What, we may never find out, or even the traces of it." "I shall not be afraid," she said, as if speaking with herself. "It is the terrible dreaming that makes me weak. In the morning I tremble as if I had been in the hands of some evil power." Donal turned his eyes upon her. How thin she looked in the last of the sunlight! A pang went through him at the thought that one day he might be alone with Davy in the huge castle, untended by the consciousness that a living light and loveliness flitted somewhere about its gloomy and ungenial walls. But he would not think the thought. How that dismal Miss Carmichael must have worried her! When the very hope of the creature in his Creator is attacked in the name of religion, when his longing after a living God is met with the offer of a paltry escape from hell, how is the creature to live? It is God we want, not heaven. His righteousness, not an imputed one for our own possession. Remission, not letting off. Love, not endurance for the sake of another, even if that other be the one loveliest of all. They turned from the sunset and made their way to the chimney-stack. There once more Donal set up his ladder. He tied the clock-weight to the end of his cord, dropped it in, and with a little management got it through the wires. It went down and down, gently lowered, till the cord was all out, and still it would go. "Do run and get some more," said Arctura. "You do not mind being left alone?" "No, if you will not be long." "I will run," he said, and run he did, for she had scarcely begun to feel the loneliness when he returned panting. He took the end she had been holding, tied on the fresh cord he had brought, and again lowered away. As he was beginning to fear that after all he had not brought enough, the weight stopped, resting, and drew no more. "If only we had eyes in that weight," said Arctura, "like the snails at the end of their horns." "We might have greased the bottom of the weight," said Donal, "as they do the lead when they want to know what kind of bottom there is to the sea. It might have brought up ashes. If it will not go any farther, I will mark the string at the mouth and draw it up." He moved the weight up and down a little. It rested still, and he drew it up. "Now we must mark off it the height of the chimney above the parapet wall," he said, "and then I will lower the weight towards the court below, until this last knot comes to the wall. The weight will then show us on the outside how far down the house it went inside." "Ah, I thought so," he went on, looking over after the weight. "Only to the first floor, or thereabouts. No, I think it is lower. But anyhow, my lady, as you can see, the place with which the chimney, if chimney it be, communicates, must be somewhere about the middle of the house, and perhaps is on the first floor. We can't judge very well looking down from here, and against a spot where there are no windows. Can you imagine what place it might be?" "I cannot," answered Arctura, "but I could go into every room on that floor without anyone seeing me." "Then I will let the weight down the chimney again, and leave it for you to see, if you can, below. If you find it, we must do something else." It was done, and they descended together. Donal went back to the schoolroom, not expecting to see her again till the next day. But in half an hour she came to him, saying she had been into every room on that floor, both where she thought it might be, and where she knew it could not be, and had not seen the weight. "The probability then is," replied Donal, "that thereabouts somewhere, there or farther down in that neighbourhood, lies the secret. But we cannot be sure, for the weight may not have reached the bottom of the shaft. Let us think what we shall do next." He placed a chair for her by the fire. They had the room to themselves. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 53. Mistress Brooks upon the Earl. They were hardly seated, when Simmons appeared, saying he had been looking everywhere for her ladyship, for his lordship was taken as he had never seen him before. He had fainted right out in the half-way room, and he could not get him to. Having given orders to send at once to Auchars for the doctor, Lady Arctura hastened with Donal to the room on the stair. The Earl was stretched motionless and pale on the floor. But for a slight twitching in one muscle of the face, they might have concluded him dead. They tried to get something down his throat, but without success. The men carried him up to his chamber. He began to come to himself, and Lady Arctura left him, telling Simmons to come to the library when he could, and let them know how he was. In about an hour he came. The doctor had been, and his master was better. "Do you know any cause for the attack?" asked her ladyship. "I'll tell you all about it, my lady, so far as I know," answered the butler. "I was there in that room with him. I had taken him some accounts, and was answering some questions about them, when all at once there came a curious noise in the wall. I can't think what it was. An inward rumbling it was, that seemed to go up and down the wall with a sort of groaning, then stopped a while and came again. It sounded nothing very dreadful to me. Perhaps if it had been in the middle of the night I mightn't have liked it. His lordship started at the first sound of it, turned pale and gasped, then cried out, laid his hand on his heart, and rolled off his chair. I did what I could for him, but it wasn't like one of his ordinary attacks, and so I came to your ladyship. He's such a ticklish subject, you see, my lady. It's quite alarming to be left alone with him. It's his heart. And you know, my lady, I should be sorry to frighten you, but you know, Mr. Grant, a gentleman with that complaint may go off any moment. I must go back to him now, my lady, if you please." Arctura turned and looked at Donal. "We must be careful," he said. "We must," she answered. "Just thereabout is one of the few places in the house where you hear the music. And thereabout the music chimney goes down. That is settled. But why should my lord be frightened so?" "I cannot tell. He is not like other people, you know." "Where else is the music heard? You and your uncle seem to hear it oftener than anyone else." "In my own room. But we will talk to-morrow. Good night." "I will remain here the rest of the evening," said Donal, "in case Simmons might want me to help with his lordship." It was well into the night, and he still sat reading in the library, when Mrs. Brooks came to him. She had had to get his lordship what he called a cat, something or other, that was nothing but mustard to the soles of his feet to draw away the blood. "He's better than all," she said. "He's ta'en a dose of one of the drugs he's aye puttering with. Fain to learn the trade of living for ever, I reckon. But that's a thing the Lord has keeped in his own hands. The tree of life was never eaten of, and never will be now in this world. It's long transplanted. But as to living for ever, or I would be his lordship, I would give up the ghost at once." "What makes you say that, Mistress Brooks?" asked Donal. "It's no ilk I would answer sic a question till," she replied, "but I'm well assured ye has sense and heart enough both, not to hurt a creature. And I'll just gang so far as to say to yoursel, and atween the two of us, 'at I ha heard from them it's away, them at well kent, being about the place entrusted, that when the fit was upon him, he was fell cruel to the bonny wife he married abroad and brought home with him, till a cold-hearted country, poor thing, she mun have thought it." "How could he have been cruel to her in the house of his brother? Even if he was the wretch to be guilty of it, his brother would never have connived at the ill treatment of any woman under his roof." "Who ken ye the old Earl so well?" asked Mrs. Brooks with a sly glance. "I ken," answered Donal, direct as was his wont, but finding somehow a little shelter in the dialect. "A sic a daughter could ill ha' been born to any but a man that, well, 'at would at least behave till a woman like a man." "Ye're in the right. He was the tenderest-hearted man. But he was far frae stout, and was a heap by himsel', nearhan as muckle as his lordship the present Earl. And the lady was that proud, and that devoted to the man she called her ain, that never a word o' what gaed on came to the ears of his brother, I dare to say, or I shall warran ye there would have been a fine steer. It came, she said, my old auntie said, o' some kind of a madness they hadna a name for yet. I think mysel' there is a madness o' the heart as well as o' the head, and in that madness men take their women for a property of their ain, to be handled any gait the devil puts into them. Cries in the dead of the night, and never a shaw in the morning but white cheeks and red een, tells its ain tale. In the end the poor lady died. It might have lived but for him, and her bairnie died afore her, and the wrongs of bairns and women stick long to the walls of the universe. It was said she came after him again. I kenna, but I have seen and heard in this house what I shall hold my tongue about. Sure I am he wasna a good man to the poor woman. When it comes to that, Mr. Grant, it's not my lady and mem, but we're all women together. She died not in this house, I understand, but in the house down in the town, though that's neither here nor there. I wouldna wonder but the conscience might be woken up intil him. Some day it maun wake up. He'll be sorry, maybe, when he kens himsel' upon the border where a speck o' persons is o'er, and a woman's as good as a man, maybe a wheen better. The Lord'll set all thing right, or han it o'er till another. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 54. Lady Arctura's Room. The next day, when he saw Lady Arctura, Donal was glad to learn that, for all the excitement of the day before, she had passed a good night, and never dreamed at all. "I've been thinking it all over, my lady," he said, "and it seems to me that, if your uncle heard the noise of our plummet so near, the chimney can hardly rise from the floor you searched, for that room, you know, is half-way between the ground floor and first floor. Still, sound does travel so. We must betake ourselves to measurement, I fear. But another thing came into my head last night, which may serve to give us a sort of parallax. You said you heard the music in your own room. Would you let me look about in it a little? Something might suggest itself. Is it the room I saw you in once?" "Not that," answered Arctura, "but the bedroom beyond it. I hear it sometimes in either room, but louder in the bedroom. You can examine it when you please. If only you could find my bad dream and drive it out. Will you come now?" "It is near the Earl's room. Is there no danger of his hearing anything?" "Not the least. The room is not far from his, it is true, but it is not in the same block. There are thick walls between. Besides, he is too ill to be up." She led the way, and Donal followed her up the main staircase to the second floor, and into the small, curious, ancient room, evidently one of the oldest in the castle, which she had chosen for her sitting-room. Perhaps if she had lived less in the shadow, she might have chosen a less gloomy one. The sky was visible only through a little lane of walls and gables and battlements. But it was very charming, with its odd nooks and corners, recesses and projections. It looked an afterthought, the utilization of a space accidentally defined by rejection, as if every one of its sides were the wall of a distinct building. "I do wish, my lady," said Donal, "you would not sit so much where there is so little sunlight. Outer and inner things are in their origin one. The light of the sun is the natural world-clothing of the truth, and whoever sits much in the physical dark misses a great help to understanding the things of the light. If I were your director," he went on, "I would counsel you to change this room for one with a broad, fair outlook, so that when gloomy thoughts hid God from you, they might have his eternal contradiction in the face of his heaven and earth." "It is but fair to tell you," replied Arctura, "that Sophia would have had me do so. But while I felt about God as she taught me, what could the fairest sunlight be to me?" "Yes, what indeed?" returned Donal. "Do you know," he added presently, his eyes straying about the room, "I feel almost as if I were trying to understand a human creature. A house is so like a human mind, which gradually disentangles and explains itself as you go on to know it. It is no accidental resemblance, for as an unavoidable necessity, every house must be like those that built it." "But in a very old house," said Arctura, "so many hands of so many generations have been employed in the building, and so many fancied as well as real necessities have been at work, that it must be a conflict of many natures. But where the house continues in the same family, the builders have more or less transmitted their nature, as well as their house, to those who come after them." "Do you think, then," said Arctura, almost with a shudder, "that I inherit a nature like the house left me? That the house is an outside to me? Fits my very self, as the shell fits the snail?" "The relation of outer and inner is there, but there is given with it an infinite power to modify. Every one is born nearer to God than to any ancestor, and it rests with him to cultivate either the godness or the selfness in him, his original or his mere ancestral nature. The fight between the natural and the spiritual man is the history of the world. The man who sets his faults inherited makes atonement for the sins of those who went before him. He is baptized for the dead, not with water, but with fire." "That seems to me strange doctrine," said Arctura, with tremulous objection. "If you do not like it, do not believe it. We inherit from our ancestors vices no more than virtues, but tendencies to both. Vice in my great-great-grandfather may in me be an impulse." "How horrible!" cried Arctura. "To say that we inherit sin from Adam horrifies nobody. The source is so far back from us that we let the stream fill our cisterns unheeded. But to say we inherit it from this or that nearer ancestor causes the fact to assume its definite and individual reality, and make a correspondent impression." "Then you allow that it is horrible to think oneself under the influence of the vices of certain wicked people, through whom we come where we are?" "I would allow it, were it not that God is nearer to us than any vices, even were they our own. He is between us and those vices. But in us they are not vices, only possibilities, which become vices when they are yielded to. Then there are at the same time all sorts of counteracting and redeeming influences. It may be that wherein a certain ancestor was most wicked, his wife was especially lovely. He may have been cruel, and she tender as the hen that gathers her chickens under her wing. The main danger is, perhaps, of being caught in some sudden gust of unsuspected impulse, and carried away of the one tendency before the other has time to assert and the will to rouse itself. But those who doubt themselves and try to do right may hope for warning. Such will not, I think, be allowed to go far out of the way for want of that. Self-confidence is the worst traitor." "You comfort me a little." "And then you must remember," continued Donal, "that nothing in its immediate root is evil, that from best human roots worse things spring. No one, for instance, will be so full of indignation, of fierceness, of revenge, as the selfish man born with a strong sense of justice. But you say this is not the room in which you hear the music best?" "No, it is here." End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 55. Her Bedchamber. Lady Arctura opened the door of her bedroom. Donal glanced round it. It was as old-fashioned as the other. "What is behind that press there? Wardrobe, I think you call it," he asked. "Only a recess," answered Lady Arctura. "The press, I am sorry to say, is too high to get into it." Possibly, had the press stood in the recess, the latter would have suggested nothing. But having caught sight of the opening behind the press, Donal was attracted by it. It was in the same wall with the fireplace, but did not seem formed by the projection of the chimney, for it did not go to the ceiling. "Would you mind if I moved the wardrobe a little on one side?" he asked. "Do what you like," she answered. Donal moved it, and found the recess rather deep for its size. The walls of the room were wainscoted to the height of 4 feet or so, but the recess was bare. There were signs of hinges on one, and of a bolt on the other of the front edges. It had seemingly been once a closet, whose door continued the wainscot. There were no signs of shelves in it. The plaster was smooth. But Donal was not satisfied. He took a big knife from his pocket, and began tapping all round. The moment he came to the right-hand side, there was a change in the sound. "You don't mind if I make a little dust, my lady?" he said. "Do anything you please," answered Arctura. He sought in several places to drive the point of his knife into the plaster. It would nowhere enter it more than 1/4 of an inch. Here was no built wall, he believed, but one smooth stone. He found nothing like a joint till he came near the edge of the recess. There was a limit of the stone, and he began at once to clear it. It gave him a straight line from the bottom to the top of the recess, where it met another at right angles. "There does seem, my lady," he said, "to be some kind of closing up here, though it may of course turn out of no interest to us. Shall I go on, and see what it is?" "By all means," she answered, but turned pale as she spoke. Donal looked at her anxiously. She understood his look. "You must not mind my feeling a little silly," she said. "I am not silly enough to give way to it." He went on again with his knife, and had presently cleared the outlines of a stone that filled nearly all the side of the recess. He paused. Go on, said Arctura. "I must first get a better tool or two," answered Donal. "Will you mind being left?" "I can bear it, but do not be long. A few minutes may evaporate my courage." Donal hurried away to get a hammer and chisel, and a pail to put the broken plaster in. Lady Arctura stood and waited. The silence closed in upon her. She began to feel eerie. She felt as if she had but to will and see through the wall to what lay beyond it. To keep herself from so willing, she had all but reduced herself to mental inaction, when she started to her feet with a smothered cry. A knock not over gentle sounded on the door of the outer room. She darted to the bedroom door and flung it to, next the press, and with one push had it nearly in its place. Then she opened again the door, thinking to wait for a second knock on the other before she answered. But as she opened the inner, the outer door also opened, slowly, and a face looked in. She would rather have had a visitor from behind the press. It was her uncle, his face cadaverous, his eyes dull but with a kind of glitter in them, his look like that of a housebreaker. In terror of himself, in terror lest he should discover what they had been about, in terror lest Donal should appear wishing to warn the latter, and certain that, early as it was, her uncle was not himself, with intuitive impulse, the moment she saw him, she cried out, "Uncle, what is that behind you?" She felt afterwards, and was very sorry, that it was both a deceitful and cruel thing to do, but she did it, as I have said, by a swift, unreflecting instinct, which she concluded, in thinking about it, came from the ready craft of some ancestor, and illustrated what Donal had been saying. The Earl turned, like one struck on the back, imagined something of which Arctura knew nothing, cowered to 2/3 of his height, and crept away. Though herself trembling from head to foot, Arctura was seized with such a pity that she followed him to his room, but she dared not go in. She stood a moment in the passage within sight of his door, and thought she heard his bell ring. Now Simmons might meet Donal. In a moment or two, however, she was relieved. Donal came round a turn, carrying his implements. She signed to him to make haste, and he was just safe inside her room, when Simmons came along on his way to his master's. She drew the door to, as if she had been just coming out, and said, "Knock at my door as you return, and tell me how your master is. I heard his bell." She then begged Donal to go on with his work, but stop it the moment she made a noise with the handle of the door, and resumed her place outside till Simmons should reappear. Full 10 minutes she stood waiting. It seemed an hour. Though she heard Donal at work within, and knew Simmons must soon come, though the room behind her was her own, and familiar to her from childhood, the long empty passage in front of her appeared frightful. What might not come pacing along towards her? At last she heard her uncle's door, steps, and the butler approached. She shook the handle of the door, and Donal's blows ceased. "I can't make him out, my lady," said Simmons. "It is nothing very bad, I think, this time, but he gets worse and worse, always taking more and more of them horrid drugs. It's no use trying to hide it. He'll drop off sudden one of these days. I've heard say laudanum don't shorten life, but it's not 1 nor 2 nor half a dozen sorts of laudanums he keeps mixing in that poor inside of his. The end must come, and what will it be? It's better you should be prepared for it when it do come, my lady. I've just been a-giving of him some into his skin, with a little sharp-pointed thing, a syringe, you know, my lady. He says it's the only way to take some medicines. He's just a slave to his medicines, my lady." As soon as he was gone, Arctura returned to Donal. He had knocked the plaster away, and uncovered a slab, very like one of the great stones on some of the roofs. The next thing was to prise it from the mortar, and that was not difficult. The instant he drew the stone away, a dank chill assailed them, accompanied by a humid smell, as from a long-closed cellar. They stood and looked, now at each other, now at the opening in the wall, where was nothing but darkness. The room grew cold and colder. Donal was anxious as to how Arctura might stand what discovery lay before them, and she was anxious to read his sensations. For her sake, he tried to hide all expression of the awe that was creeping over him, and it gave him enough to do. "We are not far from something, my lady," he said. "It makes one think of what he said who carries the light everywhere, that there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid that shall not be known. Shall we leave it for the present?" "Anything but that," said Arctura with a shiver. "Anything but an unknown, terrible something. But what can you do with it?" "Let the daylight in upon it." Her colour returned as she spoke, and a look of determination came into her eyes. "You will not be afraid to be left, then, when I go down?" "I am cowardly enough to be afraid, but not cowardly enough to let you go alone. I will share with you. I shall not be afraid. Not much. Not too much, I mean, if I am with you." Donal hesitated. "See," she went on, "I am going to light a candle, and ask you to come down with me. If down it be. It may be up." "I am ready, my lady," said Donal. She lighted the candle. "Had we not better lock the door, my lady?" "That might set them wondering," she answered. "We should have to lock both the doors of this room, or else both the passage doors. The better way will be to pull the press after us when we are behind it." "You are right, my lady. Please take some matches with you." "To be sure." "You will carry the candle, please. I must have my hands free. Try to let the light shine past me as much as you can, that I may see where I am going, but I shall depend most on my hands and feet." End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 56. The Lost Room. Donal then took the light from her hand, and looked in. The opening went into the further wall, and turned immediately to the left. He gave her back the candle, and went in. Arctura followed close. There was a stair in the thickness of the wall, going down steep and straight. It was not wide enough to let them go abreast. "Put your hand on my shoulder, my lady," said Donal. "That will keep us together. If I fall, you must stand stock still." She put her hand on his shoulder, and they began their descent. The steps were narrow and high, therefore the stair was steep. They had gone down from 30 to 35 steps, when they came to a level passage, turning again at right angles to the left. It was twice the width of the stair. Its sides, like those of the stair, were of roughly dressed stones, and unplastered. It led them straight to a strong door. It was locked, and in the rusty lock they could see the key from within. To the right was another door, a smaller one which stood wide open. They went through, and by a short passage entered an opener space. Here on one side there seemed to be no wall, and they stood for a moment afraid to move lest they should tumble into darkness. But sending the light about, and feeling with hands and feet, they soon came to an idea of the place they were in. It was a little gallery, with arches on one side opening into a larger place, the character of which they could only conjecture, for nearly all they could determine was, that it went below and rose above where they stood. On the other side was a plain wall, such as they had had on both sides of them. They had been speaking in awe-filled whispers, and were now in silence, endeavouring to send their sight through the darkness beyond the arches. "Listen, my lady," said Donal. From above their heads came a chord of the aerial music, soft and faint and wild. A strange effect it had. It was like news of the still airy night and the keen stars, come down through secret ways into the dark places of the earth, from spaces so wide that they seemed the most awful of prisons. It sweetly fostered Arctura's courage. "That must be how the songs of angels sounded with news of high heaven to the people of old," she said. Donal was not in so high a mood. He was occupied at the moment with the material side of things. "We can't be far," he said, "from the place where our plummet came down. But let us try a little further." The next moment they came against a cord, and at their feet was the weight of the clock. At the other end of the little gallery they came again to a door, and again to a stair, turning to the right, and again they went down. Arctura kept up bravely. The air was not so bad as might have been feared, though it was cold and damp. This time they descended but a little way, and came to a landing place, on the right of which was a door. Donal raised a rusty latch, and pushed. The door swung open against the wall, dropping from one hinge with the slight shock. 2 steps more they descended, and stood on a stone floor. Donal thought at first they must be in one of the dungeons, but soon bethought himself that they had not descended far enough for that. A halo of damp surrounded their candle. Its weak light seemed scarcely to spread beyond it. For some moments they took in nothing of what was around them. The floor first began to reveal itself to Donal's eye. In the circle of the light he saw, covered with dust as it was, its squares of black and white marble. Then came to him a gleam of white from the wall. It was a tablet, and at the other end was something like an altar or a tomb. "We are in the old chapel of the castle," he said. "But what is that?" he added instantly, with an involuntary change of voice, and a shudder through his whole nervous being. Arctura turned. Her hand sought his and clasped it convulsively. They stood close to something which the light itself had concealed from them. Ere they were conscious of an idea concerning it, each felt the muscles of neck and face drawn, as if another power than their own invaded their persons. But they were live wills and would not be overcome. They forced their gaze, perception cleared itself, and slowly they saw and understood. With strangest dreamlike incongruity and unfitness, the thing beside them was a dark bedstead, with carved posts and low wooden tester, richly carved. This in the middle of a chapel. But there was no speculation in them. They could only see, not think. Donal took the candle. From the tester hung large pieces of stuff that had once made heavy curtains, but seemed hardly now to have as much cohesion as the dust on a cobweb. It held together only in virtue of the lightness to which decay had reduced it. On the bed lay a dark mass, like bedclothes and bedding not quite turned to dust. They could yet see something like embroidery in one or two places, dark like burnt paper, or half-burnt flaky rags, horrid as a dream of dead love. Heavens! What was that shape in the middle? What was that on the black pillow? What was that thick line stretching towards one of the head-posts? They stared speechless. Arctura pressed close to Donal. His arm went round her to protect her from what threatened almost to overwhelm himself, the inroad of an unearthly horror. Plain to the eyes of both, the form in the middle of the bed was that of a human body, slowly crumbling where it lay. Bed and blankets and quilt, sheets and pillows had crumbled with it through the long wasting years, but something of its old shape yet lingered with the dust. That was a head that lay on the pillow. That was the line of a long arm that pointed across the pillow to the post. What was that, hanging from the bedpost and meeting the arm? God in heaven! There was a staple in the post, and from the staple came a chain, and there at its other end a ring, lying on the pillow, and through it, yes, through it, the dust arm passed. This was no mere death-bed. It was a torture bed, most likely a murder bed, and on it yet lay the body that died on it. Had lain for hundreds of years, unlifted for kindly burial. The place of its decease had been made its tomb, closed up and hidden away. A bed in a chapel, and one dead thereon. How could it be? Had the woman, for Donal imagined the form yet showed it the body of a woman, been carried thither of her own desire, to die in a holy place? That could not be. There was the chain. Had she sought refuge there from some persecutor? If so, he had found her. She was a captive, mad perhaps, more likely hated and the victim of a terrible revenge, left probably enough to die of hunger or disease, neglected or tended, who could tell? One thing only was clear, that there she died, and there she was buried. Arctura was trembling. Donal drew her closer, and would have taken her away. But she said in his ear, as if in dread of disturbing the dust, "I am not frightened, not very. It is only the cold, I think." They went softly to the other end of the chapel, almost clinging together as they went. They saw 3 narrow lancet windows on their right, but no glimmer came through them. They came to what had seemed an altar, and such it still seemed, but on its marble top lay the dust plainly of an infant. Sight sad as fearful, and full of agonizing suggestion. They turned away, nor either looked at the other. The awful silence of the place seemed settling on them like a weight. Donal made haste, nor did Arctura seem less anxious to leave it. When they reached the stair, he made her go first. He must be between her and the terror. As they passed the door on the other side of the little gallery, down whose spiracle had come no second breath, Donal said to himself he must question that door, but to Arctura he said nothing. She had had enough of inquiry for the moment. Slowly they ascended to Arctura's chamber. Donal replaced the slab, and propped it in its position, gathered the plaster into the pail, replaced the press, and put a screw through the bottom of it into the floor. Arctura stood and watched him all the time. "You must leave your room again, my lady," said Donal. "I will. I shall speak to Mistress Brooks at once. Will you tell her all about it? We must talk about that. How will she bear it? Thought Donal. How after such an experience can she spend the rest of the day alone? There is all the long afternoon and evening to be met. He gave the last turn to the screw in the floor, and rose. Then first he saw that Arctura had turned very white. "Do sit down, my lady," he said. "I would run for Mistress Brooks, but I dare not leave you." "No, no, we will go down together. Give me that bottle of eau de cologne, please." Donal did not know either eau de cologne or its bottle, but he darted to the dressing-table and guessed correctly. It revived her, and she began to take deep breaths. Then with a strong effort she rose to go down. The time for speech concerning what they had seen was not come. "Would you not like, my lady," said Donal, "to come to the schoolroom this afternoon? You could sit beside while I give Davy his lessons." "Yes," she answered at once. "I should like it much. Is there not something you could give me to do? Will you not teach me something?" "I should like to begin you with Greek, and teach you a little mathematics. Geometry first of all." "You frighten me." "Your fright wouldn't outlast the beginning," said Donal. "Anyhow, you will have Davy and me for company. You must be lonely sometimes. You see little of Miss Carmichael now, I fancy." "She has not been near me since that day in the avenue. We salute now and then, coming out of church. She will not come again except I ask her, and I shall be in no haste. She would only assume I was sorry, and could not do without her." "I should let her wait, my lady," said Donal. "She sorely wants humbling." "You do not know her, Mr. Grant, if you think anything I could do would have that effect on her." "Pardon me, my lady. I did not imagine it your task to humble her. But you need not let her ride over you as she used to do. She knows nothing really, and a great many things unreally. Unreal knowledge is worse than ignorance. Would not Miss Graeme be a better friend?" "She is much more lovable, but she does not trouble her head about the things I care for. I mean religion," she added hesitatingly. "So much the better." "Mr. Grant! You did not let me finish, my lady. So much the better, I was going to say, till she begins to trouble her heart about it, or rather to untrouble her heart with it. The Pharisee troubled his head, and no doubt his conscience too, and did not go away justified. But the poor publican, as we with our stupid pity would call him, troubled his heart about it, and that trouble once set a-going, there is no fear. Head and all must soon follow. But how am I to get rid of this plaster without being seen?" "I will show you the way to your own stair without going down. The way we came once, you may remember. You can take it to the top of the house till it is dark. But I do not feel comfortable about my uncle's visit. Can it be that he suspects something? Perhaps he knows all about the chapel, and that stair too." "He is a man to enjoy having a secret. But our discovery bears out what we were saying as to the likeness of house and man, does it not?" "You don't mean there is anything like that in me?" rejoined Arctura, looking frightened. "You!" he exclaimed. "But I mean no individual application," he added, "except as reflected from the general truth. This house is like every human soul, and so like me and you and all of us. We have found the chapel of the house, the place they used to pray to God in, built up, lost, forgotten, filled with dust and damp, and the mouldering dead lying there before the Lord, waiting to be made live again and praise him." "I said you meant me," murmured Arctura, with a faint, sad smile. "No, the time is past for that. It is long since first you were aware of the dead self in the lost chapel. A hungry soul soon misses both, and knows without being sure of it that they are somewhere. You have kept searching for them in spite of all persuasion that the quest was foolish." Arctura's eyes shone in her pale face, but they shone with gathering tears. Donal turned away, and took up the pail. She rose and guided him to his tower stair, where he went up, and she went down. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 57. The Housekeeper's Room. As the clock upon the schoolroom chimney-piece struck the hour, Arctura entered, and at once took her seat at the table with Davy, much to the boy's wonder and pleasure. Donal gave her a Euclid, and set her a task. She began at once to learn it, and after a while so brief that Davy stared incredulous, said, "If you please, Mr. Grant, I think I could be questioned upon it now." Less than a minute sufficed to show Donal that she thoroughly understood what she had been learning, and he set her then a little more. By the time their work was over, he had not a doubt left that such like intellectual occupation would greatly subserve all phases of her health. With entireness she gave herself to the thing she had to do, and Donal thought how strong must be her nature, to work so calmly and think so clearly after what she had gone through that morning. School over, and Davy gone to his rabbits. "Mistress Brooks invites us to supper with her," said Lady Arctura. "I asked her to ask us. I don't want to go to bed till I am quite sleepy. You don't mind, do you?" "I am very glad, my lady," responded Donal. "Don't you think we had better tell her all about it?" "As you think fit. The secret is in no sense mine. It is only yours, and the sooner it ceases to be a secret, the better for all of us." "I have but one reason for keeping it," she returned. "Your uncle?" "Yes. I know he will be annoyed, but there may be other reasons why I should reveal the thing." "There may, indeed," said Donal. "Still, I should be sorry to offend him more than I cannot help. If he were a man like my father, I should never dream of going against him. I should in fact leave everything to him he cared to attend to. But seeing he is the man he is, it would be absurd. I dare not let him manage my affairs for me much longer. I must understand for myself how things are going." "You will not, I hope, arrange anything without the presence of a lawyer. I fear I have less confidence in your uncle than you have." Arctura made no reply, and Donal was afraid he had hurt her. But the next moment she looked up with a sad smile, and said, "Well, poor man, we will not compare our opinions of him. He is my father's brother, and I shall be glad not to offend him. But my father would have reason to be dissatisfied if I left everything to my uncle, as if he had not left everything to me. If he had been another sort of man, my father would surely have left the estate to him." At 9 o'clock they met in the housekeeper's room. Low-ceilinged, large, lined almost round with oak presses, which were Mistress Brooks's delight. She welcomed them as to her own house, and made an excellent hostess. But Donal would not mix the tumbler of toddy she would have had him take. For one thing, he did not like his higher to be operated upon from his lower. It made him feel as if possessed by a not altogether real self. But the root of his objection lay in the teaching of his mother. The things he had learned of his parents were to him his patent of nobility, vouchers that he was honourably descended. Of his birth he was as proud as any man. And hence this night he was led to talk of his father and mother, and the things of his childhood. He told Arctura all about the life he had led, how at one time he kept cattle in the fields, at another sheep on the mountains; how it came that he was sent to college, and all the story of Sir Gibbie. The night wore on. Arctura listened, did nothing but listen. She was enchanted. And it surprised Donal himself to find how calmly he could now look back upon what had seemed to threaten an everlasting winter of the soul. It was indeed the better thing that Ginevra should be Gibbie's wife. A pause had come, and he had fallen into a brooding memory of things gone by, when a sudden succession of quick knocks fell on his ear. He started, strangely affected. Neither of his companions took notice of it, though it was now past 1 o'clock. It was like a knocking with knuckles against the other side of the wall of the room. "What can that be?" he said, listening for more. "Heard you never that afore, Master Grant?" said the housekeeper. "I ha' grown so used to it, my ears hardly take notice of it." "What is it?" asked Donal. "Ay, what is it? Tell me that, gin ye can," she returned. "It's just a chappin', and God's truth, it's all I ken about the same. It comes, I believe I'm safe to say, ilka night, but I couldna take my oath upon it. I ha' so entirely dropped paying any attention to it. There's things about many an old house, Mr. Grant, 'at'll take the day o' judgment till explain 'em. But so long as they keep to their own side of the wall, I dinna see I need trouble my head about them. Efter the experience I had as a young lass, away down in England yonner, at a place my auntie got me intil, for she kenned a heap o' grand folk through being herself so near connected with them as housekeeper in the castle here. Efter that, I'm saying, I wouldna need to be that easy scared." "What was it?" said Lady Arctura. "I don't think you ever told me." "No, my dear lady, I would have never thought o' telling ye any sic story, so long as ye was ower young not to be frighted at it. For 'deed, I think they're muckle to blame 'at tells bairns the very things they're not fit to hear, and fix the dreid afore the sense. But I say tell ye the noo,
gin ye care to hear. It's a some awesome story, but there's something unco foolish like intil it as well. I canna say I think muckle o' craturs that tribble their heads about their heads, but that's tellin' aforehand." Here the good woman paused thoughtful. "I am longing to hear your story, Mistress Brooks," said Donal, supposing she needed encouragement. "I'm but thinking how to begin," she returned, "so's to gie ye a right hold of the thing. I'm thinking I canna do better nor just tell it as it came to mysel'. Well, ye see, I was but a young lass, about, well, I might be 20, more or less, when I gaed to the place I spake o'. It was away upon the borders o' Wales, like as gien folk o'er there in Perth were doubtful whether sich and sich a place was in the Hielands or the Lowlands. The maister of the house was a young man away upon his travels, I kenna where, somewhere upon the continent, but that's a mickle word. And as he had the intention of being away for some time to come, no caring to settle down offhand and look after his ain, there was but one gay old woman to housekeep, and me to help her, and a man or two about the place to look after the garden, and that was all. House and garden was to let, and was in the hands of one of the agents, as they call them, for the same purpose, to let, that is, for a term of years. Well, one day there came a gentleman to look at the place, and he was so well pleased with it, as well he might, for it was a bonny place. I laughing like, where this place is aye in the sulks. Nah, no I dinna mean that, my lady, forgetting that it's yours. But ye maun own it takes a heap o' sun to guard this old house here look anything but some dour, and I beg your pardon, my lady." "You are quite right, Mistress Brooks," said Arctura with a smile. "If it were not for you it would be dour, dour. You do not know, Mr. Grant. Mistress Brooks herself does not know how much I owe her. I should have gone out of my mind for very dreariness 100 times but for her." "The short and the long of it was," resumed Mistress Brooks, "that the place was let and the place was ta'en, mickle to the satisfaction of all parties concerned. The old housekeeper, she being a fixture like, was to bide, and I was to bide as well, under the housekeeper, and have nothing to do with the stranger servants. They came. There was a gentleman of a middle age, and his lady some younger nor himself, handsome but no bonny. But that has nothing to do with my tale, and I should take up your time with it, and it growing some late." "Never mind the time, Mistress Brooks," said Arctura. "We can do just as we please about that. One time is as good as another, isn't it, Mr. Grant?" "I sometimes sit up half the night myself," said Donal. "I like to know God's night. Only it won't do often, lest we make the brain, which is God's too, like a watch that won't go." "It's sair upsetting to the work," said the housekeeper. "What would the house be like if I was to do that?" "Do go on, please, Mistress Brooks," said Arctura. "Please do," echoed Donal. "Sir, and my lady, I'm ready to sit till the cocks be done crawing, and the day done dawing, to pleasure the one or the two o' ye. And so for my true tale. They were very decent, well-behaved folk, with a fine family, some grown and some growing. It was just a favour to see sic a halesome clan, for at 18 or their way, down to the wee toddling lassie was the very apple o' the eye to all the ane about the place. But that's neither here nor yet there. All goed on as all should gang on where the servants are not o'er grand for their own work, nor o'er meddlesome with the work of their neighbours. Nothing was neglected, nor anything girned about, but all was peace and harmony, as quo the old sang about our bonny Kilmeny. That is, till one night. You see I'm telling ye as it came to mysel', and not till another. As I lay in my bed that night, and you may be sure at my age I lay no longer nor just to turn me o'er once, and in general not that once. Just as I was falling asleep, up gat such a rummage in the servant hall, straight aneath where I was lying, and I thought to mysel' what upon earth's come to the place. Gin it be no the day o' judgment, truth is no the day o' small things, I said. It was as gin all the chairs and tables together were being rooted out of their places, and syne set back again, and the tables turned heels o'er head, and all the glass and all the plate for the dinner knockit about as gin they had been so many hailstones that were not wanted any mair, but might just lie where they fell. I couldna for the life o' me think what it might be token, save and except a general frenzy had seized upon man and woman in the house. I got up in a hurry. Whatever was going on, I would not willingly gang, wanting my share of the sight. And just as I opened my door, who should I hear but the master crying at the head of the stair, "What in the name of all that's holy," says he, "is the meaning of this?" And I ran till him out of the passage and through the swing door into the great corridor, and says I, "'Deed, sir, I was wondering, and with your leave, sir, I'll gang and see," I said, gathering my shawl about me as well as I could to hide what was aneath it, or rather what was not aneath it, for I had not that muckle on. But says he, "No, no, you must not go. Who knows what it may be? I'll go myself. They may be robbers, and the men fighting them. You stop where you are." Saying that, he was half-ways down the stair. I stood where I was, looking down and hearkening, and the noise still going on. But he could but a won the length of the hall, when it stoppit all at once and all together. You may think what a din it mun have been, when I tell you the quiet that came upon the heels of it just seemed to sting my 2 lugs. The same moment I heard the maester crying to me to come down. I ran, and when I reached the servants' hall, where he stood just inside the door, I stood aside him and glowered. For would you believe me, the place was as decent and still as any kirkyard in the moonlight. There was not a thing out of its place, nor an air o' dist, nor the smallest disorder to be seen. All the things looked as gin they had settled themselves to sleep as usual, and had sleeped till we came and waked them. The maester glowered at me, and I glowered at the maester. But all he said was, "A false alarm, you see, Rose." What he thought I cannot tell, but without another word we turned, and goed up the stair again together. At the top of the stair, the long corridor ran away until the dark afore us, for the candle the master carried flang not light half to the end of it, and frae out of the murk on a sudden came to meet us a rampaging and a rattling like a score o' knout running away with their iron tethers about their necks, sic a rattling o' iron chains as ye never heard, and groaning and a grunting just fearsome. Again we stood, and looked at one another, and my word, but the maester's face was enough to fright a body of itself, let alone the thing we heard and saw nothing to account for. "Gang away back to your bed, Rose," he said. "This'll never do." "And how are you to help it, sir?" said I. "That I cannot tell," answered he, "but I wouldn't for the world your mistress heard it. I left her fast asleep, and I hope she'll sleep through it. Did you ever hear anything strange about the house before we came?" "Never, sir," said I. "As sure as I stand here shivering." For the night was in the simmer, and warm to that degree, and yet I was shivering as in the cold fit of a fever, and my mouth would hardly consent to make the words I sought to frame. We stood like mice afore the cap for a minute or 2, but there came nothing more, and by degrees we grew a kind o' ashamed, like as gin we had been doubtful as to whether we had heard anything. And when again he said to me gang to my bed, I goed to my bed, and wasn't long upon the road, for fear I would hear anything more, and into my bed and my head aneath the clothes and lay trimlin'. But there was none more of it that night, and I wasna owersair overcome to fall asleep. In the morning I told the housekeeper all about it, but she held her tongue in a manner that was, to say the least of it, very strange. She didna laugh, nor she didna grue nor yet glower, nor yet she didna say the thing was nonsense, but she just heard, and said not a word. I thought with myself, is it possible she disna believe me? But I could not make that out either. So as she held her tongue, I just pulled the bridle o' mine, and vowed there should never be another word said by me till once she spake herself. And I would soon ha' had enough o' holding my tongue, but I had not to hold it to anybody but her, and I came to the conclusion that she was feared to be inspeered questions by them that had a right to speer them, for that she had heard of something afore, and kenned mair nor she was at liberty to speak about. But that was only the beginning, and little to what followed. For frae that night there was not one night passed but some 1 or 2 disturbed, and whiles it was past abiding. The noises and the rumblings, and above all the clanking of chains that goed on in that house, and the groans and the cries, and whiles the whistling, and what was most waur nor all, the laughing, was something dreadful, and I yont believe in to any but them it was into it. I sometimes think maybe the terror of it makes it look waur in the recollection nor it was, but I cannot keep my senses and not believe there was something altogether by ordinary in the affair. And when, or long, it came to the knowledge of the lady, and she was waked up at night, and heard the thing, whatever it was, and syne when the bairns were waked up, and I the rummage now in this room, now in that, so that the living would be crying as loud as the dead, though they could ill make such a din, it was beyond all bearing, and the maester made up his mind to flit at once, come out what might. For as I ought to ha' telt ye, he had written to the owner of the house, that was my ain master, for it was not a hair o' use saying anything further to the agent. He only laughed, and declared it maun be some of his own folk was playing tricks upon him, which it angered him to hear, being as impossible as it was false. So straight away to his landlord he wrote, as I say, but as he was travelling about on the continent, he supposed either the letter had not reached him, and never would reach him, or he was sheltering himself under the idea they would think he had never had it, not wanting to move in the matter. But the very day he had made up his mind that nothing should make him spend another week in the house, for Monday nights were always the worst, there came a letter from the gentleman, saying that only that same hour that he was writing had he received the maester's letter, and he was sorry he had not had it before, but prayed him to put up with things till he got to him, and he would start at the farthest in 2 days more, and would set the thing right in less time than it would take to tell him what was amiss. A strange enough letter, to be sure. Mr. Harper, that was their butler, told me he had read every word of it. And so, as, not to mention the terrors of the night, the want of rest was like to ruin us altogether, we were all on the outlook for the appearance of our promised deliverer, so cocksure of setting things straight again. Well, at last, and that was in a very few days, though they looked long to some in that house, he appeared, a nice-looking gentleman, with so sweet a smile it wasn't hard to believe whatever he'd tell you. And he had a light, airy way with him that was to us oppressed creatures strangely comforting, ill as it was to believe he could ken what had been going on, and treat it in that fashion. However, and now, my lady, and Mr. Grant, I had to tell you what the butler told me, for I wasn't present to hear for myself. Maybe he wouldn't have told me, but that he wasn't an old man, though twice my age, and seemed to have taken a liking to me, though it never came to anything. And as I was always civil to any person that was civil to me, and never went farther than was becoming, he made me the return of talking to me at times, and telling me what he knew. The young gentleman was to stop and lunch with the master, and in the meantime would have a glass of wine and a biscuit, and pulling a bunch of keys from his pocket, he desired Mr. Harper to take a certain one, and go to the door that was locked inside the wine cellar, and bring a bottle from a certain bin. Harper took the key, and was just going from the room, when he heard the visitor, though in truth he was more at home there than any of us, heard him say, "I'll tell you what you've been doing, sir, and you will tell me whether I'm not right." Hearing that, the butler drew the door to, but not that close, and made no haste to leave it, and so heard what followed. "I'll tell you what you've been doing," says he. "Didn't you find a man's head, a skull, I mean, upon the premises?" "Well, yes, I believe we did, when I think of it," says the master, "for my butler," and there was the butler outside a-listening to the whole tale. "My butler came to me one morning, saying, 'Look here, sir, that is what I found in a little box, close by the door of the wine cellar. It's a skull.' 'Oh,' said I, it was the maester that was speaking, 'it'll be some medical student has brought it home to the house.' So he asked me what he had better do with it. 'And you told him,' interrupted the gentleman, 'to bury it.' 'I did. It seemed the proper thing to do.' 'I hadn't a doubt of it,' said the gentleman. 'That is the cause of all the disturbance.' 'That?' says the master. 'That, and nothing else,' answers the gentleman. And with that, as Harper confessed when he told me, there came o'er him such a horror that he dared no longer stand at the door, but for going down to the cellar to fetch the bottle of wine, that was merely beyond his human faculty. As it happed, I met him on the stair, as white as a sheet and ready to drop. 'What's the matter, Mr. Harper?' said I, and he told me all about it. 'Come along,' I said, 'we'll go to the cellar together. It's broad daylight, and there's nothing to hurt us.' So he went down. 'There, that's the box the thing was lying in,' said he, as we came out of the wine cellar. And with that came a groan out of the very ground at our feet. We both heard it, and stood shaking and dumb, gripping one another. 'I'm sure I don't know what in the name of heaven it can all mean,' said he, but that was when we were on the way up again. 'Did you show any disrespect?' said I. 'No,' said he, 'I but buried it, as I would anything else that had to be putting out of sight.' And as we were talking together, that was at the top of the cellar stair, there came a great ringing at the bell, and said he, 'They're wondering what's come of me and their wine, and weel they may. I mun run.' As soon as he entered the room, and this again you may see, my lady and Mr. Grant, he telled me afterwards. 'Where did you bury the head you took frae the cellar?' said his master till him, and speered not a word as to how he had been so long gone for the wine. 'I buried it in the garden,' answered he. 'I hope you know the spot?' said the strange gentleman. 'Yes, sir, I do,' said Harper. 'Then come and show me,' said he. So the three of them went out together and got a spade, and luckily the butler was able to show them at once the very spot. And the gentleman, he howked up the skull with his own hands, careful not to touch it with the spade, and brought it back in his hand to the house, knocking the earth off it with his rough travelling gloves. But when Harper looked to be told to take it back to the place where he found it, and trembled at the thought, wondering how he was to get hold of me and nobody the wiser, for he didn't want to show fright in the daytime, to his great surprise and no small pleasure, the gentleman set the skull on the chimney-piece, and as lunch had been laid in the meantime, for Mr. Heywood, I had just gotten a grip of his name, had to be away again directly, he heard the whole story as he waited upon them. I suppose they thought it better he should hear and tell the rest, the sooner to gar them forget the terrors we had come through. Said the gentleman, 'Now you'll have no more trouble. If you do, write to me to the care of so-and-so, and I'll release you from your agreement. But please to remember that you brought it on yourself by interfering.
I can't exactly say with my property, but with the property o' one who knows how to defend it without calling in the aid of the law, which indeed would probably give him little satisfaction. It was the burying of that skull that brought on you all the annoyance." "I always thought," said the master, "the dead preferred having their bones buried. Their ghosts, indeed, according to Cocker, either would not or could not lie quiet until their bodies were properly buried. Where then could be our offence?" "You may say what you will," answered Mr. Heywood, "and I cannot answer you, or pretend to explain the thing. I only know that when that head is buried, these same disagreeables always begin." "Then is the head in the way of being buried and dug up again?" asked the master. "I will tell you the whole story, if you like," answered his landlord. "I would gladly hear it," says he, "for I would fain see daylight on the affair." "That I cannot promise you," he said, "but the story, as it is handed down in the family, you shall hear." You may be sure, my lady, Harper was wide awake to hearken, and the more that he might tell it again in the hall. "Somewhere about 150 years ago," Mr. Heywood began, "on a cold, stormy night, there came to the hall door a poor pedlar, a travelling merchant, you know, my lady, with his pack on his back, and would fain have parted with some of his goods to the folk of the hall. The butler, who must have been a rough sort of man, they were rough times those, told him they wanted nothing he could give them, and to go about his business. But the man, who was something obstinate, I dare say, and it may well be anxious to get shelter, as much for the night being girly as to sell his goods, keep it on begging and imploring to let the women folk at the least look at what he had brought. At last the butler, out of all patience with the man, gave him a great shove away from the door, so that the poor man fell down the steps, and banged the door to, nor ever looked to see whether the man got up again or no. In the morning, the pedlar they found him lying dead in a little wood or shaw, not far from the house. And with that up got the cry, and what said they but that the butler had murdered him? So up he was ta'en and put upon his trial for it. And whether the man was not liked in the countryside I cannot tell, said the gentleman, but the cry was against him, and things went the wrong way for him, and that though no one about the house believed he had done the deed, more than he might have caused his death by pushing him down the steps. And even that he could hardly have intended, but only to get quit of him. And likely enough the man was weak, perhaps ill, and the weight of his pack on his back pulled him as he pushed. Still, after an all, and it's myself that's saying this, not the gentleman, my lady, in a part of the country like that, gay and lonely, it was not the night to turn a fellow creature out in. The butler was at the same time an old and trusty servant, said Mr. Heywood, and his master was greatly concerned about the thing. It is impossible at this time of day, he said, to understand how such a thing could be, in the total absence of direct evidence, but the short and the weary long of it was, that the man was hanged, and hung in irons for the deed. And now you may be thinking the ghost of the poor pedlar began to haunt the house, but nothing of the kind. There was no disturbance of that or any other sort. The man was dead and buried, whoever did or did not kill him, and the body of him that was said to have killed him hung dangling in the wind, and neither of them said a word for or again the thing. But the heart of the man's master was sore. He couldna help thinking that maybe he was to blame, and might have done something more nor he thought of at the time to get the poor man off, for he was absolutely certain that, however rough he might have been, and whoever he might have been the cause of death to the troublesome pedlar, he hadn't meant to kill him. It was, in part at least, an accident, and he thought the hanging of him for it was hard lines. The maester was an old man, near-hand outy, and took things the mair seriously, I dare say, that he was not that far frae the grave they had sent the poor butler till afore his time, gin that could be said o' one whose grave was with the weathercock. And he took himself to task as to whether he oughtna to ha' done something more, gone to the king, maybe, for he couldna bide the thought of the poor man that had waited upon him so long and faithful, hanging and swinging up there, and the flesh dropping off of the bones of him, and still the bones hanging there, and swinging and creaking and crying. The thought, I say, was sair upon the old man. But the time passed, and I kenna how long or how short it may take for a body in sic a position to come asunder, but at last the bones began to drop, and as they dropped, there they lay, at the foot of the gallows, for nobody cared to meddle with them. And when that came to the knowledge of the old gentleman, he sent his folk to gather them up, and bury them out of sight, and what was left of the body, the upper part, holding together with the irons maybe, I kenna weel how, hung and swung there still in ilk wind that blew. But at the last, out of sorrow and respect for the dead, however he died, his old master sent quietly one mirk night, and had the lave of the bones ta'en down and laid in the earth. But frae that moment, think ye there was any peace in the house?
A clanking o' chains got up, and a howling, and a complaining and a creaking like in the wind, sic a stramash altogether, that the house was not fit to be lived in whiles, though it was sometimes waur nor other times, and some thought it had to do with the airt the wind blew. About that I ken naething. But it got on like that for months, maybe years. Mr. Harper was not sure how long the gentleman said, till the old man most wished himself into the grave and out of the trouble. At last one day came an old man to see him, not so old as himself, but one he had kenned when they were at the college together. And this was a man that had travelled greatly, and was well learnt in a heap of things ordinary folk that gies themselves to the land and to the growing of corn and beasts is not likely to ken muckle about. He saw his old friend was in trouble, and didn't carry his age calm like as was natural, and so speert him what was the matter. And he told him the whole story, frae the hanging to the banging. "Well," said the learnt man, when he had heard all, "gin ye'll take my advice, ye'll just send and hook up the head, and take it into the house with ye, and let it bide there where it was used so long to be. Do that, and it's my opinion you'll hear no more of sic unruly goings on." The old gentleman took the advice, kenning no better. But it was the right advice, for frae that moment the rumour was o'er. They had no more of it. They laid the head in a decent bit box in the cellar, and there it remained, well content there to abide the day of that judgment that'll set many another judgment to the right about. Though what pleasure could be into that cellar, mair nor into a hole in the earth, is a thing not for me to say. So with that generation there was no more trouble. But in the course of time came first one and syne another, who forgot, maybe left at the whole affair, and did not believe a word of the same. But they're but fools that gang again the experience of their forebears. What would ye have but they would bury the head? And what would come of that but an old dismay het up again? Up gat the din, the rampaging, the clanking and all, just the same as afore. But the minute that, frighted at the consequences of their folly, they acknowledged the property of the ghost in his own head, and took it out of the earth and into the house again, all was quiet directly, quiet as heart could desire. So that was the story. And when the lunch was o'er, and Mr. Harper was thinking the moment come when they would order him to take the head, and him trembling at the thought of touching it, and lay it where it was, and where it had so often been when it had a soul intil it, the gentleman got up, and he says to him, "Be so good," says he, "as fetch me my hat-box from the hall." Harper went and got it as desired, and the gentleman took and unlocked it, and round he turned where he stood, and up he took the skull frae the chimley-piece, neither as gin he loved it nor feared it, as what reason had he to do either, and handled it neither roughly nor with any show of mickle care, but into the hat-box it goed willy-nilly, and the lid shutting down upon it, and the key turned in the lock of it, and as gin he would make the thing right sure of not being putten again where it had sic an objection to gang, up he took in his hand the hat-box, and the contrary head in the inside of it, and away with him on his travels, here away and there away o'er the face of the globe. He was on his way to Spain, he said, at the moment, and we saw no more of him nor the head, nor heard ever a sound more of clanking, nor gurning, nor any other unholy din. And that's the truth. Make of it what ye like, my lady and Master Grant. Mistress Brooks was silent, and for some time not a syllable was uttered by either listener. At last Donal spoke. "It is a strange story, Mistress Brooks," he said, "and the stranger that it would show some of the inhabitants of the other world apparently as silly after 150 years as when first they arrived there." "I can say nothing in it that, sir," answered Mistress Brooks. "I'm not accountable for any inference that's to be drawn from it or true tale, and doubtless, sir, ye ken far better nor me. But where you see many folk draw out the thread of a long life, and never one sensible thing that they could help done or said, what for should you wonder gin now and then one in the other world show himself sick-like? When you consider the heap of folk that dies, and how there mun be so many more in the other world nor in this, I confess for my part, I wonder more at we're left at peace at all, and that they come not swarming about us in the night, like black doves. You'll maybe say they cannot, and you'll maybe say they come, but so long as they plague me no war nor a friend upon the tither side of the wall, I cannot say that I care that mickle. But I think whiles how the ghosts maun laugh at them it laughs as gin there were no such creatures in the world. For my part, I neither fear them nor seek till them. I'll be one with them myself afore long. Only I would sair wuss and hope to gang in among better behaved ones nor them at gangs about plaguing folk." "You speak the best of sense, Mistress Brooks," said Donal. "But I should like to understand why the poor hanged fellow should have such an objection to having his skull laid in the ground. Why had he such a fancy for his old bones?
Could he be so closely associated with them that he could not get on without the plenty of fresh air they got him used to when they hung on the gallows? And why did it content him to have only his head above ground? It is bewildering. We couldn't believe our bones rise again, even if Paul hadn't as good as told us they don't. Why should the dead haunt their bones, as if to make sure of having their own again? But, said Mistress Brooks, begging your pardon, sir, what ken ye as to what they think? Ye may ken better, but maybe they dinna. For hanna ye just allowed that such conduct as I describe it is no fit, whoever be guilty of the same, whether rowdy laddies in the street, or creatures ye cannot see in the house? They may think they'll want their bones by and by, though ye ken better. And whatever ye wise folk may think the no, ye ken it's not that long sin' a'body, aye, the best of folk, thought the same. And there's not a doubt they all did at the time that man was hanged. And ye maun mind that in the house the head of him wouldna waste as it would in the yard. But why bother about his head more than the rest of his bones? Well, sir, I'm thinking a ghost though he be, cannot surely be in two places at once. He could never think to plague till ilk bone of finger and toe was gathered in the cellar. That would be hopeless. And thinking anything of his bones, he might well think most of his head, and keep an eye upon that. Not many ghosts hae the chance of seeing so muckle of their bones as this one, or saying to themselves, yon's mine where it swings. Some ghosts have a cat-like nature for places, and what for no for bones? Mony's the story that housekeeper, honest woman, telled me. When what had come was gone, it set her opening out her pack. I could hold ye there all night, telling ye one after another of 'em. But it's time to gang till our beds. It is our turn to tell you something, said Lady Arctura, only you must not mention it just yet. Mr. Grant has found the lost room. For a moment Mrs. Brooks said nothing, but neither paled nor looked incredulous. Her face was only fixed and still, as if she were finding explanation in the discovery. I was of the mind it was, she said, and many's the time I thought I would look for it to please mysel'. It's small wonder, the sounds and the raps and such like. You will not change your mind when you hear all, said Arctura. I asked you to give us our supper, because I was afraid to go to bed. You shouldn't have told her, sir. I've seen it with my own eyes. You have been into it, my lady. What? It is a chapel. The old castle chapel. Mentioned, I know, somewhere in the history of the place, though no one, I suppose, ever dreamed the missing room could be that. And in the chapel, continued Arctura, hardly able to bring out the words, for a kind of cramping of the muscles of speech, there was a bed, and in the bed the crumbling dust of a woman, and on the altar what was hardly more than the dusty shadow of a baby. The Lord be about us! Cried the housekeeper, her well-seasoned composure giving way. Ye saw that with your own eyen, my lady. Mr. Grant, how could ye let her ladyship look upon such things? I am her ladyship's servant, answered Donal. That's vera true, but, my bonny bairn, sich sights is not for you. I ought to know what is in the house, said Arctura, with a shudder. But already I feel more comfortable that you know too. Mr. Grant would like to have your advice as to what— You'll come and see them, won't you? When you please, my lady. Tonight? No, not tonight. Was that the knocking again? Some ghosts want their bodies to be buried, though your butler— I wouldna wonder, responded Mistress Brooks thoughtfully. Where shall we bury them? asked Donal. In England, said the housekeeper. I used to hear a heap about consecrated ground, but to my mind it was the bodies of God's handiwork, not the bishop that consecrated the ground. Where the Lord lays down what he is done with, would aye be a sacred place to me. I dare say Moses, when he came upon it again in the desert, looked upon the ground where stood the bush where it burned, as a sacred place, though the fire was long out. Think na ye, Mr. Grant? I do, answered Donal. But I do not believe the Lord Jesus thought one spot on the face of the earth more holy than another. Every dust of it was his Father's, neither more nor less, existing only by the thought of that Father. And I think that is what we must come to. But where shall we bury them? Where they lie, or in the garden? Some would doubtless have dust laid to dust in the kirkyard, but I would not willingly raise a clash in the countryside. Them that did it was your ain forebears, my lady, and such things are well forgotten. And syne, what would the Earl say? It might upset him mair nor a bit. I'll consider of it. Donal accompanied them to the door of the chamber which again they shared, and then betook himself to his own high nest. There more than once in what remained of the night he woke, fancying he heard the ghost music sounding its coronach over the dead below. Chapter 57